Fortunately, Meow Meow didn't have much noodles, so even if she ate slowly, it wouldn't take long. After seeing her finish eating, Qin Yan let go of Lin Wanshu's hand and automatically cleared the dishes on the table. It's almost October now, and it's getting dark earlier and earlier. It's not even 8 o'clock yet, so it's hard to see clearly. Xiao Miao Miao had just finished her meal, and Lin Wanshu didn't plan to let her go to bed so early. Just play with her in the yard. There were 3 rattan chairs in the yard, 2 large and 1 small. Wang Chunyi asked her husband to make them for her as a thank you for curing her hand. Lin Wanshu be willing to take her things for free? After much persuasion, she finally accepted the labor fee. At $5 per chair, Lin Wanshu thought it was already very cheap, but Wang Chunyi felt bad for it and made her a smaller rattan chair. Xiao Miao Miao likes her rocking chair very much. As soon as she arrives at the yard, she lies down on it and starts rocking. She first arrived at the compound, were not killed by the heavy rain, and are now growing. The fence is planted with flower vines. The flowers are small, but there are large quantities of them, and they have a faint fragrance. After more than 2 months of growth, and with Lin Wanshu quietly watering it with a little diluted spiritual spring water, it has now covered the entire fence. Without an unobstructed view, privacy is better guaranteed. Qin Yan had extraordinary hearing ability, so Lin Wanshu was not afraid of someone peeking outside. She also planted some mosquito-repellent grass at intervals around the fence, so she doesn't have to worry about being bitten by mosquitoes when sitting in the yard. This flower blooms all year round in Yun province. Now the fence is full of flowers. The evening breeze brings bursts of floral fragrance, which is so pleasant. Qin Yan had just finished washing the dishes when he saw his wife and daughter rocking in the yard. He was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. After a pause, he walked forward and sat in another empty rocking chair. Just looking at her comfortable little look, as if the teasing just now was just his illusion, Qin Yan felt a little depressed. Usually calm man just reached out and gently pinched her little face. Although it didn't hurt when she was pinched, Lin Wanshu didn't tolerate it. She turned around and bit his hand. The next second, the man hissed. Lin Wanshu quickly let go and asked nervously, "Did it hurt you?" But she clearly didn't use much effort. "Somewhat." Qin Yan spoke slowly, his eyebrows slightly knitted, with an expression that showed he was indeed hurt by the bite. Hearing this, Lin Wanshu took his hand with some suspicion. In the moonlight, all I could see were 2 tooth marks that were so shallow that they couldn't be any shallower. It seemed as if the teeth marks would disappear if I waited a few more seconds. "Does it really hurt?" Lin Wanshu raised her eyes and glanced at him again. Looking at her pure and innocent little face, Qin Yan's eyes couldn't help but darken a little. Nodding seriously, he reached out and took her little hand, leaning close to whisper in her ear. After hearing his words, Lin Wanshu's face suddenly turned completely red. She turned to look at the man with a look of disbelief. It was as if she didn't understand how he could say such shameless words. "You rascal!" Unable to hold back, she spat at him under her breath. "What do you mean by compensating him like last time?" Hearing this soft and tender rebuke, Qin Yan laughed softly. The low laugh contained some doting and unspeakable ambiguity. Lin Wanshu felt extremely itchy when she heard it. My heartbeat was pounding uncontrollably. I don't know if it's because I'm embarrassed or what. Xiao Miao Miao had no idea what the unscrupulous parents next to her were talking about. Lying in the rocking chair, she looked at the moon above her head, which was missing a piece, her little face full of confusion. After a long while, she stretched out her little finger and pointed at the moon and said to Lin Wanshu, "Mom broken." Hearing the baby's voice, Lin Wanshu quickly retracted her gaze and sat up straight. Tell the little one the story of the heavenly dog eating the moon. Little Meow Meow was stunned when she heard this. She clenched her little fists tightly, as if she wanted to help drive away the Tengu. Lin Wanshu's heart melted when she saw her cute little appearance. In the end, I couldn't bear to tease her, so I just said that the moon would become full again in a few days. Xiao Miao Miao blinked, still a little unconvinced. "It's true. The Mid-Autumn Festival is coming in a few days." Mom will make you some delicious mooncakes, okay? Heard about mooncakes, he no longer cared about the moon or not. A pair of sparkling eyes looked at Mother. I want cake. I don't know if it's because she plays more with her brothers and sisters, but Meow Meow's espionage is becoming clearer and clearer. Occasionally, 3 or 4 words would pop out. Lin Wanshu pinched her little nose and said, "Then you should go to bed early and help your mother shuck beans tomorrow." The little guy loves to help the most. When she heard that she had to help her mother, she nodded heavily and closed her eyes and went to sleep. Qin Yan looked at the mother and daughter beside him, his features incredibly gentle. But this warmth did not last long, and Shin Shuwen's voice was heard outside the door. "Lao Qin, please come out for a moment. It's an urgent task." Qin Yan. Qin Yan felt helpless after hearing these disappointing words. "Wife, I'm going to go out for a while. You take Meow Meow to bed first." After saying that, he hurried back to the house and put on some clothes. Lin Wanshu didn't expect that he would go on a mission again just after returning. Standing at the door, watching him put on his clothes and hat, she felt a mixture of emotions. Qin Yan moved quickly. He put on his clothes in no time and turned to go out. But just as I reached the door, my hand was grabbed. Qin Yan paused. As soon as he turned around, he met the woman's lost face, and instantly, his heart was overwhelmed by guilt. "You." Qin Yan wanted to say something to comfort him, but he felt that all the consolation was too empty. Even if he followed the army, he still couldn't guarantee that he could be with her every day. This is the helplessness of military marriage. Lin Wanshu knew that it was normal for a soldier to go on a mission. "I just don't know how long it will take for him to come back." Just like last time, if she hadn't run into him in Jing City, she wouldn't have known he had gone so far away. "Even though I know it, I really can't let it go." Lin Wanshu saw the guilt in his eyes and felt a little sad. Finally, she reached out and hugged him, then said, "Go ahead, be safe, Meow Meow, and I will be waiting for you at home." No matter how reluctant she was, she couldn't stop the man from going on the mission. After all, this is his duty. After saying that, Lin Wanshu let go of her hand. Qin Yan didn't dare to hug her back, for fear that after hugging her, he would not be able to leave. "Well, I'm leaving first." Qin Yan went out, and Lin Wanshu took the sleeping Meow Meow home. It was obvious that she was the one who took Xiao Meow Meow to sleep during the recent period. But today it seems inexplicably empty. Finally, she simply went into the space. As soon as I entered, I saw a mouse lying in a box in the laboratory, looking listless. Lin Wanshu frowned. This is the 3rd mouse to be infected. Without exception, all 3 mice were treated with Qi Honglian's medicine. The same dose of powder that she had originally applied to the mouse's wound healed it quickly. Qi Honglian's powder was able to reduce inflammation and heal the disease at first, but after a while, all the mice that were coated with the powder became lethargic without exception. Lin Wanshu couldn't understand why Qi Honglian did this. Although the powder was apparently hers, the injury was caused by her after all. If something went wrong in her hands, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? But after all, she didn't see Qi Honglian causing any harm, so she couldn't identify anyone out of thin air. Lin Wanshu had to put the matter aside for the time being. Putting the matter of the medicine powder aside, Lin Wanshu picked up the little white rabbit from another box. The little white rabbit didn't know what had bitten it, and its left front limb was broken in half. Lin Wanshu would occasionally pick up injured animals from the mountains and bring them back for medical treatment. For this little white rabbit, she directly used the 2-in-1 prescription she had researched a while ago. The medicine is in the form of dark brown paste. Lin Wanshu untied the bandage and carefully examined the little white rabbit's wound. She found that the wound that was originally broken in half and had been stitched up by her had shown signs of healing. This discovery made Lin Wanshu's heart beat faster. She had made other medicines before, but the results were not satisfactory. Not as effective as the original medicine. The ointment is obviously a significant improvement over the previous one. Thinking of this, Lin Wanshu couldn't help but pick up the notebook she brought back from Beijing and started flipping through it. It turned out that the ointment this time was made based on a method of making it that she had accidentally seen in the notebook that Zhang Liuguang had given her. I didn't expect the effect to be so good. Although it is not clear what trouble the professor encountered, since he came to me, it must be related to my uncle master. Since the uncle master dared to do this, Lin Wanshu believed that he must have a way to protect the other party. If we can hold on for another year, the situation will be reversed. Lin Wanshu carefully opened the notebook and continued to read it carefully. After a while, she was immersed in it, and the discomfort in her heart was slowly put aside. She didn't know how much time had passed before she fell into a drowsy sleep. The next day, just after dawn, Lin Wanshu felt a small body pressing on her. "Mom." Xiao Miao Miao goes to bed early and gets up early. Seeing that her mother hadn't woken up yet, she played by herself for a while and then started calling her mother. But after calling out several times without waking the person up, the baby simply climbed on top of her. Lin Wanshu's eyes were still a little dry, and she couldn't open them. When she heard the little girl calling her, she fumbled around and hugged her backhand and turned over. Little Miao Miao was held in her mother's arms. She was not angry, but giggled. "I still want." Thinking her mother was playing a game with her, the little girl clapped her hands and shouted happily. Lin Wanshu. After taking a sip of the milky-smelling baby's milk, she finally opened her eyes. "Why don't you sleep a little longer, Xiao Miao Miao?" Lin Wanshu asked with a sleepy voice.
"Bien."
Don't underestimate human's pursuit of food. The little guy has been sleeping for a whole night and still remembers about the cake. Lin Wanshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Not intending to disappoint her, he got up and went to brush his teeth and wash up. At her request, Xiao Miao Miao now brushes her teeth and washes her face by herself every day. Of course, you can't clean your teeth by brushing them, and washing your face can get your clothes soaked. Lin Wanshu didn't mind either. The most important thing was to develop a habit. After she finished washing and changing her clothes as usual, I heard Xiao Jianxi sticking his head out of the door. "Sister, I'm going to school."
Bye.
Xiao Miao Miao seemed to have gotten used to it and waved at him. White. After a while, the two brothers Shen Xiai and Shen Yu also came. "Goodbye, sister. We're going to school," Shen Xiai said. "Sister, bye. Please miss me. I will bring you some when I come back." Shen Yu could finish his words. He was pulled away by Shen Xiai. "Hurry up, you're going to be late." Shen Yu didn't know how to check the time. When he heard that he was going to be late, he didn't care about anything else and just ran ahead. Xiao Miao Miao ran to the door and waved to his two brothers. "See you." Shen Xiai heard it, turned around and waved at her.
"Goodbye."
When Xiao Miao Miao heard her brother say goodbye, she turned around and went home as if she had completed some kind of ritual.
Shenqi.
Qin Yan was not at home, so Lin Wanshu made a simple breakfast of egg porridge. After breakfast, Ji Hualan came over. Wan, our family compound will organize a mooncake making party in a few days. Do you want to go? The Mid-Autumn Festival is an extremely important festival for Chinese people. But in those days, mooncakes were only sold in supply and marketing cooperatives and department stores. How can ordinary people afford to buy mooncakes? Therefore, every Mid-Autumn Festival, each brigade would organize a group of people to make mooncakes. Lin Wanshu had seen others making mooncakes in the Red Star Brigade, but she herself had never participated in such production. When she heard Ji Hualan say that there was a mooncake-making activity in the staff quarters, she immediately became interested. "If you all go, I'll go too, but I don't know what to prepare. After all, it is a collective production, so every household must contribute some materials. 2 pounds of sweet potatoes, half a pound of flour, 3 ounces of sugar and melon seeds, peanuts, walnuts, whatever you have, you can take some." Hearing her say this, Lin Wanshu guessed that the staff quarters were probably going to make 5-nut mooncakes. But this is not surprising. After all, 5-nut mooncakes are the mainstream in this era. Other fillings are rarely seen. "Okay, I've got it down. We're meeting at the committee on August 13th, right? Yes, you can prepare it in the next 2 days. I will notify the others." After saying that, Ji Hualan left in a hurry again. These supplies are nothing to Lin Wanshu, and it won't be too late to prepare them tomorrow. Gave her some red beans yesterday, which Lin Wanshu had already dried. Taking out the winnowing basket filled with red beans, Lin Wanshu started checking the beans in the yard. Qin Yan helped her build a frame in the yard. The top of the frame was covered with thatch, making it look like a pavilion. The bottom of the pavilion is paved with bamboo, which makes it cool inside in the summer and also protects against the sun. Lin Wanshu was checking beans in the pavilion, and Xiao Miao Miao was helping beside her. She just pellet a few beans and then started playing. Sometimes he stretched out his two chubby little hands and swept the beans back and forth, and sometimes he grabbed the beans high up and made it rain beans. While we were playing, we suddenly heard a low murmur from outside. Who grows so many flowers? They are neither edible nor wearable. Isn't this just cheating? As soon as these words fell, Fong Bailey's voice of agreement was heard. Who says it's not true? You don't know they eat meat and rice porridge every now and then, and they live a very comfortable life. Lin Wanshu heard that they actually ran outside her house to say bad things about her. She was so angry that she almost laughed. Based on the principle that if she is not embarrassed, then others will be embarrassed, she raised her voice and said to the outside, "Hey, where are you two sisters-in-law going?" As soon as he finished speaking, the murmuring sounds outside suddenly quieted down. The air seemed to be stagnant in an instant. After a long while, a person finally came out of the door.
He.
"Mrs. Lin, you are at home now." Lin Wanshu. "So, if I'm not at home, she can say bad things about her?" With a lukewarm smile on her lips, she spoke lightly. "Yes, what a coincidence, I came back a few days ago." Hearing this, Ma Lijuan became even more embarrassed. But maybe she was quite thick-skinned, and after the embarrassment, she quickly became friendly and approachable. Pointing at the lush flowers on Lin Wanshu's fence, she said with a good intention on her face, "Sister Lin, I'm not saying this, but this flower really can't be grown. We can only say a few words when we see it, but if someone with ulterior motives sees it, they might even cause trouble for you." Lin Wanshu looked at her steadily, and after finding that she really thought so, and was not saying anything sour, she said, "Thank you for your concern, sister-in-law. I know what's going on." Seeing that she didn't take it seriously, Guan Hongmei felt a little disappointed. "Hey, why don't you listen to me? You need to remove these flowers immediately. And how can you set up your pavilion like this? This is hedonism. It's not good." Guan Hongmei spoke. She walked into the yard uninvited and looked around. The more she looked at it, the more she felt that there were too many problems with this yard. How can you pretend like this? In addition to the pavilion, she actually dug a fish pond to raise fish. The leader can't live in such a nice house, right? Fong Bailey was outside just now and only saw the flowers in Lin Wanshu's yard and had no idea what her yard looked like. Now, following Guan Hongmei, he discovered that the decoration in this yard was actually quite special, and his eyes widened immediately. "I don't know how Lin Wanshu did it. There aren't many things in the yard, but it looks particularly elegant. Instead of growing these things, you might as well grow some fruits and vegetables. Vegetables can be eaten, but what's the use of flowers?" Seeing these two people pointing fingers under the banner of doing good for her, Lin Wanshu was speechless. "This is my home. How I want to decorate it is my business. If there is anything inappropriate, Sister Ma will tell me, so you don't have to worry about it." Guan Hongmei felt unhappy that her good intentions were not appreciated. But she still advised earnestly, "You are young and may not know how serious it is. In the past, there was a teacher in our team who planted so many flowers. His end was so miserable. If I were you, I would tear them all down and restore them to their original state before anyone noticed." Fong Bailey suffered a loss at the hands of Lin Wanshu last time, and he has been feeling a little uncomfortable. Now, seeing that she was so ungrateful, a dark light flashed in her eyes, and she grabbed Guan Hongmei's arm. "It doesn't matter if she doesn't listen to my advice. She will know she is wrong when she suffers a loss." As she said that, she pulled her out. Guan Hongmei wanted to say something, but Fong Bailey pulled her away like that. "Hey, Hongmei, wait a minute, I haven't finished yet. What are you talking about? They won't listen to you at all. In my opinion, it would be more effective to go directly to Director He. Hyun-ju is the newly elected director of the Family Compound Committee. In the past, everyone would go to Director Ma for matters big or small. The affairs of the family compound are now under the charge of Director He, and Director Ma is specifically responsible for the Women's Federation. It is said that a new official has 3 things to do when he takes office. Hyun-ju has just become the director of the Parent-Teacher Association. Now is the time for her to show her abilities. It is right to ask her to handle Lin Won-shu's matter. Hearing this, Kwon Hongmei hesitated.
But
if she goes to Director He, won't she be criticized? It's okay to be criticized, but I'm afraid it will have a bad impact on men. She just wanted to advise her not to be so ostentatious, but she didn't mean to make trouble for her. After all, we all come from rural areas, and it's not easy to get to this point. Seeing her useless appearance, Fong Bailey couldn't help but roll his eyes. She shouldn't have gotten so close to this rural guy. It lowered her own standards. She deserves the criticism. Who told her not to listen to your advice? Thinking of the neatly arranged courtyard, Fong Bailey's heart felt as if it was being gnawed by ants, making him feel sour and uncomfortable. How could Lin Won-shu live in such a beautiful courtyard? There are flowers, grass, and pavilions, but I can only squeeze into a small tube building. It is inconvenient to go to the toilet, take a shower, and cook. Although, I chose the building myself. After all, she is a city dweller, so she should live in an apartment and make everyone envy her. But now seeing that Lin Won-shu lived in a tiled house that was more beautiful and comfortable than his own building, Fong Bailey felt as if he had lost hundreds of dollars. After Kwon Hongmei heard her say this, the slightest bit of pity in her heart disappeared. You rewrite. I've reminded her like this, but she still won't listen. It's for her own good that we report the situation to Director He. This kind of hedonistic style is unacceptable. As they talked, the two walked towards the committee office. Hyun-ju was sitting in the office at the moment, drawing something in circles with a pen. When he heard someone coming in, a smile as bright as spring breeze immediately appeared on his originally serious face. Comrades, what can I do for you? Kwon Hongmei had just been brainwashed by Fong Bailey all the way, and she became more and more indignant about Lin Won-shu's behavior. Seeing Hyun-ju now, Fong Bailey didn't even need to speak. She said immediately, Director He, I want to report something to you. Hearing this, Hyun-ju's eyes lit up. Then she smiled even more enthusiastically and stood up and asked the two to sit down. Come on, sit here and tell me what's going on. Seeing that the usually serious woman was so amiable today, Kwon Hongmei could no longer hold back her complaints. That Lin Won-shu had planted a whole yard of flowers and refused to listen to advice was revealed. Director He, tell me, we are a socialist country. Hard work is the essence of revolution. Everyone lives so simply. How could she covet pleasure and change the house into that? What would the people around her think? Hearing this, a hint of excitement flashed in Hyun-ju's eyes. But the smile on his face became more friendly. Comrade Kwon, you are right. We are a socialist country, and it is indeed inappropriate to pursue hedonism. Hearing this, Kwon Hongmei and Fong Bailey's eyes lit up. Director, he is very wise. You don't know how bad her attitude is. I kindly reminded her, but she ignored me. Lin Won-shu didn't know that the two people had already filed a complaint with the Parents' Committee. She didn't even know that the head of the Parent-Teacher Association Committee had changed. After all, she had been helping out in the disaster area for some time, leaving early and returning late. How could she know what changes had taken place in the family compound? Not long after they left, Lin Won-shu had finished pelling the beans. Just as it was put into a bottle, Tang Qian came. Seeing her, Lin Won-shu turned around reflexively. Hey, Won-shu, why did you leave when you saw me? Tang Qian hurriedly chased after him. Lin Won-shu completely lost her temper towards this fool who had no self-awareness at all. What do you want to talk to me about? Without even turning her head, she continued walking towards the kitchen. Tang Qian followed without hesitation. Won-shu, I heard that you have a family. Lin Won-shu, no. Hearing this, Tang Qian's eyes widened. You didn't even hear me say what I wanted, so why won't you lend it to me? Lin Won-shu, no matter what you want, I don't have it at home. Tang Qian looked incredulous. Won-shu, Why are you so partial? You're willing to borrow things from others, but when it's my turn, you say you don't have anything. Lin Wanshu. Why don't you look at what you are saying? Have you returned the things you borrowed from me before? How dare you ask for that? Lin Wanshu knew about Tang Qian. You must not be soft-hearted, otherwise she would pester you endlessly. Hearing this, Tang Qian felt unusually embarrassed. Didn't I forget that? Lin Wanshu. Then you have to give it back to me now, otherwise there is no need to discuss this matter. Although they were all insignificant things, Lin Wanwan didn't want her to take advantage of her. Because she has money and supplies doesn't mean she has to be a sucker who throws money around. If it weren't for the fact that she carried her Uncle Master's back down the mountain, she wouldn't even want to lend her the things she had before. Borrowing money is like throwing meat buns at a dog. It will never come back. Hearing this, Tang Qian looked a little unhappy. After thinking for a while, she said with a painful look on her face, "Well, okay, I'll take your things back, and you can lend me the rolling pin later." Seeing her reluctant look, Lin Wanshu was so angry that she almost laughed. But she didn't intend to argue with her too much and finally nodded and agreed. "I can lend it to you. Just return it to me when you are done. I will need it tomorrow." When she heard that she would need it tomorrow, Tang Qian's eyes lit up. "What delicious food are you going to make?" Lin Wanshu. "It's not your place, forget it." Tang Qian's face suddenly fell. "We are so familiar with each other after all. Don't be so heartless. At worst, I can provide some materials." As she spoke, she made a knuckle gesture with her index finger. Lin Wanshu rolled her eyes to the sky and finally refused coldly. Tang Qian felt like the sky was falling. I should have known better and taken less advantage of her. He walked back unhappily, intending to go back and get Lin Wanshu's things for her, when he ran into Yangzheng. Seeing her, Tang Qian jumped to the side reflexively, fearing that she would hit her head again. Yangzheng was too lazy to pay attention to her and walked to Lin Wanshu with a gossipy look on her face. "Wanshu, have you heard that the guy in front of your house was persuaded to leave?" After hearing this, Tang Qian, who was about to leave, turned back and moved closer to the two of them. "What's going on? Can you tell me more? The scumbag is going to be persuaded to quit? That's really a great thing." Yangzheng glanced at her, pursed her lips, and finally said nothing. She continued, "Wasn't Hu Lai-di sent to the county hospital a while ago and diagnosed with paralysis? This matter is known to everyone in the family compound. On the day the road was dug, Zhou Tianju took Hu Lady to the county hospital. The result was naturally that he was completely paralyzed, and there was no good way to deal with the conditions in the county hospital. I heard that Zhou Tianju sent the person to Wenshire Hospital again." Lin Wanshu didn't know what happened afterwards. Tang Qian didn't know either, so she asked, "What happened next?" "Later, I heard that when City Hospital couldn't do anything, so they told me to take her home and take good care of her. But Hu Lai-di refused to give up and refused to come back. Zhou Tianju had to go back to the army and couldn't take care of her. Zhou Xiaoyan also hid in her husband's house and refused to come out. I don't know who persuaded Zhou Tianju to apologize to Feng Ying and take the four of them back home." Hearing this, Tang Qian's heart rose to her throat. "Then Huang Fengying won't agree, will she? This is a heck of a lot of trouble. There is a high probability that Hu Lady will never be able to stand up again in her lifetime. Someone needs to take care of her every day. But is it so easy to take care of a paralyzed patient? Not to mention that I have to turn her over and move her around every day. Just think about Hu Lai-di's annoying temper. Who can stand it? Even if she really endured it and took good care of Hu Lai-di, she might not necessarily win the man's gratitude. After all, in the eyes of the world, it is natural for a daughter-in-law to take care of her sick mother-in-law, and she will be criticized if she does not." Yangzheng had a complicated expression. After a pause, she continued, "I really admire Huang Fengying this time. I didn't expect her to be so decisive. She even sold her job and signed up to take her daughters to the border." Zhou Tianju got nothing. Hearing this, Tang Qian couldn't help but gasp. "That's the frontier. I heard that there are strong winds and sandstorms, and there are saline alkali lands everywhere. Even the water is salty. She would rather suffer like this than turn back. It can be seen that he really hates this family. Lin Wanshu didn't expect that she would go directly to the border. I have to say, this courage and character are truly admirable. Going to the border may not be a bad thing. I heard that many wells have been dug there, and the water is not as bitter as before. Besides, the border is vast and the grain production is not low. If we work hard, our life will not be worse than it is now. What's more, she is divorced and there are rumors everywhere here. She might as well go to a new place and start over. After hearing Lin Wanshu's analysis, the two of them suddenly felt that it would be better to go to the border than to stay here and get entangled with his family. Sometimes mental exhaustion is more painful than physical fatigue. After sighing for a few words, Yang Zheng talked about Zhou Tianzhu. It turned out that Huang Fengying had left, and Zhou Xiaoyan refused to take care of Huindi. The brother and sister turned against each other and started cursing outside the family building where Zhou Xiaoyan's husband lived. The impact was too bad. In addition, because Zhou Tianzhu had to travel between two places and had to distract himself from taking care of Hu Lidai, he made continuous mistakes at work, so the army persuaded him to resign. After listening to her, Tang Qian felt indescribably happy. What retribution! If he had protected Huang Fengying a little more at the beginning, he wouldn't have ended up like this. She had no sympathy at all for Zhou Tianzhu's fate. Lin Wanshu stopped listening. The two were still talking in whispers. Suddenly, someone was shouting outside. "It's time for a meeting. It's time for a meeting." Director, he asked me to notify everyone to go to the family committee office for the meeting. When they heard that a meeting was going to take place, the three people in the yard were all confused. What happened? What meeting? Tang Qian rushed to the door and asked the people outside. She has been with the army for several years and has never attended a meeting. I don't know either. I was responsible for notifying everyone. Director, he told everyone to go to the parents' committee. Unable to get to the bottom of the matter, the three of them were confused and carried their small stools over. Xiao Miao didn't know what a meeting was. When she saw so many people, she got very excited and ran here and there, like a hard-working little bee. The military wives were wondering along the way what director he wanted to talk to that made him so anxious to call them to a meeting. Lin Wanshu only found out now that the director in charge of the family compound affairs was no longer Ma Qiuping. But since she was already there, she might as well make the best of it. When they called for a meeting, she would just go and listen. Parent-Teacher Association Office, which has been used for activities over the years. This is the first time I've used it for a meeting. Everybody felt it was very new and fresh, so when they got there, they looked for people they knew, sat together in groups of 3 or 4, and had a lively chat. Lin Wanshu arrived. There were already quite a few people sitting in the venue. Just as she was about to find a place to sit down, she was suddenly stopped. Comrade Lin Wanshu. Lin Wanshu turned around and saw that the person calling her was He Wenju, the head of the regiment and the wife of the regiment leader. Although she had been with the army for some time, Lin Wanshu had only visited He Wenju once when she first arrived, so she was not really familiar with her. Heko, Director He. Lin Wanshu smiled and nodded at her, not being too warm nor too distant. He Wenju looked her over inconspicuously, paused, and then said, "I heard that you were doing rescue work in the disaster area some time ago?" Although she smiled warmly, Lin Wanshu inexplicably felt as if she was being stared at. But she didn't show it on her face and still responded with a smile. "Thanks for your concern, Director He. I was indeed helping out in the disaster area some time ago, and just came back a few days ago." He Wenju nodded, her face showing no emotion. "I heard Director Ma praise you. It's a good thing that you can go to the front line to help the victims, but you can't be proud and complacent." Lin Wanshu didn't understand why she said that. But she didn't refute it. Director, he is right. Although his tone didn't sound perfunctory, it wasn't respectful at all. The smile on He Wenju's face did not reach her eyes. With Lin Wanshu for a few words, she left. Lin Wanshu was interrupted by this and looked at the crowd again, only to find that there was no place left to put the benches. Just then, Tang Qian waved at her. "Wanshu, come here." Since she was able to get a position, it was natural for Lin Wanshu not to be picky. He took Xiao Miao and walked towards her. Tang Qian sat in the corner, which was just convenient for Xiao Miao Miao to play there. The meeting started soon. This was the first meeting of the family compound, and everyone looked at He Wenju on the stage curiously. He Wenju stood with her back straight and her short hair combed meticulously. Judging from his clothes, he looks like a cadre. Wan Shu, what do you think she wants to say? Tang Qian didn't get the answer, and she felt anxious and wished she could get first-hand information right away. Be patient, it will start soon. Considering that she had already taken up a seat, she took out a piece of candy from her pocket and handed it to her. Eat some candy and calm down. Tang Qian has become accustomed to her taking food out of the bag from time to time. This is also the reason why she had to reserve a seat for her. Maybe when she is in a good mood, she will give me something delicious, just like now. Tang Qian got the candy and smiled. However, she did not put it directly into her mouth, but put it carefully into her pocket. Lin Wanshu looked at her in surprise. But when it comes to the things she gives away, she never asks how people eat or use them. She withdrew her gaze and looked towards the stage board. But out of the corner of his eye he saw Guan Hongmei's gloating look. Lin Wanwan. Could this have something to do with her flowers? Sure enough, after making some opening remarks, He Wenju directly mentioned the issue of the housing in the staff quarters. This is a military base, and the houses are all built in a unified manner. It is not acceptable for some individuals to plant flowers privately just to make them look good. As soon as these words fell, everyone subconsciously turned their heads to look at Lin Wanshu. Since the flowers on Lin Wanshu's fence bloomed, her home has become the focus of the entire residential compound. Is there anyone who hasn't seen her fence now? Lin Wanshu not know that this person was coming for her? Seeing that everyone's eyes were looking at Lin Wanshu, He Wenju felt the pleasure of being in control of the overall situation. After a pause, she continued, I have to mention Comrade Lin Wanshu here. Lin Wanshu. Really? When Fong Bailey heard that Lin Wanshu was named, he felt extremely relieved. It was as if she had foreseen that her flowers were about to be eradicated. Guan Hongmei looked back at Lin Wanshu with a guilty look in her eyes. But soon, she convinced herself to calm down. You can't blame her. It's her fault for not listening. Living in a group, we must have a sense of the group. We cannot just seek our own comfort without considering the feelings of others. He Wenju continued. When the people below heard this, they couldn't help but echo it. That's right. Everyone's yard is the same, but she grows so many flowers. You don't know. Even my man couldn't help but take a second look when he passed by there. I don't know what she was thinking. Criticisms came one after another, and in an instant, Lin Wanshu became the target of public criticism. Seeing that public opinion was almost unanimously on her side, He Wenju became more and more satisfied with this meeting. With Lin Wanshu couldn't help but look back at her worriedly. But Lin Wanshu, who was named, had a very calm expression on her face, as if she was not affected at all. He Wenju also saw it, and immediately felt a little bad. Why is it that even after I said that, she still looks indifferent? This made He Wenju, who wanted to establish his authority, feel indescribable frustration. Pursing her lips, she looked at Lin Wanshu solemnly. After the meeting, Comrade Lin Wanshu, please pluck the flowers on the fence, dismantle the pavilions and fish ponds that shouldn't be there, and restore them to their original state. Hearing this, Lin Wanshu remained calm. With a faint smile on her face, she paused before speaking slowly. Director, his criticism makes sense, but I'm sorry I can't cooperate with you. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Lin Wanshu is so brave. Refuted He Wenju like this in front of everyone? He Wenju's face turned black, but in order to convince everyone, she had to hold back her anger and ask, then tell me why you can't cooperate. If you can't explain it, don't blame her for being rude. What I planted on my fence was not a flower, but an important medicinal herb. Everyone was shocked to hear that the flowers on her fence were medicinal herbs. Although the flower is a little small, there are so many of them, can it really be a medicinal herb? This is completely different from what they imagined. He Wenju also felt that Lin Wanshu was talking nonsense. Comrade Lin Wanshu, please correct your attitude and stop making excuses. This is the first major event she has encountered since taking office, and she must get it done today no matter what. Tang Qian was immediately unhappy when she saw that Lin Wanshu was still being targeted even after she had explained. Not to mention that Lin Wanshu had just given her a candy, just the fact that although Lin Wanshu was usually harsh with her words, she actually gave her a lot of delicious food, so she couldn't just stand by and watch. Director He, I don't agree with what you said. Yu Fongfong has planted a lot of flowers, so why don't you say anything about her? And the roses she planted were very conspicuous. Who wouldn't be envious of those huge flowers? She finished speaking, He Wenju's face almost tensed up. Is Yu Fongfong? His grandfather is the leader and a well-known figure in Beijing. How desperate must she be to cause trouble for her? Tang Qian didn't give her a chance to respond and continued. Sun Fengling dug a pond to grow lotus flowers. Jian Hongmian built a guzarak, and Du Fuling's curtains are made of beads. Why don't you talk about hedonism? Tang Qian called out the names one by one, and the military wives, who had originally acted as if it had nothing to do with them, suddenly changed their expressions. How can they be the same? Although I have lotus flowers in my pond, what grows underneath are lotus roots. We are allowed to grow vegetables, so there is no reason why we cannot grow lotus roots, right? My kid wants to eat guzas, but I don't have that much spare money to buy them. It's not too much to grow some myself, right? Originally, everyone turned a blind eye to these things. After all, who doesn't have some little pets at home? Now that Tang Qian has exposed their true colors and damaged their own interests, how can they remain calm? In an instant, the voices that had been unanimously condemning Lin Wanshu suddenly changed sides. Director He, I think it would be a good idea for Comrade Wanshu to plant some flowers. It would cheer us up just by looking at them on a daily basis. Indeed, although hard work is the essence of our socialism, the great man also said that we should be good at finding light in difficult situations and discovering the beauty of life. Isn't planting flowers also a good habit to cultivate sentiments? Without caring about contradicting themselves, everyone spoke up for Lin Wanshu. This made Lin Wanshu's originally prepared remarks completely useless. Fong Bailey didn't expect things to turn out like this, and he suddenly felt terrible. When He Wenju saw that everyone below was trying to persuade her, her face turned so dark that it was unbearable to look at. In his heart, he even regretted that he was too eager to establish his authority. Now we are in a difficult situation, neither advancing nor retreating. But now that things have come to this, if she takes back what she just said, wouldn't that be contradicting herself? Who would listen to her as the director in the future? Thinking of this, He Wenju patted the table and said in a deep voice, Everyone be quiet. She is the director, and her voice is somewhat intimidating. As soon as he finished shouting, the scene immediately became quiet. There is no order without rules. The army is not like home. Since we are going to stay in the family compound, we must abide by the rules here. He Wenju made the final decision, ordering everyone to remove all the extra things in the yard within a limited time and restore it to its original state. As for Yu Fongfong, she would go to her house in person later. I believe she understands her job. Hearing He Wenju's tough words, everyone present couldn't help but wail. Although they didn't say it, the military wives all felt that He Wenju's rule was too inhumane. At the same time, many people began to resent Lin Wanshu. If she hadn't been so ostentatious, how could she have implicated them all? Lin Wanshu frowned. She didn't expect that He Wenju would ignore everyone's objections and force everyone to shovel away the things in the yard. Although she had ways to protect her own things from being taken away, she could do nothing about other people's things. But she was not happy to see such an outcome. After all, everyone else's dirt has been cleared, and only hers is left. Wouldn't that attract hatred? Amidst the noise, someone in the middle of the crowd suddenly whispered, Why are you all blaming Wanshu? If you want to blame someone, blame Guan Hongmei and Fong Bailey. I just saw them go to Director He to complain, and that's why Director He asked everyone to come to the meeting. Hearing this, the people nearby who were already angry were stunned at first, and then they all directed their anger towards Guan Hongmei and Fong Bailey. I was wondering, we've been growing crops for so long, and everything's fine. Why are you telling us not to grow crops? It turns out it's you who did it. After all, Yu Fongfong and Sun Fengling's flowers also attracted the envy of everyone at the time. But everyone was just envious. How could they actually go and report it? This behavior that harms others and does not benefit oneself directly aroused public anger. Guan Hongmei was originally instigated to report the incident. How could she have expected this to be the outcome? Looking at those pairs of angry eyes, she felt guilty and scared. Everyone listened to me. I didn't mean it. She simply felt that Lin Wanxi's flowers were too flashy. In a place like a staff housing estate, how can one decorate one's home to look like a garden? What if someone with ulterior motives comes and reports it to the higher authorities? Fong Bailey's face turned pale and blue. She didn't expect things to turn out like this. Faced with the constant questioning, she was extremely panicked. He Wenju didn't hear anyone expose the matter just now. Now seeing the complaints from the crowd, she lost her confidence. If she had known they were so opposed, she should not have been so impulsive to hold this meeting. It's all the fault of those two people. They have been promoting themselves and letting her catch an example to establish her authority. Now that he hadn't caught the typical example, he had offended most of the military wives. This made her unable to help but blame Guan Hongmei and Fong Bailey. But after all, she is a director now. Even though she had a lot of complaints in her heart, she still maintained a dignified look on her face. Stop arguing, go back and check and clear out any extra stuff. I'll check the day after tomorrow. Then, she turned to Lin Wanxiu and said, Comrade Lin Wanxiu, I heard that your family has built a pavilion and dug a fish pond. Can you restore it to its original state in 2 days? If not, I will call someone to help you. It sounds like they are helping her, but in reality, aren't they just afraid that she won't demolish it, so they just call people to help her do it? Lin Wanxiu was speechless. Director He, are you sure you want to dig up my herbs? He Wenju couldn't help but frowned, with a bad feeling in her heart. At this moment, a hearty laugh suddenly came from not far away. I was wondering why the family compound was so quiet. Turns out you're all here. Hearing the laughter, everyone turned around and saw a middle-aged woman in a linen suit leading a few people walking towards them. It's Sister Lu, someone exclaimed, his voice full of excitement. The other military wives heard Sister Lu's words. Their eyes lit up. It's really Sister Lu. Why is she here? It turned out that the visitor was Lu Peilon from Wen City Propaganda Department, who was also the daughter-in-law of the division commander Chen Lied. As a military wife of a subordinate unit of the 12th Division, there were few people who didn't know her. Firstly, because she was from the news department, they could occasionally see her interviews in the newspapers. Secondly, she was easygoing and had come to their family compound more than once to provide comfort. Therefore, except for the new military wife, everyone was very familiar with her. When He Wenju saw Lu Peilon, she was so excited that her face turned red. Sister Lu, what brings you here? As she spoke, she walked quickly forward and shook hands with the other person respectfully. Lu Peilon was a cheerful person. After shaking He Wenju's hand, she said, I came here today on a mission. Seeing her happy face, He Wenju became even more excited. Is there something good? Sister Lu, can I ask what's going on? He Wenju's gaze fell on the comrade carrying a camera behind Lu Peilon, and there was an indescribable fanaticism in her eyes. They are comrades from the newspaper. Could it be that they're here to interview me? Lu Peilon did not keep the secret and said cheerfully, It's a good thing. The prescription provided by Comrade Lin Wanxiu played a huge role in the disaster relief process in Wen City. I came here not only to commend Lin Wanxiu on behalf of the division, but also to interview her. It turns out that the area affected by the disaster this time in Wen City was not limited to Shangpa Brigade. There are also other places where disasters of varying degrees have occurred. Lin Wanxiu's powder is effective in stopping bleeding, and the recovery SPE-PED is much faster than other medicines. What this means to the troops is self-evident. Hearing this, He Wenju's smile froze on her face. Clearly knew every word the other person said, but why was it that when they were put together, she couldn't understand? Was she here to commend Lin Wanxiu and to interview her? Seeing that her face looked strange, Lu Peilon's eyes flickered slightly. Then, she asked with curiosity, What's wrong? Isn't Comrade Lin Wanxiu here? As soon as she finished speaking, she heard someone excitedly shouting, Sister Lu, Comrade Wanshu is here. Lu Peilon looked in the direction of the voice and saw a tall female comrade pulling a gentle and beautiful female comrade towards her. Knowing that that was the person she was looking for, Lu Peilon let go of Hyunju's hand and walked forward with a smile. You're Comrade Wanshu, right? Lin Wanshu was still a little confused. She didn't expect that this good elder sister, as mentioned by the military wives, would actually come to see her. It wasn't until her hand was held that she came to her senses. Heko, Sister Lu, I am Lin Wanshu. When Lu Peilon saw her fair and beautiful face with clear eyes, she couldn't help but feel attracted to her. My husband, Chun, has praised you and your wife more than once. Today, I finally got to see you. Lu Peilon was also impressed by Qin Yan. After all, the young man is not only handsome, but also has outstanding abilities. Unexpectedly, the wife he married was no less impressive. Hearing that the teacher actually praised Qin Yan and Lin Wanshu more than once, everyone present was envious. Lin Wanshu felt Lu Peilon's kindness and quickly relaxed. She had dealt with the news department in her previous life, so she was naturally adept at this kind of communication. The two hit it off immediately and soon started chatting to each other. Hyunju, who was standing next to him, had a face that turned blue and red, and it looked really weird. All the military wives were present, and the venue was spacious enough, so Lu Peilon asked Hyunju to decorate the venue and turn it into a commendation meeting. Such a change was like a slap in the face to Hyunju. After all, he had just been sitting in this position and criticized Lin Wanshu. Now the venue has been directly changed into a commendation meeting. How embarrassed is she? But the other party is not only the commander's wife, but also works in the propaganda department and news bureau of one city. How dare she say no? Finally, Hyunju forced a smile and directed the other military wives to go to the warehouse to get the red cloth that would be used for the commendation meeting. But before the military wives could leave, they were stopped by Lu Peilon. No, we brought it with us. You just need to find a board. As she said that, she asked the people accompanying her to take out a large box. To see how well prepared they were. She really just arrived? How did she move so many things here so quietly? But they didn't have time to think about it. Lu Peilon and his entourage quickly set up the venue. Above the bright red and festive background, there were 4 big characters hanging. Commendation meeting. After the venue was set up, the commendation meeting began. What's funny is that the content of the commendation meeting was completely the opposite of the meeting Hyunju had just held. As fierce as Hyunju's criticism just now was, Lu Peilon's praise now was just as enthusiastic. We thank Comrade Lin Wanshu for her selfless dedication. In order to promote her patriotic and party-loving spirit, the group hereby gives her the following reward. The reward is 800 yuan in cash, as well as the customary enamel cup, a towel, and a kettle. Heard that Lin Wanshu received a reward of 800 yuan, they couldn't help but gasp. That's 800 bucks. She actually got 800 yuan in one go. Lu Peilon seemed very satisfied with everyone's envy, so she encouraged them. Everyone should learn from Comrade Lin Wanshu. Your efforts can be seen not only by your team, but also by the country. These words of encouragement moved the military wives to the point of being moved and filled with passion. I wish I could perform a good deed right away and win first-class merit. After Lu Peilon encouraged everyone, she said to Lin Wanshu, Comrade Lin Wanshu, in addition to the material rewards, the team has also given you a training and assessment opportunity. As long as you can pass the selection and assessment of one city hospital, you can be arranged to work in the health center. Hearing this, everyone present gasped once again. It's said to be training and assessment, but anyone with a discerning eye can tell that it's to assign her a job. After all, he already knows medical skills, so isn't training just a formality? Compared to 800 yuan, being able to get a job is more enviable. Lin Wanshu originally planned to sign up for training at the county hospital. Unexpectedly, Lu Peilon brought her such good news directly, which was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise for her. After all, the level of the municipal hospital is much higher than that of the county level, and the assessment of the municipal hospital also requires selection from the county. Thank you for your recognition. I will definitely seize the opportunity and will not let you down. But I cannot accept this 800 yuan reward. As soon as these words fell, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. Everyone looked as if they were wondering if there was something wrong with their ears. Lu Peilon was also shocked by her words. Comrade Lin Wanshu, do you know what you were talking about? That's $800. An ordinary worker's salary is only 20 or 30 yuan, and they have to work without eating or drinking for 2 or 3 years to earn 800 yuan. And she said she didn't want it? I know, Sister Lu. As a military dependent, I hope more than anyone else that my man's safety can be guaranteed. It just so happens that I have this prescription, and it just so happens that the army can use it. This is a very lucky thing for me. I don't need money. I just hope that every comrade fighting on the front line can return safely. Those powerful words fell into the ears of the military wives, and everyone was shocked. Looking at that slender female comrade who seemed to be full of infinite power, many people were suddenly filled with guilt. What a selfless comrade. They quietly contributed an important prescription that can quickly stop bleeding and greatly reduce the risk of amputation. But she never mentioned her contribution. He just works diligently with them in the fields every day, and some time ago, he even went directly to the disaster area to carry out rescue work. They actually said that to her just now. It was really wrong. Woo-woo.
I'm sorry.
Comrade Wanshu, I shouldn't have said that just now. She was just planting some flowers in the yard. What did she do wrong? It is a blessing for the family compound that she has such a high level of awareness and wants to plant flowers in the family compound. After all, her man will be on the front line in the future, and he might have to rely on her medicine to save his life. How could she still have the nerve to say she was wrong? Others felt the same way. After all, it was someone else's prescription worth 800 yuan, and he just gave it away, without even asking for money. With such awareness, how could she be a pleasure-seeking person? Comrade Wanshu, I'm sorry, my voice was a little loud just now. Please forgive my ignorance. People say it is a medicinal herb, so it is definitely a medicinal herb. After all, the fact that her prescription attracted so much attention from the army showed that she was very capable. Growing some medicinal herbs in the staff quarters? Comrade Wanshu, do you still need to grow medicinal herbs? My yard is also very spacious. You can grow whatever you want. Lin Wanshu was surprised and touched that she didn't expect that just a few words would elicit so many apologies. At the same time, there is a hint of shame. She knew in her heart that she was not as selfless and great as they thought. After all, she has space, supplies, and money, and these 800 yuan are nothing to her. Even if she didn't have these, she wouldn't take the money. Because she is selfish. This prescription is priceless. How can it be measured by $800? When she took the money, the value of her contribution was greatly discounted. Seeing the military wives' wholehearted gratitude and protection for her, Lin Wanshu felt mixed emotions. Lu Peilon already had a very good impression of Lin Wanshu, and now seeing that she was so enlightened, she liked her even more. She is also willing to give some extra advice to juniors she likes. Silly child, this money is only for you, just accept it. Lin Wanshu was naturally grateful for her kindness. Since Sister Lu has said so, I will accept it. As soon as these words were spoken, the military wives, who had originally felt grateful and guilty, felt an indescribable awkwardness and weirdness in their hearts. It was as if all the emotion I had just felt wasted. After a moment of silence, Lin Wanshu spoke again. I'll take the 800 yuan, but I want to donate it to the children in the disaster area as a medical fund. Anyone who is sick and can't afford to see a doctor can apply for medical treatment from this fund. Hearing this, the military wives, who had felt a little awkward just now, were once again overwhelmed by guilt and emotion. It turns out that they wanted to donate the money. It's a pity that they looked so much like her just now. Compared with her selflessness, they are really judging others by their own standards. At this moment, Lin Wanshu's image in the hearts of the military wives has reached an unprecedented height. 800 yuan. She said she would donate, so she donated. They asked themselves if they would ever be able to have such courage in their lifetime. Even Fong Bailey, who had thought she was hypocritical just now, Couldn't say a word against her. Nonsense. If anyone offers 800 yuan to pretend to be sincere, she will admit that it is real. That's $800, not $8. Lin Wanshu was so heartbroken that she could hardly breathe. Lin Wanshu, you don't want the $800? Tang Qian covered her chest, looking like she was about to faint at any moment. That's $800. What a spendthrift girl. Just donate it as soon as you say so. If you bring it back, even if you reward her with 10.
No.
$1. That's fine. Lu Peilon was once again shocked by Lin Wanshu's words. When she came to her senses, she said, okay, several times. You are worthy of being an excellent military wife in our army. Your spirit is worth learning from for everyone. As a journalist by profession, she likes people like this who have great topics and profound ideas from the bottom of her heart. At the moment, Anne just pulled Lin Wanshu to take photos and interview. He Wenju looked at the woman who was the center of attention, and her teeth almost broke. It was obvious that he was planning to punish her as an example in order to establish his own authority. Not only did the purpose of punishment not get achieved, but the person was also commended and would even be featured in the newspaper soon. When she thought about how she would soon be featured in the newspapers, He Wenju's heart felt like it was being gnawed by countless ants, and her eyes seemed to be poisoned. Lin Wanshu. The interview lasted for more than an hour. In this day and age, even televisions are rare commodities, and the media is basically dominated by newspapers. Being featured in the newspaper is a matter of honor for the family. Therefore, even though the military wives could not see the people being interviewed in the conference room, they still refused to leave. They were wandering outside the meeting room. After waiting for a long time for Lin Wanshu to come out from the meeting, the military wives all surrounded her. Wanshu, do you still have medicinal herb seeds planted under the fence? I want to plant a few too. She is beautiful and can make medicine. Who wouldn't be attracted to her? Wanshu, I heard that your family also planted mosquito repellent grass, which is very effective. Can I cut some branches and bring them back for cuttings? Everyone chatted with each other and soon surrounded Lin Wanshu enthusiastically. As for what He Wenju just said about asking them to clean up the plants at home, sorry, the wind was too strong and I couldn't hear you. If only one person didn't want to remove the plants, He Wenju might not be able to convince him, but now no one is willing to remove the plants, so the only one who can compromise is He Wenju. After all, their men are all soldiers. Could she force them? The superiors will not allow such things that destroy the harmony of the troops. After figuring out the key, the military wives simply ignored He Wenju's murderous gaze. One by one, they chased Lin Wanshu for seeds, who had worked in vain, almost vomited blood. That night, in a mountain village more than 100 kilometers away from Lan County, the entire village was quiet. Only the occasional barking of dogs could be heard. In the quiet night, a figure sneaked into an abandoned house. The house was probably left by the previous landlord. Although it is dilapidated, one can still see its former grandeur. At this time, the whole house was overgrown with weeds, and the ruins were covered with spider webs. The dark and thin man nimbly passed through the fallen beams and came to one of the houses with a big hole in the roof. The moonlight passed through the hole and fell into the dark room, and the ground reflected the pale moonlight. The man tiptoed to a corner of the room, then moved the broken bed away, revealing a protruding wooden board underneath. After the wooden board was moved in, a ray of light suddenly appeared from underneath. Coming from a dark tunnel, the man climbed down the tunnel with familiarity and then moved the bed and the wooden board back to their original positions. The tunnel was a bit narrow, but the air was surprisingly not stuffy. With the help of the dim kerosene lamp, the man walked flexibly into the depths of the tunnel. After walking about 100 meters, a fierce quarrel suddenly came from the front. I want to see him alive or dead. How many contributions has Lao Fong made for us? Now there's been no news for more than a month, and you still want me to stop sending people to inquire. I can't do it. Fu Yudao slammed the table, his dark face full of indignation. Looking at his irritable face, Du Tonghai felt anxious and helpless. It's not that I don't want you to find out, but don't act rashly. If we're not careful, We'll all be in trouble. Although they have now gained the upper hand in the war against the United States, they still have to take a long-term view when facing China. We are almost driving the United States out, so why should we be afraid of a poor country like that? Fu Yudao obviously looked down on Du Haidong's cowardice. In his opinion, they should have taken over Wen City directly while morale was high. Catch China off guard. Now, just secretly controlling a few small villages can no longer satisfy his appetite. But Du Haidong is not so arrogant. Apart from other things, the tunnel warfare and guerrilla tactics were all taught to them by the Chinese nation. If he acted rashly now, he was afraid that he would be killed before he could even start. The two were in a stalemate. The dark and thin man said anxiously, "It's bad. According to the news sent back by our people, the entire cave in Dongtu Mountain has been destroyed." What? Upon hearing this, Fu Yudao and Du Haidong felt a jolt in their hearts. How did they find such a hidden place? And you killed them all at once? Darn it, I'm going to kill them. Fu Yudao pulled out a gun from his waist and walked out aggressively. Just as he walked into the tunnel, suddenly, a gun was pressed against his forehead, and at the same time, the gun in his hand was snatched away in an instant. Don't move. Fu Yudao heard a very low-pitched threat. Realizing that the trigger was about to be pulled at any time, Fu Yudao, who was originally furious, suddenly felt as if the blood in his body was frozen. Several dull sounds of puff, puff, puff were heard one after another in the corridor. It sounded like some heavy objects were falling to the ground one after another.
Run.
They are Chinese soldiers. Suddenly someone shouted, and then a gunshot was heard in the basement. Fu Yudao never thought that they could sneak into their intelligence department without making any noise. His legs and feet suddenly went limp. The next second, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, his eyes went dark, and he fainted. The basement was in chaos, with gunshots ringing out one after another. However, the man who came was so elusive that not only did he fail to hit them, but people on their side also fell one after another. The remaining people saw that something was wrong and fled in all directions. However, there were 2 or 3 soldiers armed with live ammunition guarding outside each cave entrance. They were caught as soon as they showed up. Before long, the entire abandoned house returned to peace again. It was as if the gunshot just now did not exist. It was already the 13th day of the 8th lunar month, and Qin Yan had not yet returned. The family compound was organizing mooncake making. Lin Wanshu also took out the materials she had prepared early in the morning and walked towards the family committee office area with Ji Hualan, Yu Fongfong, and others. Making mooncakes is on the open space last time. Because of the Commendation meeting, most military wives now have a favorable impression of Lin Wanshu. Everyone who saw her along the way greeted her warmly. Yu Fongfong went to work that day and was unable to attend the 2 meetings. When she heard that Huanju actually wanted to dig up all the flowers they planted, she almost cursed. If Lin Wanshu hadn't been participating in the mooncake making event, she wouldn't have wanted to go at all. Wan, let me be frank. If he or something keeps talking to me about something, I will just leave. Want to dig up her flowers? What's the difference between that and digging out her vitals? She put into keeping them so beautiful. Although Feng Yandong was the one who watered and fertilized the plant most of the time, she at least also trimmed the branches, so it was almost as if she was the one who raised the plant. After what happened last time, Lin Wanshu didn't want to go either, but this was a group activity after all, and everyone was going, so it wouldn't be good for her to stand out. Okay, if she still wants to take advantage of us, I'll go with you. Although Huanju did not mention asking them to restore the yard to its original state. But every time we met, her nose and eyes were not the same, as if she owed her millions. Tang Qian carried her bag and walked beside Lin Wanshu with a painful look on her face. Wanshu, do you really need so much sugar? How about less? 2 taels of white sugar, it hurts so much. If there weren't so many people watching, she would have wanted to secretly take some out and take it home later. Yangzheng rolled her eyes. How can the filling taste good without sugar? You only make mooncakes once a year, can you not be so stingy? Look at the sweet potatoes that Wanshu brought. They are so delicious, round and plump. Look at the ones you brought, what kind of ugly ones are they? She was espionage about this woman who only thought about taking advantage, but was so stingy. Hearing this, Tang Qian chuckled, but there was a rare look of embarrassment on her face. The sweet potato aside and muttered, "I was just saying it casually, don't get angry." Everyone else knows her virtues and is too lazy to say more. The group chatted all the way to the parents' committee. They were a little slow in arriving, and the open space was filled with people, looking quite lively. There is a table at the entrance where military wives who come to participate in the event have to place the supplies they brought there and register them. The people who registered were He Wenju and Fong Bailey. Lin Wanshu glanced at the two of them, then looked away and lined up at the back of the line to wait for registration. The one in the front row is Tang Qian, and the one behind her is Yu Fongfong. Tang Qian's sweet potatoes are small and crooked and don't look like they have much meat. He Wenju was a little disgusted, but still registered and accepted it. When it was Lin Wanshu's turn, she put her bag on without thinking too much. Instantly, two pairs of eyes fell on her like searchlights. Then, Fong Bailey opened the bag and checked it over and over again. "Fong Bailey, what are you looking at? Is there something wrong with Wanshu's materials?" Seeing that she kept turning the flour and some flour spilled out, Ji Hualan couldn't help but frown and asked. Hearing this, Fong Bailey finally stopped what he was doing, but there was a hint of disgust on his face. "Comrade Lin Wanshu, what did you bring? This sweet potato doesn't look like it can be used to make porridge. And this thing, is it edible?" As she spoke, she pointed to the sweet potatoes and unknown nuts in the bag. "Since we are making 5-nut mooncakes, we must use various nuts. But the kernels of the nuts are black, and I don't know what they are. They might even be expired." He Wenju already had a grudge against Lin Wanshu, and now that she had finally found the chance, her expression became somewhat stern. "Comrade Lin Wanshu, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but since you live in a group, you should have a sense of the group. Look, everyone has prepared such good materials, but why is it that when it's your turn, you make a fuss? Is this your attitude towards participating in group activities?" Lin Wanshu. She even went to the Shangpa Brigade and the Supply and Marketing Cooperative just for this little bit of material, but in the end she was met with their disgust. "I exchanged this sweet potato with my fellow villagers. They said it has a high sugar content and can be used to make syrup. And this is called black-skinned 5-spice peanuts. My husband's comrade-in-arms sent it to me. I couldn't bear to eat it, so I took it out to share with everyone. Since you are so disgusted with it, then return these to me." As she spoke, she reached out and took back the bag that had been turned into a mess. Yu Fongfong was not happy to come in the first place, and now that she saw that they were indeed looking for trouble with Lin Wanshu, she immediately became angry. What's wrong with her materials? Anyone with eyes can see that they are good stuff. I think you are just jealous of Wanwan being able to appear in the newspaper, so you are deliberately making things difficult for her. It turned out that Lin Wanshu's last deeds had been compiled into a personal interview and published in Wenshur Daily. As soon as the newspaper came out, the entire army was in an uproar. After all, these are the people around them. Being featured in the newspapers, rounded up, is like they have met a celebrity. How can everyone not be excited about this wonderful feeling? Only He Wenju failed to catch the typical example and was slapped in the face instead. When she saw that Lin Wanshu was really in the newspaper, she was very upset. Now that Yu Fongfong had revealed her thoughts, she looked a little unhappy. But because the target was Yu Fongfong, she endured it and said with a smile, "Comrade Fongfong, you are too kind. I am just doing my job. After all, there are so many people making mooncakes together. I have to check the quality to prevent someone from making up the numbers and ruining the good mooncakes. Don't you agree?" Yu Fongfong was too lazy to listen to her bullshit. She reached out and picked up the black peanuts from Lin Wanshu's bag, put them in her mouth, and started chewing. As the crispy and delicate peanuts are chewed, a rich aroma spreads in the mouth. The food was so delicious that Yu Fongfong couldn't help but squint her eyes. Since they don't know how to appreciate such delicious food, let's take it back and eat it ourselves. Having said that, Yu Fongfong took Lin Wanshu's hand and turned to leave. He Wenju never thought that she would just leave without giving herself any face at all, and she was immediately angry and anxious. Comrade Fong Fong, don't be impulsive. I'm not saying anything bad about you. You can still stay here and make mooncakes with everyone else. After all, if they leave here, where will they find an oven to bake mooncakes? Hyun-ju was certain just now that Lin Wan-shu would swallow her anger even for the sake of this oven. Her original intention was just to vent her anger, but she never thought that they would leave without hesitation. How can Hyun-ju save face? Come on, I have no interest in participating in such an unfair activity. Yu Fong said without turning her head. When Tang Qian saw that both of them had left, she gritted her teeth and took back her bag. I'll just take this sweet potato home and cook it for myself and not participate in the mooncake making activity. Although her sweet potatoes did not look good, they were what she had saved for a long time and were her treasures. She felt a little unhappy because she was disliked just now. Lin Wan-shu and Yu Fong both left. Ji Hualon hesitated for a moment and then ran after them. I'm sorry, Director He. I just remembered that my second child wet the bed, so I have to go back and wash the quilt, so I won't be here. Many military wives who had been good friends with Lin Wan-shu were unwilling to stay after seeing that they had all run away. They gritted their teeth and didn't care whether the oven was on or not. They all found excuses to leave. 6 or 7 people ran away at once, and Hyun-ju's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. There was still a small number of military wives who were on good terms with Lin Wan-shu. Although they sympathized with Lin Wan-shu being bullied, they had no choice but to stay when they thought that they would have no ovens to make mooncakes after they left. Lin Wan-shu didn't expect that so many military wives would follow her, and her heart was immediately moved. But in addition to being moved, she couldn't help feeling a little guilty and worried. I'm so sorry, sisters-in-law. Because of me, you can't use the oven. Although she didn't care whether there was an oven or not, others were obviously looking forward to this annual event. Now that their activities were ruined because of herself, Lin Wan-shu felt very sorry. Hey, what are you talking about? It's just a mooncake, right? If we can't make it, can't we just go buy it ourselves? Anyway, Ji Hualon couldn't bear to watch Lin Wan-shu being bullied. That's right. Let us go to the supply and marketing cooperative later and buy a tube each. Let them eat till they're dying of greed. Yu Fong also said angrily. Tang Qian was reluctant to spend the money, but for Lin Wan-shu, she patted her chest and said, yes, we'll go to the supply and marketing cooperative later, one for each of us, and eat all the way back. By not making steamed buns. Why did she keep making things difficult for Lin Wan-shu? She is such a nice person, but people gave her the $800 prescription without even blinking an eye. If she doesn't protect someone like this, is she going to just watch her get bullied? Hearing everyone's words of comfort, Lin Wan-shu's eyes became a little warm. Thank you, sisters-in-law, for protecting me. I will make some fresh mooncakes for everyone to taste later. When they heard that she was going to do something new, the eyes of several military wives suddenly lit up. What kind of mooncake is it? Is it filled with red bean paste? Tang Qian asked expectantly. I guess it's crystal mooncake. Zhongfangshu is from a southern province and crystal mooncakes are a specialty there. There are not only sweet winter melon candies but also fatty meat in it. She will be happy for the whole year if she can eat a piece of crystal mooncake. Hearing their speculations, Lin Wan-shu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Neither. The mooncakes I want to make don't need to be baked. No need to bake? What will it look like? Several people asked in surprise. You will find out in a moment. Lin Wan-shu kept the secret. Several of them knew Lin Wan-shu's craftsmanship, and when they met her mysteriously, they were all looking forward to it. What Lin Wan-shu actually wants to make is snow skin mooncakes. Of course, in addition to snow skin mooncakes, she has not given up making traditional baked mooncakes. Therefore, before making snow skin mooncakes, she drew a blueprint and asked the military wives to make an oven. Then, she took out some salted duck eggs, as well as taro, lotus seeds, brown sugar, and other ingredients. Tang Qian's eyes widened. Wan-shu, you're not going to use these duck eggs to make mooncakes, are you? Those are duck eggs. Make mooncakes? It was really new. She had never heard of it before. Zhongfangshu is from Eastern Province, and she felt more at home when she saw the salted duck eggs and lotus seeds.
Wow.
Wan-shu, How come you can even make lotus seed paste mooncakes? Although crystal mooncakes are delicious, her favorite is lotus seed paste mooncakes. The delicate and sweet lotus paste paired with a slightly salty egg yolk is simply divine. She has only eaten it once in her life, and she has been thinking about it till now. Unexpectedly, after running away with Lin Wanshu, she would have the opportunity to taste lotus seed paste mooncakes. Zhong Fengshu suddenly felt that her trip was worth it. Others are also looking forward to it. While Lin Wanshu was preparing the filling, Yang Zheng and Tang Qian had already started setting up the oven. There aren't many of them, so they don't need to build a too big one. Were extra bricks in the family compound, and with some mud dug from the fields, a simple oven was built in no time. Jian Hongmian made the fire, while Ji Hualan was responsible for making the syrup. Making sugar syrup is a technical job. Not only do you need to control the heat, but you also need to be able to read the color of the sugar. Fortunately, Hualan had gone through this several times before, so it wasn't difficult, just a little strenuous. The syrup has turned into an amber color and become stringy. Mix it with flour to mix with the noodles. The ratio of flour and syrup is weighed in advance to avoid unreasonable ratio, which may cause the mooncake skin to crack or become shapeless during baking. Fortunately, these problems did not pose any difficulty for Ji Hualan and Jian Hongmian. Yu Fongfong is the only one who has the most free time in the whole yard. The main reason was that she really didn't know how to make these things, so in the end she could only move a small stool and peel melon seeds and peanuts with a few little kids. Xiao Miao Miao is the most diligent. She helps to peel melon seeds, then helps to knead the dough. When she sees her mother steaming ice skin, she is eager to help. The result is naturally that the more you help, the more trouble you make. Finally, Ji Hualan couldn't stand it anymore, so she shouted to her eldest son, Shen Xiai, take your sister out to play, and bring her back when the mooncakes are baked. Shen Yu on the side was not convinced. Mom, why don't you ask me to take my sister out to play? Why do you always call me brother? Ji Hualan looked at the stick insect in his hand and was speechless. Can you please stop bringing back these weird things? Sometimes she would be frightened when she suddenly saw such a weird thing, not to mention Xiao Miao Miao. Shen Xiai scratched his head and chuckled. Mom, its name is Xiao Hui. It's not a weird thing. It's my good friend.
Ye Hualan.
Finally, she was too lazy to care about her troublesome son, so she waved her hand and told him to take his little gray away. When Shen Yu saw that Shen Xiai was taking his sister to wash their hands, he hurried after them. Sister, look at my new friend. But before he could catch up with the man, Xiao Jianxi arrived. I saw him holding a few flowers in his hand and running towards Xiao Miao Miao excitedly. Sister, these are the flowers I picked for you. Are they pretty? Yu Fongfong saw the pink rose in her son's hand out of the corner of her eye, and suddenly her vision went dark. Feng Jianxi, how dare you pick my flowers? That was her most beloved pink piece. It was destroyed by him just after it bloomed? Xiao Jianxi heard his mother's roar. How could he care about sending flowers?
Wow.
The tigress is showing her power.
Run.
With a loud roar, he picked up a few flowers and ran away. Behind him, a shoe flew past, barely brushing his shoulder. Almost hit, so how could Xiao Jianxi dare to stop? He immediately ran faster. The military wives all laughed so hard when they saw the drama that the mother and son would perform every now and then. We were busy working and chatting at the same time, and before we knew it, 2 or 3 hours had passed. All the fillings are ready, and Lin Wanshu's snow skin is also steamed and cooled. When the military wives saw the milky white and delicate pink ball in Lin Wanshu's bowl, they were all stunned. Wan, is this the snowy skin you mentioned? It smells so good. And it is wrapped with her favorite taro paste. Yu Fongfong is drooling just by looking at it. The others also had their eyes on other fillings and were eager to try making one themselves. Lin Wanshu wrapped the filling into the ice skin and pressed it with a stamp, and an exquisite mooncake was ready. The first one made was the taro mooncake, which Lin Wanshu handed directly to Yu Fongfong.
Try it.
Yu Fongfong widened her eyes and took it in surprise. Can we eat this directly? Lin Wanshu nodded. Hearing this, Yu Fongfong couldn't help herself any longer, picked up the snow skin mooncake and took a bite. The milky-flavored ice skin wrapped with soft, glutinous and sweet taro filling was so delicious that Yu Fangfang almost cried. How can there be such delicious mooncakes? The unique taste captured her at once. Tang Qian couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Wan Shu, you can't be so partial and give it to her and not to me. She also wants snowy mooncakes. She wants mung bean and walnut flavors. Lin Wanshu did not let them down and soon gave each of them a mooncake. The baked mooncakes are not ready yet, but everyone is already eating the novel snowskin mooncakes, and everyone is very satisfied. Soon, the children came back. Lin Wanshu also gave one to each of them. The children went out happily holding the mooncakes. And they didn't just eat it directly, but showed it off everywhere in the family compound. Where else have other children seen such novel and beautiful mooncakes? They were all crying with greed. They all ran to the threshing ground to find their mothers, crying and making a fuss, insisting that they make snow-skin mooncakes. Have you ever heard of snow-skin mooncakes? In this day and age, people are happy just to eat 5-nut mooncakes. Who would be picky? But the children didn't listen at all, and insisted on eating snow-skin mooncakes, no matter what. Especially Tingting, the daughter of Huanju, who cares most about face. Seeing that other children had such exquisite mooncakes but she didn't, she squatted on the ground and cried. In the end, Huanju had no choice but to ask around to find out where the snow-skin mooncakes came from. Director He, I found out that this snowy mooncake was made by comrade Lin Wanshu. To hear that the snow-skin mooncakes were made by Lin Wanshu. Where did she get the oven? After all, the military wives had never seen snow-skin mooncakes. When they learned that they were also making mooncakes, their first reaction was, how could they make them without an oven? The mooncakes don't need to be baked, they smell like milk, so delicious. The child drooled as he spoke, obviously very greedy. After hearing this, Tingting cried even harder. I want snow-skin mooncakes, Mom. Please make them for me. Her father is the head of the group and her mother is the director of the parent committee, so she should eat the best. Originally planned to ask for the recipe, was so embarrassed when she heard that Lin Wanshu had made the snow-skin mooncakes. There was no other way. She could only turn around and comfort Xiao Tingting. Tingting, be good. Snow-skin mooncakes are not good. Mom will make you your favorite 5-nut mooncakes. But how could Tingting listen to her? I don't want 5-nut mooncakes. I eat this every year. If you don't make me snowy mooncakes, I won't eat tonight. In the end, she simply sat down on the ground. Huanju felt extremely embarrassed when she saw the gazes coming from all directions. Gritting her teeth, she patiently coaxed him. Get up first, and I'll think of a solution later. Although she said so, it was impossible for her to lower her face and ask Lin Wanshu for snow-skin mooncakes. The only thing we can do now is to ask someone to give us a hint. I hope Lin Wanshu can be tactful and deliver it herself. If she doesn't know what's good for her. Huanju's eyes were dark and no one knew what she was thinking. Tingting stopped crying only after she heard her agree. Then you have to be quick, I want 5.
No.
I want 2. Mooncakes in 1 box and 10 in 2 boxes. In previous years, she always got 5 5-nut mooncakes. Snow-skin mooncakes are so beautiful, 5 are definitely not enough. Hearing this, Huanju's eyes went dark. It was embarrassing enough for her to find someone to hint at Lin Wanshu, and now Tingting wanted 2 more. Really the case, Huanju felt like she had lost all her dignity. But she knew Xiao Tingting's temper very well. She must get what she wants, and if her demands are not met, she will make a big fuss. Looking at Xiao Tingting with a stubborn face, she felt overwhelmed for the first time. In the end, she had no choice but to agree. On the other hand, other military wives also brought a lot of other materials from home. After all, Lin Wanshu has given so many things, how could they just take that little? The snow-skin mooncakes were made. Lin Wanshu took out the paper boxes that she had prepared in advance, put 5 mooncakes in each box, and prepared to take them back to the military wives later. The remaining ones can be given away. After finishing all these, she made baked mooncakes with other military wives. There are also many styles of mooncakes. In addition to lotus seed paste and egg, there are also red bean paste, 5-nut, and barbecued pork. Although other types of mooncakes besides lotus seed paste are sold in the supply and marketing cooperatives, not many people are willing to spend the money. Now, seeing Lin Wanshu making so many styles, the military wives were overjoyed. With strength in numbers, the mooncakes were soon made. After being printed with beautiful patterns, they were put into the homemade oven for baking. The military wives were all looking forward to participating in making mooncakes with such rich fillings for the first time. Not caring about the heat, they all gathered around the oven and refused to leave. The person who was lighting the fire was still Jian Hongmian, and she was an expert at controlling the temperature. Before, she was usually responsible for lighting the fire when the Parent-Teacher Association made mooncakes. The baked mooncakes will not be burnt nor undercooked. In addition, the stove designed by Lin Wanshu was also very ingenious, so Jian Hongmian was very adept at making a fire. Soon, the aroma of baking mooncakes wafted out of the oven. The children, who had just eaten snow-skin mooncakes, gathered in front of the stove again, eagerly waiting to eat mooncakes. Hurry up and have fun. You can't eat this mooncake until the day after tomorrow. Mothers all understand their children. If there is something delicious, it will not be saved for tomorrow. If they finish eating everything, what will we do during the Mid-Autumn Festival the day after tomorrow? Heard that they were not allowed to eat baked mooncakes, their faces immediately fell. Although they were not allowed to eat, they were unwilling to leave and continued to stand by the stove with their eyes wide open. I don't know how long it took, but Jian Hongmian estimated that time was enough, so she used pliers to pull the tray out of the stove. When they saw the fragrant mooncakes baked, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Wanshu, your pancake crust is so delicious, isn't it? From what they had baked before. Before, there was only syrup, but this time she added a lot of ingredients. Just looking at it is enough to make people drool. One child couldn't stand it anymore and quickly reached out to grab a piece. Little did they know that the adults had already been on guard against them. I only heard a pop sound, and before I could get the mooncake, I felt a slap on my hand. Behave yourself. If you dare to eat secretly, I will catch you. Yangjing turned around and warned her son. Lin Wanshu couldn't bear to see the children looking so pitiful, so she suggested taking out 2 pieces and cutting them up to share with them. As soon as these words fell, the children cheered. But except Tang Qian, the other military wives were unwilling to do so, as they thought it was too expensive. After all, this dish is full of lotus seed paste and egg yolk. The bulk of the materials were paid for by Lin Wanshu, so how could they dare to take advantage of her? Sisters-in-law, you're being too polite. You are so protective of me, and I have no reason to express my gratitude. It's just a few mooncakes, so just give them to your nephews. They're not strangers. Now that things have come to this, the military wives can no longer refuse. Lin Wanshu picked out 2 or 3 mooncakes and cut each mooncake into 8 pieces. When they saw the golden filling with egg yolk, everyone stared in amazement. But before Lin Wanshu could distribute the mooncakes, Sun Fengling's voice suddenly came from outside. Oh, you guys made mooncakes too. They smell so good. Lin Wanshu turned around and saw several military wives standing at the door, holding mooncakes. It's a festival, so if we don't make some mooncakes, it won't be good for the children to watch others eat them, so we figured out how to make an oven ourselves. Have you made one too? Lin Wanshu greeted them warmly. There were some unpleasant things with He Wenju. This matter had nothing to do with other military wives. After all, people had spoken up for her a lot in the past few days. Seeing that she didn't seem to be affected by what happened just now, several military wives also breathed a sigh of relief. He walked into her yard. Yes, we heard that you made snow-skin mooncakes. We have never seen them before, so we wanted to come and see what they look like. After Sun Fengling finished speaking, she walked to the table. When I saw the mooncakes they had just cut, I couldn't help but stare in amazement. You can actually make lotus seed paste and egg yolk mooncakes? As soon as these words fell, the military wives who were following behind also came over. When they saw clearly that the cut mooncakes on the table were really different from theirs, they couldn't help but gasp. Wanshu, you are so amazing. You can even make this kind of filling. If she had known earlier, she would have followed him. Seeing their envious eyes, Yu Fongfong felt as refreshed as if she had drunk a large pot of ice water on a hot day. Needless to say, who is Wanwan? Can a mere lotus seed paste and egg yolk mooncake stump her? We not only have lotus seed paste but also red bean paste, barbecued pork, and 5-nut mooncakes. Every time they mentioned a type, Sun Fengling and the others swallowed their saliva. In the end, I almost cried with envy. Yu Fongfong held her head high, feeling extremely proud. Snort. Who made He Wenju make things difficult for Wanwan? Now they must be so envious of those people. Lin Wanshu had no bad blood with these military wives, so she invited them to try the lotus seed paste mooncakes. Sun Fengling and the others didn't hesitate to pick up a small piece and started eating. After tasting the sweet and delicate mooncakes, everyone regretted it so much. Why didn't they follow her just now? If they follow Lin Wanshu, then they can at least get a piece of lotus seed paste mooncake, right? Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world. No matter how upset they were, they could only taste this small piece of mooncake. The more you can't get it, the more you miss it. Originally gone home happily after making 5-nut mooncakes, now felt very upset. This unpleasant feeling reached its peak after they tasted the small piece of snow skin mooncake that Lin Wanshu gave them. How can this be called a mooncake? It is clearly a pastry. Or expensive pastries that you can't buy in department stores. I guess only the dignitaries in ancient times could afford to eat it? Lin Wanshu was not a stingy person. She made a lot of snow skin mooncakes, so she gave each of them a piece. Got the snow skin mooncakes were all excited. After taking the mooncake, he thanked Lin Wanshu repeatedly. Wanshu, these mooncakes are so delicious. Why don't you send some to Director He? After all, her husband is the head of the group, so it's not a good idea to argue with her. Maybe after she tastes your mooncakes, she won't bother you again in the future. While the other military wives were not paying attention, Sun Fengling leaned close to Lin Wanshu's ear and spoke in a low voice. Hearing this, a hint of sneer flashed through Lin Wanshu's heart. She also knew that people were looking for trouble with her, but she still wanted to persuade her to lower her posture and please Yuanju. The smile on her face faded a little, and Lin Wanshu spoke slowly. It's not that I don't want to send it. I've heard that last Mid-Autumn Festival someone wanted to send something to Director He, but she criticized him. I'm new here, and I don't know much about the rules here. I'm afraid if I go rashly, I might offend someone again. Hearing her say this, Sun Fengling suddenly felt a little embarrassed. I also felt that He Wenju's request was too much to ask. Let her ask Lin Wanshu to bring 2 boxes of mooncakes to apologize to her? Sun Fengling felt that this was simply impossible to do. Lin Wanshu could bow her head so easily. How could she have left like that just now? He. I just forgot about it for a moment. Just pretend I never said it and don't take it to heart. Thinking about the fact that someone gave her snow skin mooncakes, Sun Fengling regretted making this trip and offending someone for nothing. Lin Wanshu didn't argue with her, but the smile on her face was not as enthusiastic as before. In the end, Sun Fengling had no choice but to say goodbye and leave in embarrassment. I don't know if it was out of embarrassment or guilt, but she didn't take the snow skin mooncake. Other military wives didn't know what was going on, and when they saw Sun Fengling leave, they could only leave as well. When Tang Qian saw that several snow skin mooncakes were missing, she felt so distressed that she covered her chest with her hands. What a waste. Such a waste. I just gave away a whole tube of mooncakes to you like that? How could those people be worthy of her giving them snow skin mooncakes? If she were to say, giving them a gift of red bean paste was already a sign of respect. Lin Wanshu couldn't help but laugh when she saw her distressed look. Finally, I followed her wishes and took back the snow skin cakes and lotus seed paste mooncakes. The others saw that she had hidden all the mooncakes. They also breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Wanshu was so generous that they were afraid that she would accidentally give away all the mooncakes. The remaining mooncakes, the military wives kept their mouths tightly shut in order to keep a low profile. Whenever someone comes to see it, they all say it is a 5-nut mooncake. Others didn't get to see the snow skin mooncakes and had to leave with regret. It was almost dark when the last plate of mooncakes was finally baked. Lin Wanshu's box is divided into 2 layers, upper and lower. The lower layer is filled with snow skin mooncakes, and the upper layer is filled with baked mooncakes. They returned. Each of the military wives received about 10 mooncakes. Carrying the delicious mooncakes, both adults and children have beaming faces. They wish that August 15th would come soon so that they can eat mooncake soon. On the other side, Hyunju waited and waited until it was dark, but Lin Wanshu still didn't bring the mooncakes to apologize to her. A face as dark as water. Mom, didn't you say we can eat snowy mooncakes after dark? Where are the mooncakes? Chiu Tingting had no idea how many times she had gone to the door. Since no one came to deliver anything to their house, she couldn't help but yell at Hyunju. Tingting, don't worry. She should be here soon. Hyunju was already extremely angry, but she still had to patiently come for her. But Chiu Tingting didn't listen to her at all. Wait a minute. How many times have you told me this? I can't even see the shadow of the snowy mooncakes now. After waiting for most of the day, Chiu Tingting finally couldn't hold back her anger anymore and kicked Hyunju. Hyunju gasped in pain. Although she was only 6 or 7 years old, she still felt great pain from the kick. As soon as Chiu Yong entered the door, he saw his daughter kicking her mother, and his face immediately turned black. Chiu Tingting. Hearing her father's deep voice, Chiu Tingting was startled. She dodged and hid behind Hyunju, trembling. In the staff housing compound, Chiu Tingting was fearless except for her father. As long as he is at home, she is like a cat seeing a mouse. Now her father seems to be angry. How can she not be afraid? Seeing that Chiu Tingting was frightened, Hyunju stood in front of her and glared at Chiu Yong. Why are you yelling at her?
Look how scared you made the child.
Chiu Yong hadn't even started to curse yet, but she already started to defend him, and veins popped out on his forehead. Hyunju, just indulge her. She has the guts to hit you now. If you don't care about it, won't she go on the roof and cause trouble in the future? But when Hyunju heard this, she felt that he was deliberately making things difficult for her. Doesn't he just look down on my own way of education? Listen to what you say. Are you talking like a human being? You've been away from home all year round, and now my daughter and I have finally come to join the army, and you're still scolding her. Is there any father like you? Hearing her say this, Chiu Yong felt powerless. Old people always say that a child's character can be seen at the age of 3. My daughter is almost 7 years old. If I don't correct her now, do I have to wait until she gets married to teach her? But he knew it was useless to say this. His mother had called him many times to tell him about this before, and since she joined the army, they had quarreled many times about the education of their children. Was at its worst, Chiu Yong stayed in the military dormitory for a month without returning. Now seeing her nagging about how difficult it was for her to be alone, Chiu Yong felt extremely annoyed. The guilt I once felt had long since disappeared with countless quarrels. Whatever you want. As if he couldn't stand her complaints, he left after saying something. Hey, Chiu Yong, where are you going? Hyunju still had a lot of truths to tell him, but she didn't expect him to leave again. She was stunned. Without caring about anything else, she hurriedly chased after him. But where is Chiu Yong outside? Hyunju stamped her feet, her face full of anger. She hadn't told him about Lin Wanshu yet, so why did he leave like that? At the same time, Lin Wanshu simply cooked some porridge, took Xiao Miao Miao to eat, took a bath, and went back to the room to sleep. Xiao Miao Miao has been playing for the whole day, and is probably tired. There was no need to coax him at all. He just lay on the bed and fell asleep in no time. After the little guy fell asleep, Lin Wanshu entered the space laboratory. As soon as she entered, the little rabbit ran towards her. Lin Wanshu touched the rabbit's ears and began to check its wounds. After the bandage was removed, the rabbit's wound, which was covered with ointment, was revealed. I saw that the wound that almost broke the rabbit's front limb had begun to heal. Such a discovery made Lin Wanshu feel delighted. It seems that this medicine is very promising. To confirm her idea, Lin Wanshu checked 2 other animals. Without exception, the small animal's wound recovery SPPED is amazing. After working in the laboratory for a long time, she washed her hands and came out. Next to the spiritual spring in the space, Lin Wanshu built a pavilion a few days ago. There are also stone tables and stools in the pavilion. Before she knew it, she arrived at the pavilion. Reaching out to push away the drooping flower vines, Lin Wanshu sighed in boredom. Qin Yan hasn't come back yet. After August 15th, she will set off for Wind City. I don't know how long the training and assessment will take. When she thought that they might be separated for a long time this time. Finally, she poured herself a glass of fruit wine and drank it in silence. The fruit wine was not the one she brought back from Jing City, but the one she made with the fruits from the space in her previous life. After all, the fruits in the space are not comparable to those outside. Even if they are soaked in wine, the wine still has a rich fruity aroma. Lin Wanshu was feeling depressed in her previous life. She would occasionally have a drink in the space. But my alcohol tolerance in this life is really not that good. After drinking a glass of wine, she propped her chin on her hand and looked at the scenery outside the pavilion with a dazed look. As I was watching, suddenly, there was a movement in the space. Lin Wanshu blinked, and the next second, a military green figure came into view. He was tall and straight with long legs, and his solid muscles could be vaguely felt through his military uniform. Lin Wanshu tilted her head and felt that the man seemed a little different from what she remembered. But she couldn't quite tell what the difference was. When you're drunk, your head doesn't work very well. The man walked towards the pavilion step by step, and Lin Wanshu's heartbeat was beating uncontrollably. Her mind was not clear, but her instinct made her smile, and she hooked her finger at the man. Where did this man come from? He's so handsome. Come here. I love you. As soon as he finished speaking, the tall figure paused. Then he quickened his pace. After a while, people arrived at the pavilion. When he came closer, Lin Wanshu didn't hesitate and climbed onto his shoulders with her soft and boneless hands. The man groaned, and his breathing seemed to become heavier. Why are you drinking again? The man's voice was filled with helplessness and pity. Why are you here? Lin Wanshu answered irrelevantly. Her eyes were blurry, her legs were weak, and she could hardly support her body. But just as she slid down a little, she felt something tighten around her waist, and her whole body was firmly held. I'm coming to see you. The man's voice was a little hoarse, and his eyes were incredibly dark. Lin Wanshu reached out and touched his face, feeling a little prickly. She frowned and wanted to push him away. You are not Ian. But before he could push twice, he was hugged even tighter. Take another good look at who I am. The man's voice was a little gnashed. He held her chin with his hand and pointed it at his face. The burning gaze was like two blazing flames, as if it would burn her to ashes in the next second. Lin Wanshu's heartbeat became incredibly faster and faster. After a pause, the boneless hand was raised again, slowly stroking across his raised brow, deep eyes, straight nose, and finally falling on his warm and dry lips. After a long moment, her eyes widened. You are really a yen? As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Wanshu felt herself being picked up. The sudden weightlessness made her scream out in surprise. Then, she was carried back to the tile-roofed house in big strides. The man seemed to have been patient for a long time. As soon as he entered the room, he gave her a hot kiss. I don't know if it was the alcohol that was causing her trouble, but she wasn't shy at all. On the contrary, she was very bold. As soon as she was put on the bed, she couldn't wait to wrap her hands and legs around him. Qin Yan took a breath. Without holding back, his kiss became more and more passionate. But before he could make any further move, he suddenly froze. Wan? Qin Yan gritted his teeth. Let me go. Lin Wanshu shook her dizzy head, then she pushed him down with her backhand. Qin Yan didn't know what she was going to do. Looking at the drunken woman, his eyebrows jumped. Then he lowered his voice and coaxed gently, Be good, let me go. Sure. The drunkard made a silent gesture and said vaguely, Don't be afraid. Sister will be very gentle. Seeing her so seductive that he had never seen before, Qin Yan's heart skipped a beat, and the blood in his body surged uncontrollably. Then, the woman who was shy and timid before turned into a fairy. She returned to him all the methods she had used on her before.
Daughter-in-law.
At a certain moment, Qin Yan felt that he might really die at her hands. How can it be so fatal? The night is very long. Lin Wanshu woke up again. It was already dawn. She opened the quilt out of habit and was about to get out of bed when she suddenly felt the same pain as last time, as if she was being torn apart. After blinking for a while, she realized that Qin Yan was really back. What happened last night was not a dream. Lin Wanshu's heart skipped a beat, and her face suddenly became terribly hot. With a whimper, she fell back onto the bed. What did she do last night? Just as I was thinking this, I heard a creaking sound from the door. Then, familiar footsteps were heard approaching the bed. Lin Wanshu. Before her brain could react, she had already pulled the quilt over and buried herself. Qin Yan looked at the little woman wrapped up in a ball on the bed. A smile flashed in his eyes. After a pause, he walked forward. A bony hand grabbed a corner of the quilt and pulled it gently. "Wife, are you awake?" Lin Wanshu didn't say anything and just pretended to be dead. 2 lives, and she felt terrible. What would he think of himself? Just as she was thinking this, she felt a pair of large hands holding her and the blanket directly into their arms. Then, the man's gentle, coaxing voice with a smile came through the quilt. "My dear wife, come out first and don't bore yourself." Hearing his gentle and doting voice, Lin Wanshu's face became even hotter. She felt extremely ashamed when she thought about how he had used that voice to charming her last night. How could he let her do that? Qin Yan was worried that she was really suffocating, so he reached out and gently pulled the quilt, continuing to coax her patiently. Lin Wanshu listened to his worried voice and suddenly felt that she seemed to be being too hypocritical. Isn't it like this, like that? They are husband and wife. This is normal and there is no need to be ashamed. Preparing herself mentally, Lin Wanshu was about to lift the quilt when she heard the man's voice, as if coaxing a child. "I brought you some delicious food. Don't you want to get up and try it?" Hearing that he brought her food, Lin Wanshu couldn't care about anything else. She opened the quilt and asked, "What's delicious?" Looking at her sparkling eyes, Qin Yan couldn't help but laugh. If he had known that he could coax her out with food, why would he have been so nervous for so long? Finally, he couldn't help it and reached out to scratch her little nose. "You'll know when you wake up." Lin Wanshu let out an "oh," and was about to sit up from the bed. But after moving a little, she didn't know where she was involved, and she couldn't help but hissed. Hearing her gasp, Qin Yan's face suddenly became tense again. "Wan, what's wrong with you?" Hearing this, Lin Wanshu rolled her eyes at him and gritted her teeth. "What do you say?" "Qin Yan." Suddenly, she remembered the last time she almost fell when she got out of bed, and a rare look of discomfort flashed across Qin Yan's face. "Let me rub it for you." Lin Wanshu.
No.
She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to leave the room today. After saying that, she took out the diluted spiritual spring water from the space and started drinking it. Although it was not the first time that Qin Yan saw her transform objects out of thin air, he still felt shocked every time he saw it. After drinking a cup of spiritual spring water, Lin Wanshu's discomfort gradually dissipated. After putting down the quilt, she suddenly remembered what happened last night. How come you were able to move suddenly yesterday? She vaguely remembered that she did not seem to have lifted the ban on him. Hearing this, Qin Yan also recalled the scene last night when he was charming and lost control. But Qin Yan couldn't explain clearly why he was able to break free from his restraints. "I just have a vague feeling that the higher the degree of spiritual compatibility between them, the greater the initiative he will have in space. If the two of them had less feelings for each other, he would lose more control over the space." Qin Yan even couldn't help but suspect that if one day the relationship between them deteriorated, he would never be able to enter her space again. When Qin Yan thought of this possibility, he felt an indescribable uneasiness in his heart. After 2 lives of entanglement, she had already become a part of his bones and blood. Qin Yan couldn't bear the slightest possibility of losing her. He knew that his thoughts were too paranoid, but he also clearly realized that he might not be able to change them in his lifetime. Lin Wanshu had no idea what her man was thinking, and seeing that she couldn't get any information from him, she didn't plan to stay in the room any longer. After she felt that she was not feeling unwell, she got out of bed without hesitation, holding the man's shoulders. Qin Yan concealed the darkness in his eyes and bent down to take her shoes. By the time the two went out again, half an hour had passed. After washing up, Lin Wanshu went into the kitchen. Had already been placed on the stone table in the kitchen. There are bean curd skin, black fungus, chopped green onion, coriander, leek, and sauerkraut. Of each, and they were all placed on a large plate. There is also a basin next to it, filled with thin white rice noodles soaking in water. Lin Wanshu's eyes lit up. It's Crossbridge rice noodles. Where did you get it from? Crossbridge rice noodles is a famous snack in Yunnan province, but Lin Wanshu has been too busy since she came here and has no time to make it. Unexpectedly, after going out, he brought back some rice noodles for himself. I asked Lao Gao to bring it to me. Since he was on a mission, he naturally couldn't buy these. However, after hearing her mention it, Qin Yan kept it in mind. It happened that Gao Wangjin was on vacation when he was on a mission, so he asked him to bring it to him. He went to town early in the morning and bought some meat and bones to make soup.
The pot is bubbling right now.
Qin Yan didn't know how to cook soup, but after seeing Lin Wanshu cook it, he followed her example and added the ingredients. He didn't add any salt because he was afraid that the taste wouldn't be good enough. Thank you, I love it. Lin Wanshu was not stingy in expressing her joy. She stood on tiptoe and kissed the man on the cheek. What is precious is not the Crossbridge rice noodles, but his thoughtfulness. Just because of my words, he found so many complicated ingredients. It's hard not to be moved by this. Looking at her curved eyebrows and eyes, Qin Yan's heart also softened. It's obvious that she has everything and lacks nothing. But I still cherish everything I give. Even the most inconspicuous little basket was hidden in the tiled house in the space, by her like a treasure. There is no one who doesn't like to be cherished like this. The soup had been simmering for 2 hours. After Lin Wanshu added some simple seasonings to the pot, she scooped out the soaked rice noodles. Qin Yan was not idle either. While his wife was cooking, he spontaneously started a fire. On this side, the couple was making Crossbridge rice noodles, while on the other side, little Meow Meow was playing hide-and-seek with her brothers and sisters. She was young and didn't know how to play. When she saw her brothers and sisters running, she ran after them. Most of the time, she hid in the same place with Shinsi. But when it was Shinsi's turn to arrest people, she could only hide with Shinyu. However, Shinyu is obviously a very competitive person. In order to avoid being found, he climbed up a tree. Xiao Miao Miao raised her little head high and looked at Shinyu with a puzzled look. Shinyu was afraid that Xiao Miao Miao would expose herself, so he desperately gestured for her to leave. Xiao Miao Miao didn't know whether she understood it or she just felt it was too boring to be alone down there, so she really left. But she was still too young after all, and the place where Shinyu took her to hide was a bit remote, so after walking for a while, Xiao Miao Miao got lost. Looking left and right and not seeing any brothers or sisters, she became anxious. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted from behind, "Hey, who are you?" When Xiao Miao Miao heard someone, she turned around happily. I saw a sister wearing a beautiful dress. She was showing a big smile with her teeth bared. "Jia Jia, I'm asking you a question. Don't you understand?" Qiu Tingting put her hands on her hips, her eyebrows knitted tightly, and stared at the little dwarf in front of her. Since coming to the family compound, except for Zhuang Zhuang whom she met last time, has Xiao Miao Miao ever been treated so fiercely by anyone? My eyes suddenly turned red. Qiu Tingting tilted her head to look at the fair and tender little kid in front of her, and suddenly felt that he looked familiar. After looking at it for a while, she squinted and said, "Do you have snowy mooncakes at home?" Xiao Miao Miao is so young, it's good enough that she knows what to eat. How do you know what snow skin mooncakes are? But Qiu Tingting had already recognized that this child was the daughter of the aunt in the floral dress yesterday. Even though she is young, she already knows that the snow skin mooncakes were made by that aunt. Now that her daughter has been caught, how could Qiu Tingting not be excited? Xiao Miao Miao didn't know what she was going to do. Seeing that her smile was not right, she couldn't help but take a few steps back. Qiu Tingting hurriedly caught up with him. Hey, little brat, your mother was so rude yesterday. She said she would send mooncakes to our house, but I waited for so long and still didn't get any. Go back and tell her to send them to me right away. But how could Xiao Miao Miao listen to her? Seeing her chasing her, she was so scared that her short legs moved faster. Qiu Tingting didn't expect that she would not listen to her and run so fast. Was already full of anger, and now she was even more furious. Fortunately, her legs are much longer than the little kids. Qiu Tingting caught up with Xiao Miao Miao in 2 steps, reached out, and grabbed her arm. Xiao Miao Miao was pinched so hard that it hurt so much. She was already extremely frightened that she burst into tears with a loud, "Wow." However, the location Xinyu found was too remote, and there were no other children passing by nearby. Little Miao Miao was held tightly, unable to break free, and could only cry loudly. Qiu Tingting was upset by her crying, and fearing that she would attract other children, she couldn't control herself and hit her harder. Don't cry anymore, or I'll pinch you harder. People are born with an intuitive instinct for danger. Although Xiao Miao Miao is young, she understood Qiu Tingting's threat. She stretched out her other little hand to cover her mouth, and she twitched, but dared not say a word. Seeing that she was sensible, Qiu Tingting was satisfied and continued to threaten. Go back and bring me 2 buckets of snowy mooncakes. If you don't, I will pinch you every time I see you next time. How could Xiao Miao Miao know what she was talking about? The pain in her arm made her nod instinctively. Seeing her nod and agree, Qiu Tingting finally felt somewhat satisfied. But he was still worried, so he let little Miao Miao walk in front, and she followed behind. He looked like he was going to go back to Xiao Miao Miao's house with her to get mooncakes. Afraid that she would tell the adults about it, she said a lot of threatening words along the way. Xiao Miao Miao's hands were pinched red, and now she just wanted to go home to find her mother. How could she know what she was talking about? Now that they were free, their 2 short legs moved very fast. She finally got home, and as soon as she entered the door, she burst into tears. Wow, Mom, it hurts, as she spoke. Xiao Miao Miao raised her hand and walked towards Lin Wanshu. Lin Wanshu saw her daughter's arm was pinched red. She was immediately shocked. She took 2 steps forward and picked up little Miao Miao. She said distressfully, Miao Miao, what happened? Who made your hand like this? Qin Yan also saw the handprints on his daughter's white and tender arm, and his brows were twisted into a knot. Xiao Miao Miao cried and pointed outside the door. Jieta, although Xiao Miao Miao was still young and couldn't explain the situation clearly, the couple soon realized that their daughter was bullied by other children. Qin Yan had extraordinary hearing ability. He heard the footsteps of a child leaving in a hurry, so he said to Lin Wanshu, You comfort her first, I'll go take a look. Having said that, he ran out. But just as I ran out of the yard, I ran into a thin child. The child was about 3 or 4 years old. His hair was almost covering his eyes. There were 2 tubes of snot hanging under his nose, and his thumb was in his mouth, sucking it with relish. Seeing Qin Yan coming out, he walked forward. Uncle Qin, I know who bullied my sister. Hearing this, Qin Yan stopped and looked at him. Oh? Then tell me, who bullied your sister? Sanwang took out his thumb and said, It was Qiu Tingting who pinched her arm and told An Wanshu to bring 2 boxes of snowy mooncakes to her house to apologize. Otherwise, she would pinch my sister every time she saw her in the future. Lin Wanshu, who followed Qin Yan out, looked very unhappy when she heard this. Qin Yan's face turned even darker. He didn't believe that these were words a child could say. How could she understand these things if no adults had taught her? Lin Wanshu took out a snowy mooncake and sent Sanwang away. After the child left, Qin Yan looked at Lin Wanshu steadily and said, Wan, has anything happened in the past few days? He knows his wife very well. She is sensible and knows the general situation. Generally speaking, she will turn a blind eye unless she is provoked. Now someone actually asked her to go and apologize. Qin Yan's first reaction was that his wife must have been bullied these days. Hearing this, Lin Wanshu subconsciously looked around and found that there was no one, so she did not hide anything. Directly about how He Wenju wanted to dig up her flowers and how she deliberately made things difficult for her during the group mooncake making activity. When she spoke, her tone was calm and her expression was objective, not wanting to make him too angry. But Qin Yan's lips were still tightly pursed, and his face looked very bad. Wan, I'm sorry for wronging you. Don't worry, I will seek justice for you. Even if the other party was the captain's wife, Qin Yan could not accept his wife being bullied like this. He loved the person so much that he couldn't bear to say a harsh word to her, so how could he tolerate others humiliating him like this? Lin Wanshu didn't suffer any loss, so she wasn't too angry. She told him this simply because she didn't want him to hear a messed-up version of the story from other people. I'm fine. Don't interfere. I can handle this myself. Between women is not a big deal, but if men are involved, it can be a big deal. Qin Yan's face was still tense, and it was unclear whether he had heard it or not. Lin Wanshu patted his hands and half-jokingly comforted him. This is just a small matter, so we don't need to use our trump card. Believe me, I'll bring 2 boxes of mooncakes over later to see if she can eat them. After all her persuasion, Qin Yan didn't say anything. Couple took Xiao Miao home. Lin Wanshu carefully examined Xiao Miao's hands and found a few deep nail marks. Frowning, she took out the medicine and started to rub it on Xiao Miao. In Xiao Miao's eyes, she leaned in her mother's arms, sobbing. At the pitiful little look, after comforting him, she brought out the little guy's favorite steamed egg. With food, Xiao Miao quickly diverted his attention. After asking Qin Yan to accompany her, Lin Wanshu went out directly with 2 boxes of mooncakes. On the other side, after a night of calming down, Qiu Yong returned home. He Wenju knew that he was still angry and did not dare to provoke him. Qiu Yong didn't even know what to say. It seemed like every time I talked to He Wenju, we always ended up arguing. Qiu Tingting was eating while looking towards the door, her face looking a little uneasy. The family of 3 ate their meal with different thoughts in their minds, and the atmosphere seemed particularly depressing. At this moment, Lin Wanshu's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Is Director He home? When they heard that it was Lin Wanshu, both mother and daughter showed joy on their faces. Just to grasp the identity, He Wenju did not respond immediately. Qiu Yong frowned and looked at her with some dissatisfaction. He Wenju was afraid that he would leave again and not come back, so she had no choice but to quickly put down her bowl and chopsticks, get up and go out. Qiu Tingting also threw down her bowl and chopsticks and followed after him. The mother and daughter walked out. They saw Lin Wanshu carrying 2 boxes of mooncakes. Qiu Tingting looked at the box in Lin Wanshu's hand. Her eyes lit up surprisingly, and she couldn't help swallowing her saliva. It's snowy mooncakes. There are 2 boxes. In He Wenju's eyes, she's smart, but she still pretended to say, Comrade Lin Wanshu, what's going on? Why are you bringing mooncakes to my house? Don't you know that we don't accept gifts during festivals? If you apologize, that's another matter. After all, an apology must be sincere, right? As soon as He Wenju finished speaking, the neighbors who heard the noise came out one after another. Seeing that Lin Wanshu was actually carrying 2 boxes of mooncakes to give away, the military wives all looked unhappy. I feel that Lin Wanshu is too good at currying favor with others. Lin Wanshu's eyes were slightly red, and she looked pitiful, as if she had been wronged but was enduring it. I heard that, Director. He is the most upright person and never accepts gifts. I didn't mean to break the rules, but just now my Miao Miao came home crying, saying that your daughter asked me to bring 2 boxes of mooncakes to apologize, and said that if I didn't take the mooncakes, she would pinch me every time I saw her. Although I don't know where I went wrong, but since your daughter wants to eat them so much, I will bring 2 boxes over, and I hope she won't pinch my child again in the future. Hearing this, the military wives who were watching were in an uproar. You are so greedy at such a young age. What will happen to you in the future? That's right. He actually dared to threaten others just for a stutter. I don't know how Director He teaches his children on a daily basis. How else can I teach him? I just spoil him. I give him whatever he wants because he's the leader of the group. Everyone was talking at once, and when the noise reached He Wenju's ears, her face turned dark. So, what exactly did Sun Fangling say? She asked her to persuade Lin Wanshu to admit her mistake to her. Is that how she persuaded her? And this Lin Wanshu, does she know that she is the director and the man is the group leader? Isn't she afraid of offending her? Just as I was thinking this, I heard Chiu Yong's cold voice coming from behind me. Chiu Tingting, what happened? Did you pinch someone's sister? Chiu Tingting was originally happy that she was about to eat the snow-skin mooncake, but when she heard her father's questioning, she was so scared that her face turned pale and she couldn't stop shaking all over. Hyun-ju was already angry enough because of the gossip about her daughter. Now she heard that her husband not only did not help them, but also scolded the child. She was immediately furious. Tingting has suffered such a great injustice, and you don't even bother to comfort her, but you also help outsiders to scold her? Are you a man? Chiu Yong ignored her and looked at Chiu Tingting sternly. Tell me yourself, how did you pinch your sister just now, and how did you threaten her? How could Chiu Tingting dare to say that everything Lin Wanshu said was true? She hid behind Hyun-ju tremblingly, not daring to say a word. Hyun-ju stood in front of Chiu Tingting with her hands on her hips, glaring at Chiu Yong and saying, So, what if she pinched you? Children always fight. Do you have to be so harsh on them? But the military wives couldn't help but curl their lips when they heard this. When my child accidentally bumped into her daughter Tingting, she didn't say that. Who said it wasn't? Last month, her child snatched my child's things and I said a few words and she scolded me. Her child hitting other children is just a normal fight between children. If other children touch her child, she will let them hit them back hard. Who wouldn't praise this double standard? Have never seen anyone indulge their children like this in the entire family compound. I don't know whether they are loving the children or harming them. Heard the complaints from his neighbors. Veins on his forehead throbbed. Chiu Tingting, come with me and apologize to my sister right now. When she heard that she had to apologize, Chiu Tingting felt so aggrieved that she burst into tears.
Mom.
I don't want to apologize. Didn't you say that Dad is the leader and the most important person here? Why should I apologize to others? As soon as these words were spoken, Chiu Yong's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot.
Hyun-ju.
Is this how you teach your children? He was the head of the regiment. He was equal to the soldiers politically. She said these words to stir up class conflicts because she thinks his position is too secure. The other military wives heard Chiu Tingting's words. Their expressions became increasingly strange. How could a child say such a thing? If they said it wasn't Hyun-ju who taught them, they would be the first to not believe it. With her level of awareness, the fact that she was able to become the head of the Parent-Teacher Association is probably because of her relationship with the group leader, right? Hyun-ju didn't take Chiu Tingting's words seriously in her heart. It was not until she saw Chiu Yong's face become uglier than ever that she began to feel a little scared. Although she was afraid, she couldn't help but make an excuse.
I
didn't say anything wrong. Why are you so mean to us? Chiu Yong's fists were clenched so tightly that they made a crackling sound, as if he was about to explode in the next second. He breathed in and out, forcing himself to calm down a little, and then he said, Take Tingting to apologize immediately. Don't make me say it a second time. Things turned out was somewhat beyond Lin Wanshu's expectations. Seeing the captain's attitude, her anger subsided a lot. Captain Chiu, there's no need to apologize. It's common for children to have conflicts with each other. They all live in the same family compound, so it's normal for them to have misunderstandings. Just talk it out. This mooncake is a new style, so let's leave it for the children to try. As she spoke, Lin Wanshu handed over the mooncake. Hearing this, Chiu Yong was suddenly filled with guilt. Comrade Xiaolin, I'm really sorry. My daughter Tingting has been spoiled. I will teach her a lesson later. I can't accept this mooncake. You can take it back and give it to the baby. About his child bullying others. Now people are sending mooncakes to his door. If he accepts them, what will that look like? Chiu Tingting saw that her father refused to accept the mooncakes. She became extremely anxious and kept winking at Hyun-ju. Hyun-ju had just been frightened by Chiu Yong's gaze and hadn't yet recovered from her shock. How could she dare to take the mooncake? Lin Wanshu saw the expressions of the mother and daughter and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Chiu is such an upright man, but his daughter is like this. It's such a pity. Captain Chiu, don't say that. The child is still young. Just teach him slowly. As she said that, she stuffed the mooncake directly into Qiu Tingting's hand. This is a snowy mooncake. Take it and try it. When you have time, come to my house. There are many delicious foods there. This generous and polite behavior made Qiu Yong feel even more ashamed. If there had been a crack in the ground, he would have crawled into it. Comrade Xiaolin, you can't do that. As he said this, Qiu Yong wanted to take the mooncake and return it to Lin Wanshu. Who would have thought that Qiu Tingting, who got the mooncake, would run away? Qiu Yong saw his daughter running away like this. Before he could even get the mooncake back, he almost fainted from anger. What sin had I committed to deserve such a wife and child? Seeing how desperate Qiu Yong was, the wives of the soldiers couldn't help but feel sympathy for him. Having a daughter like this? You are so old, but you are still ignorant. Lin Wanshu gave the mooncakes away. She left without staying for long. Huanzhu felt a little better when she saw that she had finally understood and realized that she had given the mooncakes to her daughter Tingting. He held his head high, looking proud and victorious. When the military wives saw this, they all felt sorry for Lin Wanshu. Comrade Wanshu is so pitiful. Her daughter was bullied, but she still brought 2 boxes of mooncakes to the bully. How can this be justified? I think it's probably because they are afraid of being bullied by Director He that they have to swallow their anger. Who on earth elected her? She does nothing, but relies on her power to boss everyone around. That's right. When Director Ma was in charge of the family compound, there weren't so many things going on. The discussion was neither loud nor soft, and it just happened to reach the ears of Qiu Yong and Huanzhu. Qiu Yong's face was so dark that it was unbearable to look at. By the door any longer, he turned back to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Qiu Tingting had already opened a box of mooncakes and was eating them with relish. Without saying a word, Qiu Yong walked forward and took away all the mooncakes. She had just taken a bite, and before she had time to savor the sweetness of the mooncake, it was snatched away. Qiu Tingting pouted and started crying.
Wow.
Mooncake. Give me back my mooncake. Huanzhu followed in later, and her face looked very ugly when she saw this scene. Qiu Yong, what's wrong with you? Not only were you mean to the child just now, but now you don't even want to give her mooncakes to eat? Qiu Yong looked at Huanzhu with a serious look. Tomorrow, you will quit your job as a member of the parents' committee. These words were like a bolt from the blue, which made Huanzhu dizzy. It took a long while for Huanzhu to react to what he said. She screamed, "Why? I'm doing a good job and you want me to quit? I don't agree." She had finally become the director of the Parent-Teacher Association, with a salary and power. How could he tell her to quit? Qiu Yong laughed coldly.
Why?
You can't even teach a child well. How can you be in charge of such a big yard? He shouldn't have been soft-hearted and let her take over the job. Now it seems that not only has she failed to help him at all after becoming the head of the parents' committee, but she may even make it difficult for him to keep his position as the group leader because of her. Seeing that he brought up Tingting's education again, Huanzhu got a little crazy. You just look down on me? You think I'm from the countryside, so you always find fault with Tingting? It turned out that because of the war, Huanzhu was fostered in the countryside and was not brought back to the city until she was 15 or 16 years old. Born in the city, but living under the care of others for many years, she felt inferior and strong-willed. Huanzhu has always wanted to prove that she is no worse than anyone else. But unfortunately, the opposite happened. In the city, her mother-in-law despised her for being rude and uneducated. After she finally learned some city people's ways, she came here and her husband despised her for not knowing how to teach the children. Now they are questioning her ability and asking her to quit her job at the parent-teacher committee. How can Huanzhu accept this? Can you please stop bringing this up? When did I ever say I dislike you? It was like this every time, no matter what he said, it ended up being a meaningless argument. She always accused him of despising her and not knowing how difficult it was for her. You don't dislike me, so why don't you help me? You just embarrass me in front of so many people, and now you want me to quit my job? I'm telling you, it's impossible. Huanzhu's eyes were red, and her voice was a little hysterical. She has obviously studied very hard. In order to impress them, she almost found a job as an executive in a steel mill in Ning City. She put so much effort into it, but he negated all her efforts with just one casual remark. "How can I help you? Our child bullied others, and you didn't apologize. You even taught her nonsense. Do you know what you are doing?" If this continues, he will no longer have to be the regiment commander and can just pack up and retire. Apologize, apologize, apologize again. Chio Yong, I think you have been bewitched by that woman and have even forgotten who your wife is, right? The more Hyunju talked, the more she felt that this was the case. The woman had a seductive and charming look. He must have helped her instead of himself because she was pretty. Seeing that she not only did not realize her mistake, but also kept talking nonsense, Chio Yong almost lost his breath. "Hyunju, I really regret why I married you back then. I originally thought she was an honest and decent person, but who would have thought she was so impossible to communicate with?" Hearing this, Hyunju was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and her fur instantly stood up. "Okay, I knew it. You dislike me. You just fell in love with that little witch?"
Bah.
"It's a pity that she's married and has a baby." Hyunju. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Chio Yong's loud shout. Hyunju was shocked. "If I hear you talking nonsense again, get out of here and go back to Ning City." Chio Yong's voice was squeezed out from between his teeth, as if he was on the verge of going berserk and about to explode at any time. Having said that, he picked up the mooncake and went out. They don't deserve to eat this mooncake. When Hyunju saw him leave like this, a huge panic suddenly surged in her heart. "Chio Yong, you didn't leave. I was wrong." But what she got in response was his back getting farther and farther away. After sending out the mooncakes, Lin Wanshu went straight home. Originally, he wanted to trick Hyunju, but now it seems that it is no longer necessary. Lin Wanshu felt that she didn't need to do anything at all, as Hyunju would be courting death sooner or later. It's a pity for Captain Chio. With such a confused wife, the higher the position she holds, the greater the risk she will face. But this has nothing to do with her. Everyone has his or her own path to follow. I was daydreaming all the way, and just as I got home, I saw two cats, one big and one small, standing at the door. Knowing that they were waiting for her, Lin Wanshu felt both amused and touched. "I'm back. Let's go eat some rice noodles."
I'm starving.
As she said that, she took Xiao Miao Miao's hand and walked towards the kitchen. Qin Yan looked around her face and found that she didn't look like she had suffered any harm, so he felt relieved. The rice noodles had not yet been put into the pot to cook. Qin Yan was afraid that if she came back late, the rice noodles would be soaked and rotten and would not taste good. Lin Wanshu returned home. She rolled up her sleeves and cooked rice noodles. After a while, 2 large bowls of steaming rice noodles were served on the table. Xiao Miao Miao had just eaten egg cake and porridge. Seeing her parents eating delicious food, she felt greedy again. But before she could open her mouth to ask for food, she heard Shinyu's anxious voice coming from outside. "Sister, are you home?" When Xiao Miao Miao heard that it was her brother, she didn't even bother to ask for food and just ran out with her short legs. As soon as he walked out of the yard, he was hugged by Shinyu, who had a bruised face and nose. "Woo woo woo. Sister, I finally found you." Shinyu was playing hide-and-seek in a tree just now, and a group of children searched for him for a long time but couldn't find him. Even Xiao Miao Miao was gone. When they finally found the answer, Shin Si became so anxious that Shinyu jumped down from the tree. When Shin Si found out that Shinyu was not with Xiao Miao Miao, he beat him up. Several people went to look for people separately. Now seeing her at home, Shinyu was so excited. Xiao Miao Miao saw him crying. Her little eyebrows frowned. After thinking for a while, she stretched out her short hands and patted his back, comforting him. Guogua, don't cry, but Shinyu cried even louder when he heard her comfort. "Woo-woo. I'm sorry, sister. I will never leave you alone again." Thinking of what De Wong said that his sister might have been abducted, he now felt a little scared. Shinyu hugged Xiao Miao Miao tightly, as if he was holding a lost treasure. But before he could hug her for long, Shin Si came. "Sister, why did you come back by yourself?" When Xiao Miao Miao saw him, She raised her hands and babbled to complain. Shinsiai looked unhappy when he saw her slightly red and swollen arms.
Who pinched me?
Xiao Miao Miao started babbling again, saying jia jia from time to time.
Brother, what did she say?
Shinyu couldn't understand the little guy's baby talk at all, so he had to ask his brother for help. But Shinsiai didn't want to pay attention to him. When he thought about how he threw Xiao Miao Miao under the tree and climbed up the tree himself, he felt that he had not hit her lightly. Shinyu knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't dare to say anything. You mean a sister pinched you? Shinsiai picked up Xiao Miao Miao's arm and examined it carefully. Xiao Miao Miao nodded heavily and babbled a long string of words. Shinsiai said solemnly, I know. I will ask her to apologize to you. Xiao Miao Miao didn't know what an apology meant, but after filing the complaint, she felt much better. Shinyu scratched his head, feeling like his brain was about to burn. How on earth did his brother understand what his sister said? Why couldn't he understand a word? In the kitchen, Lin Wanshu told Qin Yan that she was going to Yin City for training. Heard that she was going for training, he was stunned and his hand, which was about to pick up the rice noodles, stopped. After a moment he asked, how long will it take? It was naturally impossible for Qin Yan to stop her from going to training. He knew very well that his wife was not the kind of person who could sit idle. He was just a little disappointed that she was leaving after they had just met. Lin Wanshu shook her head. I don't know either. I'll try to come back if I have a weekend off. There are buses from Winshur directly to the county seat, so a round trip is not very troublesome. No need. I'll come to see you when I'm resting. You just focus on training. Wife run around alone when she looked like this? Hearing this, Lin Wanshu did not refuse. Hualan said she would help me take care of Miao Miao, and you can pick her up and bring her back to sleep at night. The training will take, so I can't take Miao Miao with me for the time being. If the training time is really long, she will put her in the staff nursery. Nowadays, all companies have employee nurseries, which greatly facilitates women to work while taking care of their children. Okay, I'll take good care of her, don't worry. Qin Yan naturally had no objection to the arrangement for his daughter-in-law. By the time the couple had finished their discussion, the rice noodles had already become somewhat soft after being soaked. Lin Wanshu couldn't finish it, and the remaining half bowl went into Qin Yan's stomach. After dinner, just as we had cleaned up the dishes, Tang Qian came with a big bag on her back. Tang Qian, where are you going? Lin Wanshu would not be so self-indulgent as to think that she came to see her with a bag on her back. Sure enough, when Tang Qian saw her, she smiled with an embarrassed look on her face.
He.
Wanshu, can I borrow your bicycle? I'm going to the post office to mail something. Afraid that she would not lend it, she also vowed, don't worry, I will definitely return the car to you. Lin Wanshu. Could she dare to borrow something like a bicycle and not return it? Just tell me clearly, when will you return it? After all, paying it back next year is also paying it back. Tang Qian gave her a somewhat resentful look. Do I look like someone without morals? Lin Wanshu. Yes.
Tan An.
Wait until tomorrow.
No.
I'll give it back to you right away when I get back, okay? Hearing this, Lin Wanshu nodded and agreed. Pushing the bike out, she added, remember not to step on it so hard. If you break it, you'll have to pay me with a new one. Tang Qian shrank her neck. When she thought about having to spend hundreds of dollars to buy a new car as compensation, she started to feel the pain. When pedaling, be as gentle as possible. Seeing her like this, Lin Wanshu finally felt relieved. Yongzheng happened to see the large bag on the back of her car and couldn't help but complain. You're sending so many things to your parents' home again? Are you still going to make ends meet? As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Qian shook the handlebars of her bike and the bike began to tilt. Lin Wanshu hurried forward to hold the car. Tang Qian supported herself on the ground with one foot, her face still showing some shock. Are you okay? Lin Wanshu asked. Tang Qian shook her head.
Fine.
But his mood was visibly lower. Yongzheng didn't expect her to react so strongly, and for a moment, she felt annoyed at having said something wrong. But facing this person who always liked to take advantage of others, she found it difficult to say sorry. The atmosphere became very awkward. Lin Wanshu rarely saw Tang Qian so depressed and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Tang Qian, are you having any difficulties? Playing and joking with her, so when I suddenly see her frowning, how can I not be worried? Tang Qian forced a smile on her face, but it seemed a bit forced. What's the matter?
Don't worry about it.
I'm leaving now. Having said that, she got on her bike again and staggered away. Yangzheng looked at her lonely back and couldn't help feeling a little guilty. She regretted in her heart that she shouldn't have said such words just now. Just as he was feeling annoyed, he heard Lin Wanshu ask, "What happened to Tang Qian?" Yangzheng let out a long sigh. I also heard it by chance a few days ago. Tang Qian secretly sent money and things to her parents' home every month. Guozhengde got very angry. No wonder, even though Guozhengde's allowance is not low, Tang Qian always wants to take some home with her. Lin Wanshu. As a woman, she couldn't comment on this matter. Not to mention now, even in another 10 or 20 years, women will still be criticized for secretly subsidizing their parents' home with the money earned by men. Yangzheng didn't say anything else, but she still felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. I'll apologize to her later. To send things to their parents' home or not, and as an outsider, she really has no right to do anything. Without mentioning Tang Qian anymore, Yangzheng started talking about the army's holiday activities tomorrow. This is Lin Wanshu's first Mid-Autumn Festival with the army, and she is curious about everything here. What activities did you have last year? When talking about Mid-Autumn Festival activities, Yangzheng forgot the embarrassment just now. There are a lot of activities, including hoop tossing, tug-of-war, chess, and a cultural evening in the evening. Last year, her husband won a prize and was showing off for the whole year. Hearing this, Lin Wanshu couldn't help but look forward to it. But why didn't Qin Yan tell me about this event? After Yangzheng left, Lin Wanshu grabbed the corner of her man's clothes and questioned him. Qin Yan, I didn't notice any activities. Lin Wanshu. You didn't attend? I participated once and took all the prizes. I never participated again after that. Plus, Lin Wanshu ignored him at that time, so he was in no mood to do so. He didn't pay special attention to any activities. When she heard the truth, she was a little amused. Because Lin Wanshu was about to go to Wen City, and Qin Yan had just returned from a mission and had already reported on his work, they didn't have to go to the military camp today. The couple stayed in their own yard and didn't go anywhere. The flowers on the fence bloomed more and more luxuriantly. When Xiao Miao Miao was not at home, Lin Wanshu unconsciously stuck to Qin Yan. He was repairing the roof. She would hold the ladder for him from below. When he was repairing the pavilion, she would also help pass the thatch from below. Originally in good condition, but who would have thought that a heavy rain would destroy them into this state? Lin Wanshu didn't know how to repair the roof, so she could only wait for him to come back. I don't know if repairing houses is a man's natural skill, but soon, the broken tiles and the pavilion with the thatch falling off were repaired by him. Lin Wanshu looked up at the man in the pavilion and was about to put the ladder over to him. Was seen holding onto the wooden frame, as if he was ready to jump down. Careful! Lin Wanshu shouted nervously. The next second, the man was seen jumping lightly and landed on the ground as light as a swallow. The sight of his agile figure. How amazing! Sweet compliments came one after another, as if they were free. The skills of a Special Forces soldier are only this good. Hearing this, Qin Yan, who was originally feeling flattered by the praise, was stunned. What soldiers are you talking about? Hearing this, Lin Wanshu suddenly remembered that the country currently did not have any special forces. The special forces were born in the late 1980s and early 1990s. But Qin Yan did not see that scene. Special forces are a type of military unit that performs special missions. They select outstanding personnel from the army, undergo high-intensity training, and use combat methods such as raids, ambushes, and long-range sniping to achieve the greatest results at the lowest cost. Lin Wanshu explained it to him and gave a brief account of the situation of special forces abroad. For fear of being overheard, the two of them only spoke after returning to the house and entering the space. After listening to Lin Wanshu's explanation, Qin Yan's eyes sparkled. Thank you, Wan. Qin Yan didn't say what he was thanking her for, but Lin Wanshu still understood. This man's heart and eyes are filled with the army. If she hadn't been in the family compound, Lin Wanshu felt that it would have been difficult for her to see him. Because Lin Wanshu mentioned the special forces, Qin Yan locked himself in the room for the rest of the time, and no one knew what he was doing. Lin Wanshu didn't care. Knowing that they didn't need to prepare anything for tomorrow, Lin Wanshu planned to celebrate Mid-Autumn Festival in advance tonight and make a delicious meal for the father and daughter. Qin Yan bought in town in the morning had been put into the space after he came back, so it was still fresh when he brought it back. Lin Wanshu took out the meat and other things and put them in a basin, then walked towards the back door carrying the basket. The vegetables in the vegetable garden have started to grow again. Now it's green everywhere. It was as if the previous heavy rain disaster had never existed. In the not-so-big vegetable garden, Lin Wanshu planted green vegetables, Chinese cabbage, radishes, cauliflower, onions, and garlic. Under her care, the vegetables grew lush and green, which was very pleasing to the eye. Lin Wanshu picked a cauliflower and also picked some green vegetables, onions, and garlic. Just after picking the vegetables and preparing to wash them, I saw a familiar figure, also coming to the vegetable field with a basket to pick vegetables. Sanwang, are you here to pick vegetables too? The child appeared. A military wife immediately greeted him. Sanwang was also a sweet talker. He would call everyone auntie whenever he saw them, which made the military wives all smile. They couldn't help but stuff vegetables into his basket. Even Lin Wanshu couldn't help herself and stuffed a handful of cabbage into her mouth. In the end, Sanwang didn't pick many vegetables for himself. Most of them were given by the military wives. After he left, Wang Chunling couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, these children are sensible. Otherwise, I don't know how Luo Chunxiang would live her life. It turns out that Sanwang is not Luo Chunxiang's biological son, but her husband's nephew. When I heard that the man's eldest brother had passed away, his sister-in-law was so sad that she passed away too, leaving behind 3 children. The 2 brothers had originally fled to the village to depend on each other. Now there was no one to take care of the 3 children, so he had to bring them to the army. Together with Luo Chunxiang's own 4 children, there were a total of 7 children in the family. Luo Chunxiang's husband's allowance was not high, and she herself was in poor health due to having given birth to 4 children. She had to see a doctor every few days, and the family lived a tight life. Several children didn't even have decent clothes. Everything was patched up. In this situation, the army naturally provided a lot of care, but after all, there were too many children. It is said that the young boys are eating their fathers out of house and home. Every day when I open my eyes, there are so many mouths waiting for food. Even if the army takes care of us, it is just a drop in the bucket. The only thing to be thankful for is that these children are really sensible. What's the point of being sensible? Those kids are so young and I don't know when they will be able to get through this. To put it bluntly, given Luo Chunxiang's physical condition, it's not certain whether she can survive until the day when her child grows up. If I had an easier job, I think life would be easier, right? Now she has to take care of the children and work in the fields despite her illness. They all feel tired for her. It's easy to say, but where can we get jobs? We have been with the army for several years, but we haven't found a job yet. The country's industry is so backward that there are simply not so many jobs. Wanting to work is a pipe dream. When talking about work, the military wives became even more depressed. Although their lives are not as difficult as Luo Chunxiang's, who doesn't want to earn money on their own. Not everyone is like Lin Wanshu, who has the ability to get a job on his own. I don't know if it was affected by the emotions of the military wives, but when she returned, Lin Wanshu was also particularly silent. I listened to them quietly along the way, and I had no idea what they were thinking. After returning home, Xiao Miao Miao also came back. Following behind him is a trio of fixed bodyguards. Saw Lin Wanshu. She didn't care whether he was her brother or not, and ran towards her directly. Mother! As soon as the little guy met her, he reached out and hugged her thighs, rubbing his little face on her legs like a coquettish kitten. Being rubbed by her like this, Lin Wanshu's heart almost melted. There to be unhappy about? And my mother asked me to send you some crabs. Shen Xiai said this and handed over the bucket in his hand. Lin Wanshu lowered her head and saw that there were indeed several plump crabs inside. It was normal for them to give each other gifts now, so Lin Wanshu did not refuse and directly took the bucket. "Thank you so much, Shinsiai. Don't go back so soon. Wait for your aunt to cook for you." When he heard that Lin Wanshu wanted to keep them for dinner, Xiao Jianxi's eyes suddenly lit up. Without hesitation, he nodded frantically, fearing that if he nodded too slowly, Lin Wanshu would regret it. Shunyu was also a foodie, so who could resist Lin Wanshu's cooking? As soon as Xiao Jianxi nodded, he nodded like crazy. Shun Xiai is older, but not as shameless as the two younger ones. But seeing that Shunyu and Feng Jianxi had both stayed, he hesitated for a moment and nodded. Lin Wanshu let the children play at home and took the soybeans she had soaked in the morning to Luo Chuanxiang's house to grind tofu. Luo Chuanxiang's house is almost in the corner of the family compound. Their house, hers had no fence, and there were only a few rooms in sight. Outside the house, making it look messy. Next to the kitchen there is a stone mill. This was the stone mill that the family compound specially approved in order to take care of them. If anyone comes here to grind tofu, leaving some for them will be considered a reward. Lin Wanshu has never come here to grind tofu. The last time she made the warm house meal, it was other military wives who helped her grind it. This was her first time to come to Luo Chuanxiang's home. When she reached the door, Lin Wanshu called out, "Is Sister Chuanxiang here? I want to borrow your millstone." As soon as she finished shouting, a half-grown girl ran out of the kitchen. She was wearing a whitish cotton dress with a few patches on it, but it looked clean. "Aunt, my mother is not at home. She went to get some medicine. I've ground it here for you to use. I'll go get you some water." How could Lin Wanshu let a child fetch water for her? "You don't need to help. I can do it myself." Then, Lin Wanshu took out a handful of fruit candies and handed them to her. "Give them to your brother and sisters to eat." How could Jingjing accept her candy? She quickly waved her hand and refused. "No, Auntie, we don't want candy." Lin Wanshu couldn't help but feel a little more pity for her in her heart.
Take it.
"Auntie likes you very much. If you feel bad, can you help Annie add soybeans later?" No matter how old Jingjing is, she is just a 7 or 8-year-old child, and she is still greedy. After trying to refuse several times, she finally agreed to exchange her labor for candy. Lin Wanshu cleaned the stone mill. She started grinding tofu. Had to work hard to push it at first. She is originally from the country, so these things are naturally not difficult for her. Jingjing is a good helper. She not only helps her put the beans, but also squeezes the beans that are scattered outside the hole into the hole. Lin Wanshu didn't grind much tofu, so she finished it quickly. She only took the water that flowed into the basin and gave the rest on the millstone to Jingjing. This is also the rule for them to make tofu here. The tofu was ground, and Lin Wanshu had no intention of staying any longer, so she picked up the bowl and prepared to leave. But as soon as he turned around, he saw a thin figure. Lin Wanshu had seen Luo Chuanxiang before, so she naturally knew who she was. Just as I was about to say hecko, I saw him holding his forehead with his hand, and he looked a little shaky.
Careful.
Lin Wanshu quickly put down the basin in her hand and ran forward. "Mother!" Jingjing was even faster and almost ran towards Luo Chuanxiang. But it was still too late. Luo Chuanxiang fell directly to the ground, and the medicine she had just taken back in her hand spilled all over the floor. "Mom, how are you? Don't scare me." Jingjing's voice was tearful, and she held Luo Chuanxiang's shoulders with both hands, trying to pick her up. But she is just a child after all. How could she have so much strength? "Jingjing, don't worry, let me take a look." Lin Wanshu checked and found that he had just fainted, so she breathed a sigh of relief. However, she did not move the patient rashly, but took her pulse. When Jingjing saw that she could take a pulse, she felt like she had found her backbone. She didn't dare to say a word for fear of disturbing Lin Wanshu and just waited anxiously by the side. After she finally felt the pulse, she asked anxiously, "Aunt, how is my mother?" Lin Wanshu had already held Luo Chuanxiang's arm, ready to help her up from the ground. "It's nothing serious. Your mother has some sequelae from not getting enough rest during the confinement period. I'll give her acupuncture. Seeing how professional and calm she was, Jingjing finally felt relieved. He helped Lin Wanshu to carry her mother back into the house. The room was very clean, but there was nothing extra except the furniture. Lin Wanshu put her on the bed. She first woke her up and then gave her acupuncture. Luo Chuanxiang was still dizzy and had no idea which way was which. All the joints in her body were aching and her chest felt stuffy and uncomfortable. She wanted to vomit but couldn't. Lin Wanshu took out the bag containing silver needles from the bag she was carrying. She often has to take things from the space, so whenever she goes out, she usually carries a bag. Jingjing looked at Lin Wanshu nervously as she slowly inserted the long and thin needle into her mother's body. Although the needle was very thin, her face turned pale when she saw it. I don't know if it will hurt when Mom inserts these needles, but no matter how scared she was, she had to endure it. After all, she was a child. How could she dare to refute an adult? At this moment, an angry voice suddenly came from the door. What are you doing to my second aunt? Lin Wanshu slowly inserted the needle in her hand and said, I'm treating your second aunt. You are a liar. How can anyone treat illnesses like this? You are a liar. Go away. As he spoke, Erwang rushed forward and tried to pull Lin Wanshu away. Jingjing looked at the needle inserted into her mother's body and then at Erwang's angry face, and suddenly she felt a little at a loss. This aunt looks so nice and professional. Is she really a liar? I'm not lying. Why did they insert so many needles into her mother's body and so deep? How painful must it be for her mother? Facing Erwang's questioning, Lin Wanshu didn't turn around, but said in a steady voice, Child, calm down. If you don't want your second aunt to faint again, I advise you not to touch me. These words were like a spell that froze Erwang, who was about to pull Lin Wanshu's arm in place. You said my second aunt fainted just now? Lin Wanshu didn't even need to answer this question. Jingjing said quickly, Woo woo woo, Mom suddenly fainted just now, and it was Auntie who woke her up, but Mom looked very uncomfortable, and she didn't respond when I called her. Even though Luo Chuanxiang was weak in the past, she had never fainted. This was the first time she fainted on the ground. How could Jingjing not be anxious? Hearing this, Erwang subconsciously looked at his second aunt on the bed. I found that her face was indeed pale, without a trace of blood. Now, he has lost his backbone. After all, he is just a child. How would he know what to do if he fainted? Lin Wanshu inserted the last needle. Luo Chuanxiang opened her eyes again after a while. Mother. Second aunt. The two children shouted in surprise. She's awake. She's really awake. She's fine. Luo Chuanxiang listened to the noisy sounds around her ears, and it took her a long time to gradually regain consciousness. The throbbing pain just now is gone, the stuffy pain in the chest has disappeared, and even the dizziness in the head is no longer felt. She hadn't felt so relaxed for a long time, and was a little shocked. Was about to struggle to get up, I heard a soft voice coming from the side. Be careful, there are needles in your body, don't move. Hearing this, Luo Chuanxiang realized that there was a young female comrade sitting next to her. Seeing her appearance clearly, she couldn't help but exclaim. It's you, Comrade Wanshu. In the family compound didn't know about this? Not only did she cure her husband's leg with one medicine, but she was also featured in the newspaper and received commendation from the army. I didn't expect her to be here, and it seemed like she was being treated. Luo Chuanxiang was surprised and happy and held her hands tightly. Thank you. Thank you for helping me. I feel much better now. Hearing this, Erwang couldn't help but lower his head. It turned out that this aunt was really treating his second aunt, and he almost drove her away just now. I'm sorry, Auntie. I misunderstood you just now. Jingjing was also filled with guilt and uneasiness. This beautiful aunt had just given her candy, but she actually doubted her. How could she feel at ease with this? Aunt, I doubted you just now, I'm sorry. Lin Wanshu didn't take the two children's resistance and suspicion to heart. It's okay. You are not familiar with me. It's normal to have doubts. You are protecting your loved ones. Don't feel sorry. On the contrary, I think you are doing a good job. After being praised, both children's faces flushed with shyness and pride. Luo Chuanxiang raised her hand and touched Erwang's head. Thank you, Erwang.
Aunt Air is fine now.
I promised your mother that I would take care of you, and I will definitely do it. Hearing this, Erwang's eyes turned red. Not daring to let second aunt see him crying, he quickly turned around and wiped his tears secretly. Lin Wanshu looked at this poor family and felt mixed emotions. I will give you acupuncture for 2 days in a row, and I will give you a prescription later. You can take it first. I have to go to Win City the day after tomorrow. I will check you again when I come back next week. Regarding postpartum diseases, Chinese medicine believes that they are caused by the fact that during childbirth, the mother's muscles, bones, and pores are opened, her vital energy is extremely weak, and evil winds invade. Symptoms can be improved by dispelling wind and cold, unblocking blood vessels, and activating collaterals, combined with Chinese medicine or acupuncture treatment. But it is difficult to cure it completely. Lin Wanshu told her everything about Luo Chuanxiang's situation. But Luo Chuanxiang had been suffering from postpartum illness for many years, and she didn't dare to hope that it could be cured. The only thing she could do was to make her feel better. Thank you, Comrade Wanshu. I'll give you the medicine price. Although the family was extremely poor, Luo Chuanxiang had no intention of taking other people's things for free. It's free. I picked the medicine myself. Just take it with peace of mind. Since she joined the army, Lin Wanshu would pick up medicine whenever she saw it. It just so happened that Luo Chuanxiang's illness didn't need to be taken from the space, so the medicine she picked was enough. Luo Chuanxiang didn't want to take advantage of her and insisted on giving Lin Wanshu some medical fees. Lin Wanshu was also unwilling to pay the money. After all, she was already in such a difficult situation. After thinking about it, she said, "How about this? If you come across herbs in the mountains in the future, pick some for me. After I pay you back for the labor of putting up the herbs, I will charge you according to the market price in the future." Hearing this, Erwang's eyes lit up. Auntie, I'll help you pick herbs. I love going up the mountain the most. Being able to go up the mountain and make money is a godsend. Lin Wanshu also liked this lively and sensible child, so she nodded and said, "Okay, if you are free, come to my house and I will tell you which herbs to pick." Seeing that she was actually going to spend money to buy her medicine, Luo Chuanxiang became anxious. "Sister-in-law, please don't refuse. I need the herbs for a long time. If you don't pay me, I will feel embarrassed to take your things." After hearing this, Luo Chuanxiang said nothing. "Thank you, Comrade Wanshu. I will remember your kindness in my heart." Nice, but Luo Chuanxiang had already decided that she would repay him whenever she had a chance. Lin Wanshu removed the needle. She asked Jingjing to go home with her to get medicine. After Luo Chuanxiang had acupuncture, she felt much better and was able to get out of bed. Erwang was afraid that his second aunt would fall again, so he followed her and supported her. "Sister-in-law, you don't need to see me off. Go back and have a rest. Have some porridge and take medicine later." Lin Wanshu turned around and gave instructions, then picked up the basin she had placed on the ground. Fortunately, there was a lid on the basin. Otherwise, she would be worried that the tofu would be dirty with dust. Jingjing took the initiative to help Lin Wanshu pick up the small bucket next to her. The two, one big and one small, walked towards Lin Wanshu's home. Before entering the door, Jingjing was dazzled by the flowers on the fence. There aren't many people who don't like flowers, let alone a girl of 7 or 8 years old. Seeing that Lin Wanshu's home was like a garden, her eyes were full of envy. Xiao Miao Miao was sitting next to the fish pond, fishing with a 1-meter-long fishing rod. Shin Xiai next to him was holding a fishing rod about 2 meters long. Xin Yu and Xiao Jianxi were restless people, so how could they have the heart to fish? The two of them were just jumping around in the yard. When Lin Wanshu came back, the two little ones greeted her happily.
"Oh,
Tofu is back. We have mapo tofu tonight." The two of them kept circling around Lin Wanshu, and Jingjing shrank closer to Lin Wanshu somewhat embarrassedly. Lin Wanshu looked at the two naughty boys, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Yes, tonight we have not only mapo tofu, but also fried tofu." Hearing her say this, the two of them were even happier. Jingjing looked at them as happy as birds, and a hint of envy flashed in her eyes. When will our home be filled with laughter and joy like theirs? Although the brothers and sisters have a good relationship, the atmosphere at home is really too heavy. Her parents frowned every day, and she didn't even dare to speak loudly. Lin Wanshu's medicine was placed directly in the room that served as a living room. In addition to the coffee table in the room, Lin Wanshu also asked Wang Chunye's husband to make a simple medicine rack for her. Put the medicines you often need in first. It didn't take much time to pick up the medicine. After Lin Wanshu wrapped it in paper, she put it in a bag and gave it to Jingjing. And tell her how to cook it. Jingjing took the medicine, thanked the master profusely, and left. After she left, Lin Wanshu started cooking. Shensi brought just now were freshwater crabs. No one knew where they were caught, but fortunately, there was no muddy smell. But fearing that they might not like it, Lin Wanshu decided to stir-fry green peppers with it. In addition to this, Qin Yan also bought some pig intestines and pig ears in the morning. Lin Wanshu braised these two, as usual. The pork is pork belly, which is braised directly. Simply stir-fry the vegetables, and a table full of delicious dishes will be ready. Xin Yu and Feng Jianxi were playing in the yard. After smelling the fragrance, they ran straight to the kitchen. Looking at the table full of dishes, my saliva is almost flowing to the ground. Xiao Miao Miao and Shensi were still fishing in her fish pond. Lin Wanshu couldn't help but want to laugh when she saw her daughter's serious look. Miao Miao, you've been fishing for so long. Have you caught any fish? There are a lot of fish in her fish pond, but they are all very small. Qin Yan caught it for her when he went to water the vegetables. Dozens at a time, that's a lot when added up. Xiao Miao Miao held the fishing rod firmly with both hands. When she heard her mother's voice, she stretched out a little finger and made a gesture of silence. Seeing how serious she was, Lin Wanshu didn't want to disturb her anymore. He tiptoed over and saw that there were already more than a dozen fish in the bucket between the two of them. Lin Wanshu was a little surprised to see so many fish in the bucket. Just when I was sighing in my heart that Shensi was really an expert in fishing, I saw Xiao Miao Miao lifting the rod up with great force. On the hook, a small fish is struggling vigorously. Lin Wanshu. Don't tell her. These little fish also have a share, right? Just as I was thinking this, I heard Xin Yu's teasing voice. Brother, are you okay? My sister caught another one. Where is your fish? Xin Yu couldn't wait to eat. Seeing that his brother was still dawdling, he followed Lin Wanshu out to urge him to eat. But then he saw his sister catch another fish.
Shenchi.
Lin Wanshu was a little surprised. Were these all caught by Miao Miao? Xiao Jianxi also came over. Hearing this, he said with some gloating, "And these fish were all caught by my sister." Shenxi's face was full of doubts about life. Although his fishing skills are not the best, he is still one of the best among his peepers. Why can't I catch a single fish today? On the contrary, the little guy next to me keeps catching fish one after another. As they were talking, Xiao Miao Miao, with the help of Shensi, cast his fishing line again. After a while, all the fish that had disappeared swam over and rushed to bite Xiao Miao Miao's hook. This time, even Lin Wanshu was shocked. Her daughter was born with a natural fishing physique. Just like that, she watched the little guy catch a fish easily. Lin Wanshu. Miao Miao, let's go eat first and fish next time, okay? Not knowing why Xiao Miao Miao was so popular with the fish, Lin Wanshu decided not to let her continue fishing. Xiao Miao Miao was still a little reluctant to leave, but after being tempted by her mother's delicious food, she obediently put down her fishing rod. Who had been frustrated for the whole afternoon, helped her put away the fishing rod. Qin Yan also came out during the meal. Although he didn't say anything, Lin Wanshu could still feel the excitement hidden under the man's calm expression. The little ones enjoyed the meal very much. But after dinner, when the Shensi brothers returned home, they could not avoid being criticized. But the content of the criticism was, "You have something delicious, but you don't invite me along. You enjoy it all by yourself, is that right?" He came back with his mouth full of oil, which was really too much. Yu Fongfong tapped her son's forehead and scolded him, who was standing by, didn't know how to react after hearing his wife's shameless words. The next day was Mid-Autumn Festival. Lin Wanshu took Xiao Miao Miao and went to the army with other military wives. The troops also have a mooncake-making activity in the morning. Although the children had eaten mooncakes in the staff quarters, in that era of material scarcity, few children did not love mooncakes as long as they were sweet. See, when the children saw the soldiers making mooncakes, they all gathered around. Not only did they watch, they also kept chattering. "Uncle, can you make snowy mooncakes?" Snowy mooncakes are delicious. Yu Fong Fong is a foodie. She and Feng Jianxi started making mooncakes without even waiting for the Mid-Autumn Festival. If he hadn't felt guilty and remembered to leave one for Feng Yandong, they might have eaten them all. Snow skin mooncakes, as everyone else had eaten them all yesterday. Seeing the soldiers making mooncakes, they all asked with great anticipation, "What ice and skin?" Soldiers didn't understand what he said, so they asked back in surprise. "It's a snowy mooncake. The skin is milky and the fillings are of various flavors. When you bite into it, it's fragrant, sticky, and sweet." Hiss! Feng Jianxi drooled as he spoke. After hearing his description, the soldiers were also very greedy. But they have never even heard of it, so how could they possibly make this thing? "We don't know how to make snowy mooncakes." Hearing this, the children were immediately disappointed. "Then can you make lotus seed paste and egg yolk mooncakes?" The egg yolk inside is salty, fragrant, and oily. Hiss, there are mooncakes like this? Hearing the child's words, the soldiers could hardly hold back their drooling. But because of their military image, they still held back. "Yes, Aunt Wanshu made it. We just ate it this morning. It was delicious." Soldiers. Well, they finally understood that these kids were here to show off to them.
But
who is Wanshu? She sounds so familiar. She's Captain Qin's wife, the pretty one. Her name is Lin Wanshu. Heard that it was Qin Yan's wife, they were immediately amazed. It turned out to be her. "I know her. I saw her during the disaster relief work. I was in the downhill team during the disaster relief work, so I didn't see her in person, but I saw an interview with her in the newspaper a few days ago. Not only is she beautiful, she also knows medical skills. Not only is she good at medicine, she also cooks delicious food. Now she tells them that she can also make all kinds of novel mooncakes? God is really unfair. How can someone be so outstanding?" A moment. The soldiers were extremely envious of Qin Yan for having won the beauty. The children saw that the soldiers not only couldn't make the mooncakes they liked, but were also muttering to each other, and no one knew what they were talking about. In the end, they had no choice but to leave in disappointment and plan to ask other soldiers if they knew how to make the two types of mooncakes. As the daughter-in-law of the group leader and the director of the parent committee, He Wenju would naturally not miss this event. She didn't sleep all night, and there was a dark spot under her eyes. As soon as she arrived at the army, she looked around, trying to find Xiao Yong. But what disappointed her was that she didn't see him anywhere in such a large mooncake-making event. Not only did she not find Xiao Yong, but wherever she went, she heard soldiers praising Lin Wanshu. What is this? She was kind-hearted. She donated the prescription for free and donated the reward money to the children in the disaster area. She is a kind-hearted lady. Not only can she cook delicious food, she can also make mooncakes of various styles. As he listened to all this, He Wenju's already ugly face became even darker. Some soldiers originally wanted to say hecko to her, but when they saw her gloomy face, they dared not go up to her and ask for trouble. He Wenju didn't care what others thought of her. At this moment, she just wanted to find Xiao Yong as soon as possible. Ask him what he means. How could he want to drive her back to Ning City, just for an outsider? Mom, where is Dad? Why isn't he with us? Qiu Tingting saw that other children were accompanied by their fathers, while she and her daughter were alone, and she couldn't help but complain. I have no idea. He Wenju was already upset because she couldn't find Xiao Yong, so how could she be in the mood to care about Qiu Tingting? Didn't expect that her mother, who had always loved her, would be so impatient with her. She felt so aggrieved that she burst into tears. The mother and daughter attracted everyone's attention. Seeing that He Wenju was in a bad mood, Ma Qiuping stepped forward and asked, Xiao He, what's wrong with you? She was kind-hearted and concerned, but the strong-willed Hyunju would never let her laugh at her. After all, he had just taken over the management of the family compound from her. Now that she hasn't made any achievements yet and the family is in a mess, Hyunju has to swallow her anger, even if she has to grit her teeth. She forced a smile and said, "What's the matter? I just came to see how everyone's mooncakes are doing." How could Ma Chioping not see her defense? Suddenly, she felt helpless. "I'm glad you're okay. If you need any help, just come to me." Hearing this, Hyunju's face suddenly turned bad. What did she mean? Did she feel that she had not done her job well and wanted to take back the management of the family home? "Thank you for your concern, Director Ma. I am very good at my job, and there is nothing I can help you with." Ma Chioping felt even more helpless when she saw her body covered with thorns. She actually didn't care about the fact that the management power of the family compound was given to Hyunju. In fact, her work focus has always been on the Women's Federation. Over the years, there have been no major frictions among the military wives, and everyone gets along harmoniously. She basically doesn't need to spend much energy. However, a while ago, a military wife came to her to complain, saying that Hyunju had forced them to dig up all the crops planted in the yard. She had originally planned to talk to Hyunju, but now it seems that there is still a long way to go in terms of communication between them. Hyunju was afraid that she would talk to her about work, so she found an excuse and left, without any intention of saying a word to her. Ma Chioping looked at the somewhat embarrassed figures of the mother and daughter and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It seems that the work of her family committee needs further observation. Hyunju didn't know what Ma Chioping was planning, so after leaving the cafeteria, she wandered around aimlessly. Chiu Tingting refused to go with her and had stayed in the cafeteria. Hyunju was in no mood to care about her now. The setbacks at work, coupled with the dispute with Cheo Yong, made her look a little haggard. The Mid-Autumn Festival, there was laughter and joy everywhere, which made her look even more lonely and desolate. Hyunju didn't know where to go. As I was walking, suddenly, a familiar figure appeared at the corner. When she saw her, Hyunju's eyes turned red. "Lin Wanshu, you did it on purpose yesterday. It was all her fault. If it weren't for her, how could Cheo Yong be so angry and say such cruel words to her?" Lin Wanshu was playing hide-and-seek with Xiao Miao Miao, but she never expected to run into Hyunju here. Seeing her staring at her with a pair of red eyes and an expression as if she wanted to eat her, Lin Wanshu was speechless. "Didn't your daughter ask me to bring 2 boxes of mooncakes to apologize? Why are you still unhappy when I went there?" Was asking why he was being unreasonable since he had already cooperated with her. Hyunju was so angry that she felt a breath stuck in her chest, neither going up nor down. "Don't be so evasive. You know that's not what I meant." Lin Wanshu smiled, put on a reasonable expression, and asked softly, "What do you mean?" Hyunju took a deep breath and said, "You planted so many flowers in the family compound, which set a very bad example. I criticized you, but not only did you not accept it, you also joined forces with other military wives to stop my work. As a military family member, you don't even follow the rules. Isn't this embarrassing for your man?" Was accused of something very wrong right from the start, but she did not get angry. Instead, she continued to reason with him slowly and calmly. "I have already stated that what I planted on the fence are medicinal herbs for research, and before I came to the family compound, many people had already planted flowers. They can plant flowers, so why do you, Director He, have such a big problem with my medicinal herbs?" These words left Hyunju speechless. She going to say that he was making fun of her just to establish his authority? Originally, she thought that since she was a newcomer and so flamboyant, it would be easy for her to take her down. Who knew I would hit a wall? But Hyunju would not admit this. She looked at the woman in front of her who was as beautiful as a fairy with a heavy gaze, and her heart became more and more blocked. "This is sophistry. Don't think that your eloquence can erase the fact that you don't follow the rules. Since it's a medicinal herb, why do you want to plant something full of flowers? Why not plant something simple? Are you really doing research by decorating your yard with all these flowers? I think you are doing it to charming men, right?" When Hyunju thought of Cheo Yong's resolute departure yesterday, She wanted to scratch the face of the woman in front of her. Hearing this, Lin Wanshu almost laughed out loud. Director He, I respect you as the director of the family committee and the wife of the group leader, but that doesn't mean you can put the blame on me at will. Medicinal herbs are just medicinal herbs. How can there be any difference between beauty and ugliness? I just happen to need this kind of medicinal herb, and it just happens to bloom. So how come it has become something to charming men when it falls into your mouth? Or, have you done this before? Or, do you want to do this, but you can't grow such beautiful flowers? The sarcastic ridicule made He Wenju so angry that she fell backwards.
Bah!
Who is as shameless as you? You came to our house yesterday in such a coquettish way, just to charming my man, right? I didn't expect her to be so shaken. Lin Wanshu's face turned cold. Director He, be careful with your words. Not only do you insult me, you also insult your man. Captain Chiu is an upright man. Aren't you afraid that if he hears you, it will chill his heart? Lin Wanshu had an open expression and clear eyes, and her righteous words made He Wenju's face turn green and red. At this moment, two figures suddenly walked out from behind the corner. He Wenju sensed something was wrong, turned around and looked. His face suddenly turned as pale as a ghost. Chiu Yongyu. She wanted to ask him why he was here? How much of what was said just now did he hear? But when I met his horrifying expression, all the words were stuck in my throat. Qin Yan, who was standing next to him, had a gaze so cold that it seemed to be able to freeze people into ice. If you have any complaints, just come to me. Please don't embarrass my wife. She is timid and can't stand being scared. As he spoke, he walked forward and took Lin Wanshu's hand. Chiu Yong looked at the best subordinate in his regiment with a face full of guilt. Qin Yan, your sister-in-law is wrong in this matter. I will criticize her later. Don't take it to heart. In the army, now had a tense expression on his face, and anyone could see how angry he was. Captain, I believe you know better than me how important reputation is to a female comrade. I hope I won't hear words like that again in the future. Hearing this, Chiu Yong felt even more ashamed. Don't worry, I will give you an explanation. Qin Yan nodded, then took Lin Wanshu away. Until they were far away. Just when He Wenju thought he would scold her, the man fell silent, which was unusual. This silence makes people feel suffocated and unable to breathe. At this moment, He Wenju wished he could scold her like he did before. But no, Chiu Yong just stood there silently. A pair of eyes stared blankly into the distance, and no one knew what he was thinking.
Chiu
Yong. He Wenju spoke hesitantly, her voice trembling. She regretted that she shouldn't have said that. If time could go back, she would not have quarreled with him yesterday, and she would have coaxed him well. However, her call did not get even a glance from him. He Wenju stood there anxiously, as if there was a sword hanging over her head, ready to strike down at any moment. It seemed like a long time had passed, but also like only a moment had passed before the man finally spoke. But it was just a long sigh. Comrade, He Wenju, please go back to Ning City. I will help you find a job. Life in the army is not suitable for you. Hearing this, He Wenju's legs suddenly went limp.
No.
Chiu Yong, I won't go back. I was wrong. Don't chase me away. I don't want to go back to Ning City. She was fed up with being criticized and despised by others. I will give you a son. I will give you a son. You will forgive me after I give birth to a son, right? As she spoke, she stumbled forward and grabbed Chiu Yong's sleeve. But what he got in return was Chiu Yong's increasingly powerless expression. You don't even know where you went wrong. Is it about having a son? He never had any grudge against her for giving birth to Tingting. She said she was afraid of the pain of childbirth, but he didn't force her. He took on the pressure from his family and continued to support Tingting. She said she wanted to work and pursue herself, and he fulfilled her wish. In the end, the children were not taught well, the work was not done well, and the military families were arbitrarily labeled because of jealousy. He Wenju, I am very disappointed in you. After saying this, Chiu Yong brushed her hand away and turned away. He Wenju stared blankly at his indifferent back and collapsed to the ground. There will be cultural performances in the evening, and there will also be a commendation meeting before the activities begin. It took Lin Wanshu a long time to calm her man down and tell him that he was fine. He returned to the team before the commendation meeting began. Soldiers and their families did not sit together. Lin Wanshu brought Xiao Miao with her, Yu Fongfong on the left and Ji Hualan on the right. Always liked to stay close to her, was particularly silent today. Not only did he stop talking, he even stopped taking advantage of others. Her abnormal behavior caused everyone to worry. Luo Chunxiang happened to be sitting in the row in front of her. There were 7 children lined up next to them. The oldest looked to be about 10 years old, and the youngest was only 2 or 3 years old. After 2 days of acupuncture and taking medicine, Luo Chunxiang looks better today. When she sat down just now, she came over and said Heko to her. Wan, you must pay close attention to the commendation meeting later. Yu Fongfong leaned close to her ear and said with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Wanshu's heart skipped a beat, and she felt inexplicably excited. However, she didn't show it on her face, and instead glared at Yu Fongfong. You didn't pay attention to the commendation meeting. Are you going to slack off? Yu Fongfong touched her nose and chuckled a little embarrassedly. Can she say that she would have dozed off no matter what? Her husband had received a first-class merit award before, and she had fallen asleep the whole time. After she coaxed him for a long time, he finally agreed to forgive her. Yu Fongfong would never tell such an embarrassing thing. But even if she didn't say it, Lin Wanshu could guess a little about her character and didn't expose it. Soon, the commendation meeting began. Lin Wanshu subconsciously looked towards the center of the venue, but there were only rows of neatly lined military uniforms, and she couldn't tell who was who. But the difference is that today's soldiers are wearing formal dresses. The meeting room was very quiet, and only the leader's powerful espionage could be heard. I don't know if it's because the kids here grew up in the army and have been influenced by their environment, so their discipline is extraordinary. In such a solemn occasion, they all sat quietly, and no one made any noise. Even Xiao Miao didn't say a word. She just stared at the venue with her big watery eyes curiously. As the leader's SP Pechis came to an end, the commendation list was officially announced. Comrade Qin Yan is specially awarded the first-class individual merit and the first-class collective merit. It turned out that Qin Yan was on the front line that time, and he single-handedly repelled the monkeys and rescued his comrades, and was directly awarded the first-class individual merit. The first-class collective merit was awarded for uncovering a major enemy spy case a while ago. As soon as he finished speaking, there was warm applause in the conference hall, and the tall figure that she had been looking for walked to the front of the stage amid warm applause. The man was wearing a dress uniform, which made his figure look even taller and more majestic. Although she had a premonition that her man would be commended, at this moment, Lin Wanshu's heartbeat was still out of control and was beating rapidly. His eyes seemed to be stuck by something, staring at the tall figure, unable to move away at all. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but when he was awarded the medal, his gaze seemed to pause on her for a few seconds. Their eyes met. Lin Wanshu subconsciously reached out to cover her heart, fearing that it would accidentally jump out. This was the first time she saw him being awarded a medal. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, and amid their warm applause, Lin Wanshu looked at him with an indescribable sense of pride and honor. It was as if the person being awarded the medal was herself. The commendation meeting, there was a cultural performance, but Lin Wanshu's mind had already been attracted by a man. I didn't even notice what was happening on stage. She had already found his location just now, and her gaze could not be controlled. She would look over there every once in a while. However, these soldiers maintained the same sitting posture the whole time. Not only did they not turn their heads, they didn't even glance over here. Maybe it was because she relied on the fact that he wouldn't move around in the team, but Lin Wanshu looked at people with impunity. Lin Wanshu finally withdrew her burning gaze until the performance was over. After the meeting, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. But today is August 15th, and the moonlight shines on the ground, as bright as day. Leaving the venue, Lin Wanshu was led back by Yu Fongfong's arm. As she walked, she kept yawning. If Lin Wanshu hadn't supported her, she might have fallen asleep on the ground on the spot. Ji Hualan next to him was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Fong Fong, the party was so wonderful. Why did you fall asleep? Was it good? What was performed? Yu Fong Fong could hardly open her eyes, and her voice was a little vague. The white-haired girl dance performance. Didn't you see the female comrades in the art troupe? Each one is prettier than the other, right? Wanshu. Hearing this, Lin Wanshu looked a little embarrassed. She had no idea what was being performed on stage, so how could she possibly notice whether the female comrades in the art troupe were pretty or not? Seeing her guilty look, Ji Hualan was shocked. No way, Wanshu. Don't tell me you didn't watch the party either? Then what were you watching just now? What else can I see? Look at her old chin. Yang Zheng's teasing voice came from behind. She sat behind Lin Wanshu and saw that she was looking at the army the whole time and was not watching the performance at all. Hearing this, the military wives were all happy. I can't tell, Wanshu, you were looking at your man the entire performance. You see each other every day. Aren't you tired of seeing him? How can you be bored? Don't you even look at what the man looks like? If it were me, I wouldn't sleep at night just staring at him. Lin Wanshu. Lin Wanshu, who was very thick-skinned just now, blushed completely after being teased like this. What made her even more embarrassed was that the man in the topic had caught up with them without them knowing when. Seeing him, Lin Wanshu's face turned even redder. He have heard everything? When the military wives saw Qin Yan coming, they all watched the fun and continued to joke with him. Fong Fong, Qin Yan is here. You should return his wife to him. Qin Yan, your wife has been watching you all night. She probably has something to say to you. We won't disturb you. Having said that, Yang Zheng pulled Yu Fong Fong away. The others covered their mouths and laughed, then ran away. Xiao Miao Miao had already left with Shen Xiai and the others. Once bustling street. Lin Wanshu. Help, she wants to leave too. Just as I quietly quickened my pace, the next second, my hand was grabbed by a big hot hand. Lin Wanshu's heart skipped a beat. When I turned my head to the side, what came into view was the man's resolute yet handsome profile. The facial features with clear lines appear exceptionally three-dimensional under the interweaving of light and shadow, as if carefully carved, handsome and masculine. With just one glance, Lin Wanshu couldn't help but recall his appearance on the stage just now. My heart started pounding uncontrollably again.
Daughter-in-law.
Under the dim moonlight, a man's deep voice sounded. Lin Wanshu was still immersed in his previous demeanor. When she heard him calling her, she responded subconsciously. But just as I responded, I heard a man's smiling voice. Is it good? You've been watching it all night. Boom, her face almost burned. He knew that she was looking at her from such a distance. Meeting his smiling eyes, she felt that if her heart continued beating like this, it might break. Annoyed that he teased her like this, Lin Wanshu turned her eyes around, held the man's hand back, and turned sideways towards him. It's beautiful, especially the way she wore the medal on the stage just now. I was completely mesmerized by her. A soft voice wrapped in a lingering fragrance sounded in his ears, and Qin Yan's breathing suddenly tightened. The bold and fiery words made Qin Yan's ears feel hot. Wan Wan. The sound of a man gritting his teeth was heard. Lin Wanshu, who had flirted with him, didn't dare to stay any longer. She pulled her hand back and ran away, leaving behind a string of silver bell-like laughter. But soon, Lin Wanshu learned what it meant to tease people for a while, but end up in the crematorium afterwards. Because she is going to the city tomorrow, the couple will not be able to see each other for at least a week. She barely got any rest that night. If she hadn't drunk the spiritual spring water before going to bed, Lin Wanshu suspected that she might not be able to get up. Early the next morning, Qin Yan rode his bicycle to take her to the county to catch the bus. There is a bus from the county that goes directly to An City, and it leaves at 7 o'clock. They arrived in the county town, so the couple had breakfast at a state-owned restaurant before going to the station. The stations of that era could not compare with the grandeur of the ones in Hoshire. The main entrance was a relatively tall brick building with a row of bungalows on each side. There is an iron gate on the right. Looking inside the gate, you can see a row of buses parked inside. The bus she was going to take had not arrived yet, but there were already quite a few people at the station. The two of them stood in the corner, making sure no one would see them, and Lin Wanshu hooked her finger at his. You should go back soon. You have to go back to the barracks later. Don't be late.
I can do it by myself.
Qin Yan lowered his eyes and looked at the beautiful, smiling face in front of him, feeling the little fingers wrapped around him, his eyes full of reluctance. Be careful when you get there and call me if anything happens, okay? He had told her so many times, but she was still worried. Lin Wanshu was not impatient and nodded obediently no matter what he said. In the end, there was not enough time, so Qin Yan rode his bike back to the army. After Qin Yan went back, Lin Wanshu found a seat and sat down to wait for the bus. Not long after I sat down, a frail female comrade wearing glasses came over. She was holding a medical book in her hand and reading it carefully while waiting for the bus. Seeing that they were from the same industry, Lin Wanshu couldn't help but take a few more glances out of curiosity. Soon, she discovered that what the female comrade was holding in her hand was actually the Barefoot Doctor's manual. Lin Wanshu has read this book, which is a treasure trove of general medical practice. From common headaches and fevers to more complicated cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases and cancers, from some disease prevention knowledge about killing mosquitoes and flies to protection against nuclear and biological weapons, it can be said that it covers both traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine. This is a special product of the times. Medical conditions were backward and nuclear threats were imminent. This book trained countless barefoot doctors and provided the most basic medical care for millions of farmers. Seeing her studying the book in her hand seriously, Lin Wanshu had a vague guess in her heart. Sure enough, when the car arrived, the girl with glasses got in the same car with her. But she didn't sit next to her, but 2 rows in front. The car drove on the broken dirt road and swayed all the way to Wen City. As soon as she got off the bus, Lin Wanshu asked for the direction of Wen City Military Hospital and found out that it was not far from the bus station, so she walked over. Comrade, are you going to Wenshi Military Hospital? Not long after I left, the girl with glasses caught up with me and asked. Lin Wanshu stopped and smiled and nodded at her. Yes, are you going to the military hospital too? How about we go together? Hearing this, the girl smiled with joy. That's great. This is my first time in Wen City. I'm unfamiliar with the place, but having someone to keep me company makes me feel less intimidated. After saying that, the two of them walked together. Soon, Lin Wanshu found out that the female comrade was called Meng Yuanshuang and was sent by the county hospital to the city for training and assessment. I have been treating patients in the brigade for 2 years, but I am still a little unsure whether the training will be difficult or not. She has performed excellently in the brigade, and if she can pass the city's assessment, she will have the opportunity to work in the town clinic. This is a great thing for Meng Yuanshuang. Barefoot doctors are called doctors, but in reality they are no different from farmers. I also have to work in the fields on weekdays. I only check on them if I see someone injured or sick. What stands out is the word, barefoot, not the identity of the doctor. As a person with ideals and ambitions, she is eager to become a doctor. But there was no college entrance examination channel in that era, so she had no chance of passing the exam and entering medical school. Now that he finally got an opportunity, how could Meng Yuanshuang not be excited? By the way, Comrade Wanshu, are you going to the hospital to visit a patient? Meng Yuanshuang saw that she looked well and didn't look like she was seeing a doctor, so she asked casually. Lin Wanshu knew before she came that the training assessment was not an elimination system, which meant that there was no competition between her and Meng Yuanshuang. Therefore, after she asked, she did not hide anything. I also went there for training and assessment. Hearing this, Meng Yuanshuang's eyes widened suddenly, and then she cheered excitedly. You're going for training too? That's great. I hope I can live in the same dormitory with you. After chatting all the way, she felt very fond of the friendly and easygoing Lin Wanshu. Lin Wanshu also likes this seemingly weak, but actually lively girl. The two soon arrived at the military hospital. Lin Wanshu can be said to be familiar with this place. As soon as they entered the hospital, she led Meng Yuanshuang to the tile-roofed house on the right side of the hospital building. Already a dozen people standing in front of the tile-roofed house. The youngest of these people seemed to be around 27 or 28 years old, while the older ones looked to be almost 40 years old. Seeing Lin Wanshu's tender face, some people couldn't help but curl their lips and complain. Why do so many people come here for training? How much experience can they have at such a young age? Someone nearby immediately responded, "Look at her appearance. I don't know how she was chosen." As soon as these words fell, several more questioning eyes turned towards Lin Wanshu. Meng Yuanshuang was so angry that her face turned red. How could they say such vicious words to a girl stranger? How can you judge people by appearance? Since Comrade Lin Wanshu was recommended here, she must have been recognized by the team. So, are you suspecting that there is something wrong with the team selection? Although she was a little timid, Meng Yuanshuang still bravely stood in front of Lin Wanshu. Hearing this, the person who had just complained about Lin Wanshu was suddenly speechless. Although they are still not convinced, do they dare to say that the group chose the wrong people? Lin Wanshu looked at the thin figure standing in front of her, and a touch of emotion flashed to her eyes. Patting Meng Yuanshuang's shoulder, she stood up. "I am not old enough, but that doesn't mean I have studied for less time than you. I started reading medical books when I was 14, and I have been studying for 7 years now. I wonder how long you have studied for?" Hearing this, those who had originally doubted her suddenly felt embarrassed. After all, they were basically selected as barefoot doctors. Who doesn't know that barefoot doctors have a short training period? On weekdays, they can only treat simple illnesses. As for the time spent on learning, they are naturally not as good as Lin Wanshu. But Tan Hongmei, who had complained about Lin Wanshu at the beginning, was still a little unconvinced. "How can we know if you are bragging? After all, we don't know you, and you said it yourself." Hearing this, Lin Wanshu was not annoyed. Her eyes flickered over her, and suddenly she asked, "Comrade, have you not defecated in more than 10 days?" Hearing this, Meng Yuanshuang almost choked on her saliva. She tugged at Lin Wanshu's clothes awkwardly. "Wanshu, why don't we go wait over there?" Although this person does have a foul mouth, you can't mock someone's constipation in front of him, right? What if she holds a grudge against us, and we have to study together for a long time and spend every day together in the future? How awkward would that be? However, Tan Hongmei, who had a doubtful look on her face just now, looked very strange after hearing Lin Wanshu's words. Lin Wanshu gave Meng Yuanshuang a look that urged her to calm down, and then continued, "Besides not having a bowel movement for more than 10 days, you also suffer from insomnia and dreaminess. Am I right?" At this point, Tan Hongmei was completely upset. She asked in a lost voice, "How did you know?" The others also looked at Lin Wanshu in surprise and doubt. They had clearly just stood next to Tan Hongmei for quite some time, but they were unable to see her condition. Tan Hongmei hadn't defecated for more than 10 days just by meeting her? Just as I was thinking this, I heard Lin Wanshu's cold voice. "I saw it myself. Your complexion is dark yellow, your lips are purple, your tongue is pale with white fur, you have bad breath and abdominal distension. This is constipation caused by blood deficiency." Lin Wanshu spoke, Tan Hongmei's mouth opened wider. Like I'm doubting my life. Can she judge her condition just by looking at her facial expression? How is this possible? Lin Wanshu ignored Tan Hongmei's surprise and continued, "In addition to insomnia, do you also have symptoms of palpitations and dizziness?" Now, even if Tan Hongmei wanted to not believe Lin Wanshu, it was impossible. When she thought that she could accurately predict her symptoms just by looking at her complexion, how could Tan Hongmei care about what she had just said about complaining about others? Grabbing Lin Wanshu's hand, she asked excitedly, "You can help me, right?" Constipation is an old problem that has troubled her. Tan Hongmei herself was a barefoot doctor. She tried to prescribe medicine for herself, but it could only relieve the symptoms and not cure them. Later, I secretly went to the county hospital to ask someone to prescribe medicine, but the condition only lasted for a while. She hadn't had a bowel movement for more than 10 days, which was why she went to Lin Wanshu for help without caring about her dignity. She just wanted to go to the bathroom quickly. If she couldn't defecate, She might become the first person to die from suffocation since the founding of the country. Others felt as if they were slapped hard in the face. The person who had just complained about Lin Wanshu wished he could dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Meng Yuanshuang looked at Lin Wanshu with admiration. I didn't expect that she was so powerful without showing off. Lin Wanshu calmly withdrew her hand and said slowly, "There is a way, but I didn't bring any medicine. I'll find some medicine for you after the class is over." Upon hearing this, Tan Hongmei suddenly became anxious. Wait until her class is over? Who knew how long the class would take? She couldn't wait. "Comrade, can you help me find it now? If you can cure my disease, I will go through fire and water to help you if you need me in the military hospital." Hearing this, Lin Wanshu pondered for a while before saying, "Since you are so anxious, comrade, I have another way, if it can solve your problem." When the others heard that she had a way to deal with Tan Hongmei's situation, their eyes suddenly lit up. "Comrade, how are you going to treat her? Can I watch?" "And me, I was too arrogant just now. I know I was wrong now. Comrade, can you give me a chance to learn?" After all, their trip was for learning and training. All grassroots health clinics are short of doctors, and it would be a great thing for them if they could become real doctors. What does face matter? Amidst the chatter, a surprised voice suddenly came. "Comrade Lin, why are you here?" Lin Wanshu turned around and saw that it was Lu Guoyang. She was immediately surprised and delighted. "Dr. Lu, long time no see. I'm here to participate in the medical staff training assessment." Everyone looked at Lin Wanshu, then at Lu Guoyang, their faces filled with shock. You can tell at first glance that the guy in the white coat is from this hospital. As a formal doctor, he was so polite to a student. How can this not be surprising? Heard that Lin Wanshu was here for training, he stopped joking. Okay, it's great that you can participate in the training. Our country has a big shortage of medical workers. It would be a pity if you don't do medical work with your skills." When Tan Hongmei saw that Lin Wanshu was actually chatting with someone, she suddenly felt dizzy. Carefully pulling Lin Wanshu's clothes, she said with a somewhat painful expression, "Comrade Lin, can you help me now?" Lin Wanshu did not delay and explained the situation to Lu Guoyang. After hearing this, Lu Guoyang immediately found a treatment room for her. "However you want to treat her, you can treat her here." The others were originally studying medicine, so they all followed in shamelessly. Lu Guoyang still had to go to work, so he said heko to Lin Wanshu and left. Lin Wanshu used special techniques to give Tan Hongmei massage using basic acupoints such as Tianshu, Dechangshu, Shengjutsu, and Jigo, although she has never practiced it with real people. But the space contained various medical auxiliary equipment that she bought in her previous life. With day-to-day practice, her techniques are even more professional than those of students graduating from ordinary medical schools. An expert can tell whether something is good or not with just one look. Lin Wanshu's massage. Tan Hongmei kept farting. The whole house was filled with an indescribable smell. Fortunately, Lin Wanshu was well prepared and borrowed a mask from Lu Guoyang before coming in. Others didn't have masks, but they were medical workers after all, so this was no big deal to them. The most important thing is that Lin Wan's method seems to be really effective. No matter how powerful Tan Hongmei is, she is still a woman. She was extremely embarrassed after hearing this fart. At the same time, she felt more and more guilty about her prejudice just now. Lin Wanshu didn't know what she was thinking. After pressing the basic acupoints, she pressed the Sanli acupoint for her. But before she finished the massage, Tan Hongmei suddenly jumped up from the bed. "I'm going to the bathroom first." After hurriedly saying this, Tan Hongmei put on her shoes hastily and ran away, holding her stomach. Everyone in the treatment room almost dropped their jaws. After Tan Hongmei ran out, a stern voice suddenly came from the door. "Are you students from this batch? Why are you all here?" Lin Wanshu turned around and saw a middle-aged female doctor who was about 40 or 50 years old. He is not tall, and his figure is a little thin like most people nowadays. Her jet black hair was combed smooth and shiny and neatly tied behind her head. His slightly thin lips were pursed into a line, making him look particularly stern. "Heko, Professor. We are students of this term. We were just watching Comrade Lin Wanshu giving Comrade Tan Hongmei a laxative massage. Shinshu explained with a simple smile. Hearing this, Surong glanced around the room. Meng Yuanshuang met her cold gaze. She couldn't help but tremble and subconsciously hid behind Lin Wanshu. The others noticed that the atmosphere was not right, and they didn't dare to breathe. What a terrifying aura. Lin Wanshu also felt that Surong's gaze was a bit strong. She had met so many different kinds of people in her previous life that she didn't feel scared. Just stood there motionless. Surong's gaze finally fell on Lin Wanshu, who was standing next to the bed. Finally, she snorted and laughed. I asked you to come here to learn, but I didn't expect you to treat yourselves? If you are so capable, why don't you stay in the team? Why do you have to come all the way here to show off your abilities? These words made everyone bow their heads even more. Lin Wanshu knew that she was criticizing her, so she lowered her head obediently and stopped being the first to stand out. I don't know how long the scolding lasted, but Tan Hongmei walked in, holding her stomach, with a relaxed look on her face. Comrade Wanshu, your method is really effective.
I have been so smooth for a long time.
But when she finished speaking, she suddenly realized that the room was unbearably quiet. When I turned around, I saw a female doctor standing behind the crowd. Meeting her cold gaze, Tan Hongmei's scalp tingled. How could she dare to say a word? Scanned the crowd again, and then said, there are always people who are better than you. Don't show off your little skills everywhere. Come here and learn with an open mind. Hearing this, everyone responded, yes, in unison. Meng Yuanshuang turned to look at Lin Wanshu with some concern and found that she didn't seem to be affected by Surong's words, so she breathed a sigh of relief.
Soon the training course began.
Here is different from the basis of what they learned in the county. The training at Win City Hospital become more difficult, but they will probably have to memorize the medical books for a long time. Received the thick medical book, she felt dizzy. She felt that by the time she finished memorizing these books, she would never know when. Isn't this too difficult? I have to memorize medical books while going on house calls with Dr. Shi and be tested by her at any time? Tan Hongmei felt that the intensity of this training was much lower than that of the training she had received in the county. When Surong heard Tan Hongmei's muttering, her eyes suddenly darkened. If anyone has any objections, you can go back now. Feeling Surong's cold gaze, how could Tan Hongmei dare to complain? She immediately shrank her neck, wishing she wouldn't be seen by her. Seeing that she didn't say anything else, Surong withdrew her gaze with satisfaction. I'll give you 7 days to memorize this book. I'll conduct random checks then. Surong patted the book in her hand and spoke slowly. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look stern. Such a thick book. Memorize it in a week. Lin Wanshu lowered her eyes and looked at the book in her hands. Amid the wailing of the crowd, her expression seemed particularly calm. Surong's eyes stayed on Lin Wanshu. After a moment, she continued, I'll be frank with you. If you can't memorize it in a week and can't keep up with the progress, you should return to the team as soon as possible. She didn't care how they carried it, she didn't have that much time to take care of them anyway. If you don't have enough ability, it will be good for everyone to go back early. Hearing this, everyone was frightened. They finally got the opportunity to come to Win City for training. How could they possibly go back? Even if they have to stay up late at night, they are determined to finish this book. In this way, Lin Wanshu's training began intensively. On the other side, the Red Flag Brigade was once again in a state of excitement. What did you say? Qin Yan's wife was in the newspaper? Someone said in shock. You must be kidding, right? That's a newspaper. How can you just publish it whenever you want? Someone complained in disbelief. That's right. How come I didn't know she was in the newspaper? The captain didn't say anything either. After all, this is a great honor. The captain knew. How could he not tell them? How could it be false? You'll know if you go and see it. Hua is still reading the newspaper. I heard that it was sent back by Lin Wanshu from the army. It's published in the newspaper of Win City, Yun Province. It's normal that we can't see it. After hearing this, how could the people nearby wait any longer? They all ran towards the Qin family. That was a big news in the newspapers. There was a celebrity in their village. They walked out saying they all had face. At the same time, Himan Xiang was sitting listlessly under a tree to rest. She has been pregnant for a while, but she vomits everything she eats. She didn't have much flesh to begin with, and now she is even thinner. She originally thought that since she was pregnant, Lu Juhua would treat her better no matter what, but she never expected that after she became pregnant, she was scolded even more severely. She was being hypocritical in her words and deeds. Which woman wouldn't get pregnant? She was the only one who vomited all day and wasted food. Zhao Mingyuan's attitude was even more strange. There was no joy of being a father at all. Instead, he felt indescribable irritability. This forced Himan Xiang, who had originally wanted to use the child to persuade him to go out and earn money, to temporarily give up the idea. She had just got off work. She had been pulling weeds for the entire afternoon and was extremely tired. She didn't want to move at all, nor did she want to go home to see Lu Juhua's face. She picked up the kettle beside her, unscrewed the lid, and was about to drink some water when suddenly a feeling of nausea came over her. Himan Xiang quickly ran to the bushes and started vomiting. But after an afternoon of consumption, her stomach was already empty, so how could she vomit anything? At this moment, a concerned voice suddenly came from the side. Man Xiang, are you okay? Himan Xiang turned around and saw that it was Wang Yongsheng. She felt even more nauseous.
What's it to you?
She rolled her eyes and looked away. Wang Yongsheng was not angry. Instead, he took out an egg from his pocket with a smile. Man Xiang, I heard that you have a poor appetite. Here are the eggs I cooked for you at noon to nourish your body. As he said this, he held the egg in front of her. Himan Xiang has not had a good day since she married Zhao Mingyuan. Not to mention eggs, she has barely had a sip of egg soup. When she saw the eggs he handed her, she couldn't help swallowing hard. But she reluctantly suppressed her greed when she thought of Zhao Mingyuan's future success. No, you take it. Lin Wanshu could endure such hardship, so there was no reason for her to lose to her. You really don't want it? Wang Yongxing chuckled, then he slowly placed the egg on the stone and knocked it against the stone. A crackling sound from the egg's heck, and Himan Xiang almost turned her head away. How could Wang Yongxing not see her hesitation? He didn't say anything but pelted the egg bit by bit. The rich aroma of eggs soon spread. Had already found it very difficult to refuse, couldn't help but swallowed hard again. She turned around and glared at him fiercely, then stood up and tried to leave. But the next second, a pea-pellet egg was stuffed into her hand. Wang Yongxing was afraid that she would be angry, so he stuffed the egg into her mouth and left. Himan Xiang. How could she refuse when she felt the unique tenderness of the egg in her hand? She pursed her lips, then finally put her hands to the side and found a secret place to eat. The rich aroma of eggs filled her mouth and Himan Xiang ate voraciously. An egg. She felt full of energy. Although Himan Xiang felt a little guilty, she was more satisfied with the meat. I don't know if it was because of eating an egg, but she felt a lot better. Carrying the hoe, she walked back humming a song. But what she didn't know was that Wang Yongsheng didn't go far. Seeing her eat the egg, he was in a very good mood. After watching Himan Xiang leave, he also hummed a song and walked in another direction. But he had not walked far when he ran into Zhao Mingyuan. When he saw him, a trace of guilt flashed across Wang Yongxing's face, but soon he forced himself to calm down. Hee, why are you here? Zhao Mingyuan stared at Wang Yongxing intently, as if he was looking at a heartless man. Did you go to see Himan Xiang just now? Hearing this, Wang Yongxing's face froze. He looked around and found no one around. Then he lowered his voice and said, Are you crazy? Can you stop being unreasonable? If their relationship were to be known, they might be shot. Is this the time to be jealous? Zhao Mingyuan looked at him with resentment. You've changed. You weren't like this before. Wang Yongsheng. How could he have had a choice before? Now there is a soft woman who can carry a baby, who still wants a grown man. It is exciting, but afterwards there is always an indescribable emptiness in my heart. With Zhao Mingyuan, He was a normal man and naturally longed for a life with a wife, children, and a warm bed. However, He Manxiang's baby hasn't been born yet, so now is not the time to fall out with Zhao Mingyuan. Thinking of this, Wang Yongsheng suppressed his impatience and coaxed Zhao Mingyuan in a gentle voice. Hey, what are those two doing? Why do they look weird? Not far away, someone cast a strange look at them. Hiss. Now that you mention it, I also feel that something is wrong. Why is Zhao Mingyuan looking at his mother like that? Although it is normal for two grown men to be close to each other, their body language will differ depending on their relationship. When Zhao Mingyuan got excited, he couldn't control his movements. Wang Yongsheng saw someone pointing at them out of the corner of his eye, and his face suddenly changed. Not daring to say anything more to Zhao Mingyuan, he left in a hurry. Seeing how perfunctory he was, Zhao Mingyuan became even angrier. With a gloomy face, he saw He Manxiang sitting on the bed with a depressed look on her face. He Manxiang was in a good mood after eating an egg, but on the way back, she heard the news that Lin Wanshu was in the newspaper. I'm very angry at the moment. Seeing Zhao Mingyuan coming back, she couldn't hold back any longer and complained. They say that if you marry a man, you get clothes and food. I've been married to you for so long, but I can't even afford an egg. Others are eating and drinking delicious food, and are even in the newspapers. When will you start a business and let us mother and son live a good life? Zhao Mingyuan had reached the limit of his patience with He Manxiang. He was just treated perfunctorily by Wang Yongsheng and was now furious. Hearing this, he couldn't help but sneer. If you think our life is not good, then get out. Let him do business? She wanted to kill herself so she could live with Wang Yongsheng, right? He Manxiang didn't expect him to say that and was shocked. I don't mind. Don't chase me away. Why do you endure so much hardship? Isn't it all for a good life in the future? Now that she's pregnant, how could she leave? You're not leaving, are you? Go sweep up the chicken poop in the yard now. The urinal is full of urine too. Go and use it to water the vegetables. Zhao Mingyuan was unhappy because he knew that she couldn't stand the smell of those odors now, so he ordered her around as much as he could, no matter how disgusting it was. He Manxiang felt nauseous just by hearing these words. But in the end, she had to agree. I'll go now. Just be patient, and in a few years you'll be able to do business, and then everyone will envy her. Let Lin Wanshu be proud for a few years. When the war comes, let's see if she can still smile. When City Military Hospital, because they had to memorize new medical books and follow up with patients during the day, everyone was very nervous and wished they could break every minute into two. The hospital has dormitories specially arranged for students. Several female comrades lived in one room, while the remaining male comrades lived in two dormitories. It was already late at night, but several people in the dormitory were still memorizing their lessons diligently under kerosene lamps. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to memorize it in a week and it would be returned. While everyone was busy, Lin Wanshu was holding the newly acquired notebook and studying it carefully. Hey, Wanshu, why don't you recite it? Meng Yuanshuang was surprised to see that she didn't even take the medical book. Isn't she afraid to memorize it? Hearing this, Lin Wanshu did not put down the notebook, but just said calmly, I have memorized this book a long time ago. Hearing this, the girls in the dormitory almost cried with envy. It's so unfair. How did you get this medical book? And you memorized it in advance? Someone couldn't help but mutter. But he was immediately retorted by Tan Hongmei. Can I borrow a book? It's not like the library is closed. Although not all books are available, this kind of reference book is still well preserved. After hearing what Tan Hongmei said, how could the person who was muttering just now dare to say a word? Tan Hongmei does what she says. Lin Wanshu gave her a massage and prescribed some medicine, which greatly relieved her constipation. Tan Hongmei now regards herself as Lin Wanshu's guard. She will scold anyone who dares to talk nonsense to her. Who was being protected, was so moved that she said to Tan Hongmei, I have a way to help you memorize the book quickly. Hearing this, Tan Hongmei's eyes lit up. What method? Good Wanshu, please teach us. Tan Hongmei came up to her and started to act coquettishly, completely forgetting that she had complained about her young age yesterday. Those who were questioning Lin Wanshu were shocked to hear that she actually had a way to memorize the book quickly. Suddenly, I couldn't help feeling annoyed. If I had known she would, I wouldn't have said so much. I don't know whether she would be willing to teach me. Lin Wanshu was naturally not the type to rush for help. He only taught Tan Hongmei and Meng Yuanshuang the quick memorization method that he had accidentally acquired in his previous life. Chun Jiji felt extremely embarrassed when she saw that she really wasn't going to teach her, but she was too embarrassed to speak up. Until she saw Tan Hongmei and her partner memorize a medical book in just 3 days.
Comrade Wanshu, I'm sorry.
I admit that I was jealous of you before, which is why I said that. I beg you to be magnanimous and forgive me for the mistake I made in the heat of the moment. Since she had apologized so sincerely, Lin Wanshu naturally didn't bother with her anymore. I also taught her how to memorize. Seeing how generous she was, Chinjiji suddenly felt a little ashamed. Male comrades were all shocked when they learned that Tan Hongmei and her partner had memorized the medical book in just 3 days with the help of Lin Wanshu. After the meal, before Lin Wanshu even left the cafeteria, she was surrounded by people. Comrade Lin, please help us. We still have 3 days left.
We can't carry it that fast.
No one wants to be eliminated. But human abilities are limited, and only a few people can memorize a book in a week. Even if others try their best, they will not be able to finish it. Now that they hear there is a shortcut, how can they remain calm? They came to me one after another. Lin Wanshu was not a stingy person, and she taught them the method of quick memorization without reservation. However, this method has a disadvantage. Although you can memorize it at the time, you need to consolidate it from time to time after memorizing it, otherwise you will forget it in a short time. After Lin Wanshu gave them the method, she also specifically reminded them to go back and consolidate and strengthen their memory. After all, they are studying medicine and cannot be fooled. If you don't keep any of these points in mind, you would be irresponsible to the patient. Hearing this, everyone did not dare to neglect and nodded solemnly. Don't worry, Comrade Lin. I guarantee on my character that I will come back and read the book thoroughly. Since you have chosen this path, there is no reason to be afraid of hardship. Looking at the serious faces in front of her, Lin Wanshu felt relieved. With Lin Wan's teaching method, the students memorized the book very quickly. At time, Lin Wanshu was the most popular among this group of students. Whenever there is something, everyone will invariably ask her opinion first. Although she is the youngest among the students, she has the potential to become a leader. A week later, it was time for the first phase of the assessment. Surong still had that meticulous and stern look on her face, with a stack of papers in her hand. Others already have experience with this type of exam. Lin Wanshu's first time participating in this kind of training assessment, so she couldn't help but find it a bit novel. Surong's gaze stayed on her for a while, and then she handed out the test paper. There are 3 test papers in total. The full score is 300. 180 points is a pass. If you fail, you will return to your original team. After all, she didn't graduate from a formal medical school, so Surong's requirements were naturally very strict. Who have no talent or are not working hard enough will be sent back directly. Hearing this, everyone held their breath, and their hearts couldn't help but start pounding wildly. Although they had Lin Wanshu's methods, they memorized all the medical books she gave them. But I still can't help worrying about not passing the assessment and being rejected. The makeshift classroom was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. All I could hear was the rustling of test papers. Lin Wanshu received the test paper. She quickly glanced over it, then picked up the pen and started writing. The seats are quite far apart, so it's impossible to peek at other people's seats. Lin Wanshu happened to be sitting at the front row, and everyone felt a great deal of pressure when they saw her writing so fast. The exam lasts a total of 4 hours, and many of the questions in the paper are extremely tricky. If you don't memorize the whole book, there's no way you can answer the question. Surong was standing next to Lin Wanshu. Her frown gradually relaxed a little after she saw her answer sheet. Lin Wanshu didn't care and answered the question seriously. After finishing 3 test papers, her hands felt sore. However, when she thought about going back home for the holiday, she felt full of strength again. She hasn't seen Meow Meow for a week, and she misses her so much. Lin Wanshu answered the questions very quickly and finished them in just 3 hours. Handed in the test paper directly. Everyone saw that she had finished writing so quickly, they couldn't help but gasp. And Sher Surong rarely criticized anyone. She just waved her hand and let her leave. Lin Wanshu went straight back to the dormitory, picked up her small backpack, and went to the supply and marketing cooperative. As soon as the salesperson at the supply and marketing cooperative saw her, his eyes lit up. "Comrade, long time no see. Do you want more chickens this time? I just got 2 old hens." When she heard about the old hen, Lin Wanshu also became nervous. "Yes, comrade. Pack them both for me." The other military wives in the family compound raised chickens, except Lin Wanshu. "Now that I see her selling hens, I might as well take them back. There is no need to worry about the hen stopping laying eggs when she gets old. She has spiritual spring water, so all she needs to do is feed her a little." The salesperson was delighted to see that she was still so generous. "So I packed the chicken for her." Then, he secretly gave Lin Wanshu some defective industrial products. Lin Wanshu spent a total of 13 yuan on the hen and daily necessities. She returned. She had a sack in her left hand and another in her right hand, both filled with harvest. It's already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Wanshu came. She had already told Qin Yan that she would go back this Saturday afternoon. The main purpose is to follow up on Luo Chunxiang. I got on the bus familiarly and headed back shakily. We arrived in Lan County. It was already past 6 o'clock. It's getting dark faster and faster now. It's a little gray at just past 6 o'clock. As soon as I got off the car, I saw 2 cats, one big and one small, waiting by the door. Meow meow. After being apart for a week, Lin Wanshu missed him so much. When he saw Xiao Meow Meow, he put down the sack in his hand and reached out to hug her. But who knew that the little baby would just snort and twist his little body? He looked like he was refusing her hug. Lin Wanshu. After being rejected, Lin Wanshu looked at her man pitifully. How could Qin Yan bear such a look from her? He immediately helped to coax the little guy. "Meow meow, can you give me a hug?" But Xiao Meow Meow was obviously not so easy to coax. After her father finished speaking, she turned around and twisted in the other direction. Her little mouth was pouted high, and she was obviously very angry. Qin Yan. Lin Wanshu had no choice but to use her trump card. He took out a piece of Rice Krispie candy from his pocket and handed it to her. The little girl's nose moved, as if she smelled something sweet, and she finally turned her head. "Meow meow, be good, let mommy hug you, okay?" Since her rebirth, Lin Wanshu had never been separated from her for such a long time. She felt guilty and distressed in her heart. Fortunately, this time, the baby finally let her hold him. Taking her soft little body, Lin Wanshu's heart also softened. Qin Yan picked up the bag on the ground and tied it to the horizontal bar in front. He then reached out to hold Lin Wanshu's arm and helped her sit on the back seat of the bicycle. Of a 28-inch bicycle is widened and lengthened. Not to mention a large and a small person, even 2 female comrades can still fit in there. In this era, bicycles were an important means of transportation, and their status was similar to that of luxury cars in later generations. It is normal for a family of 5 to ride in one car. Xiao Meow Meow sat in front of Lin Wanshu, looking up at her mother from time to time, as if to confirm whether she was still behind him. Lin Wanshu felt even more distressed when she saw her pitiful appearance. Along the way, she was only concerned with coaxing the little guy and didn't pay any attention to the man in front of her who was waiting to talk to her. Fortunately, before returning to the family compound, Xiao Meow Meow was finally coaxed into calm by her. A soft voice kept calling, "Mom" and "Mom." I rode my bike all the way back home, and before I got off the bike, I saw Luo Chunxiang waiting at the door. "Wanshu, you're finally back." Lin Wanshu thought something was wrong with her, so she hurried forward. "Chunxiang, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Getting darker and darker, and she could only vaguely see her facial features, but couldn't make out her face at all.
I've fine.
"I heard you were back and was worried you wouldn't have anything to eat, so I brought you a bunch of leeks." As she spoke, she handed over the leeks in her hand. Seeing that he was waiting for her here just to give her a bunch of leeks, Lin Wanshu was a little touched. Without rejecting their kindness, and said gratefully, "Thank you very much. It saves me the trouble of going to the vegetable garden." Seeing that she accepted it, Luo Chunxiang breathed a sigh of relief, and a relieved smile appeared on her face. "I should be the one thanking you. You don't know that since I took the medicine you prescribed for me, I feel much better. Recently, I don't feel out of breath when working anymore. You know your own body. I originally thought that she would die one day with this sickly body. But she never expected that after Lin Wanshu treated her with acupuncture twice and drank 3 doses of medicine, her health miraculously improved. This is also the reason why she was waiting here eagerly after hearing the news. She was grateful to her in her heart. Hearing this, Lin Wanshu was a little surprised, so she invited her into the living room and prepared to take her pulse. In the living room, which were brighter than those in other places. As soon as she entered the room, Lin Wanshu discovered that the living room had undergone significant changes. Original small medicine shelf has been replaced and turned into a large medicine cabinet. Lin Wanshu estimated that it was about 2.5 meters wide and 1.5 meters high. In front of the medicine cabinet, there is a table and a stool. No need to look, this might have been arranged by Qin Yan. I didn't expect that he bought so many things for me in just 1 week. It would be a lie for Lin Wanshu to say that she was not touched. Please ask Luo Chunxiang to sit on the stool. Lin Wanshu took her pulse. Luo Chunxiang didn't say anything, but looked at Lin Wanshu expectantly. When she finished, she couldn't wait to ask, "Wanshu, how is it? Your pulse is steady and strong, and it is indeed much better than before. I will give you acupuncture and moxibustion later, and prescribe some medicine for you to take back." It seems that the prescriptions in this space are extraordinary. Postpartum disease is the most difficult to treat, and what she wants is to give her a little bit of conditioning over the long term. Unexpectedly, the effect of the prescription was so amazing. Hearing this, Luo Chunxiang was overjoyed. "Thank you, Wanshu. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do. She has so many children at home. They do if I left? You're welcome. I'm glad to help you. Who can accept a man's 3 nephews and take good care of them?" For people like this, Lin Wanshu would do whatever she could to help. After giving her acupuncture and prescribing medicine, Chunxiang thanked the doctor repeatedly before leaving. As soon as she left, Yu Fongfong and Ji Hualan arrived. Ji Hualan was holding a plate of dumplings in her hand. "Wanshu, I made some dumplings for you to try." Yu Fongfong didn't bring anything, but she didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, he looked at Ji Hualan with an accusing look. "You treated Wanwan to dumplings, but not me. You're so biased." Ji Hualan rolled her eyes and didn't indulge her. "If I send Wanshu something delicious, she will also send me something else. If I send you something delicious, it's like throwing meat buns at a dog. After all, she's the type who can burn down the kitchen just by cooking. Can she expect her to make delicious food for herself?" Yu Fongfong chuckled and wasn't embarrassed at all. "Don't be like this. After all, we are so familiar with each other. At worst, I can ask my husband, Mr. Fong, to make you something delicious next time."
Yehualan.
"Your family's Lao Fong made delicious food, so I'd better leave it for you to enjoy." The couple should not laugh at each other. Although Fong Yandong would not burn down the kitchen, the food he made could only be considered cooked. There is no way to say how delicious it is. I think it's more realistic to rely on your son than on Mr. Fong. Lin Wanshu also joked. When Yu Fongfong heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up. "You rewrite. I'll let my son learn cooking from you. Whether he can eat good food in the future depends on him." Fong Jianxi, who had just walked to the door, sneezed loudly. Who was scolding him? Lin Wanshu was just talking casually, but she didn't expect Yu Fongfong to start thinking seriously about it. She was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "Your home is so small. How could you do that?" Just as I finished speaking, I heard Xiao Jianxi ask defensively, "Mom, what do you want me to do?" Yu Fongfong. Didn't he just want him to cook a dish? Why did he look like he was facing a great enemy? But perhaps she still had to have some shame, so Yu Fongfong didn't say this out loud. But Ji Hualon, who was standing by, betrayed her without mercy. Your mother wants you to learn how to cook from Aunt Wanshu so that you can cook for her in the future. Hearing this, Xiao Jianxi took a step back reflexively. Mom, how old am I? Do you want me to cook? He said with an accusing look on his face. Yu Fongfong touched her nose awkwardly. You're not that young anymore. You're already in school. Feng Jianxi roared angrily. I went to kindergarten, not elementary school. Yu Fongfong. Could she say he was so capable that she ignored his age? Lin Wanshu couldn't help laughing when she saw the mother and son bickering on a daily basis. Ji Hualon came to bring her food, but Yu Fongfong simply came because they hadn't seen each other for a long time and missed her. While Lin Wanshu was cooking, she strongly requested to help light the fire. Ji Hualon was worried and just watched from the side. Not long after, Tang Qian, who heard the news, also came over. Wanshu, you're finally back. Without you, the family compound has become much quieter. As soon as they met, Tang Qian said excitedly. But Yu Fongfong ruthlessly exposed it. Is it because Wanshu is not here that you can't take advantage of others? That's why you feel lonely, right? They often teased Tang Qian about this, and she always just laughed it off. But today, Tang Qian just smiled awkwardly and did not refute. Yu Fongfong looked at her strangely for several times. Tang Qian, what's wrong with you? Are you worried about something? Unable to hold back, she asked. As soon as he finished speaking, tears flashed in Tang Qian's eyes. Then she blinked rapidly again.
Look at what you said.
How could I have anything to do? I just came to see if Wanshu brought back any goodies from the city. Yu Fongfong. Well, her concern was in vain. Lin Wanshu vaguely guessed that Tang Qian was probably troubled by matters at her mother's side again. But she didn't want to say it, and she didn't want to ask any more. He smiled and said, I did get something out of this. As she spoke, she asked Ji Hualon to help watch over the vegetables, and then she brought over the sack that was in the corner of the kitchen. Once opened, there are all kinds of goods inside.
Wow.
Wanshu, did you go to the city to buy goods? Why did you buy so many things? Although their men have money and tickets every month, many things cannot be bought just because they want to. Seeing what was in Lin Wanshu's bag, everyone was a little surprised. These are defective. No tickets are needed. I'm familiar with the salesperson. I don't need any of the items she sells to me. See if you need any. If you do, take them. Yu Fongfong had everything she needed, except Lin Wanshu. Ji Hualon took a fancy to the enamel cup with a little more paint. But just as she asked the price, Lin Wanshu glared at her. You help me look after my child, and I still charge you money. What kind of person am I? Not only did she not take the money, she also stuffed several things into her pocket. Tang Qian had her eyes on many things, including a kettle, sandals, a kerosene lamp, and elastic bands. Felt she needed everything. But surprisingly, Tang Qian, who always loved to take advantage, actually paid for the food obediently after picking 3 items this time. This caused Yu Fongfong to look at her strangely several times. But because of what happened just now, she didn't complain. We hadn't seen each other for about a week, and they didn't leave during dinner. I asked her about her condition in the hospital with concern. Qin Yan hasn't been able to have a good chat with Lin Wanshu since she came back. His wife was taken away from him, and he had no place to seek redress. I could only eat in silence. After finally sending Yu Fongfong and Ji Hualon away, Tang Qian, who was left, pulled Lin Wanshu into a corner and started chatting with her in whispers. Knowing that they were whispering, Qin Yan did not listen. He boiled water for Xiao Miao Miao and prepared to give her a bath later. Wanshu, I really can't find anyone to talk to, Tang Qian said with red eyes. Hearing this, Lin Wanshu said with concern, You can tell me what's wrong. Although I may not be able to help you, some words will make you feel better when you say them out loud. Hearing her say this, Tang Qian completely let down her guard. Wanshu, do you think I did something wrong? He's my dad. How can I ignore him? It turned out that Tang Qian's father had a serious leg injury and could not work. Her sister-in-law and her husband thought her father was a burden and refused to support him. She could only send money and things back home every month, hoping that her father would be taken care of. Not long after I sent the items back, they called me again and asked me for money. When saying this, Tang Qian felt her heart was heavy and she couldn't breathe. Because of her endless spending on her parents' side, her husband has ignored her for half a month. After listening to her, Lin Wanshu couldn't help but sigh. It's true that every family has its own problems. Tang Qian, supporting your parents is not just your responsibility. In this case, you need to ask the village party secretary to come forward and clearly divide the responsibilities. You should take responsibility for what you are responsible for. Being soft-hearted will only hurt yourself. Tang Qian blinked and tried hard to suppress her tears. I've looked for him, but it's no use. He's a jerk. If I don't give him money, he'll make my dad starve for 9 meals in 3 days. How could Tang Qian have the heart to do this? That was her father who gave birth to her and raised her.
He once supported the whole family.
Now that he has fallen down, he looks so desolate. She couldn't bear just looking at it. Tang Qian turned her back and wiped away her tears. Lin Wanshu took out a handkerchief and wiped her gently. She never expected that Tang Qian, who always loved to take advantage of others, actually had a vampire-like brother and his family behind her. No wonder she still lives a tight life even though her husband has an allowance. She didn't know how to comfort him in this situation. After all, the country is far away, and if she doesn't go back, her brother won't know what happened to her father. At least now, for the sake of money, they will keep him hanging no matter what. How did your father injure his leg? How is he now? Unfortunately, transportation is inconvenient these days, so it would be difficult for her to go and help her even if she wanted to. I was hit by a big rock while repairing a water conservancy project. Although my leg was saved, I can't work anymore. Both legs were hit at the same time. Although the external injuries have healed, it is now difficult for him to even stand, let alone earn work points like before. Lin Wanshu carefully understood the situation. She suddenly remembered the ointment she had just developed in the space. However, this ointment has not yet undergone large-scale clinical trials, so she couldn't bring it up. She could only comfort her with a few words and let her go back first. Tang Qian originally just wanted to find someone to talk to. Seeing that Lin Wanshu didn't look at her strangely for subsidizing her parents' home like others did, she felt much better. Without saying anything more, she picked up the few things she and Lin Wanshu had just bought and was about to leave. But he was stopped by Lin Wanshu. Tang Qian, wait a minute, take this piece of cloth back. If it were in the past, Tang Qian would have taken it shamelessly. But this time, she hesitated. She knew in her heart that if she sent the fabric back, not only would it not win gratitude from her brother and sister-in-law, but they would even dislike it because it was defective. Tang Qian could imagine what contemptuous words they would say. Wanshu, no need. This fabric is so good. You can keep it and make clothes for Meow Meow. It's just a minor flaw and doesn't affect anything at all. Lin Wanshu had plenty of fabrics, so she had no shortage of them. After persuading her a few more times and seeing that she really refused to accept it, I gave up. After Tang Qian left, Lin Wanshu was about to take the cloth back, but when she turned around, she almost bumped into her man. How come you walk without making any sound? It's so scary. She glared at him, her hand over her heart. Qin Yan's eyes fell on her green jade-like hands. He paused, then looked away and said, "Give me the cloth. I'll get you some water. Go take a shower." That vague glance made Lin Wanshu's heart jump suddenly, and her face couldn't help but get hot. Stunning and reserved. Lin Wanshu glared at him, stuffed the cloth into his hand, and then turned to go to the shower room. Behind him, there was the sound of a man laughing muffledly. Facing his burning gaze, Lin Wanshu walked into the shower room dazed. Not only was the water in the shower room ready, even her clothes were ready. But when she saw clearly what clothes he had picked for her, Lin Wanshu's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. It turned out that she made this dress on a whim when she saw the fabric in the space. After she finished it, she stuffed it into the closet in the space. How did he find out? Retracting her gaze, Lin Wanshu bit her lip and somehow took out a specially made soap from the space. After a while, the whole shower room was filled with an enticing sweet fragrance. After taking a bath, Lin Wanshu's little face was flushed, and her eyes were wet, sparkling, and affectionate. As soon as the door opened, I was met with a pair of deep eyes. I don't know how long he stood outside. Lin Wanshu didn't say anything, and Qin Yan didn't say anything either, but the tacit ambiguity made people blush and their hearts beat fast for no reason. She bit her red lips lightly, glanced at the man with her beautiful eyes, paused, and then walked towards the room. But that step had an inexplicable swaying charm. Soon, the restrained yet slightly anxious footsteps of a man could be heard from behind. Lin Wanshu stretched out her hand and gently pushed the door open. The next second, she was hugged from behind. What was on the tip of her tongue was drowned out by his eager and domineering lips and teeth. Afraid of disturbing the baby, she reached out and pushed him. Wait, meow meow. He fell asleep. Lin Wanshu. On the other side, Tang Qian slowly returned home with the things she had just obtained from Lin Wanshu. The whole yard was quiet. She first went to the room where the child slept and took a look. When he found that they were all asleep, he returned to his room. As soon as I pushed the door open, I suddenly saw another person on the bed. Lao Zhang, you're back? Tang Qian asked in surprise. Wang Guogang looked up at her, with no intention of getting up. He just said, lightly. Tang Qian knew she was in the wrong and didn't dare to say anything. Putting the things on the table, she slowly walked toward him.
Saw thee,
Tang Qian said weakly. Wang Guogang snorted and laughed. Tang Qian, how many times have you apologized to me? It's like this every time. I apologize sincerely, and do what I should do next. He earns several dozen yuan a month, but after so many years, there are only a few dozen yuan left in his savings account. How could he not be annoyed? Tang Qian didn't dare to say a word. Her head almost dropped to her chest. Wang Guogang was too lazy to say anything and just took out two $10 bills from his pocket. This month's allowance has been paid, and here are the $20 for you. Hearing this, Tang Qian's eyes widened. Only $20? Wang Guogang glanced at her coldly, paused, and then said, It's only 20, which covers all the expenses of our family for a month. If you don't want it, I'll put it away.
but
$20 is not enough. After deducting household expenses, she couldn't afford to send any money to her parents' home. What should her father do if there is no money? If you think it's not enough, go and earn some money. I have no problem with how much you earn, and give it to your father. I have to save the money I earn to build a house. All of Wang Guogang's sympathy had long been exhausted by his brother-in-law's repeated demands. It's not that he doesn't want to help, but if he continues to help, he won't even be able to afford his own children's education. Moved her lips, wanting to say something, but not knowing what to say. Finally, she took the 20 yuan from his hand somewhat dejectedly. Her hands and her father's pitiful appearance flashed through her mind, followed by Wang Guogang's cold voice, telling her to go and earn the money if she wanted it. Who doesn't want money? But how can a job be so easy to get? Tang Qian lay silently on the side where she usually slept. Wang Guogang ignored her. He was so angry that he was in no mood to speak. At the same time, He Wenju was not so lucky. Ever since Qiu Yong scolded her during the Mid-Autumn Festival, she hasn't seen him again. When He Wenju thought of what he said, she became so anxious that her mouth started bubbling. After waiting for a long time, Qiu Yong finally came back, but he asked her to pack her things. I'm not going back. He Wenju grabbed his clothes and pleaded in a trembling voice. I was wrong. I won't talk nonsense again. Please don't send me back to Ning City. But this time, Qiu Yong was very determined. I've arranged a job for you in a textile factory. If you don't want to live at home, you can live in the dormitory. Qiu Yong thought about it for many days before making the decision. Since they always quarreled when they lived together, they might as well see each other once a year like before. It also saves her from talking without restraint and causing trouble for him here. Seeing that he was serious and even found a job for her, He Wenju's mind went blank. The great panic made her start talking without thinking again. I knew it, I knew you changed your mind. How could you do this to me? She doesn't want a job in a textile factory. She wants to be the head of the Parent-Teacher Association. Hearing her talking nonsense again, Cho-young felt exhausted and became more determined to send her back. Pack your things, and I'll take you back tomorrow. Having said that, he turned and walked out. Hyun-ju looked at his back as he left, staggered, and sat on the ground. After a while, it started raining. The rain in autumn is different from that in other seasons. When the wind blows, your whole body feels chilly. But Hyun-ju seemed not to feel it. My mind was filled with his words about sending me back.
How could he do that?
It was already very late at this time, and the military wives living next door were all asleep. Even Xiao Tingting was sleeping soundly. Hyun-ju sat on the ground in the rain, acting like a self-torturer. The next day, the news that Hyun-ju was going to be sent back to Ning City spread in a small circle in the family compound. Why so sudden? Yang-jung asked with some surprise. What's so sudden about it? You don't know they quarrel every other day. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to stand it either. Didn't you see that the commander often stays in the barracks and doesn't come back? If his family is not harmonious? After hearing this, everyone immediately understood. What about her work in the family committee? Who could have thought that she would be sent back just after taking office and before she even had time to get comfortable in her seat? What else can we do? I guess Director Ma will take over first. After all, she did pretty well before. Director Ma is emotionally stable and warm-hearted, and he won't give orders rashly when he's hot-headed. This is a blessing for them. Originally, Hyun-ju was not the director of the family committee, and no one paid much attention to her. But since she became the director of the Parent-Teacher Association, they realized how lucky they were to have a steady leader. Although no one said anything about Hyun-ju's return to Ning City, everyone was privately happy to see it happen. Some of the braver ones even went straight to the door to watch the fun. But they waited and waited for a long time, but there was no sign of the group leader, nor did they see Hyun-ju coming out with the luggage. Instead, he got the panicked Xiao Tingting. Andy, please come in and help. My mother is sick. Hearing this, everyone present had some doubt on their faces. It be that Hyun-ju is pretending to be sick? Tingting, is your mother really sick? It's true, she's been talking nonsense. Xiao Tingting's voice was filled with panic and crying. Hearing this, the military wives looked at each other and finally decided to go in and take a look. As soon as I walked to the door of the room, I heard Hyun-ju's vague voice coming from inside. Die, go away. The military wives were shocked when they heard these confusing words. Without delay, several people walked forward quickly. Yang-jung reached out and touched her forehead. Hiss. It's so hot. It's so hot. You can fry an egg. No wonder she keeps talking nonsense. Hurry, I'll carry her to see a doctor, and you go inform the team leader and ask him to come back quickly. Yang-jung said decisively. Others also rushed to help and lifted Hyun-ju onto her back. Then the men split into two groups. 3 military wives sent Hyun-ju to see a doctor, while the other 2 went to find Cho-young. Lin Wan-shu didn't know about Hyun-ju's affairs. Breakfast, she didn't go anywhere. She just stayed in the space and fiddled with her ointment. Qin Yen didn't have to go to the military camp today, so he was in the study. On one hand, he was helping Lin Wan-shu to see if anyone came looking for him, while on the other hand, he was fiddling with something. Upon closer inspection, the strange-looking thing in his hand was surprisingly similar to a sniper cannon in Lin Wan-shu's space. Ever since drinking the spiritual spring water, Qin Yen not only has extraordinary 5 senses, but also has an extraordinarily sharp intuition. This made him feel like he could replicate the sniper cannon based on the blueprint. Just do it when you think of it. Qin Yen used the materials currently available and his spare time to figure out how to make a sniper cannon bit by bit. I have to say, the sniper gun is extremely powerful. Ordinary sniper rifles can eliminate targeted targets, but with one shot from the sniper cannon, the entire trench is gone. The aim is precise, and the damage is astonishingly great. If this sniper gun could be used on the battlefield. Thinking of this, Qin Yen became more and more eager to replicate the sniper cannon as soon as possible. Xiao Miao Miao and Lin Wan-shu spent the whole morning together. Her brother called her out to play again. At this moment, There are only the couple left at home, each busy with their own things. In the space, the little rabbit's injured forelimb had long since recovered to normal. Although there are still shallow scars on the surface, the little rabbit can already jump around. There were many injured animals in the laboratory, all of which were covered with ointment. The forest is a world where the strong prey on the weak, and hunting and escaping are happening every moment. The difference is that the small animals that were previously hunted are now eaten. But this time, they were all saved by Lin Wanshu. She also fed the predators meat to prevent them from starving to death. Lin Wanshu checked them one by one. Nothing unusual was found, and the recovery conditions of the little animals were similar to that of the little rabbit. If the experiment is successful, I can't imagine what kind of sensation this ointment will cause. It has good effect, is easy to use, and has strong repairing power. Lin Wanshu was a businessman in her previous life, so she naturally knew how valuable this ointment was. If applied well, not only will the troops benefit, but it will also provide a lot of jobs. Lin Wanshu looked at the ointment in her hand and fell into deep thought. I don't know how long it had been, but Qin Yan's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Wan, someone is looking for you. Hearing this, Lin Wanshu hurried out of the space. As soon as she walked out of the room, she saw Yang Zheng walking towards her quickly. Wanshu, Director He's brain seems to be damaged. After the fever subsided, he is still talking nonsense. Dr. Zhang wants you to come over and take a look. Hearing this, Lin Wanshu was a little surprised. Why would your brain get burned out for no reason? She is an adult, not a child. How can it be so easy for her brain to be damaged? I can't really explain it. From the moment she woke up until now, she has been arguing with herself and cursing at her fiercely. They all suspected that her brain was burned out, and she was crazy. Several doctors at the clinic were unable to help. Zhang Qingfeng knew that Lin Wanshu was not an ordinary Chinese medicine practitioner, but a descendant of Sun Haido's senior brother, so he asked her to go over and see if there was any solution. After listening to her explanation, Lin Wanshu nodded without hesitation. Then I'll go and have a look. She has been following Shi Serong to see patients in Wen City for a week. It would be a good thing for her to gain more experience. Without any delay, they said heko to Qin Yan and hurried to the hospital. As soon as I walked to the bedside, I heard He Wenju's angry and panicked voice coming from inside. This is my body, go away. Then, it was still her voice, but her tone sounded helpless. If you keep on cursing, you'll be sent to a mental hospital soon. Lin Wanshu. Comrade Lin, you're here. Zhang Qingfeng saw her and hurried over to greet her. Dr. Zhang. Lin Wanshu nodded. Zhang Qingfeng told her about He Wenju's situation in detail. He really didn't want to use words like possessed, but He Wenju's situation was indeed very much like what people call being possessed by something dirty. Lin Wanshu listened quietly to He Wenju's quarrel with herself, her eyes flickering slightly. After a pause, she chose her words carefully and said, her condition is called schizophrenia in medicine. She needs to see a psychiatrist. Lin Wanshu finished speaking. She heard He Wenju's excited roar coming from the ward. You are sick. Your whole family is sick. Lin Wanshu, do you want to hurt me? Are you happy to see me in trouble? He Wenju was in a daze last night and felt like she was floating. Seeing a bright light ahead, she instinctively walked towards it. But when she was halfway there, she vaguely felt a reminder from within, telling her not to go. He Wenju was suddenly awakened. Again, she found that she couldn't control her body. Struggling hard, she suddenly realized that there was a strange soul in her body. This discovery shocked and frightened He Wenju. She cursed at her, beat her, and tried to drive her out, but it was of no use. There are now two souls living directly in her body, and He Wenju can feel that the other party is becoming more and more powerful. Maybe she will soon no longer be able to control this body. She was already scared enough, and now Lin Wanshu wanted her to see a psychiatrist. How could she not go crazy? Seeing a psychiatrist, isn't that the same as saying she is mentally ill? After being scolded, Lin Wanshu did not get angry. She just responded calmly. If you don't see a psychiatrist, do you have a better solution? Hyunju naturally had no solution. If there was a solution, would she be so anxious? I'm going to find a Taoist priest. He'll do some magic for me and drive her away. She wants to take my body away, and I can't let her do that. As Hyunju spoke, she stumbled off the hospital bed. Director He, be careful with your words. Lin Wanshu interrupted her sternly. Although I was reborn, I still have a sense of awe towards certain things that cannot be explained. However, in the context of this era, it was impossible for Lin Wanshu to say that she was possessed by another soul. Isn't this seeking death? Hyunju's mind suddenly became clear after being yelled at by Lin Wanshu. But soon, she fell into a panic frenzy again. I'm about to disappear. What else should I be afraid of? Find me a Taoist priest, come and perform a ritual for me. As she spoke, she rushed forward and tried to pull Lin Wanshu's clothes. But he was quickly caught by two nurses. Sister-in-law, please calm down. Feudal superstition is not acceptable. Zhang Qingfeng advised patiently while winking at the nurse. The two nurses did not hesitate. They grabbed Hyunju's arms, one on each side, and carried her back to the ward. But Hyunju was unwilling to go back. While struggling, she shouted, I want to see Chio-young. Hurry and find Chio-young for me. Director He, we've already asked someone to go and call them, but the team leader is busy, so it will probably take a while before they arrive. Yang Zheng explained on the side. Hearing this, Hyunju was angry and hateful. What on earth is he busy about? What could be more important than me? I'm almost dying, and he doesn't even come to see me? How could he be so heartless? Lin Wanshu didn't say anything, but looked at Hyunju with some curiosity. But I found that in her crazy expression, she would occasionally reveal a hint of helplessness and fatigue. It looks particularly weird. Is this another personality in her body? Or another soul? Is she, and where did she come from? In the midst of this chaos, Chio-young finally arrived. Seeing him, Hyunju suddenly broke free from the hands of the two nurses, rushed forward, and grabbed Chio-young's arm. She said frantically, Chio-young, help me quickly, there is a dirty thing trying to take my body. However, when Chio-young heard this, his face looked very ugly. Hyunju, when will you change your nonsense habit? As a staunch materialist, he doesn't believe in any talk of dirty things. In his opinion, Hyunju was just acting crazy and stupid because she didn't want to go back to Ning City. Seeing that he didn't believe her, Hyunju collapsed. Why don't you believe me? She was inside me. She tried to take my body away and I almost died, you know? Chio-young frowned, thinking that her excuse was extremely absurd. In the end, I didn't plan to ask her anymore, so I asked Zhang Qingfeng directly. Dr. Zhang, how is she now? Hyunju's situation fell into the category of psychology, so Zhang Qingfeng didn't dare to make any judgment and suggested that he be sent to the provincial hospital for a checkup. Hearing that it might be split personality and not fake, Chio-young frowned even more tightly. How could she suddenly have a split personality? Split personality is affected by many factors, such as genetic factors, biological factors, environmental factors, and psychological factors. You need to consult a professional to find out the specific cause. Lin Wanshu didn't know much about this, but at least she knew more than Zhang Qingfeng, so she explained it for him. Can she be cured? This is the issue that Chio-young is most concerned about. Lin Wanshu recalled the cases she had seen, paused, and then said, It depends on the situation. If the symptoms are mild, there is a certain chance that they can be cured through psychological counseling or biomedical treatment. If the symptoms are more serious, then we can only help her better integrate into society. That is to accept the coexistence of two personalities. Hyunju heard that she might have to coexist in the same body with another soul for a long time. She felt like the sky was falling. I don't want her here. Chio-young, please help me. I was wrong. From now on, I will listen to whatever you say and never talk nonsense again. Holding Chio-young's clothes tightly, she cried miserably with tears and snot. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a long sigh in her mind. Find out who is occupying whose body. When I was a child, my soul was injured, and you suddenly broke in.
What?
You have occupied this body for more than 20 years, and you really think it is yours? Her soul was damaged, and there was nothing she could do. She just let someone take over her body. She could only stay in a corner and recuperate. Who would have thought that when I was sleeping soundly, this guy suddenly gave up and ran away? If she hadn't quickly controlled her body, she might have been dead by now. Hearing this, Hyunju felt as if struck by lightning. Buried deep in my memory suddenly came to my mind. Feeling uneasy, the other Hyunju took control of the body directly. What Cheo-young saw was that Hyunju, who had originally looked crazy, suddenly calmed down. Hyunju let go of Cheo-young's hand with a faint expression. "I'm sorry, Captain Cheo. I was rude just now." Cheo-young. Lin Wanshu. Zhang Qingfeng. So, this is Hyunju's other personality? Although her appearance was still the same, there was a hint of coldness between her features. He looked like a different person. Cheo-young grabbed her hand and said, "I'll take you to the provincial hospital." Her situation was beyond his understanding. Split personality be like this? The same person have two completely different personalities? Hearing this, Hyunju glanced at him indifferently, then nodded indifferently. Whatever. After saying that, she turned around and said to Lin Wanshu apologetically, "I'm sorry for what happened before." Although she had been sleeping, she knew exactly what Hyunju had done. Seeing a person switch personality, soul, directly at close range was extremely shocking to Lin Wanshu. So much, so that she couldn't react at all. Just replied subconsciously,
No.
"Never mind." Hyunju curled her lips slightly, nodded lightly, and went back to the ward. "When are you going to the provincial hospital? Call me so I can catch up on my sleep." After saying this to Cheo-young, she lay directly on the hospital bed. Hyunju made a lot of noise last night and she didn't get any sleep at all, so she was extremely sleepy now. Her actions once again stunned everyone. Cheo-young, in particular, began to doubt his life as he looked at the woman who ignored him. "Comrade Xiaolin, do you think her personality is likely to persist for a long time?" Cheo-young asked in a somewhat dry voice. Lin Wanshu nodded. "Director, his condition doesn't look like a mild case, so this is likely the result. Because the personality she displays is completely different from that of herself, she can even quarrel with herself." Lin Wanshu was even more willing to believe what Hyunju said herself, that there were two souls in her body. Hearing this, Cheo-young's gaze fell straight on the person who was resting with his eyes closed on the hospital bed, and his brows were twisted into a knot. "Captain Cheo, I suggest you take your sister-in-law to the provincial hospital for a checkup as soon as possible." Zhang Qingfeng had never seen anyone's temperament suddenly change, so he said to Cheo-young with some concern. Cheo-young pursed his lips, paused, and then nodded and said, "Thank you, Dr. Zhang. I will take her there as soon as possible." There was nothing to do here, so Lin Wanshu didn't stay long and left. But Hyunju lying on the hospital bed couldn't get a good night's sleep at all. "Hyunju, in my mind is still clamoring and cursing. Give it back to me. Give your body back to me. It's you who couldn't keep it, who do you blame?" Hearing this, Hyunju sneered coldly.
So,
"You can't hold on now, right? If that's the case, who are you blaming?" She was in control of the body, she didn't bother with her, she just stayed asleep and let her do whatever she wanted. "Now I just want to get my body back, but she is so upset." Hearing her sarcasm, Hyunju was angry and furious, but there was nothing she could do about it. As the person controlling the body changed, the other party's soul seemed to be slowly growing stronger. She wanted to take it back, but it would be a pipe dream unless she was seriously injured or seriously ill. Hyunju was unwilling to accept this. What was the difference between this and asking for her life? But her shouting and cursing were doomed to be in vain. Because apart from Hyunju, no one else could hear her voice.
Hyunju soon fell asleep.
On the way back, Yongjung still couldn't come back to her senses. "Wanshu, do you think, Director, he'll be like this in the future? Is it true that she is possessed by something dirty?" Lin Wanshu calmed down. After all, she had her own precedent, so she was not unacceptable to Hyunju's situation. That's probably the case. It seems that this personality is very strong, and the original Hyunju may not be able to gain the upper hand. Hearing this, Yongzheng was a little frightened. It seems I have to be more careful in the future and try not to get sick if possible. If she gets possessed by the dirty things, she won't have anywhere to cry. But then again, thing that came from nowhere is quite gentle and elegant. She seems to be more reasonable than the original Hyunju. Seeing her frightened look, Lin Wanshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How can it be so easy to have a split personality? You may not find one in 10,000 people. Maybe she developed a second personality because of some traumatic experience in her childhood. She tried her best to comfort her from a scientific point of view. Sure enough, once something is related to science, it becomes more reassuring. Who was extremely frightened at first, calmed down a little after hearing Lin Wanshu's explanation. However, the news that Hyunju had a brain problem due to a high fever soon spread throughout the family compound. Everyone couldn't help but marvel at how she had suddenly become a different person. If the team leader had not already taken people to the provincial capital for inspection, they would have wanted to chase after him to the health center and take a sneak peek. After all, they had never seen someone's temperament suddenly change 180 degrees in broad daylight. How can one not be curious? It was already noon when Lin Wanshu returned home. Xiao Miao Miao, who had been out playing for the morning, also came back. As usual, there were several children following her. Seeing her, the children greeted her politely. You guys play here for a while, and I'll make you something delicious later. I was not in the family compound. These children were the ones who played with Meow Meow. Now that she's back, shouldn't she express her gratitude? When they heard that she was going to make delicious food, the children's eyes lit up. Is there anyone in the family compound who doesn't know how good Lin Wanshu's cooking skills are? The snacks she made were even better than those bought outside. Thank you, pretty aunt. Those who were sweet talkers quickly said thank you. Others also followed suit and said thank you. Even Xiao Miao Miao said something to her seriously. Thank you. Thank you. Lin Wanshu was so amused that she laughed till she could not help herself. After saying a few words, she turned around and went back to the kitchen. After a while, Qin Yan also came in. I saw that he had a smile in his eyes. The corners of his lips were slightly raised, and he looked like he was in a good mood. Ian, did you find a treasure? Why are you so happy? Lin Wanshu couldn't help but make a joke. Hearing this, Qin Yan did not deny it. His gaze paused on her for a while before he said, It is true that you have found a treasure. Lin Wanshu glared at him. I'm talking to you seriously. Qin Yan smiled softly, paused, then leaned over to whisper in her ear. After hearing what he said, Lin Wanshu's eyes suddenly lit up surprisingly. Really? You really did it? Isn't this incredible? That's a weapon and he made it? Qin Yan nodded. But we still need to find a place to experiment. But having a sniper gun alone is not enough. The ammunition also needs to be improved. Lin Wanshu bought, the equivalent of a shek, is not at the same level as what we have now. You can experiment in the space. I've practiced shooting in it before. Afraid that there might be ears on the other side of the wall, Lin Wanshu stood on tiptoe and whispered in his ear. The warm air carrying the faint fragrance entered his ears, and Qin Yan's breathing tightened. After a pause, he said, Okay, then I'll go and give it a try. We could conduct experiments in space. After all, this would make a lot of noise. His wife had to go to City in the afternoon, so Qin Yan did not delay. He kissed her forehead and turned back to his room. Lin Wanshu looked at his impatient back, feeling a little amused and helpless. Knowing that he could enter the space on his own, Lin Wanshu didn't care. I took out corn kernels and sugar and prepared to make popcorn for the children. Making popcorn is the easiest thing. First, fry the corn kernels in oil until they pop, then scoop them out. Next, add sugar, water, and oil and fry until they become syrup. Then put the popcorn into the pan and turn it over so that it is evenly coated with the syrup. Of popcorn quickly attracted all the children outside. When they saw the golden popcorn in the pot, Annie, do you fry this popcorn in a pan? Shunyu asked with a look of doubt on his face. He clearly remembered that the uncles who made popcorn would put the rice into the popcorn machine to make it. Once it's cooked, there will be a loud popping sound every time you turn on the popcorn machine. He often asked the old man to cook this during the Chinese New Year. As a result, Lin Wanshu actually fried it in a wok. Not only is it big, it also smells delicious, much more fragrant than the ones he asked his uncle to fry during the Chinese New Year. Lin Wanshu brought a large bowl and put the fried popcorn into the bowl, then said, "It was fried in a pan, and I used corn kernels. And it is specially selected small-grain sweet corn." In later generations, there were also varieties specially developed for popcorn frying, but they were not these. When the children heard that corn kernels could be made into popcorn, it was like a new world had opened up to them. Corn is also a coarse grain, but not as refined as rice. On weekdays, adults were reluctant to use rice to make popcorn for them and would only give them some during the Chinese New Year. Now that there are corn kernels instead, how can they not be surprised? Lin Wanshu brought the popcorn to the pavilion outside and let them eat it themselves. The popcorn was put on the table. Feng Jianxi couldn't wait to reach out and grab a handful, but he grimaced in pain from the burn. Shen Xiai glanced at him. He was so scared that he quickly put the popcorn back into the bowl. You can only take one at a time, not grab them by the handful. When the other children heard Shen Xiai say this, those who originally wanted to reach out and grab a handful withdrew their hands in embarrassment. It's no wonder they are so cowardly. After all, Shen Xiai is really ruthless when he fights. They couldn't beat him, so they had to listen to him. Seeing that they all took them one by one, Shen Xiai was satisfied. He picked up one and blew on it before handing it to Xiao Miao Miao, who was so anxious that he was about to climb over the table. Lin Wanshu ignored it and went back to the kitchen to make lunch. "I had just put the rice in the pot and was about to wash it when you Fong Fong came. Wan, you cooked delicious food but didn't even call me." Yu San Sui was holding a handful of popcorn in his hand, eating it while complaining. Lin Wanshu felt somewhat helpless and somewhat amused. "You have such a keen nose. Have you ever needed me to yell at you?" "Humph. That's just an excuse. If I wasn't at home, wouldn't I have missed this good thing? It was really delicious, fragrant, crispy, and sweet. Yu Fong Fong ate one bite at a time, crunching nonstop. How can that be possible? Look at what this is." Lin Wanshu spoke. She took out a small basin from the cupboard. The basin was filled with golden popcorn. Yu Fong Fong smiled instantly. Without hesitation, she took the popcorn and continued to show off. Lin Wanshu smiled and shook her head, then continued to cook her own meal. After eating a dozen popcorns, Yu Fong Fong suddenly thought of something and reached into the bag. Then she took out a letter and handed it to Lin Wanshu. "There is a letter for you, sent from Jing City." Lin Wanshu returned to Yin Province. She sent a letter to Sun Haidao and also sent some food she made. Calculating the time, if he had replied, it should have been now. Sun Haidao were written in a flamboyant handwriting on the envelope. Lin Wanshu opened the envelope and found only a thin piece of letter paper inside. The wording and sentence selections seemed flowery. Fortunately, she read a lot of ancient medical books on a daily basis, so she had no problem with this kind of letter. Lin Wanshu read the letter carefully while Yu Fong Fong held her small bowl and ate while walking out in a swagger. The children outside had finished their popcorn, but when they saw that Yu Fong Fong still had a bowl of it, their eyes widened. "Mom, give me two." Feng Jianxi walked up to Yu Fong Fong with a fawning look on his face.
"No."
Yu Fong Fong turned her head and put another one into her mouth. Xiao Miao Miao also came. She grabbed Yu Fong Fong's trouser legs with her little hands and tilted her head high. Before she opened her mouth, Yu Fong Fong's heart melted. "Come, Xiao Miao Miao, there are some delicious foods here. Auntie will give them to you." As she spoke, she grabbed a handful and handed it to Xiao Miao Miao. Feng Jianxi made the accusation with a look of grief and indignation on his face.
"Mom.
Am I still your biological child?" Yu Fong Fong. Seeing that her son seemed really sad, she looked a little embarrassed. After gritting her teeth, she finally handed over the popcorn with great pain. Take it. I really owe you." She hasn't eaten enough yet. Took the popcorn, immediately smiled happily. How could he look sad at all? "There's popcorn again, come and eat it." As he spoke, he ran towards the pavilion with popcorn in his hands. When the other children saw that there was popcorn again, they happily followed. "You Fong Fong." She was careless. How dare this jerk play tricks on her? The yard was bustling with activity, but in the kitchen, Lin Wanshu, who had just finished reading the letter, was confused. What is this puzzle of Uncle Master? How come it's like I said nothing after saying so much? Lin Wanshu read it over and over again, but still couldn't figure out the mystery. She didn't believe that he wrote to her just to say something vague. But what did he want to tell himself? Lin Wanshu really couldn't figure out what was said above, so she had to put the letter away and study it slowly. Since he chose to write to me instead of calling me, it means that these words cannot be said over the phone. The letter had been put into the space. After Lin Wanshu washed the rice, she poured 2 scoops of water into it and put the pot on the stove. The firewood pile was stacked full, and one could tell at a glance that Qin Yan had picked it up in the morning. Lin Wanshu grabbed a handful of dry leaves and put them into the stove hole. She took out a match and struck it lightly. With a sizzle sound, the flames shot up. The dry leaves were lit, and the flames made a crackling sound. While making a fire, she was still thinking about the letter, and she felt a little absent-minded. "I didn't even know when you Fong Fong came in. Wan, your pot is smoking." Yu Fong Fong said this as she ran in quickly and scooped a bucket of water into the pot. There was a sizzling sound and a puff of white smoke came out of the pot. "Wanshu, what are you thinking about?" Yu Fong Fong asked with some surprise. Lin Wanshu's mind suddenly flashed with the letter. From the first word in the first line to the second word in the second line, reading diagonally downwards, it seems like a sentence when connected together. When she thought of this, Lin Wanshu wished she could take out the letter and read it immediately. But because Yu Fong Fong was here, she had no choice but to endure it. "I was thinking about a case, and my mind wandered." Lin Wanshu found an excuse and evaded the question. But Yu Fong Fong misunderstood. "Are you thinking about Hewen-ju? I heard that she suddenly suffered from mental breakdown." Lin Wanshu went to see her. Yu Fong Fong was very curious. I moved closer to her and asked in a low voice, "I heard that she was possessed by an evil spirit. Is that true?" Hearing this, Lin Wanshu felt helpless. Nodding her head, she said seriously, "Don't talk nonsense. Be careful if someone with ulterior motives hears her. She has a split personality. Recently, if futile and superstitious words get out, you might get into trouble." After that, Lin Wanshu explained to her what split personality is. Hearing this, Yu Fong Fong subconsciously covered her mouth. It was just a pair of big eyes blinking. Even if he didn't say anything, his eyes still showed. Is there any difference between split personality and being possessed by something dirty? Lin Wanshu. It turns out that she didn't hear anything of the scientific explanation she just gave. In the end, Lin Wanshu had no choice but to turn the topic to food. "Chun Seong brought me a lot of mushrooms this morning. I'm going to make some mushroom sauce later. Do you want some?" Hearing that she was going to make delicious food, Yu Fong Fong couldn't care about anything else. Her eyes sparkled, and she nodded vigorously. Yes. Whatever materials you want, I'll get them, and you can make some for me." Lin Wanshu had made before. Their family had been relying on this meat sauce to survive during this period. Especially Feng Jianxi, he would have a little with rice, a little with noodles, or even if he didn't eat anything. After all this construction, there is nothing left. Just bring back some chili peppers and garlic, nothing else. "No, I can't take your can of mushroom sauce for such a small amount of food. Wait, I'll go home and get some meat." After saying that, Yu Fong Fong hurried home. As he ran, he shouted towards his yard, "Old Feng, don't cook the meat yet. I have a great use for it." Lin Wanshu. She smiled and shook her head, and only after confirming that Yu Fong Fong had gone out did she take out the letter. Unfolding the letter, Lin Wanshu read diagonally from the first word downwards according to the image in her mind just now. "Walk 56 steps due east from the west end of the mountain." Does this mean that she should go to Shido Mountain? What's there? Lin Wanshu planned to go over with Qin Yan after dinner. But Qin Yan was still doing experiments in the space. He was in the space, so Lin Wanshu could naturally know his actions clearly. But out of respect, she never spied on him. We can only judge whether he is entering or leaving by the fluctuations in space. After an unknown amount of time, when Lin Wanshu finished cooking, Yu Fongfong also came over. In her hands, she was not only holding a basket of chili peppers and garlic, but also a piece of fat and lean pork belly. Here, it is all here. You should do more, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on until you come back next time. After saying that, she happily went to help wash peppers and peel garlic. But where had she done these things at home? After a while, her hands were burning with pain. Spicy, with chili peppers. Hiss! This thing is too strong. It's burning my hand before I even eat it. Yu Fongfong complained. I'm also feeling the spiciness. Where did you get the chili peppers? They're so spicy? Hearing this, Yu Fongfong smiled a little embarrassedly. This sister-in-law wants a little, that sister-in-law wants a little, and that's all we have. Lin Wanshu. I didn't realize you were such a plagiarist. She couldn't help but joke. Yu Fongfong looked at her innocently. Otherwise, the vegetables I planted would be half dead. If she were to grow vegetables for food, she would be afraid of starving to death. Even Qin Yan, a grown man, grows crops better than her. Lin Wanshu. She say? Finishing the meal and making the mushroom sauce, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The last bus is at 5:30 p.m. Lin Wanshu looked at the time, and it was still in time. But Qin Yan hasn't come out yet. She could only probe her consciousness into the space to see how his experiment was going. As soon as I entered the space, I heard a bang, and the sheks fell precisely into the newly dug trenches on the training ground. A huge hole is blown out in the entire trench on the spot. Lin Wanshu's heart skipped a beat when she saw the man carrying the sniper gun. He's so awesome? Was this how he created this sniper gun? Although the sheks used were from her space, it was already amazing that she could make a cannon barrel. It is only a matter of time before ammunition is improved. Qin Yan felt her gaze, and after carefully putting away the cannon barrel, he left the space. Lin Wanshu was in a room at the moment. When she saw him coming out, she couldn't help but rush over excitedly. Ian, you really succeeded. You are so amazing. Such a powerful man is her husband. Lin Wanshu was extremely proud. Qin Yan was also very excited. He caught her, hugged her, and kissed her hard. Wanwan, I'm so happy. As long as the ammunition is successfully developed, they will have a great combat advantage with this sniper cannon. What matters on the battlefield is firepower suppression, as long as the enemy dares not show up. The most important thing is that the materials used to make this barrel are very cheap, and mass production is not a problem. It was a rare occasion to see him express his emotions so openly, and Lin Wanshu couldn't help but feel happy for him. Looking at him, his eyes were full of stars. He likes? Unable to hold back, Qin Yan kissed her again. Obviously he loves it. But this was a kitchen after all, and for fear of someone suddenly coming in, the two quickly separated. Lin Wanshu told him about the letter Sun Haidao wrote to her. Hearing this, Qin Yan was a little surprised. After taking the letter from Lin Wanshu, he read it carefully for a while before saying, I'll go take a look. But he was stopped by Lin Wanshu. No hurry, eat first and then we'll go together. He had been in the space just now and hadn't even eaten yet. Since his wife had spoken, Qin Yan had no choice but to eat first. And he always eats very quickly, finishing in less than 10 minutes. Let's go. Lin Wanshu. Because she didn't know what was there, Lin Wanshu didn't bring Meow Meow with her and let her play with the other kids. I don't know if Xiao Meow Meow was too engrossed in playing with the other kids, and she didn't make a fuss about going out with them. In addition to Lin Wanshu's crossbody bag, the couple also brought a hoe, a machete, and a dustpan. He looked like he was going up the mountain to pick up something. Shido Mountain is located to the west of Dongtu Mountain, farther away from the troops. However, it is very close to the place where Lin Wanshu picked bamboo fungus before. Xiao Meow Meow was not at home, and the couple walked quickly, so they arrived at Shido Mountain in no time. Lin Wanshu had never been to this mountain, but she had heard of a strange stone on this mountain. Just now Qin Yan found a few more words in the letter. Lin Wanshu also understood what Sun Haidao meant. It turned out that he had put something on the mountain and asked her to get it. Lin Wanshu was afraid that the last heavy rain had washed away his things, so she didn't hesitate and planned to go up and take a look first. Qin Yan was very familiar with this place and quickly brought her to the Jiyang stone. The extremely young stone is large and columnar, but it is completely covered by the fallen leaves. Lin Wanshu couldn't see the whole picture. She just felt that the stone looked a little strange. Is this the extreme young stone? Qin Yan's face looked a little embarrassed, as if he didn't want her to look at him any longer. He nodded, said, and pulled her away. Lin Wanshu thought his reaction was a little strange. But she didn't think much about it, and just looked around. I don't know if it's because of the mudslide, but everywhere I look, there is only sparse grass. After Qin Yan found the right direction, he counted in his mind while holding Lin Wanshu's hand and walked 56 steps east. When they reached the location mentioned in the letter, they stopped. Lin Wanshu looked around curiously and found that the grass here was also sparse. It looks like it was washed away by a mudslide. Lin Wanshu wondered if the things he placed here were washed away by the mudslide. Qin Yan frowned slightly, his expression somewhat solemn. Let me dig and see. The place where he stood was exactly the 56th step. Qin Yan finished speaking. He swung his hoe and started digging. He was strong and quick and soon dug a hole. But as expected, he dug down 20 or 30 centimeters, but found nothing. Lin Wanshu was not idle either. After taking a look at the surrounding environment, she also started digging nearby. She didn't know what he had hidden here. She felt like digging like this was like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, since Sun Haidao told her in this way, Lin Wanshu naturally did not dare to neglect it. The two of them began to dig slowly outwards along their own position. I don't know how long it had been, but suddenly, Qin Yan felt something strange under the hoe. With a thought in mind, he moved the hoe away, and a jar appeared in front of him. Found it. Hearing this, Lin Wanshu quickly put down her hoe and ran over to take out the jar. The jar is not big, not much bigger than the palm of your hand. Open it and have a look. Qin Yan said this and reached out to take the jar. Not knowing what was inside, he didn't want to let Lin Wanshu take any risks. The jar was sealed tightly and no water got in at all. Hearing this, Lin Wanshu did not try to be stubborn and handed the jar over. Qin Yan untied the rubber ring and bag sealing the outside of the jar and then opened the lid. When I looked inside, I found a yellowish mass. The opening of the jar was not big, so he could only stretch out 2 fingers, pinch the things inside, and pull them out. Lin Wanshu couldn't help but hold her breath. Soon, Qin Yan was seen taking out a yellow thing from inside. What's this? Lin Wan reached out and touched it and felt something strange. Qin Yan also stroked the thing in his hand and said, "It looks like the skin of some animal." After saying that, he carefully opened the skin in his hand. Soon, a map appeared in front of the two. Where is this map from? Lin Wanshu looked at the annotations curiously. To be able to bring it here and bury it so deep, the things on this map must be extraordinary, right? Is it a treasure map? Lin Wanshu joked. However, Qin Yan did not refute and nodded. It's possible. After all, those years were too turbulent, and anything related to feudalism suffered. As a Taoist priest, it is normal for Sun Haidao to hide something. Qin Yan carefully read the annotations before saying, "The map seems to belong to a city in the eastern province. It's too far from Yunnan province, and it takes a long time to get there by train. Let's take it back first." Lin Wanshu naturally had no objection to this. Besides, this thing belongs to Sun Haidao, so she will keep it first and give it to him later. Qin Yan asked Lin Wanshu to put the jar into the space, and then he picked up a hoe to fill in the soil that had just been dug. After they filled the soil back in, they left it alone. After all, they took away all the things. There are people who come to the mountain to dig things on weekdays, so it's not strange to have a pit there. Lin Wanshu put the jar and the map into the space and helped fill the soil. After filling it out, I looked at the time, and it was just past 2 o'clock, so I just picked up some things and took them back, so that I wouldn't have to return home with an empty dustpan. On the way back, I passed by the extremely young stone again. I don't know if it's because of the angle, but Lin Wanshu feels that the stone is getting weirder and weirder. Seeing her staring at the stone again, Qin Yan's expression became a little strange again. Finally, he reached out and turned her little face back, then said in a muffled voice, "There's nothing to see, let's go." Hearing this, Lin Wanshu was a little puzzled. Just when she was about to ask why, this time, she finally realized something was wrong, and her whole face suddenly turned red.
Why?
Why does this stone look like this? No wonder the military wives were hesitant when talking about this stone. Qin Yan was silent for a while before he said, "It's the magic of nature." Lin Wanshu. This nature is really not serious. In the end, without Qin Yan's reminder, she didn't dare to look at it again. But the heat on his face didn't subside for a long time. No wonder he didn't let her see it just now, and his expression was so strange. Seeing her blushing face, Qin Yan couldn't help but flash through his mind the charming and seductive scene of her last night, and his eyes couldn't help but darken. The man's eyes were so burning. How could Lin Wanshu not feel it? But when she thought of his tireless and terrifying fighting power last night, she could only pretend not to know. Lin Wanshu was in a hurry to climb the mountain just now, so she didn't pay attention to anything else. When she went down the mountain, she discovered that there was a bamboo forest not far away. There were still 3.5 hours left, so she planned to go see if there were any bamboo shoots and bamboo fungi. Hearing that she wanted to go to the bamboo forest to take a look, Qin Yan's eyes moved slightly, and then he nodded. Good. The two walked towards the bamboo forest, one in front and one behind. But the road to the bamboo forest is not as easy to walk on as the previous one. The soil was loose and soft, and there were many rocks and occasionally trees that fell on the road. The trees weren't dead either, but their dense leaves blocked the view. Lin Wanshu walked with some difficulty, and it was mostly Qin Yan who supported her. But as she was supported, she didn't know when her whole body was half held in his arms. The man's iron arms were tightly wrapped around her waist, and her ears could be heard his breathing, which had become somewhat disordered since she hadn't known where he came from. They were clearly going to look for bamboo shoots, but at this moment, Lin Wanshu had an inexplicable illusion that they were going to have a tryst. Such thoughts made her blush and her heart beat uncontrollably. My brain seemed to be lacking oxygen, and I felt a little dizzy. The atmosphere was so ambiguous that it made people feel a little unsettled. But just when Lin Wanshu thought the man would do something, he just carried her to the bamboo forest. Found a stone for her. You sit here and wait for a moment while I dig some bamboo shoots. After settling the people, he walked into the bamboo forest with a hoe. Seeing that he really left like this, Lin Wanshu blinked in disbelief. There is a sense of loss in my heart that I can't even explain. How could he do this? Lin Wanshu glared at the man who had already started digging bamboo shoots. In the end, perhaps out of anger, she refused to sit down and rest, but picked up her own stone and started digging bamboo shoots as well. The heavy rain, a lot of bamboo shoots grew in the bamboo forest. Some time ago, the military wives picked up a lot of them and took them home. A lot of new growth has grown now. Qin Yan was very strong and could dig one out with just one hoe. Lin Wanshu had to dig 10 or so times before she could dig up one. She finally dug 2 roots. She heard Qin Yan say, "It's done, let's go back." Lin Wanshu turned around and saw that both winnowing baskets were filled with a lot of bamboo shoots. Lin Wanwan. On the way back, Qin Yan wanted to hold her hand, but Lin Wanshu refused to let him. Just one person walking in front. I don't know if it's because she's angry, but the road that was originally difficult to walk on was now easily walked by her. But before she could step over a fallen branch, her waist suddenly felt tight. She was thrown into a hot embrace. Lin Wanshu was shocked. "What are you doing?" She glared at him. "Angry?" Qin Yan looked at the angry woman in his arms with a faint smile in his eyes. Snort. Lin Wanshu turned her head away and didn't want to look at him at all. Too much, he actually teased her. Qin Yan didn't know when he had put the dustpan on the ground. He reached out his other hand and hugged her whole body. Lin Wanshu screamed, hugged his neck with both hands, and subconsciously wrapped her legs around his waist. The man chuckled. There was someone nearby just now. As if explaining. But it would have been better if he didn't explain. This explanation made her seem very anxious. Lin Wanshu became even more depressed. In the end, whether out of shame or embarrassment, she reached out and pushed him away. Let go, I want to get down. But when she struggled for a bit, she was held down. Don't move. Hearing this, Lin Wanshu suddenly felt something, and the next second, her face suddenly became terribly hot.
You.
Lin Wanshu looked at him in astonishment. Qin Yan put the hoe and dustpan on the ground into the space. Then he carried her through the dense branches. A cave suddenly appeared behind the branches. When we walked into the cave, it was dark and chilly inside, and we could occasionally hear the sound of dripping water. Lin Wanshu quickly realized that this was a cave. No wonder there are such strange stones out there. The cave was winding and twisting, and Lin Wanshu couldn't help but hug his neck tightly. You won't get lost, will you? She asked with some concern. No, go through the cave, and the exit is at Dongtu Mountain. Qin Yan soothed, but his voice was so low and hoarse that it made people blush and their hearts beat fast. Even though he had carried her for such a long distance, he didn't even breathe. It was as if my weight was no different from cotton to him. It's hard not to be fascinated by this masculine sense of power. In the end, no one knew who started it. The auras of the two people gradually became entangled. The next second, the two disappeared into the cave. By the time Lin Wanshu arrived at Wen City, it was already getting late. Because the schoolwork was heavy, Qin Yan didn't let her take care of Xiao Miao Miao. I just returned to the dormitory, and the lights were still on. Several female comrades were diligently carrying medical books. Seeing Lin Wanshu coming over, Meng Yuanshuang greeted her warmly. Wanshu, you're here? Looking at her rosy face and affectionate eyes, Tan Hongmei couldn't help but make a joke.
Wow.
It seems like you're having a good time back home. Look at your little face. Hearing this, Lin Wanshu, who was already feeling a little guilty, blushed. The beauty's shy look made everyone stare at her in amazement. My goodness, your man must be reluctant to let you come here, right? No wonder you got here so late. Chen Jiji couldn't help but exclaimed. Hearing this, Lin Wanshu thought about the reason why she almost missed the bus to work in the afternoon, and she felt like smoke was coming out of her head. Without daring to think too much, Lin Wanshu quickly changed the subject. How did you do on the test yesterday? She ran fast yesterday and didn't know what their situation was. As soon as the topic of exams came up, everyone's attention was diverted. Meng Yuanshuang's eyes were sparkling. Wanshu, thanks to you. Otherwise, I would definitely fail. Many questions are too tricky, and it is impossible to pass the test without reading the entire book. The other two were also very grateful. I feel like I should be fine, but I'm afraid I'll forget it in a few days, so I came here early to read and try to memorize it better. Hearing her say this, Lin Wanshu was very relieved. She was also afraid that they would slack off after passing the test. If that happened, it would go against her original intention. Because the exam was easy, everyone was in a good mood and was looking forward to the results being announced tomorrow. The next day, early in the morning, the trainees arrived at the temporary training classroom. Seeing Lin Wanshu, everyone present greeted her enthusiastically, without exception. That expression was as if she was their benefactor. Lin Wanshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As everyone was eagerly waiting, Shi Serong finally arrived. But unexpectedly, she didn't look well. Seeing her like this, everyone who had been in the mood to joke around just now suddenly felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. Could there be something wrong with the test results? Shi Serong placed the test paper on the table and glanced around the classroom with a serious look. Only when everyone was looking at her anxiously did she speak. The results of this assessment are very good. All of them passed. Hearing this, everyone was confused. Since they all passed, why did she look so bad? Just as I was thinking this, I heard Shi Serong continue to say, since you are all so amazing and have memorized the book in such a short time, let's have an oral exam today. Hearing this, the students present had different expressions. Some were calm, some were nervous, and some were pale with wandering eyes. Surong took in everyone's expressions. Already serious face looked even more stern, making people dare not breathe. Each person randomly selects 6 questions, and those who answer 2 or more questions incorrectly will be deemed to have failed. As soon as these words were spoken, several people couldn't help but start to sweat. Surong saw it, and her eyes turned a little cold. I have already said this beforehand. The lives of future patients will be in your hands. There is no room for luck. Anyone who dares to take shortcuts in learning will be sent back to where he came from. The stern voice spread throughout the entire classroom, penetrated the students' eardrums, and struck their hearts. Surong didn't waste any more time and started selecting people to answer questions. The first person to be drawn was Zhuoxinshu. Zhuoxinshu had consolidated his memory during the holidays. He still felt cold hands and feet and was extremely nervous when he was the first one to be picked. Please briefly describe the relationship between disease and pathological processes. First question was not difficult, and Zhuoxinshu breathed a sigh of relief. I answered fluently. Surong nodded and continued to ask questions. Next 3 questions are still not difficult, just a bit biased. Zhuoxinshu answered all the questions without hesitation. Seeing that the questions were not difficult, the students also breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Wanshu felt that they relaxed too early. Sure enough, the last 2 questions started to become more challenging. Not only was it tricky, he even directly presented the case and asked Zhuoxinshu to analyze it. Zhuoxinshu answered reluctantly, his forehead already soaked with sweat.
Good.
Surong gave an evaluation. She continued to pick people. Although everyone had to answer questions, no one present wanted it to be their turn so soon. It is better to live a miserable life than to die. Therefore, when Surong's gaze swept over, half of the students couldn't help but lower their heads. Tan Hongmei nervously grabbed Lin Wanshu's hand and whispered in her ear, "Wanshu, I'm so scared." Lin Wanshu patted her hands, but didn't dare whisper to her. Instead, she whispered something encouraging. "You'll make it, don't worry." With her words, Tan Hongmei felt as if she had received some kind of guarantee and put her mind at ease. But Meng Yuanshuang next to her had already raised her hand, eager to try. "Teacher, I think the second answer is okay." Seeing how enthusiastic she was, Surong's expression softened slightly. He stretched out his hand to her, motioning her to stand up. When others saw how brave Meng Yuanshuang was, they were all impressed. I don't know if it was because Meng Yuanshuang stood up on her own initiative, but her questions were not very difficult, except that 2 of them were a bit biased. The kind that you can't answer unless you have memorized the whole book. Meng Yuanshuang was indeed a medical geek who carried a book with her wherever she went. Not only were all her answers correct, she also gave examples of her own. Surong nodded and was quite satisfied with her performance. With Meng Yuanshuang taking the lead, others also began to raise their hands enthusiastically. I hope I can also get some relatively simple questions. Lin Wanshu didn't compete with them. She planned to wait until they all answered before raising her hand. But her eccentric appearance made sure Surong couldn't help but frown. I think she is too easily proud and complacent. The third question will be answered by Comrade Lin Wanshu. Surong gestured to her. Lin Wanshu didn't expect that she was sitting at the back and was called even though she didn't raise her hand. She couldn't help but feel a little surprised. However, she didn't show it on her face and stood up with a good attitude. Surong didn't hold back and went straight to the point of intensity. Asked were not only difficult but also a bit tricky. The students couldn't help but gasp. Several female comrades were full of worry, fearing that Lin Wanshu would not be able to answer. To everyone's surprise, Lin Wanshu answered such a difficult question easily. Tan Hongmei just breathed a sigh of relief for her. Next, Tan Hongmei's questions became more tricky, and the third question even directly involved case analysis. Such intensity made the students present tremble with fear. If it were them, they would be lucky if they could answer half of these questions. Everyone subconsciously held their breath and looked at Lin Wanshu. But she was still calm and unhurried. It seemed as if no matter what question Surong asked, she could answer it. Sure Surong raised her eyebrows slightly when she saw that the 6 questions did not stump Lin Wanshu, and she asked a few more questions that were beyond the syllabus. Topics even cover biology, immunology, infectious diseases, etc. For questions that were beyond her syllabus, Lin Wanshu remained calm and composed from beginning to end, answering each question at a neither fast nor slow pace. The students were impressed to see that she was not stumped by so many questions that were beyond the syllabus. And Sure Surong finally showed her first satisfied smile in so many days. Comrade Lin Wanshu is good. It seems that he has worked hard in private. This was the first time the students saw Sure Surong smile, and they were all stunned on the spot. It turns out she can laugh too. I don't know if it was because I was in a good mood, but the following random test questions were all quite standard. These are questions that anyone can answer if they memorize the text carefully. But even so, there were still 3 students who either answered incorrectly or could not answer at all. Sure Surong took out a pen and lowered her head to make 3 marks on a notebook. You 3 don't need to come tomorrow. Go back to the county hospital and continue your studies.
No nonsense, she said bluntly.
Wang Jitsai's face turned pale instantly. Teacher, I was wrong. Please forgive me and give me another chance. He cannot be sent back. If he is sent back, how can he survive in the team? Sure Surong glanced at him indifferently. I'll let you off the hook, but who can let the patient off the hook? Sure Surong was admitted to medical school through the college entrance examination and has been practicing medicine for 15 years. She actually disagrees with the idea of directly selecting people from local areas for training. But in such an era, she had no choice. After all, many college students are unreliable. What else can we do if we don't select some people from below to learn from? Since she can't do anything about the current policies, she can only make strict and stringent demands. This is the only way to ensure that everyone who passes through her hands can truly become a qualified doctor. Hearing this, Wang Jitsai's face turned pale, and he felt ashamed and guilty. If he had known this earlier, he would have spent more time consolidating his learning. The other 2 were also too embarrassed to argue. After all, Lin Wanshu had already said that they had to go back to study after the exam. Who can they blame if they didn't do it? Finally, the 3 people left dejectedly. With the lessons learned from the previous incident, the rest of the people also realized how powerful Sure Surong was. I dare not be lazy at all. 20 to 40 hours a day, excluding a few hours for sleeping, eating, and bathing, they devote the rest of the time to studying wholeheartedly. Except Lin Wanshu. On that day's exam, Sure Surong conducted several more rounds of assessments on her. It turns out that she can do everything, even dissection. After a comprehensive assessment, Sure Surong looked at Lin Wanshu's information several times, and after confirming that she was indeed a junior high school graduate, she asked with some doubt in her life, "Where did you learn all this?" "No one taught me. My grandfather was a doctor. He left behind many medical books. I learned by myself." How could Sure Surong remain calm when she heard that she could achieve so much through self-study? Stood up and circled around Lin Wanshu several times, muttering, "What a good seedling! What a good seedling! She has learned so much on her own, but I can't imagine how far she can go with some guidance. Starting tomorrow, you don't need to go to training, you can go directly to clinical practice." Her medical knowledge reserves even exceed 90% of newly graduated medical students. Continuing to train on the basics is just a waste of time. To hear that she could directly start clinical internship.
Thank you, teacher.
I will try my best and will not let you down. After 1 year of clinical internship, you can directly obtain a medical qualification certificate. Sure Surong told them all these procedures after the exam. Hearing that Lin Wanshu could go directly to clinical internship, several female comrades in the dormitory were extremely envious. "Wow, when will I be able to pass the rest of the tests like you?" Chun Jiji cried pretendingly. "Wait until you finish memorizing these books." Tan Hongmei pointed to the pile of calligraphy on her desk. It turned out that Sure Surong had already sent the remaining books to them. The limit is to memorize all of them within half a year. Even with Lin Wanshu's quick memorization method, it was still a bit difficult to memorize so many books. But even so, no one thought of giving up. After all, if they passed the assessment, they can become real doctors. I want to learn from Comrade Lin Wanshu. I will try to go to clinical practice as soon as possible. Tan Hongmei made a gesture to cheer herself up. The other two were not willing to fall behind, and after expressing their attitude, they threw themselves back into their intensive studies. Originally, the clinical internship was supposed to be arranged in the ward, but Shi Serong planned to take her with her directly. For Lin Wanshu, being able to follow up directly with the patient is the best thing. On the 13th day after arriving in Wen City, Lin Wanshu went out to see patients with Shi Serong. It was her first time sitting in a hospital outpatient clinic, and she felt extremely curious. Although he had been to the outpatient clinic with Shi Serong before, he could only watch from the sidelines. But now, Shi Serong directly asked her to see the patient. There were 3 onlookers standing nearby, 2 men and 1 woman, and the woman was Meng Yuanshuang. Lin Wanshu had just sat in the clinic for a short while when a mother and son came in. The man was in his early 20s, tall and strong. The woman was a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s, with a yellow complexion, thin appearance, and a tired look. "Excuse me, where do you feel uncomfortable?" Lin Wanshu's voice is clear, and her tone is gentle. Even though she is wearing a mask, one can still tell that she is a young and beautiful girl. Quan Jingming noticed her as soon as he entered the door. Seeing that her voice was still so nice, I couldn't help but look at her a few more times. "Doctor, my mom is in pain here." Quan Jingming pointed to the right side of his chest, and a shy smile appeared on his face. When Ma Jinhua saw Lin Wanshu for the first time, she couldn't help but frown. "You are so young. How can you treat a disease? Don't make me sick, go call someone with experience." Hearing this, Lin Wanshu was not annoyed, but said in a good-tempered manner, "Besides the pain here, have you been farting frequently recently, and have you had a loss of appetite and dry and itchy eyes?" With every word she spoke, Ma Jinhua's eyes widened, while Quan Jingming next to her nodded vigorously. Yes, doctor. You are amazing. My mother's hair is falling out a lot. What's the problem?" As he spoke, he unconsciously moved forward. When I looked at her up close, I realized she was even more beautiful. Her skin was as smooth as dough, and I couldn't even see a pore. Lin Wanshu frowned slightly. "Comrade, there's no need to get so close." Hearing this, Quan Jingming stepped back awkwardly. Ma Jinhua's face suddenly turned bad. "I think you're here, just a charming man, right? Why are you looking for a doctor when you look like this? You might as well find a man to marry. Thank you for your affirmation of my appearance, but it's not good to judge people by appearance. How can I know if I have the ability if you don't show me? Who praised you? Can you be less shameless?" Ma Jinhua was so angry that her eyes were glaring, and just at this moment Shi Serong walked out from the inner room. Seeing her, Ma Jinhua hurried forward. "Doctor, I'm not feeling well.
Please take a look at me."
I don't want her to see me." Although Shi Serong was very strict with the students, her attitude was unexpectedly gentle when she was in the outpatient clinic. When she heard what the patient said, she didn't get angry, but comforted her and let her sit down. The routine questioning and examination, she turned to Lin Wanshu and said, "Tell me, what's her situation?" That she didn't expect that she would have to ask the young doctor after all the twists and turns. However, she was afraid of offending the doctor and causing him to not prescribe the right medicine for her, so she had no choice but to endure it. When Shi Serong was examining him just now, Lin Wanshu was watching beside him. When she heard her question, she answered without hesitation, "My diagnosis is cirrhosis of the liver." Upon hearing this, Ma Jinhua's face turned dark. "I just feel a little pain here. How can you curse me? Do you know how to treat illness? If you don't know, don't talk nonsense. Don't think she doesn't know what cirrhosis of the liver means?" The old man next door suffered from liver cirrhosis and died in great pain. When Quan Jingming heard that his mother might have cirrhosis of the liver, how could he have any romantic thoughts? However, he didn't have the heart to be mean to the beautiful doctor, so he said in a gentle voice, "Yes, little doctor, you are still so young. You shouldn't be so arbitrary. Let this doctor check my mother first." Meng Yuanshuang couldn't help but feel worried when she saw Lin Wanshu being scolded. Shi Serong looked calm from beginning to end. Ignoring what the mother and son said, He asked Lin Wanshu how she made her judgment. Lin Wanshu repeated the patient's symptoms. She pointed to the red moles on her hand and said, "This is a sign of liver qi stagnation, which has long transformed into fire." Hearing this, Ma Jinhua's eyes suddenly widened. Looking at the red mole that suddenly appeared on her hand, she felt like the sky was falling.
Impossible. Impossible.
How could she have cirrhosis of the liver? Just as I was thinking this, I heard the older doctor speak. "My patient, your condition is initially diagnosed as liver cirrhosis. You cannot go home right away. You need to undergo further examination."
Impossible.
"You are quacks and liars. You hired such a small goblin to fool the devil. I will go somewhere else. I won't check here." After Ma Jinhua finished speaking, she led her son away angrily. Lin Wanshu, thinking that she was frightened, Sarong changed her usual stern attitude and comforted her gently instead. "This is normal, don't take it personally, just take it easy." Meng Yuanshuang was immediately envious when she saw how gentle Sarong's tone was when speaking to Lin Wanshu. It turns out that Sarong wasn't born to be so strict. But to catch her eye, you need to have the ability. Thinking of this, Meng Yuanshuang couldn't help but secretly swear in her heart that one day she would get Sarong's attention. While waiting for the patient, Lin Wanshu picked up the case records that Sarong had recorded and began to study them. Seeing how capable and hardworking she is, how could others feel comfortable being lazy? Immediately, everyone followed her to study the case. Mainly, they asked questions, and Lin Wanshu explained. Sarong looked at the people who were working hard to make progress, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in her eyes. Not long after, several more patients arrived. These patients seemed to be easy to talk to. Although Lin Wanshu looked young, they did not ask to change doctors. Lin Wanshu successfully treated 4 or 5 patients. Sarong gave almost no advice during the whole process. She just sat in her seat and wrote something. Meng Yuanshuang and the 2 male comrades did not dare to underestimate Lin Wanshu's strength. While she was treating patients, the 3 of them listened attentively and took notes seriously. After a whole day of seeing patients, except for Ma Jinhua, Lin Wanshu's treatment went smoothly. I looked at the time, and it was already past 5 o'clock. Today is Saturday, and she has to go back to the hospital to check Luo Chuanxiang's physical condition. After work, Lin Wanshu took off her white coat, put on her backpack, and went out to catch the bus. She was already familiar with the way home. It is already mid-October, and the weather is getting cooler. Meng Yuanshuang also wants to go back to Lan County today, so she will take the bus with her. The 2 of them are now as familiar as ever. Meng Yuanshuang still never put down the book and reads wherever she goes. The car was too shaky to see, so she wanted to talk to Lin Wanshu about today's case. All the way, and when I returned to Lan County, it was dark again. Before getting out of the car, Lin Wanshu asked with concern, "Yuan Shuang, where's your home? Is there anyone to pick you up?" Hearing this, a trace of embarrassment flashed across Meng Yuanshuang's face.
No.
"No, I can just walk back. It's at the downhill team, not far away." Lin Wanshu. 8 or 9 kilometers is not far. Don't go alone. I'm on my way downhill. My husband will come pick me up later. You can ride back with me. How could Meng Yuanshuang be willing to trouble her? Just as she was about to say no, the car stopped and Lin Wanshu took her hand. The 2 got off the car. A deep and pleasant male voice was heard. "Wan Wan." Meng Yuanshuang looked in the direction of the voice and saw a tall figure in military uniform pushing a bicycle towards them. And his eyes stayed only on the person next to her from beginning to end, as if he could not see anyone else except her. Meng Yuanshuang's eyes. Lin Wanshu held Meng Yuanshuang with one hand and waved to Qin Yan with the other. This is my friend. Can we give her a ride later?" Hearing this, Qin Yan seemed to notice that she had someone on her arm. After nodding to Meng Yuanshuang, he looked away, as if he couldn't see enough. His eyes were fixed on his wife.
Good.
Xiao Miaomia was sitting in the basket in the front of the car. Seeing that her mother was busy talking and ignoring her, the little guy became anxious. "Mother." While glaring at her tiny feet, she stretched out her hands towards her, looking as if asking for a hug. Lin Wanshu already felt very indebted to her own daughter, so seeing her asking for a hug, how could she refuse? She quickly picked her up, kissed her again and again, and then said, "Meow meow, dear, sit in the front first. When we get home, Mom will hold you again, okay?" Although Xiao Meow Meow didn't quite understand what her mother said, she still sat in the front seat obediently because there was delicious food to be had. After settling Xiao Meow Meow, Lin Wanshu got into the car first, laid wooden boards and padded cotton on the back seat of the 28-inch bicycle. It was not only wide enough, but also soft enough to accommodate 2 people. After sitting down, she turned around and waved to Meng Yuan Shuang. "Yuan Shuang, come up quickly." Afraid that she would fall if she sat in the back, Lin Wanshu moved forward, almost sticking to Qin Yan. Meng Yuan Shuang didn't hesitate anymore and sat on it. Just as she reached out and grabbed Lin Wanshu's clothes, she saw her man turned around and said, "Hold on tight, I'm going to ride my bike." Although he didn't refer to anyone in particular, everyone could tell that he was talking to Lin Wanshu. It is hard not to envy this kind of wholehearted preference. Meng Yuanshuang looked in the direction of the team going downhill, with a hint of loneliness in her eyes. Although she was married and had a child, she did not dare to hope that her man would come to pick her up. The bicycle slowly moved on the way home. The sky was getting darker and darker, and Lin Wanshu subconsciously grabbed Qin Yan's clothes tightly, fearing that he would ride into the ditch. But he seemed to be completely unaffected and rode steadily all the way. Seeing this, Lin Wanshu was relieved. Afraid that Meng Yuanshuang would be bored, she went to talk to her again. Meng Yuanshuang is indeed a medical geek, and he talks about cases every 3 sentences. The downhill brigade was also not far from the troops. Couple first sent her home, before riding their bicycles back to their compound. After returning home, Luo Chunxiang was waiting for her at the door, as usual. Lin Wanshu was relieved to see that her complexion had improved a lot. "Wanshu, thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I don't know what to do." Although she is still very weak, she no longer feels pain all over her body like before. These days, she is even able to go out to work in the fields again. Yu Fongfong, Ji Hualan, and several other military wives were waiting for her at her home early in the morning. Everyone was shocked to hear that Lin Wanshu had skipped the training and went straight to the hospital to see patients. "Wanshu, you are so amazing, aren't you? Does this mean you will be able to get a medical license soon?" "It won't be quick. I need to do an internship for a year." Speaking of this, Lin Wanshu became depressed again. She has to do an internship for a year and occasionally have to be on night duty, so she has no way to take Xiao Miao Miao to the hospital. She couldn't let Ji Hualan help her take care of the children all the time, right? Thinking of this, Lin Wanshu has begun to consider whether to send Xiao Miao Miao to the nursery in the army. Hearing that she was worried about Miao Miao, Ji Hualan said with some amusement, "Hey, don't worry, there are so many of us in the family compound. How can we not be able to see one of your family members?" "That's right. If Hualan can't take care of it, I'm here. You can just leave Miao Miao at my house and I'll take care of her for you." Yang Zheng also patted his chest and made the promise. People of this generation are very kind-hearted and are willing to lend a hand to anyone who needs help. What's more, Lin Wanshu went to the hospital for internship. Who can guarantee that one day I won't have to ask her for help? Help her now so that you can come to her easily when you need help in the future. Especially when they saw that the frail Luo Chunxiang had recovered so well under her treatment, the military wives became more determined to help Lin Wanshu. Luo Chunxiang felt obliged to do so. "Wanshu, you can leave her with me. I have many children at home, and she will have company there." Lin Wanshu looked at the warm-hearted military wives, and it would be a lie to say she wasn't touched. But she was also embarrassed to really leave her child to someone else to take care of for such a long time. After all, military wives also have their own things to do on weekdays. "Thank you for your kindness, sisters-in-law, but the internship is too long, so I'd better send her to the military nursery."
School.
If Qin Yan is on a mission, it won't be too late to call other military wives to help take over. Ji Hualan glared at her. "Miao Miao is still so young. You are willing to send her to a nursery, but I can't. Just leave her at my house." If her 2 sons knew that their sister had to be sent to daycare, wouldn't they be angry with her? Others also advised Lin Wanshu not to be so distant with them. Lin Wanshu was deeply moved once again, but she still insisted on sending the baby to the nursery. Ji Hualon couldn't help but sigh, feeling that her son would blame her for going back to play. You are good in every way, except that you are too reserved. Lin Wanshu knew that they really wanted to help her, and she appreciated their kindness. Thinking of the ointment in the space, she became more determined in her determination. Let's end it there for a few days to see if Meow Meow can adapt. If she can adapt, I'll definitely trouble you again later. Having said that, the military wives stopped trying to persuade them. We started talking about other things. Hey, did you know? The captain and his wife just came back. It turned out that Chiu Yong took Hyunju to the provincial hospital last week and did not return until today. After hearing this, the military wives became extremely curious. How is Director He now? Ever since they found out she had split personality, everyone has been anxious and wants to know what's going on with her. Now hearing that someone had returned, everyone pricked up their ears. I ran into them outside my house today. You know what? She's really like a different person now. Her whole temperament was completely different from before. Although Hyunju is a city dweller, her words and actions are always stiff and pretentious. But when I suddenly saw Hyunju today, I had the illusion that I was seeing an intellectual. After hearing Jian Hongmian's description, the military wives couldn't help but get goosebumps. However, everyone remembered what Lin Wanshu had said before, so they didn't dare to say anything nonsense for fear of being caught. Although he didn't say it, he couldn't help but grumble in his heart. What kind of dual personality does she really have? A group of people were chatting, and soon it was 8 o'clock. Knowing that she still needed to eat and take a shower, they did not disturb her for long. Soon they left in 2s and 3s. Lin Wanshu finished her meal and took a shower. She played with Xiao Meow Meow on the bed. She didn't enter the space until she coaxed the baby to sleep. First, he checked the results of his ointment test, and then he started to build a house similar to the staff quarters. Fortunately, building a house in space does not require her to move it with manpower. Just manipulate the materials and build it. However, building a brick house is still very energy-consuming. After a while, Qin Yan also came in. I was a little surprised to see her building a house. But he didn't ask why and just started to help. What surprised Lin Wanshu was that the materials were assembled at a very fast SP-ped under his control. It seemed that for him, building these things did not require much mental energy. Or maybe his mental strength was simply too strong, and destroying a house was just a piece of cake for him. Before long, several tiled houses were replicated one-to-one. Even the furniture inside was made exactly from the trees he got from the mountains. Lin Wanshu, you built this because you want to bring Xiao Meow Meow into the space someday? Qin Yan already knew that she would be doing an internship for a year, so he guessed it. Lin Wanshu nodded, but her brows were tightly locked. Although the wish is beautiful, in reality the distance is too far and Qin Yan has no way to enter the space. Even though she knew it was impossible, she still couldn't help but look forward to it. What if one day the distance is far enough? Qin Yan will also be able to enter the space. Qin Yan looked at her guilty expression and couldn't help but feel distressed. He reached out and gently stroked her brow, and after a pause he said, Wan, don't blame yourself. There's nothing wrong with pursuing your own ideals. Meow Meow still has me here. These days, Qin Yan goes to the military camp every morning and comes back at noon to prevent the little guy from getting used to being away from his mother. In the afternoon, he would try to come back early if he had nothing to do. With his company and training, Xiao Meow Meow has become more independent. I believe that even if Lin Wanshu goes for an internship, she will be able to adapt. After hearing what he said, Lin Wanshu's mood finally improved a lot. Early the next morning, Lin Wanshu went to the vegetable field carrying a basket. Xiao Meow Meow was also carrying a small basket and following her mother happily. There are 2 baskets, one large and one small, of the same style, which looks very unique. However, Xiao Meow Meow's basket is obviously not used to carry vegetables. We picked wild flowers along the way, with the help of our brothers and sisters. Before she reached the field, her basket was already filled with flowers. Ji Hualon and Yu Fangfang also went to the fields. However, Yu Fongfong was obviously just there to watch the show, as her hands were empty and she didn't take anything. Instead, the little Jianxi behind her was carrying a special small hoe and a small scoop, as if he was going to work in the fields. A group of people came to the vegetable garden in a lively manner. As soon as they approached, they saw a familiar yet unfamiliar figure. "It's Director He," Zhong Fengshu muttered softly. Although her voice was very low, He Wenju seemed to feel it. She was picking vegetables when she raised her head, smiled, and nodded to them. "Are you here to pick vegetables too?" He Wenju's smile was faint. It did not make people uncomfortable. On the contrary, this cool feeling gives her a natural elegance. She seemed like a lady from the old times. The military wives present were all stunned where they were. Yang Zheng was right. He Wenju has become a different person. Lin Wanshu had already seen her changes in the hospital, so she wasn't too surprised. Although it is a rule not to hit someone who smiles at you, she still keeps a wait-and-see attitude towards this strange personality. "Good morning, Director He." Lin Wanshu nodded at her politely. He Wenju didn't mind, but the smile on her face deepened a little. "I have to thank you for what happened last week." Lin Wanshu. "Thank her? Why should I thank her?" His inquiring gaze looked straight into her eyes, as if he wanted to see through her soul. He Wenju did not keep me in suspense and continued, "Thank you for reminding me to go to the provincial hospital to see a doctor. The doctor has prescribed me some medicine and told me to take good care of myself and not get upset again. If not for this, she would not have been able to show her true nature openly to others. Although she has been with He Wenju for more than 20 years, she is not her after all, and she can't learn her ways." Lin Wanshu. It was clearly words of thanks, so why did it sound a little weird to her? "So, if there is no stimulation in the future, you will live with this personality?" Lin Wanshu asked tentatively. The other military wives also pricked up their ears, staring at He Wenju with curious eyes. He Wenju nodded. The doctor is right. In a sense, her continuing to live in this way can be considered another form of recovery. He Wenju has no psychological burden about this. After all, that soul had been living in her body for more than 20 years, and she was just taking back what belonged to her. It's a bad fate, to say the least. He Wenju died at the hands of the enemy in her previous life. After her reincarnation, she did not forget her past memories at first. It was not until I was 3 years old that I began to slowly forget some things. Just at this moment, she fell ill, and her body was taken over by a spirit that came from nowhere. Should have been forgotten were unexpectedly retained, and instead the soul that occupied his body had its memory cleared to a blank. Although He Wenju looked polite and spoke normally, but the military wives subconsciously stayed away from her. If you didn't know what was going on, you would think you had seen a ghost. He Wenju still didn't mind. After chatting with Lin Wanshu for a few words, she continued to pick her own vegetables. Although he looked a little unfamiliar with the technique, his movements were meticulous, as if he was not picking vegetables but some kind of experimental subjects. Seeing how confident she was, not worrying at all about what others thought, it was hard for Lin Wanshu not to admire her. What kind of mental quality does one have to remain calm in the face of so many questioning eyes? But this matter has little to do with her. After all, Chiu Yong had already taken her to the provincial hospital, and the doctor said so her condition could be considered to have been determined. After picking vegetables for a while, He Wenju suddenly thought of something and raised her voice again. "By the way, I have resigned from the position of director of the Parents' Committee. From now on, you can just call me He Wenju." Hearing this, the military wives were suddenly in an uproar. It was as if he didn't understand why she, who had been vying to be the director, suddenly made a 180-degree turn and quit the job. "The doctor said that I need to rest well and not overwork myself. I'll let someone else do this job," He Wenju said again slowly. After all, she is now mentally ill. How can she be qualified for such an important position? But He Wenju didn't mind. She didn't like doing such tedious work. He Wenju is no longer the director, and her temperament has changed, and she seems much calmer. Originally a little terrified, had unknowingly let down their guard. Started chatting with her. But no matter how much we chat, We still need to maintain our distance. Lin Wanshu was not in the staff quarters. It was Qin Yan who watered the vegetables. He is originally from the countryside, so growing vegetables is naturally a piece of cake for him. Are still growing lushly under his care. Yu Fongfong squatted beside her vegetable patch, drooling at the green vegetables. Lin Wanshu picked a tomato and handed it to her. Here are the tomatoes you wanted. Yu Fongfong looked at the red tomatoes in her hand, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Without any hesitation, she took it directly, washed it in the stream, wiped it dry with a towel, and began to chew it happily. These tomatoes are really delicious, sour and sweet. Than anything she had ever eaten before. I don't know how Lin Wanshu grew up. Lin Wanshu planted a row of tomatoes next to the vegetable patch. She hadn't been in the family compound for a week, and Qin Yan probably didn't eat much vegetables either. Now a row of bamboo fences were full of red tomatoes. Lin Wanshu picked all the red ones and gave some to each military wife. The military wives took the round, red tomatoes and were all very happy. Of them were reluctant to make it like Yu Fongfong did, and just planned to take it home and eat it slowly. Each military wife got 3 or 4 tomatoes, and there were 7 or 8 left after the whole process. Lin Wanshu looked at Huanju, who was picking vegetables, thought for a moment, and gave her 3. These are the tomatoes I grew. Would you like to take some home to try? Although they did have some conflicts in the past, now that Huanju has chosen to let go of the past, she wouldn't want to be too awkward with her. Huanju had almost finished picking the tomatoes. When she looked up, she saw 3 bright red, incredibly beautiful tomatoes. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. As if she couldn't resist the temptation of tomatoes, she hesitated for a moment, then reached out to take it. Then I thank you. Lin Wanshu smiled and nodded, and left without staying any longer. On the way back, the military wives were chattering away, and they all looked like they were in a good mood. Huanju followed the crowd neither too close nor too far away. Looking at the plump tomatoes in the basket, she was also in a good mood. He ignored Huanju's shouting. Why did you quit your job as director? You idiot. Do you know how hard it was for me to get this job? Even quarreled countless times over this job. And she just resigned just like that? Ever since she took back her body, Huanju has never spoken a word to that soul. She knew Huanju too well. If she replied to her, she would definitely go on and on. Carrying the vegetables, I walked all the way back home. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Chiu Tingting walking towards her listlessly. Mom, why did you come back just now?
I am starving.
Huanju looked at the child who was already on her chest, paused, and then said, If you are hungry, you can cook a meal first. Hearing this, Chiu Tingting's eyes widened. It was as if she couldn't believe how such words could come out of her mother's mouth. Mom, I'm your daughter, not your servant. How can you ask me to cook? The Huanju in the body is also clamoring. She is my daughter. How can you be so vicious and order my daughter to cook? Let Tingting cook for her? Is she worthy? Huanju sneered, finally willing to pay attention to another, Huanju. Giving birth but not educating. Is this what you call motherly love? Sorry, I cannot agree with this. Since I will be in charge of her life from now on, I will naturally be responsible for her future. She ignored Huanju's incompetent rage and instead began to reason with Chiu Tingting. Mom asks you, will you eat this rice after it's cooked? Of course Chiu Tingting has to eat, and not only that, she wants to eat enough. Her father is the head of the group, and he is the most powerful person here. Without hesitation, she nodded. Huanju continued to ask, Since you also want to eat, why do I ask you to cook a meal? You say I treat you as a servant? Where had Chiu Tingting ever thought about such a question? She was simply unhappy with her mother asking her to cook. She stammered and couldn't utter a word for a long time. How could Huanju not see that she was guilty? But she didn't expose her, but said seriously, Since you are a member of this family, you should take on some family responsibilities. You cook not only for your parents, but also for yourself, don't you think? Chiu Tingting lowered her head and said nothing. Although she felt guilty, she was still somewhat unconvinced and even felt that her mother had become nagging. Seeing that she was still pouting, Hyunju asked back. Or, do you not acknowledge that you are a member of this family? Her tone was clearly neither light nor heavy, but Chiu Tingting did not dare to get angry like she used to. She had a strange feeling that if she didn't acknowledge herself as a member of this family, her mother might stop cooking for her. Said reluctantly, well, okay, I'll go cook, but I don't know how to do it. If the kitchen catches fire, it won't be her fault. Hyunju felt somewhat comforted when she saw that she could still scream. If you don't know how, I'll teach you. Hearing this, Chiu Tingting said, oh, and followed Hyunju into the kitchen with a somewhat depressed look, ready to learn how to cook. Hyunju instructed her step by step on how to put rice in, how to wash rice, and how to make a fire. Although Chiu Tingting did it with some clumsiness, at least she managed to cook the meal. Hyunju's eyes flashed with satisfaction, and then she said softly, Tingting, you have grown up, and your mother can't accompany you forever. You have to learn some skills. You don't have to do them, but you have to know them so that no matter where you go, you can take care of yourself, understand? Chiu Tingting seemed to understand, and blinked her eyes. She looked at her mother with some confusion. She felt that she had changed a lot. As soon as Hyunju finished speaking, she turned around and saw Chiu Young standing at the door. Hyunju, you're back? She greeted him lightly. It's still that lukewarm attitude, neither close nor distant. It was as if they were just strangers living under the roof. Chiu Young pursed his lips. His expression couldn't be described as good, nor bad. After answering, he carried the firewood he had just picked up and put it on the woodpile. Hyunju ignored him and washed the tomatoes that Lin Wanshu gave her. One to Tingting, who was making a fire, and she planned to use the remaining 2 to make tomato and egg soup. Chiu Tingting doesn't like tomatoes because she thinks they taste weird. But I saw her mother, who had just scolded her, washing tomatoes for her to eat. This made her feel flattered. Without hesitation, she reached out to take the tomato, put it in her mouth, and started eating it. Unexpectedly, the taste of this tomato was not as strange as before. Instead, it was sour and sweet, like fruit. Chiu Tingting ate with gusto. After Hyunju cut the tomatoes, she beat 2 eggs in a bowl and stirred them skillfully with chopsticks. Seeing Chiu Young still standing by the stove, she suddenly thought of something and asked, by the way, last time you said you found a job for me in Ning City, right? Chiu Young didn't know why she suddenly brought this up, but he nodded anyway. Yes. That's perfect. I've already quit my job as the head of the family committee. I'll be back in Ning City soon. Hearing this, Chiu Young was even more shocked. Are you serious? She even got caught in the rain and had a high fever because of this matter, but now she suddenly changed her mind? Although he already knew that she had become a different person, Chiu Young still felt a little uncomfortable. Well, I'm not kidding. I just quit my job. I'll take Tingting back with me when the time comes. Although she got her body back, she was marrying another soul after all, and Hyunju didn't know how to get along with Chiu Young. Instead of staying here staring at each other, it would be better to go back to Ning City. Although Hyunju's change was somewhat unexpected to Chiu Young, letting her return to Ning City was already planned. Since she was willing to go back, he naturally had no objection. Okay, I understand. Chiu Tingting didn't expect her mother to go back to Ning City, so she didn't even bother to eat tomatoes. Mom, I don't want to go back to Ning City. I want to stay here. Hyunju knew why Chiu Tingting didn't want to return to Ning City. Seeing her resistance, I comforted her. After we go back, we will live in the dormitory. I will go to work during the day, and you will go to school. On weekends, Mom will take you to the park. Hearing her say this, Chiu Tingting, who was originally resisting, brightened up her eyes. Real? Hyunju nodded. Really, I'm not lying to you. Then I want to go back. As long as she doesn't go home, she would of course like to stay in Ning City. After all, the city is so convenient. Frowned when he saw that Hyunju had no intention of returning to the Chiu family. It's not good for you, a girl, to live outside. I don't agree. After hearing this, the smile on Hyunju's face faded a little. Captain Chiu, I just married you, not sold myself to you. It's my freedom to live wherever I want. Besides, there are so many female comrades living in the factory dormitory. Why can't I live there? These words left Xiao Yong speechless. Finally, he said angrily, "It's up to you." The two finished talking. The kitchen fell into silence again. With a tomato and egg soup, stir-fried vegetables, and fried fish. Although the dish is light, the taste is surprisingly good. Qiu Tingting was very satisfied with the meal. After eating, she habitually threw away the bowl and chopsticks and prepared to run away. But he didn't expect to be stopped by Huanju again. "Wait, what are you going to say after you refill?" Qiu Tingting blinked and looked at her in confusion. She is full. So what else can she say? Across Huanju's eyes. It turned out that guy really didn't want to teach her anything. After you're full, you have to say hecko to everyone, okay? As she spoke, she taught her dining etiquette in a gentle voice. Although her voice was not loud, Qiu Tingting inexplicably felt as if she dared not act rashly. Finally, under her instruction, she whispered, "I'm full. Dad, eat slowly, Mom. Eat slowly." Although she spoke haltingly, Huanju still nodded and praised her with a smile. After being praised, Qiu Tingting reflexively raised her head and chest, looking extremely proud. Qiu Yong looked at Huanju, who continued to eat slowly, then looked at his happy daughter. His heart felt like a mess, and he didn't know what to feel. Lin Wanshu took Xiao Miao Miao to the nursery. When the Shin Si brothers heard that Xiao Miao Miao was going to nursery, they were both a little depressed. On the contrary, it's a small construction that makes me as happy as the new year. "Sister, I will go to school with you from now on. Don't worry, I will protect you." He patted his chest and assured. It turns out that the kindergarten and nursery are in the same place, just separated by half a wall. After hearing this, Shunyu felt even worse. "Mom, why do you want to send me to primary school so early? I also want to go to kindergarten with my sister." Ji Hualan was speechless. "You are already 6 years old. How can you not go to preschool? Do you have the nerve to stay in kindergarten?" Shunyu was not convinced and pointed at Feng Jianxi and said, "How can he do that?" Without waiting for Ji Hualan to speak, Feng Jianxi made a face. "I am 1 year younger than you, slightly younger." Shunyu was furious. Feng Jianxi was so happy that he managed to score a goal. Chatting with Xiao Miao Miao. Unexpectedly, Shin Si did not stop him. Instead, he was told to take good care of his sister and prevent her from being bullied. "Of course I will protect her. I will beat up anyone who dares to bully her." As he spoke, Feng Jianxi compared his arms. Yu Fongfong looked at her son's smug look and the corners of her mouth twitched involuntarily. Finally, she couldn't bear to watch anymore and just turned her head away. "Hey, Hualan, what are you doing at the parent committee?" Yu Fongfong was simply bored. Knowing that Lin Wanshu was going to City again in the afternoon, she wanted to stick to her. Who knew that when I went out I would run into Ji Hualan, who was going to the parents' committee. It just happened to be on the same way, so we went together. "I don't know. Director Ma asked me to go." Ji Hualan was also confused. Huanju is no longer the head of the parents' committee. "Are you going to take over?" Yu Fongfong guessed with a smile. "How is that possible? There are so many powerful sisters-in-law in the family compound. It won't be my turn no matter what."
Ye Hualan disagreed.
Lin Wanshu felt that it was very likely. After all, Ji Hualan could get along with almost everyone in the staff quarters. With her personality, she is suitable for handling the affairs of the family compound. The group soon arrived at the Parent-Teacher Association, and the childcare center was right next to the association's office area. There are 2 rooms in total. One is for taking care of children under 3 years old, and the other is for children aged 3 to 5 who attend kindergarten. The house is surrounded by iron railings so children can play in the yard. It's a holiday today, and there is only one teacher inside. The teacher was also a military wife. Her name was Fang Yun. Lin Wanshu only knew her by acquaintance, but they were not very familiar with each other. Fang Yun was quite enthusiastic when she saw Lin Wanshu. "Comrade Wanshu, why are you here?" Lin Wanshu could say anything. Feng Jianxi said loudly, "Teacher Fang, we are here to register with our sister. She will also be attending childcare." Fang Yun spends most of her time in kindergarten and doesn't have much time to interact with Lin Wanshu. However, she has admired this military wife for a long time. When she heard that she was going to send her daughter to kindergarten, she became even more enthusiastic. "Little boy, are you going to kindergarten?" Fang Yun squatted down and said to Xiao Miao Miao. Xiao Miao Miao didn't know what kindergarten was. When she saw Fang Yun's friendly smile, she nodded. "Want?" Fang Yun, probably because she had received some training, quickly became familiar with Xiao Miao Miao. He even held her little hand. Lin Wanshu was a little surprised. Fang Yun looked at her and smiled. This little girl is very brave and not shy at all. By the way, what's her name? Feng Jianxi had just gotten there first, and Xinyu had been waiting for an opportunity. When he heard the teacher ask question, he answered loudly, "Teacher, I know. My sister's name is Miao Miao." Lin Wanshu was interrupted twice, feeling helpless and amused. Touching Xinyu's head, she smiled and said, "That's my sister's nickname. Her real name is Qin Jiao." When the little ones heard Xiao Miao Miao's name for the first time, they were all very surprised. Xinyu even came directly in front of Xiao Miao Miao and kept calling her Sister Jiao and Sister Jiao. Xiao Miao Miao didn't know her full name yet. When she heard him call Jiao sister, her big eyes were filled with confusion. Shen Xiai repeated Miao Miao's name several times, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. Feng Jianxi even gave Xiao Miao Miao his own nickname. One Yao Yao on the left mouth and one Yao Yao on the right mouth. Lin Wanshu let the little ones play by themselves and went to sign up with Fang Yun. Education is not free these days, and a semester of childcare costs $6. But Xiao Miao Miao entered school midway, so she only had to pay $4.50. After registering the little one and giving him a tour of the daycare room, the group left. Coincidentally, Ji Hualan also came out of the Parent-Teacher Association office. "How is it? What does Director Ma want to talk to you about?" Yu Fangfang asked curiously. Hearing this, Ji Hualan looked at Yu Fangfang with a complicated look, paused, and then said, "You really guessed it right. Director Ma said that the job of the director of the family committee will be handed over to me." Yu Fangfang smiled with a smug look on her face. "See, I told you you could do it, but you didn't believe me." If she were to say, "There is no one in this residential compound more suitable for this job than Ji Hualan," Lin Wanshu was also happy for her. "Hualan, congratulations. If I do this job well, I won't have to worry about where to go in the future." Ji Hualan was also very excited in her heart, but she restrained herself and did not show it. After all, He Wenju quit her job because she was sick, so she got a good deal. If she was in high spirits, it would be embarrassing if other people heard it. However, the news that she had become the director of the family committee quickly spread throughout the entire compound. Most people are convinced that she is the director, but a few are jealous. I wonder how she, the wife of a political instructor, can become the head of the parents' committee. Then tell me, besides her, who else can sit in this position? Could it be you? Hearing Du Fuling's words, Tang Qian rolled her eyes. I didn't say it was me, at least it should be a taller one, right? Hearing this, Tang Qian started counting on her fingers. The regiment leader's wife is ill, Director Ma has to take care of the Women's Federation, and the deputy political commissar's wife and the deputy regiment leader's wife both have jobs. Among the remaining people, who else is more suitable than Ji Hualan? At the end of the conversation, Du Fuling was simply speechless. But she was still not convinced and felt that Ji Hualan's identity was not qualified. No matter what others thought, Ji Hualan took office the next day. Lin Wanshu also returned to Winshire Hospital and started seeing patients. As soon as I put on my white coat and sat down, two familiar figures rushed in like a gust of wind. "Doctor, please help my mother. She is in great pain."
Kwon Zheng Ming pulled Ma Jinhua to shit apezit Lin Vanshu.
Ma Jinhua's complexion looked worse than last time. She kept covering her stomach with her hands and kept shouting, "Ouch, ouch."
"Doctor, please help me."
Ma Jinhua no longer has the arrogance she had last time. Leaving the military hospital last time, she changed to another hospital. After doing a lot of tests, the doctor also said that she had cirrhosis of the liver and asked her to be hospitalized for surgery. Ma Jinhua naturally refused, thinking that the doctor was not as good as Lin Wanshu. People can tell what her situation is just by looking at her. Over there, where they did a lot of tests. It was obvious at first glance that he was trying to trick her. Ma Jinhua refused to be hospitalized, but she was too embarrassed to come to the military hospital again. After returning home, she heard her neighbor say that there was a secret remedy, so she asked her son to get it. As a result, not long after she finished eating, she felt severe stomach pain. In the end, there was no choice but to shamelessly go to the military hospital again early in the morning. Lin Wanshu didn't say anything sarcastic, but asked her to stretch out her hand. Hearing this, Ma Jinhua did not dare to resist and obediently put her hands on the table. Then he brought a small cloth pillow, placed the patient's hand on it, and then began to take her pulse. Lin Wanshu started seeing patients. She had already asked Shi Serong if she could also take the patient's pulse and diagnose the disease. Who came to listen today were Tan Hongmei and 3 other male students. Seeing Lin Wanshu taking the patient's pulse directly, the 4 of them looked a little surprised. However, they did not question it, but watched attentively from the side. After feeling Ma Jinhua's pulse for a while, Lin Wanshu looked at her tongue, checked her arms and stomach, and then said, "Your liver cirrhosis is only in the early stages, not serious, but you are showing symptoms of poisoning now. Did you eat anything last night?" When she heard that, she even knew that she had eaten the wrong thing.
I
ate a toad boiled with green beans. My next-door neighbor said that eating this can cure liver cirrhosis. Lin Wanshu. Toads are poisonous and cannot cure liver cirrhosis. You must trust your doctor and seek scientific treatment. Unable to hold back, she said something. Thanks to her for knowing how to deal with it, the poisoning was not that serious. Otherwise, how could we be talking here right now? After Ma Jinhua saw how powerful Lin Wanshu was, how could she dare to refute her? Just wailed and begged Lin Wanshu to help her. Lin Wanshu did not delay and directly led her into the treatment room to detoxify her first. Shi Serong arrived. The 4 students followed her in, intending to see how Lin Wanshu detoxified the patient. Since she had been poisoned, and there was no point in inducing vomiting. Lin Wanshu first gave her an antidote, then took out the silver needles and gave her acupuncture to ped up blood circulation and eliminate toxins. Tan Hongmei's jaw almost dropped to the ground when she saw how beautifully she performed acupuncture. Ma Jinhua felt severe stomach pain at first, but after a while, the pain gradually eased. I was sweating all over. Unexpectedly, she cured herself of the poisons so quickly. Ma Jinhua immediately felt extremely regretful. If she had known earlier, she would not have run away yesterday. Not only did she spend a lot of money, but she also suffered so much. Just at this time, Shi Serong also came in. When she saw the silver needles inserted into Ma Jinhua's body, she was stunned at first. After asking about Ma Jinhua's condition, a hint of relief flashed to her eyes. Lin Wanshu detoxified Ma Jinhua. She returned to the clinic to prescribe medicine for her. Your condition is not serious. I'll prescribe some medicine to soften and dissipate the nodules, clear away heat and detoxify, and then protect your liver. There's a chance that sclerosis can be reversed, and it won't affect your life. Heard her say that her liver cirrhosis was not serious and could still be treated. Her face turned red with excitement. Thank you. Thank you, doctor. I will definitely cooperate with your treatment. Shi Serong was somewhat relieved just now, but when she heard Lin Wanshu dare to guarantee that liver cirrhosis could be reversed, she couldn't help but frown. But she didn't say anything, just watched her prescribe the medicine. Lin Wanshu was explaining the daily precautions to Ma Jinhua. She was writing the prescription on the prescription pad. Doctors' handwriting in this era is extremely illegible and completely incomprehensible to laymen. However, Lin Wanshu had only been in the profession for a short time and had not yet learned the doctor's special font, so the words she wrote on the prescription looked quite neat. Shi Serong looked at the prescription she wrote, and a hint of surprise flashed to her eyes. As she finished writing the last medicine, her surprise turned into excitement. Tan Hongmei and the others were all very surprised, as it was a rare occasion to see Shi Serong so excited. Lin Wanshu prescribe? Why did she react like this? However, due to her authority, they did not dare to ask on the spot, but planned to ask Lin Wanshu quietly in private. Ma Jinhua came in with a painful look on her face and felt much more relaxed after leaving. Holding the prescription, she had a happy expression on her face. "Thank you, doctor. It was all my fault the day before yesterday. I didn't recognize the real man and spoke nonsense." As she spoke, she slapped herself on the mouth. Lin Wanshu hurriedly stopped him. "Don't feel guilty, auntie. Go back and follow the doctor's advice. Remember not to use folk remedies indiscriminately." Hearing this, Ma Jinhua smiled awkwardly. "Hee. I don't dare. I don't dare anymore." Who had caught and skinned a toad for his mother, didn't dare to say a word. He just hoped that Lin Wanshu wouldn't notice him. After all, such a thing is really too embarrassing. Getting the prescription, the two left quickly. Sure Sarong looked Lin Wanshu up and down, and the more she looked, the more she felt that she looked familiar. Although she had some doubts in her heart, she didn't say anything as there were so many people around. After Ma Jinhua and her son left, Lin Wanshu saw a lot of patients that day. There are men and women, young and old, and their illnesses are of various kinds. Lin Wanshu was a little surprised. I think they just formed a group to gain experience for themselves. Otherwise, how could there be so many different cases in one day? But this is a good thing for her, and Lin Wanshu will naturally not miss the good opportunity to gain experience. Every time after seeing a patient, she would habitually write a diary. Not to mention the other 4 people, they didn't dare to blink the whole time, just listened carefully to Lin Wanshu's words and took notes. Before I knew it, it was time to get off work. However, Sure Sarong did not leave, and the others did not dare to leave either. In the end, it was Sure Sarong who told the others to leave first. Tan Hongmei originally wanted to invite Lin Wanshu to dinner and ask her a few questions. Seeing this, I had no choice but to leave. After everyone else left, Sure Sarong looked at Lin Wanshu with a complicated expression. "Comrade Wanshu, may I ask you a question?" "Of course, teacher." Sure Sarong carefully examined her features again, paused, and then asked, "Is your grandfather called Tao Qiming?" Lin Wanshu thought that she kept her to talk about today's medical consultation, but she didn't expect that she would actually ask about her grandfather. She couldn't help but feel a little surprised. "Teacher, how do you know my grandpa?" Hearing that she was really Tao Qiming's granddaughter, Sure Sarong became even more excited. Grabbing Lin Wanshu's hand, she asked anxiously, "Where is your grandpa? Where is he now?" Seeing her reaction, how could Lin Wanshu not know that this was another old acquaintance of her grandfather? However, when she thought of the old man who left early and only left her with his name, her eyes couldn't help but become sore. Said somewhat dejectedly, "He's been gone for 20 years. Hearing this, Sure Sarong, who was originally very excited, was stunned on the spot. It took her a long while before she seemed to realize what she meant.
How?
How could this happen? Uncle Tao is obviously very powerful. He is proficient in medicine and is also good at boxing. Although they lost contact due to the war, Sure Sarong was convinced that nothing would happen to him. Sure Sarong murmured to herself, her eyes turning red without her knowing when. Lin Wanshu took out a handkerchief and wiped her tears. "Teacher, don't be sad. My grandfather died peacefully. In that era, it was considered a blessing to survive the war of resistance and not die at the hands of the enemy." When the soft handkerchief wiped her cheek, Sure Sarong suddenly came back to her senses. Looking at the beautiful and charming female comrade in front of her, she felt mixed emotions. "I should have thought of it earlier. You look a bit like my aunt." Especially her picturesque eyebrows and eyes, which amazed her throughout her girlhood. After hearing him talk about the past, Lin Wanshu realized that her grandfather was an old acquaintance of Mr. and Mrs. Sure. A young girl, Sure Sarong showed amazing medical talent. Grandpa decided to teach her medical skills. However, those years were too turbulent. After only teaching for a few years, the two families were lost in the war. Sure Sarong has been practicing medicine for more than 10 years and has traveled to many places, but she has never seen the prescription prescribed by Tao Qiming, except herself. However, because traditional Chinese medicine has been suppressed in recent years, she dared not use those prescriptions again. until she saw Lin Wanshu writing down, stroke by stroke, the prescription for treating liver cirrhosis that she remembered. Surong asked tentatively. Unexpectedly, she was really the descendant of an old friend. Taking a deep breath, Surong reached out and held Lin Wanshu's hand again, with an embarrassed look on her face. Child, I was a little harsh on you a few days ago. You won't blame me, right? It was rare to see her so gentle, and Lin Wanshu was a little flattered. How could that be? I know the teacher is doing this for our own good. I already knew before I started studying medicine that this road is very difficult, and there is no room for fooling around. Hearing this, Surong's face was full of relief. Okay. I really didn't make a mistake about you. You are a good child. From now on, call me Aunt Rong in private. Your mother and I are sisters. Lin Wanshu shouted in response. Aunt Rong. Hey, good boy. Surong patted her hands again, the smile on her face never disappearing. Then, without giving Lin Wanshu a chance to refuse, she took her to the window of the chief physician in the cafeteria to get her meal. When others saw the two of them being as close as mother and daughter, they almost dropped their jaws. I really envy Wanshu for being favored by the teacher. Chun Jiji supported her chin with her hand, looking at the two people who were chatting happily in the distance. The envy in her eyes was about to overflow. It's no use to be envious. What strength do they have? What strength do we have? Others are already working in the hospital, but they are still studying. There is no point in comparison. We can only focus on pursuing. That's true. Chun Jiji sighed, and then turned her anger into strength. I'm full. I'm going back to memorize the lessons. Strive to be able to do clinical internship as soon as possible and get a smile from Surong. The others also quickened their eating SPED. Are you kidding? Everyone else is working so hard. If they don't work hard, are they going to be eliminated? In this way, a group of students began to study again. Lin Wanshu was also not idle. In addition to seeing patients and writing notes every day, Surong also assigned her extra tasks. Even when performing surgery, she was brought along to watch. Others were so envious that they worked harder to study. In addition to her busy work at the hospital, Lin Wanshu would go back home at night and stay in the space to continue conducting a large number of experiments on the ointment. Fortunately, no adverse reactions have occurred in the trials of the ointment so far. After another half a year, it will be ready for clinical trials. In this way, Lin Wanshu started her busy work life in the hospital. She was so busy that it was soon the beginning of November. The weather gradually began to get colder. It was the weekend, and when I got off work, it was not yet 6 o'clock, but it seemed very late. Without delay, Lin Wanshu packed her things and prepared to go back home. Qin Yan brought Xiao Miao Miao to see her once last week, but Lin Wanshu felt that the weather was cold and she didn't want to let the baby run back and forth, so she didn't let them come. She had space, self-defense weapons, and the self-defense skills taught by Qin Yan himself. There was nothing to be afraid of in the distance from the hospital to the station. Lin Wanshu finally persuaded Qin Yan to go home on her own after much persuasion. However, Qin Yan was still worried, so he asked her to come back with a companion. Lin Wanshu made an appointment with Meng Yuanshuang, and it happened that she had to go back to Lan County every week. Afraid that Meng Yuanshuang would have to wait too long, Lin Wanshu quickly packed her things. Just as I finished packing my things and was about to get up and take off my white coat, I heard a familiar voice coming from outside the door. Is Director Shi here? Lin Wanshu turned her head and looked. If the person at the door wasn't Chi Honglian, who else could it be? Chi Honglian saw the person in the white coat and mask at first glance. She didn't recognize it as Lin Wanshu, but she felt that she looked familiar, so she smiled and asked, "Excuse me, isn't Director Shi in there?" Lin Wanshu pulled down her mask and said to her, "Director Shi is not seeing patients today." Seeing that it was Lin Wanshu, Chi Honglian's eyes widened and her voice became a little sharp. "Lin Wanshu, why are you here?" Hearing this, Lin Wanshu said with some amusement, "Why can't I be here?" Chi Honglian looked up and down at her white coat in disbelief. "This is a military hospital, not a disaster area. How did you get in?" When she heard her mention the disaster area, Lin Wanshu remembered the medicine powder she had added, and her expression suddenly turned cold. I am an intern here. Is there any problem with seeing patients here? But Chi Honglian seemed to have heard something ridiculous.
Impossible.
Someone must have let you in. What qualifications do you have to see a doctor here? Just at this moment, Sher Surong passed by the clinic. Seeing that Lin Wanshu had not returned yet, she was about to ask what was going on when she heard a surprised voice. Director Sher, it's great that you're here. When Chi Honglian saw Sher Surong, how could he have time to question Lin Wanshu? Seeing the overly enthusiastic strange girl in front of her, a trace of doubt flashed across Sher Surong's face.
Who are you?
Chi Honglian reached out and held Sher Surong's hand in a very familiar manner. Director Sher, I also graduated from Beijing University. I heard that you are working here, so I came to visit you specially. Chi Honglian did not come empty-handed. There was a bag at his feet, and no one knew what was inside. Sher Surong almost couldn't help but frown at this boundless enthusiasm. She calmly withdrew her hand and spoke softly. So, he's an alumnus. After saying that, she turned to Lin Wanshu, who was standing beside her, and said, You should go back first, in case it gets dark and you can't see. I want to chat with this young comrade for a while. Lin Wanshu had exactly this idea. Then I'll go back first and come back tomorrow. As she spoke, Lin Wanshu looked at Chi Honglian meaningfully, then took off her white coat and hung it behind the door, then went out carrying her bag. Chi Honglian looked at Lin Wanshu's back and couldn't help but frowning, with an inexplicable bad feeling in his heart. Director Sher, why is Comrade Lin Wanshu here to see patients? As far as I know, she only has a junior high school education. A person with only junior high school education, who luckily learned some medical prescriptions, what diseases can she treat? Her hostility was so strong. How could Sher Surong not feel it? However, she did not expose it, but said lightly, she was recommended by the team. Sher Surong didn't say anything else. But Chi Honglian immediately felt that Lin Wanshu must have used some means to get in through the back door to get the recommendation of the group. Otherwise, why didn't Sher Surong want to say more about her? Obviously, he also had some opinions about Lin Wanshu's behavior. Thinking of this, she put on an expression that showed she felt sorry for Sher Surong and said, I think our military hospital is a sacred place. It is extremely disrespectful for you to have someone with such low education to work in the same department as you. I'm sure you, Director Sher, are in a difficult situation, right? Chi Honglian thought that he had applied the eye drops quite well. It not only points out the fact that Lin Wanshu has low cultural level, but also praises Sher Surong's status and ability to a high level. If it were someone who really had a grudge against Lin Wanshu, they would definitely get closer to her because of these words. But to Sher Surong, Lin Wanshu was not only the daughter of an old acquaintance of hers, but also the granddaughter of her half-master and now her own apprentice. Favorite student was belittled in front of her, which was a result of her good upbringing. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her anger and said, Since Comrade Wanshu can sit here and see patients, it means that she has passed the hospital's professional assessment and has the ability to see patients. What do you want to talk to me about? Unexpectedly, the eye drops did not bring about the desired result, and the purpose of his trip was also disrupted. Chi Honglian's face suddenly showed some embarrassment. However, despite the embarrassment, she still said shamelessly, I was recommended by Director Liang Daocheng. He should have told you about it, right? Liang Daocheng is the attending physician of the Peking University Hospital and also a graduate of Peking University. I just called Sher Surong a few days ago. Thinking of what he said to her, a hint of sarcasm flashed in Sher Surong's eyes. So it's you. Seeing that she knew who she was, Chi Honglian's eyes lit up. Yes, that's me.
I'm Chi Honglian.
She came here was naturally to get a back door from Sher Surong and see if she could be transferred to Wen City. After all, how can a small clinic in the army be compared with a military hospital? And here you have more chances to meet more powerful officers. It's not like in Lan County, where there are only little soldiers. Director Sher, this is a little specialty I brought from Beijing. You've been away from home for so long, you must be missing Beijing. As Chi Honglian spoke, he picked up the bag at his feet and handed it over. Sure, Serong felt more and more ironic when she saw Chi Honglian's fawning smile. He had no intention of taking the bag. He looked her up and down, then she sneered and said, "Comrade Chi, didn't Comrade Liang tell you? I have already told him clearly that as long as you can pass the assessment and the team agrees, you can be transferred here. As for the specialty, I'm sorry, this makes it a bit difficult for me, so I won't accept it." After saying that, she left without looking back. And that word, difficulty, was like a slap in the face to Chi Honglian. What does she mean? Is he mocking himself for not having the ability and having to take the back door? Chi Honglian's face turned pale and blue. Finally, she stamped her feet and left angrily. Chi Honglian did not return to the army. After leaving the hospital, she walked towards a solemn gate. The gate seemed to be very familiar with her and let her in without checking. On the other side, when Lin Wanshu returned to the family compound, it was already completely dark. Not only was it pitch dark, it was also freezing cold. This time Qin Yan did not bring Xiao Miao Miao to pick her up. The first thing Lin Wanshu did when she returned to the family compound was to go to Ji Hualan's house to pick up the baby. However, there were only 3 little ones playing in the house from the Shin family, and Shin Shuwen and Ji Hualan were not at home. After asking, I found out that Tang Qian and Wang Guigang had a quarrel, and the couple went over to mediate. Happened to be passing by outside, and when she saw Lin Wanshu, she called out, "Wanshu, you're back?" "Yeah, I just came back." "Where are you going?" "Her house is not in this direction." "I went to see Tang Qian. I heard they had a big fight, and they were going to get a divorce." Hearing this, Lin Wanshu also lost her composure. "Ian, take Miao Miao home first. I'll go take a look." If it were someone else, she might not care about this matter, but Tang Qian had such a close relationship with her, so Lin Wanshu naturally had to go over to see what was going on. But when Xiao Miao Miao finally saw her mother, she hugged her thighs and wouldn't let go, refusing to let her father hold her at all. There was no other choice. Lin Wanshu could only take him along. Let Qin Yan take care of it later. The group hurried towards Tang Qian's house. As I approached, I saw a lot of people gathered outside the yard from afar. And from inside the room came Wang Guigang's angry voice. "Go back to your Tang family. I can't afford to support you. A bottomless pit." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Wang Guigang seriously wants to divorce Tang Qian. After hearing this, and he grabbed Wang Guigang and advised, "Guigang, if you have something to say, please talk it over. What's the problem? Why do you want to send people back to the Tang family?" Tang Qian didn't say anything, just lowered her head and kept wiping her tears. Wang Guigang's chest heaved. Obviously, he was very angry. Ask her what good things she has done? Ji Hualan was comforting Tang Qian at the moment. After hearing this, she also advised, "No matter how much she is not, she is still the mother of your 2 children. For the sake of the children, you should talk to her nicely, and don't say those hurtful words." Hearing this, Wang Guigang laughed, his face full of grief and indignation. "Sister-in-law, is it me, who doesn't want to live a good life with her? I really can't live like this anymore. For 3 whole years, she has taken away all the money in the family and used it to support her brother. Look at what clothes my son and daughter are wearing. I only make 70 yuan a month, and the clothes they wear are patched. How can I live with her like this?" Hearing this, everyone present fell silent. They all had heard something about Tang Qian's family affairs. I heard that her father broke his leg and couldn't work, so he could only wait for food at home. Her brother was taking advantage of the old man and asking Tang Qian to send money here and there endlessly. Once she stopped giving money, her father would end up going hungry for 9 meals in 3 days. From Tang Qian's perspective, she really couldn't bear to watch her old father suffer. But how unfair is such a subsidy to Wang Guigang? He worked hard and risked his life on the front line, but in the end, he was just making things difficult for others. Who wouldn't feel aggrieved? Isn't this a complete sucker? After understanding the whole story, Lin Wanshu looked at the couple, one angry and the other crying, and suddenly felt that she could not help at all. How does she persuade? Should I persuade Tang Qian not to meddle in her mother's family affairs, or persuade Wang Guigang to stop caring and move on? Isn't this asking too much? Tang Qian's eyes were swollen from crying, and her clothes were wet. A moment of silence. She said with a choked voice, "Guogang, I am sorry for you. I will go back to the Tang family tomorrow." Endless subsidies she had to give to her parents' home. But on one side there is a young child who needs her care, and on the other side there is an injured father. Tang Qian was in a dilemma, and in a daze, she gave all the money to her good-for-nothing brother. It's time to make a decision about this mess. She went back to take care of her father personally. When she had no money, she would go to the fields to earn work points, and she was able to make ends meet. But everyone who heard this fell silent again. If Tang Qian goes back to take care of her father, can her and her husband's marriage continue? After all, her father is not even 60 years old yet, and this care might last for more than 10 or 20 years. When they thought of this, everyone couldn't help but feel sad for this family. Ji Hualan sighed deeply and said, "It's better to go back and arrange your family affairs first. Don't let these things affect your relationship. If it really doesn't work, ask the police to go. Your brother's behavior is definitely not okay." When talking about this, Tang Qian became even sadder. She covered her eyes with both hands and tears flowed nonstop. "I've looked for him.
Tang Ming is a bad guy.
He promised the police, but once they left, he still did what he was supposed to do. He's my dad. How can I ignore him?" Was in the most pain. Tang Qian also thought about jumping into the river and dying. But she still has children. They are so young. What will happen to them without their mother? Hearing her say this, everyone couldn't help but clench their teeth. What kind of beast is this? She even used her own father as a bargaining chip to force her sister to give her money, without caring whether her sister could make a living. Wang Guogang felt very uncomfortable when he saw his daughter-in-law crying in Ji Hualan's arms, feeling aggrieved and desperate. The two children also pulled Tang Qian's clothes from the left and right, crying loudly. "Mom, please don't leave. What will we do if you leave? Mom, don't go back to Grandpa's house. Your uncle will beat you." Wang Guogang's hands clenched into fists that made crackling sounds. She had never told him these. "That jerk is not a human being at all. I'll go back to the Tang family with you and bring your father to the army. If you don't want to support your jerk brother, I'll support him for you. Don't send him a penny from now on." Hearing this, Tang Qian was stunned. Her eyes were still red as she looked at the man in front of her, who was like a mountain. Suddenly, her vision became blurred again. "Thank you.
Guogang.
Thank you. I will work like a servant to repay you in the future." Hearing this, Wang Guogang was speechless. "I don't need you to work like a servant for me. Just draw a line between yourself and your jerk brother. If I find out you're sending him money again, we'll be done for."
Tan kia not that si pit ten.
Strike it. Definitely strike it. I can even put it in the newspaper. When I bring my dad here, I'll pretend that he doesn't exist in this world. Tang Qian had been heartbroken by him. If her father hadn't been there, she wouldn't want to see him again in her life. Seeing that she was still clear-headed, Wang Guogang's expression finally eased. The others also breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone admired Wang Guogang's manly behavior. Originally, since he had a brother-in-law, it was not his responsibility to support his father-in-law, but he still took it on. How much courage does this require? Tang Qian felt even more grateful and guilty. Just as she said, she only regretted that she could not work like a servant to repay him. When the people present saw that the two had stopped arguing, they gave them a few more words of advice, asking them to communicate properly if they had anything to say and not to quarrel anymore, and then they left one after another. Yu Fangfang was very happy to see Lin Wanshu coming back. On the way back, he pulled her and talked nonstop. Since Ji Hualan became the director of the parent-teacher committee, she has had more things to do. Every day she is either dealing with this or that matter. She had just finished persuading Tang Qian and her husband, and she felt extremely exhausted. Walked listlessly, leaning against Lin Wanshu. Lin Wanshu said, "I'll give you a massage later to loosen up your muscles." Hearing this, Ji Hualan's eyes lit up. "That's great. It would be better if you could prescribe some more medicine for me. I feel so weak." Lin Wanshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "How can you take medicine randomly? Let me teach you how to make medicinal food, which can also nourish your body." Upon hearing this, the other military wives also became excited. "Wan Shu, you can't be partial and only teach Hualan and not me. I also feel that I need to make up for it." The military wives all said this half-jokingly. Lin Wanshu naturally did not refuse. After all, Xiao Miaomiao has been relying on these military wives to take care of her these days. Her not to express any opinion. "I'll take your pulses and see what kind of medicinal food you need to prepare." Seeing that she wanted to prescribe a medicinal diet for each person, the military wives couldn't help but cheer. "I feel like I got a great bargain." The group soon arrived at Lin Wanshu's home again. Knowing that she hadn't eaten yet, the military wives didn't hesitate. While Lin Wanshu was taking her pulse, they helped her cook. It was mainly Ji Hualan who did the cooking, while Yu Fangfang kept the fire. Yu Fangfang has now mastered the skill of making fire, so Ji Hualan is no longer afraid that she will set the kitchen on fire. The two of them were cooking in the kitchen, while Lin Wanshu brought the other military wives to the reception room and took their pulses. In those days, there was a lack of nutrition, the work was very intense on weekdays, and most people did not get enough rest during the confinement period, so the military wives all had some minor health problems to a greater or a lesser extent. Lin Wanshu would issue invoices to them based on their individual circumstances. Although some of the problems are the same, they may be mild or severe, so the dosage of the medicine she prescribes will naturally be different. She has all these medicines here. Lin Wanshu didn't charge them any money, but just asked them to pick similar herbs for her whenever they saw them in the mountains. The main reason is that everyone is so familiar with each other that if we really want to collect money, we can only get a few cents, not to mention that charging money is not against the rules. It would be better to let them help collect some herbs on a daily basis. With more herbs, it would be easier for Lin Wanshu to prepare prescriptions and conduct experiments. The wives of the soldiers were deeply moved because they received free medical treatment and prescription medicine for them. Everyone swore in their hearts that they would help Lin Wanshu take good care of her little Miao Miao in the future. Xiao Miao Miao, who was being talked about, sneezed loudly. "Sister Xiao, do you have a cold?" As Feng Jianxi spoke, he stretched out his little paws and wanted to touch Xiao Miao Miao's forehead. But before he could touch it, Shen Xiai slapped it away. "Your hands are dirty." Hearing this, Feng Jianxi raised his hands high and put them under the light. But he looked left and right and couldn't find any dirt on his hands. "Shen Xiai, you lied to me. My hands are not dirty at all." Feng Jianxi glared at Shen Xiai angrily. Shen Xiai had just taken his hand from Xiao Miao Miao's forehead, and upon hearing this, he turned to Feng Jianxi and said, "I just checked. She doesn't have a fever." Hearing that his sister did not have a fever, Feng Jianxi became happy again. How could he remember whether he had been deceived by Shen Xiai again? Seeing that her son was cheated again, Yu Fangfang was speechless. "Hualan, how did you teach your son? Why is he so sinister?" Yu Fangfang was convinced that he was as calm and composed as an adult at such a young age. "Do you think I can raise a child like him? She and Shen Yu combined are not as cunning as he is. Only Lao Shen can be compared with him." Hearing this, Yu Fangfang sighed with regret. Why did she give birth to such a stupid kid? His father is not like him. After a while, two military wives came out with medicine. Because it is a medicinal food, not much medicine is used, just a small bag for each person. Lin Wanshu said it can be cooked many times. The two of them took over Ji Hualan and Yu Fangfang's work and asked them to ask Lin Wanshu for prescription medicine. Although Lin Wanshu didn't take their money, the military wives were not the kind of people who would take advantage of others. If she doesn't charge them, they will definitely make up for it somewhere else. How can she let others suffer the loss? Only when there is give and take can the relationship last long. Outside the courtyard, Shen Shuwen looked at the room full of military wives chatting and laughing and couldn't help but pat his brother on the shoulder and console him. "Your wife is very popular. You have to get used to it." "Qin Yan," he say. "I can only wait until they say they have had a great time before returning his wife to him." Fortunately, the military wives are not without sense of propriety. Prescribing the medicine and making dinner, they all left one after another. Before leaving, he even helped Xiao Miao Miao take a bath. The main point is to be open and not shy. However, Qin Yan went out for field training a few days ago, and the workload was heavy, so Xiao Miao was mostly taken care of by the military wives. From picking them up to feeding them and bathing and dressing them, they're taken care of very well. Lin Wanshu carried the bathed Xiao Miao and sent the military wives to the door. Go back, eat early and rest early, you are tired too. Ji Hualan held onto the reluctant Xin Yu and waved to Lin Wanshu. Mom, can't my sister come to our house today? Xin Yu still didn't give up. It turned out that Qin Yan and Xin Shuwen didn't come back a few days ago, and Ji Hualan took Xiao Miao to sleep at night. Of course not. Your Aunt Wanshu is back, and my sister wants to sleep with Mom. Say, oh, reluctantly before following his mother. Shen Xi didn't say anything. He just waved politely to his sister and turned away. Ji Hualan was a little surprised and felt that her eldest son was a little abnormal. But she didn't think much about it, thinking that children are just so changeable. Qin Yan, who was standing behind him, saw that the boy had become more sensible, and the guard in his eyes was finally reduced a little. Seeing off the military wives, the family of 3 went back to eat. Today, because of Tang Qian's matter, and it's already 9 o'clock in the evening. Lin Wanshu couldn't help feeling sad when she saw Xiao Miao's winter clothes, which were obviously too short. The little guy has grown a little bit, and the winter clothes that seemed quite long last year are no longer suitable. After dinner, Lin Wanshu did not rest. She took out a piece of cloth and cut the material for Xiao Miao, planning to make her a new dress tomorrow. In her previous life, she never thought that she could have a child. Although there were children's clothes in the space, the categories were not complete, and the existing winter clothes were not suitable for Xiao Miao in size. They were either too big or too small. Fortunately, there are plenty of fabrics, cotton and down. Lin Wanshu planned to make a cotton coat and a lighter down jacket for the little one. Before going to the hospital, she knitted several sweaters for her, so she had no shortage of base clothes. Xiao Miao was a little sleepy, but she didn't want to sleep, so she watched her mother cut cloth. Seeing her nodding her head, Lin Wanshu simply carried her on her back. Maybe because she was next to her mother, Xiao Miao fell asleep quickly. Lin Wanshu felt even more upset. After all, the child still needed its mother. Once a week is not enough. Lin Wanshu was thinking whether there was a better way to allow her to spend more time with Xiao Miao. Before she could think it through, Qin Yan came back from outside with a cold vapor on his body. Lin Wanshu was a little surprised. It's this weather. Why are you still taking a cold shower? Qin Yan, I'm used to it. It's not that cold. Lin Wanshu glanced at her own hands, which had already become somewhat cold, and could not help but remain silent. My man's physique is still too strong. It's already late. Go to bed early and cut your hair tomorrow. Qin Yan saw that she was carrying Xiao Miao on her back, and fearing that she might be tired, he reached out to help her untie it. Careful. Lin Wanshu was afraid that Xiao Miao would wake up if she left, so she reached out to hold her. But the little guy didn't react at all. He found a comfortable position in his father's arms and slept soundly. Lin Wanshu. Well, it was a wrong payment after all. The next day, Lin Wanshu heard from the military wives that Tang Qian had gone back to her hometown with her husband. Lin Wanshu listened and didn't care because she was short on time and was busy making clothes for her baby. After cutting off the fabric that was not cut yesterday, she began to sew clothes. Even though she didn't have a sewing machine, she was already very good at sewing clothes. After getting one, she was even faster. The main time-consuming part of making clothes is making the pattern. After cutting, sewing does not take much time. But for Lin Wanshu, making a pattern is not a problem at all. Whatever style she wants to make, she just goes through it in her mind and can draw it directly. Of the cloth back twice, place it on the sewing machine, push it with your hands and step on it with your feet, and neat lines will appear on the cloth with the sound of da-da-da. And little Miao, who was still clinging to her last night, went to play with the children in the staff compound after breakfast early in the morning. Qin Yan had just finished breakfast and went out. The whole house was so quiet that the only sound was the sewing machine. Lin Wanshu was sewing clothes when she suddenly heard someone shouting outside. Is Comrade Wanshu here? It's Heewon-ju. What did she come to see me for? Lin Wanshu felt a little strange, but she still put down her clothes and walked out. I'm here, sister-in-law He. Why are you here? Heewon-ju was holding a bag in her hand and smiled a little embarrassedly. I heard that you have a sewing machine at home, so I wanted to stop by and came here shamelessly. Do you want to use your sewing machine now? It turned out that he wanted to borrow a sewing machine. Ever since Heewon-ju became a different person, Lin Wanshu would greet her when they met in the staff quarters. Although it's not very warm, at least we are not strangers like before. When someone came to borrow a sewing machine, she naturally agreed. I'm sewing right now, but I'm going to stuff the cotton in now, so you can use it first if you want to close the legs. As she said this, she invited the person into the house. Thank you in advance, Comrade Wanshu. Heewon-ju's hair was still neatly tied on her head. At first glance, she seemed no different from before, but she looked indescribably refined and elegant. Lin Wanshu took the clothes off the sewing machine and asked her to sit down. Heewon-ju thanked her politely again and sat down lightly on the stool. She gave people these days, even when she was sewing clothes, her sitting posture was dignified and elegant. The clothes she was holding seemed to be made for Tingting. The color looks very bright and the style is very classic. It is a style that will not go out of style in a dozen years. Heewon-ju didn't seem to know how to use this sewing machine. Lin Wanshu was about to give her some advice, but she saw her tinkering with it for a while and soon she was able to use it flexibly. Lin Wanshu. Tingting and I are going back to Ning City next week. It should be snowing there. I'm afraid she'll be cold when she goes back, so I thought of making her 2 sets of clothes first. It saves me from having to go back there and buy it again, which would be such a pain. Heewon-ju explained to Lin Wanshu while sewing clothes. The family compound already knew that she was going back to Ning City. But the military wives all thought that she now had a split personality, so she should stay here for examination and not go back until she recovered. Who would have thought that she would be leaving next week? But this had nothing to do with her, so Lin Wanshu just chatted with her politely. Heewon-ju didn't mind and continued to chat with her while sewing clothes. As we were chatting, I don't know how we ended up talking about the War of Resistance. You said, the Japanese have such powerful ships and artillery. How can they surrender just like that? Although her soul has always existed in her body, Heewon-ju did not study seriously. Although she graduated from junior high school, she did not know many things in history. Seeing that she didn't seem to be asking casually, Lin Wanshu had an idea. However, she did not dare to comment on history and only reviewed some important battles for her. Especially when talking about the classic battle of 4 crossings of the Chishui River, Heewon-ju's eyes lit up. But after the excitement, her face showed a hint of loneliness again. What a shame. She was unable to witness such a great battle. She didn't even survive the full-scale War of Resistance and died early. What a pity. Lin Wanshu did not miss the regret in her eyes. Combined with her behavior and manners that sounded like that of a young lady from an aristocratic family, she had an inexplicable suspicion in her heart. Heewon-ju shook his head and then half-jokingly said, "It's a pity that I wasn't born 20 years earlier, otherwise I could have killed a few devils myself." This was probably the biggest regret in her previous life. Fortunately, the information was delivered in time, so her death was not in vain. Hearing this, Lin Wanshu's suspicions were confirmed a little more. In the turbulent times, there were many awakened comrades who, despite their privileged backgrounds, threw themselves into the War of Resistance without hesitation. Of the first generation of pilots, who were almost wiped out came from prominent families. If the Heewon-ju in front of him is really like what he thought, then she deserves his admiration. However, Lin Wanshu did not try to test anything but encouraged. Living in this era also brings great responsibilities. The country has just been established, and there is a lot of work to be done. There are many places that need our construction. No one knew what struck Heewon-ju about these words. She felt a little regretful at first, but she quickly cheered up. "Comrade Wanshu, you are right. Building the country is equally important." They won. She was lucky enough to witness it all with her memory. But many of her companions fell before they could see the day of victory. He Wenju accidentally got her body back, but she was not sure whether the He Wenju in her body would take control of her body again. Therefore, these days, she just lived her life taking things as they came, as if she was just a lonely soul wandering outside this world and had no deep feelings for this world. At this moment, after hearing Lin Wanshu talk about their great war of resistance, He Wenju's wandering soul seemed to finally land, and the blood in her body began to burn again. Only by building a new China can we live up to our original intention of risking our lives. Thank you, Comrade Wanshu.
He Wenju said solemnly.
Looking at her ever-changing expression, Lin Wanshu was already about 70% certain that the person in front of her might be a senior from the anti-Japanese war era. I don't know how she ended up here. The original He Wenju, go? If Sun Haido's identity wasn't so sensitive, Lin Wanshu really wanted to call him and ask what was going on. He Wenju just came over to sew the feet, which didn't take much time at all. She had finished sewing it in a short while. However, after sewing, she did not leave immediately, but took out a box from the bag. Comrade Wanshu, I have offended you in the past. Fortunately, you did not hold it against me. This is a bookmark I made by myself. It is not a valuable item. I hope you don't mind it. If it was something valuable, Lin Wanshu would definitely not accept it. But the bookmark she gave me was one she had made herself, and it would be ugly if I refused it. Lin Wanshu took the box she handed over with both hands and joked, Sister He, did you plan a spy around me? Otherwise, how would you know that I was missing a bookmark? This joke suddenly brought the two closer together. He Wenju urged her to open the box. See if you like it? Hearing this, Lin Wanshu did not refuse and opened the box carefully. When the box was opened, there was a copper lotus inside. The lotus was carved from a thin copper coin, and there was a dark green tassel hanging under the lotus stem, which looked very delicate. Lin Wanshu took it in her hand and started playing with it with a look of surprise. It's so beautiful, Sister He. Your hands are so dexterous, aren't they? Seeing that she really liked him, He Wenju was also happy. As long as you like it, I'll make you some other styles later. Hearing this, Lin Wanshu smiled so hard that her eyes curved. Don't kid me, I'll take it seriously. After the exchange just now, the two of them became more and more friendly, without realizing it. Although she didn't know what the situation was with that He Wenju, Lin Wanshu inexplicably felt that the person in front of her didn't seem like someone who would steal someone else's body, or rather, she should not bother to do such a thing. After all, even without knowing whether he would win or not, he still threw himself into the revolution without hesitation. How could such a person do something like stealing someone's body? After He Wenju gave the gifts, she left in a good mood. She put the sewn clothes into a bag, and, because they were winter clothes, the bag was bulging. Whenever she met other military wives along the way, she would greet them one by one with a gentle smile. There was no sign that there was a soul roaring in anger inside her. How could you connect a sewing machine to that fox? And give her a bookmark? You've completely embarrassed me. When she thought about how she actually lowered herself to apologize to Lin Wanshu, He Wenju couldn't help but go crazy. How could she apologize to that woman and give her something? If it weren't for that witch, how could I have quarreled with Chiao Yong and ended up like this? But still no one responded to her roar. He Wenju returned home carrying the bag and ran into Chiao Tingting. Mom, where have you been? Although her mother has become much stricter recently, Chiao Tingting has become more dependent on her. Because she found that after she listened to her mother, her father stopped criticizing her recently. I even praised her several times. This made Chiao Tingting feel very proud. I made 2 sets of clothes for you. I just want to get them done. Take a look and see if they fit you. Heard that she had also made clothes for her, she couldn't help but cheer. Taking the bag from her mother's hand, she ran into the house happily. When I opened the bag, I found 2 coats inside, one in light pink and the other in apricot color. For children of this generation, as long as they have new clothes, it's enough.
Who cares what style they are?
Although these 2 coats look ordinary in style, the pink coat hoods have 2 cute ears. As for the apricot-colored one, there are 2 fluffy balls of yarn under the neckline. Looks so cute.
Thank you, Mom.
I love it so much. After putting on the new clothes, Chiao Tingting's face turned red, and she was obviously very excited. As long as you like it. Chiao Tingting was taking her turn to try on clothes, while He Wenju picked up a book and began to read it seriously. Chiao Tingting finally tried on enough clothes and asked curiously, "Mom, what book are you reading?" He Wenju replied, without even raising her head, "I'm looking at how wireless radios are made." Hearing this, Chiao Tingting's mouth almost opened into an O shape. She swallowed her saliva and asked in a somewhat dry voice, "Mom, you are not going to make a radio, are you?" He Wenju nodded. "Well, I'll give it a try." With a gulp, Chiao Tingting swallowed hard. "That's a radio. More than 300 yuan each. It's more than 1 month's salary of her father." Chiao Tingting has always wanted to buy one, but her father said that there is a radio in the staff quarters and it would be a waste of money to buy it. How could she not be shocked when she heard that her mother was learning to make a radio? He Wenju ignored her and finished reading the last 2 pages of the book. She started tinkering with the things she had collected from the scrap yard these days. Chiao Tingting no longer cared whether the clothes were new or not. When she saw her mother making a radio, she squatted aside and watched with her eyes wide open. He kept asking some strange questions from time to time. He Wenju was not impatient and answered all the questions seriously. Seeing that she was so easy to talk to, Chiao Tingting asked tentatively, "Mom, can I help you?" When He Wenju heard this, she assigned the work to her without any hesitation. Chiao Tingting didn't expect her mother to actually agree. As she held the parts handed to her, her face became even redder. "Mom, I will do my best and will not let you down. This is a radio she personally helped make. If this really works, she will be able to walk around the staff quarters as she pleases. Others will surely envy her to death." Chiao Tingting, who was thinking this way, had no idea that she, who originally only wanted to rely on her father to show off her power, had now begun to be self-reliant and wanted to conquer others with her own abilities. "Okay, keep going, Mom believes in you." He Wenju was using a special liquid to clean the rusty and decayed panel. The rusty panel soon regained its metallic luster after her treatment. The pile of seemingly messy parts on the table were quickly assembled bit by bit in her hands. Chiao Tingting was not idle either. She completed all the tasks her mother asked her to do meticulously. After a while, thanks to the efforts of the mother and daughter, the radio soon took shape. Chiao Yong entered the room. He heard his daughter's exclamations coming from the room. He looked in through the window curiously and saw He Wenju assembling something seriously. The winter sun shone through the window and fell on her. The skin, which was still fairly fair, now had a bit more luster, and the fine hairs were clearly visible under the refraction of light. Her facial features are not particularly delicate, but at this moment, she makes people unable to take their eyes away. His presence was so strong, how could He Wenju not have noticed it? Seeing that he didn't come in, she had no choice but to greet him. "Captain Chiao, you're back? But the meal isn't ready yet, please wait a moment." I don't know what's going on, but ever since she became a different person, she likes to call him Captain Chiao. Chiao Yong tried to correct her, but it was useless, so in the end he had no choice but to let her do what she wanted. "It's okay. Go ahead and do your work. I'll go cook." Maybe because she was going back, they stopped arguing now. Although Chiao Yong can't cook, he can still help with cooking. He Wenju responded without looking up and continued to assemble the parts in his hands. I don't know how long it took, but a radio without a check was put together. When He Wenju plugged in the power, she heard a rustling sound. Chiao Tingting's eyes widened.
Mom,
it seems to be working. Please change the channel." He Wenju didn't let her wait long. She turned the rotary button at the top and started tuning the frequency. After twisting for a while, a faint sound came from the speaker. He Wenju twisted her head slowly again, and the rustling sound in the speaker disappeared, replaced by clear singing. Chiao Tingting jumped up with excitement. "Mom, we succeeded. We really made a radio." Hearing the noise, Chiao Yong also walked from the kitchen into the room to see He Wenju singing in front of a pile of scrap metal. This is what you did." After looking at the scrap metal and then at He Wenju, he asked with a look of doubt on his face. He Wenju nodded. Well, I saw this book in the library a few days ago, and the scrapyard happened to have these obsolete parts, so I gave it a try. He Wen-ju died early, and the country didn't even have radio when he died. News dissemination depends entirely on newspapers. However, she had returned from studying abroad and was not unfamiliar with the radio. Heard that she could assemble a radio just by reading a book. He was stunned. After a while, the children who heard the noise also came to watch. Even Xiao Miao Miao came to join in the fun. Shen Xiai didn't want to come, but his sister wanted to watch the fun, so he followed her. As soon as they entered the door, Xiao Miao Miao saw the sister, who had grabbed her arm. Sense of crisis, she turned around immediately. However, it was seen by the sharp-eyed Qiu Tingting. Hey, wait a minute, sister. Shen Xiai frowned slightly and stood in front of Qiu Tingting with a bad look. What do you want to do with her? Do you want to apologize again? Seeing him, Qiu Tingting subconsciously took a step back, with a hint of fear on her face.
I
don't mean to bully her. Xiao Miao Miao is probably braver because she has her brother to protect her. Grabbing her brother's clothes with one hand, she poked her little head out from behind him and looked curiously at the strange thing playing music in the room. When Qiu Tingting saw this, she said to Xiao Miao Miao, "Sister, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have bullied you. This is the radio that Mom and I built together just now. Do you want to see it?" Remembering that her mother had apologized to the aunts with whom she had quarreled, she followed suit. When she saw Xiao Miao Miao, she sincerely apologized. When the other children heard that this radio was made by her and He Wen-ju together, they couldn't help but let out a loud, "Wow." Qiu Tingting, how come you are so amazing? You can even assemble a radio? Qiu Tingting, you're not an engineer, are you? The children chattered. Qiu Tingting looked at the children who usually ignored her and now looked at her with admiration. She was so excited that her face turned red.
It's
not that great. I just help my mom. But even if I just help out, it is enough to make the children cry with envy. I want to build a radio, too. Qiu Tingting, can you teach us? I'll give you some candy. Was surrounded by a group of children, all of whom looked at her eagerly. I'll ask my mother. If she's willing to teach you, then you can come and learn. Hearing this, the children couldn't help but cheer. After Qiu Tingting finished speaking, she bent down and stretched out her hand to Xiao Miao Miao. Do you want to watch the radio? Sister will take you. When Xiao Miao Miao saw her friendly smile, she tilted her little head and finally slowly reached out her hand and put it in hers. Qiu Tingting couldn't help but smile with joy. Holding Xiao Miao Miao's hand, I came to the radio where the music was playing. She pointed to the small parts on it. I screwed this on, and I put this together. Every time she said a word, the children exclaimed in admiration. However, Qiu Tingting did not become complacent this time, but instead shared her experience seriously with her friends. He Wen-ju looked at Qiu Tingting with a smile on her eyes, her face full of relief. After more than half a month of getting along, she finally realized that Qiu Tingting was not a bad person, but no one had taught her what was right and what was wrong before. He Wen-ju really not understand what is good for the child.
or
Thinking about how Qiu Tingting grew up, He Wen-ju couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The woman whose mind was wandering somewhere unknown, his eyes full of inquiry. However, He Wen-ju seemed not to notice. She collected her thoughts, told the children that they could only look but not touch, and then went to the kitchen to cook. Qiu Yong. Telling the older children to watch their younger siblings and not to touch the radio to avoid electric shock, he also followed them out of the room. In the kitchen, He Wen-ju was tying her apron. Her hands deftly tied a bow behind her back, revealing her slender waist. Qiu Yong's eyes paused, then he walked forward. I'll help you light the fire. He wanted to help, so He Wen-ju naturally wouldn't refuse and nodded politely. Then I'll trouble you, Captain Qiu. Qiu Yong. He wanted to say that they were husband and wife, and she didn't need to be so polite. But he also knew that it would be useless for him to say anything. In the end, he had to swallow his words, sit down by the stove, and help light the fire. He Wen-ju was picking and washing vegetables next to the water tank. She moved slowly but carefully and only finished washing the vegetables when the water in the pot was bubbling. After washing the vegetables, She didn't rush to fry them. Instead, he walked to the beam, stood on tiptoe, and tried to take down the basket hanging on the hook. And Hyunju hung it high up to prevent it from being eaten by mice. However, she was not very tall and could only barely reach it by standing on tiptoe. In the past, Hyunju always used a branch to support herself, but the branch was gone, so she could only use her bare hands today. She just held the basket and was about to take it down, but unexpectedly the basket became unexpectedly heavy. Hyunju was caught off guard and lost her ability to hold up the basket, causing her whole body to sway. Careful! Just when she thought the basket was going to fall, suddenly, her waist was tightened and her whole body was supported steadily, and the basket in her hand was also taken away. Sudden change scared Hyunju. She stepped back suddenly. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Cheo-young looked at the wariness in her eyes, and his expression turned a little bad. Hyunju, we are husband and wife.
Hyunju.
No one knows the relationship between them better than themselves. They are husband and wife, but from a spiritual perspective, she is not the one getting married. Hyunju couldn't convince herself to have further contact with him. This made her feel like a third party. But she can't just sit there and do nothing and bear the title of someone else's wife and not fulfill her husband's obligations. Therefore, Hyunju planned to return to Ning City, work in a factory, and then find an opportunity to file for divorce from him. Anyway, no one in the Cheo family likes the mother and daughter. Divorce shouldn't be difficult. This is also the reason why Hyunju has always kept her distance from Cheo-young. She pursed her lips, not looking at his dark eyes, and said with a hint of self-mockery, I have a split personality, not amnesia. There is no need for Captain Cheo to remind us of our relationship. As she spoke, she reached out and took the basket. From it, add a ladle of boiling water to make warm water, and put the salted fish into the basin to soak. Seeing that she was still lukewarm, Cheo-young couldn't help but feel discouraged. In the end, the two of them didn't say anything else, and the atmosphere became weird and awkward. Hyunju felt a little reluctant, but reality made her bury this reluctance deep in her heart. There is still a week until the midterm exam, and the transfer will not have such a big impact on Cheo-tingting by then. But this week seemed particularly long to Hyunju. Fortunately, ever since he and Hyunju had quarreled, the two of them had never slept in the same room again. And probably because he was very busy in the army, he seldom went back home during the day. This also made Hyunju feel a lot more comfortable. Just one more week, and she'd be out of here. Hyunju had beautiful thoughts, but in the following days, Cheo-young went home early every day at noon, contrary to his usual behavior. Either help with this or help with that. Anyone who is not stupid can see that he seems to be trying to please others. Hyunju is not only not stupid, but also very smart. After she discovered something was wrong, she became more distant from him. In order to avoid spending too much time with him, she would even lock herself in the room to read whenever she had free time. These days, she has collected a lot of good things at the scrapyard. I took Cheo-tingting to do all kinds of interesting experiments. Cheo-tingting now regards her mother as her idol. The sight of a pile of junk producing all sorts of wonderful reactions in her mother's hands. It was like a new world had opened up to her. Mom, I want to be as good as you in the future. Looking at the faint light bulb in front of her, Cheo-tingting's eyes lit up surprisingly. This is a simple generator she made by herself. Hyunju was holding a book in her hand. Hearing this, she smiled and encouraged him. Then you must study hard and not be lazy, okay? Cheo-tingting nodded heavily. She knew that her mother became so powerful because of her education. Therefore, without any need for Hyunju to urge her, Cheo-tingting took out the various experimental manuals written by her mother and immersed herself in doing small experiments. Immersed in the little experiment, Hyunju no longer had the idea of making her friends envious. She just wants to explore the mysteries of this world. To her, for a few words, Hyunju buried herself in her book again. She had already prepared the meal, and she also wanted to avoid having to share the kitchen with Cheo-young because of cooking. His gaze was now too intense for her to ignore. Fortunately, she will be able to leave the family compound and return to Ning City tomorrow. Hyunju kept reading and didn't put down the book until it was dark. Chiu Tingting has gone to take a shower. She checked and found that everything was packed, so she felt relieved. Putting the book into one of the luggage bags, Hyunju took out a set of clothes and prepared to take a shower. After a while, Chiu Tingting came back. Hyunju asked her to go to bed first, and then went out in the dark. It was quiet outside. The man who she could meet no matter what she did a few days ago was nowhere to be seen today. Hyunju guessed that he might be on a mission and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's better that he is not here, so there won't be any trouble tomorrow. Perhaps because there was one less man in the family, Hyunju's tense nerves relaxed. A hot bath, she felt relaxed. I washed the clothes I had taken off and hung them up, then looked at the sky and estimated that it was already 9 o'clock. The whole yard was dark and nothing could be seen clearly. Hyunju groped her way towards the room. But the room was still dark. I guess Chiu Tingting turned off the light because she was afraid of the glare. She didn't think much about it and walked in. He had just stepped over the threshold when, the next second, he crashed into a wall of flesh. Chiu Yong also just returned home. Seeing that the room was dark but the door was not closed, he wanted to go in to see what was going on. But after taking a closer look, apart from my daughter, there was no sign of Hyunju. Chiu Yong was just about to go out to see where she had gone. Who would have thought that as soon as he reached the door, he would bump into the sweet and soft body of a woman. Smelling the faint fragrance, his hands seemed to have self-awareness, and he hugged the person directly.
You.
Let go. Hyunju didn't expect that he would hug her, and her heart was in her throat. She placed her hands on his chest and tried to break free from his embrace. But before she could push him away, the man's hand tightened a little more. You're avoiding me?
Why?
In the darkness, Chiu Yong's eyes were as dark as ink. He originally thought that she was angry because he asked her to return to Ning City. He had been planning to have a good talk with her these days, but she kept ignoring him. She even started hiding from him, since yesterday. At this time, she even resisted the slightest touch. When she heard the strange voice, afraid that angering him at this moment might cause some trouble, she tried to keep her voice calm. No, you think too much. She tried to push him again. I want to sleep. I have to take a bus tomorrow. If she didn't push him. This push made Chiu Yong so angry that he laughed. That's good. This with ambiguous meaning, he lifted up his hand, and in the next second, he lifted her up. Hyunju was almost scared to death. What do you want to do?
Put me down.
She struggled with her hands and feet, trying to get off him. But how could a weak woman like her resist a man who had been training for years? This little struggle didn't shake him at all. We are husband and wife. What do you think I should do? As he said that, he carried the person into another room. The most feared thing happened, and Hyunju felt like the sky was falling. Don't want. She was pressed on the bed. Hyunju cried. Call her pretentious or whatever. She simply couldn't convince herself to have a further relationship with him. Especially when there is still Hyunju in the body yelling and cursing. However, Chiu Yong seemed to be unable to hear anything. Originally, I just wanted to take her to another room to have a good talk, but when the two of us were alone together, everything changed. In the darkness, the woman's subtle fragrance seemed particularly alluring. Chiu Yong was very familiar with this faint fragrance, and his mind went blank with excitement. Without hesitation, he lowered his head and kissed her red lips. Hyunju didn't expect that he would actually kiss her. The moment the strong masculine scent kissed her, a strange picture suddenly flashed through her mind. But before she could figure out what it was, she was interrupted by a sharp sound from her body. Shame on you. Fox, how can you even steal other people's men? Go away. Hyunju almost went crazy when she saw Chiu Yong kissing her.
How could he?
However, Hyunju, who was being kissed, felt a storm in her heart. What's going on? Why does she have these memories? The huge shock made Hyunju feel dazed. Without warning, Hyunju once again took control of his body. Chiu Yong was kissing someone when suddenly, the faint fragrance belonging to her disappeared inexplicably. Realizing something was wrong, he subconsciously let go of the person. However, The woman who had been resisting just now held him tightly. Don't go. Cheo-young looked at Hyun-ju, who kept trying to get into his arms, and he inexplicably had a bad feeling in his heart. Won-ju? He called out tentatively, his voice trembling in a way that he wasn't even aware of. Hyun-ju's face almost twisted when she saw that he didn't even hug her.
Why?
Why are you always so cold to me? And that woman had only been with him for less than 20 days, but he was already completely bewitched by her. Hearing this hysterical voice, Cheo-young's guess was confirmed, and his heart suddenly tightened. Grabbing her arm, he stared at her. What's going on? Where is that personality? Where did you hide it? Why did it suddenly change? There were no signs at all. Hyun-ju didn't expect that he would come back. Not only was he unhappy, he also asked himself where that which had gone, and he was immediately furious. She's a ghost. She's not a personality. You've all been deceived. I was almost killed, and not only did you not care about me, you even asked about it. When she lost control of her body, Hyun-ju felt like she was having a nightmare. She saw that she not only easily won Ting-Ting's favor, but also got along well with other military wives. In the end, she even made Cheo-young so obsessed with her that his eyes were glued to her as if the old house was on fire. She is not willing to give in. It's the same body, so why does everyone dislike her? Hearing her words, Cheo-young staggered and sat on the bed in a daze. How could she be a ghost? He doesn't believe it. The 37 million dead compatriots would have turned into evil spirits and razed the island to the ground. You are ill. I will take you to the provincial hospital for a checkup tomorrow. Cheo-young was worthy of being a regiment commander, and he quickly regained his composure, looked fixedly at the resentful Hyun-ju, and said in a cold voice, I won't go. Don't you just want to bring that fox back? I'm telling you. No way. I'm going to find a Taoist priest to do something and kill her tomorrow. Hyun-ju stared at Cheo-young and spoke word by word. And he like that fox? Then let her die. Hearing this, Cheo-young's eyes turned red. He looked at her with cold eyes, his voice sounding like it was squeezed out from between his teeth. You dare? Seeing that Cheo-young, who had always adhered to materialism, lost control because of just 1 or 2 words from her, Hyun-ju laughed, and it was a very sad laugh. I am obviously your wife, but you treat me like this for a ghost. Cheo-young, you're a soldier. Are you worthy of this military uniform? However, Cheo-young, who was accused by her, looked even colder. You are not my wife, he said affirmatively. As soon as these words were spoken, Hyun-ju stopped her endless stream of accusations, and her whole body seemed to be acupunctured.
You.
What makes you say that? If there are ghosts in this world, the ghost is you, not her. Cheo-young looked straight into her eyes. Hyun-ju was so frightened by the sight that her whole body trembled uncontrollably. No, I am not. I am a human being. I am your wife. Hyun-ju said this, and couldn't help but move forward and try to grab his clothes. But Cheo-young avoided him with disgust. I didn't understand before why you smelled nice sometimes and rotten sometimes.
I think I understand now.
The rotten smell seemed to come from the soul. It was very faint and could only be smelled when you got close. They have been married for so many years, and the few times they had love were when she had body odor. However, this fragrance only appears on a few nights. Most of the other times, it smells like rot. Cheo-young was puzzled and thought that there was something wrong with her body, but the doctor didn't say anything. It was not until she suddenly changed her personality just now that he finally figured out what was going on. Hyun-ju never thought that she would be beaten up instead of being beaten up. She was immediately panicked. I didn't. I'm not. You are slandering me. As she spoke, she shrank back into the bed. Her panic further confirmed Cheo-young's guess. But he didn't say anything else, nor did he plan to do anything. He just found a stool and sat at the door. He looked as if he was going to keep her and not let her escape. Hyun-ju became even more frightened, so he tried to appeal to her emotions and reason with her. But when she racked her brains to recall, she found that they had no warm moments at all. At first, the two lived in different places and could only see each other once a year. Later, when they finally joined the army, they quarreled endlessly again. At the end of the quarrel, he couldn't bear it anymore and asked her to go back to Ning City. However, Hyun-ju and her body was shocked by Cheo-young's words. He knows. He could actually tell the difference between her and Hyun-ju. Recalling the moment when she lost control of her body, he immediately let go of Hyun-ju, and her heart skipped a beat. But how did all this happen? Why didn't she remember it before? That night, the three people had different thoughts, but no one could fall asleep. The next day, Lin Wanshu remembered that Hyun-ju was going back to Ning City today. She got up early in the morning and started making some scallion pancakes for her to eat on the road. But just as she was frying pancakes, she heard the news that Hyun-ju had returned to her original personality. Upon hearing the news, Lin Wanshu lost her grip on the spatula and it fell back into the pot. That's senior. She's gone? But Yu Fongfong disagreed and thought Hyun-ju was just playing tricks. Wan, what did I say? She was just playing a trick on us. How could she have such an outrageous, split personality? What she wanted to say was that something dirty had taken over her. She received a materialistic education, and her cognition was almost overturned these days. But Lin Wanshu's smile was very forced. She herself was reborn, and she, Hyun-ju, was definitely not pretending. Let alone anything else, just mention the fact that she could easily assemble a radio. Is this something that ordinary people can do by pretending? What's more, people's little movements and habits cannot deceive others. Thinking of this, she couldn't remain calm. Fong, come and fry some pancakes. I'll go see what's going on. As she said this, she took off her apron and went out. Yu Fong was left looking at the pot of scallion pancakes and was dumbfounded. Hey, you're just leaving like that? At least fry the pancakes first. I don't know how to do it. Picking up the spatula, she felt a little bit at a loss. Looking at the sizzling pancakes, she didn't know which one to flip first.
Just then, Fong Jianxi came in.
Mom, are the scallion pancakes ready? I'm so hungry. As he spoke, he rubbed his belly. When Yu Fong saw him, she felt like she had seen a savior. Son, you've come at the right time. The cake will be ready soon. I need your help. Fong Jianxi didn't suspect anything and went to the stove. How can I help you? It smells so good. Looking at the fragrant scallion pancakes in the pot, his mouth was watering. Yu Fong handed him the spatula without hesitation. Come and turn the pancake over. Mom will light the fire for you. Fong Jianxi. Listen, is this human language?
How old is he?
Just a head taller than the stove. But Yu Fong was obviously as thick-skinned as a city wall and had no idea what embarrassment was. She happily brought a stool to Fong Jianxi and encouraged him. I'm counting on you. Fong Jianxi's eyes were almost rolled up to the sky. If I had known, he would not have come to the kitchen. But even though he complained, he still resigned himself to his fate and started frying pancakes. What can I do if I don't fry it? What if her mother burns all of them? Wouldn't that be a waste of food? Here, the mother and son were working together to make pancakes, while on the other side, Hyun-ju had been up all night, with dark circles under her eyes and her eyes closed from time to time. It was obvious that she was very sleepy. But she didn't dare to sleep, for fear that if she fell asleep, Hyun-ju would take her body away again. Cheo-young often trains in the wild, and he can always find time to close his eyes and rest under any conditions. Therefore, although he was the one who had been sitting there for the entire night, he still looked very energetic. The two of them washed up one after the other without saying a word the whole time. The atmosphere looked weird. Xiao Tingting looked at her father, then at her mother, her eyes full of worry. She didn't know why, but she felt like her parents seemed to have returned to the way they were before.
Mom.
Are you feeling unwell? Xiao Tingting heard that her mother was ill, and seeing that she was in low spirits, she couldn't help but ask worriedly. However, just as she asked, she saw that her mother, who had always doted on her, had a gloomy expression on her face. Even your mother can't recognize you. I have raised you for nothing for so long. Where had Xiao Tingting ever seen her mother look so scary? She was immediately shocked. Mom, what's wrong with you? Why do you say that? He Wenju looked at her innocent eyes, and the image of her looking at that witch with admiration flashed through his mind, and his face became more and more distorted.
Hee.
The offspring of an ungrateful wolf are indeed ungrateful wolves. I was so good to you, but you didn't remember it at all. When others gave you a little sweet treat, you just followed them. Xiao Tingting was completely confused and had no idea what her mother was talking about. Just looking at her expression as if he wanted to eat her, she couldn't help but shrink back, her eyes full of fear. Qiu Yong directly protected her behind him. If you have any problem, come to me. The child is innocent. Looking at his defensive expression, He Wenju's eyes turned red with hatred. I have taken care of you for so many years. Even if I have no credit, I have worked hard. This is how you treat me? Are you human? Qiu Yong looked at her with sarcasm. Are you sure you raised the child by yourself? Are you here to take care of my food and clothing? At the beginning, she was always trying to argue about everything. Seeing that most of the wives in the courtyard had jobs, she started to make efforts everywhere, hoping to get a more decent job than others. I don't like the job arranged by my family. In the end, I didn't get the job and I couldn't raise my child well. Even the job arranged for her by her family was taken away because she was slow to go to work. His mother didn't approve of this marriage in the first place, and when she saw how troublesome she was, she became even more dissatisfied. Over the years, he has received many complaint calls from his mother. They complained that he didn't take good care of his wife and didn't educate his children well, and that He Wenju only cared about giving things and didn't care about their education at all. This forced her to help take care of her granddaughter while working. The key is that she just watched it, but her granddaughter was spoiled and didn't listen at all. He was so ducking annoyed. In the end, Qiu Yong had no choice but to let her bring Tingting to join the army. As a result, after joining the army, she was still not idle and was trying to get involved in the family committee work every day. Qiu Yong was so annoyed by the hassle that he had no choice but to help her and let her take the position of director of the parents' committee as she wished. But I never thought that she would cause so much trouble in the end. Facing his gaze that seemed to be able to penetrate her heart, He Wenju felt a little uneasy. But when she thought of her love for Qiu Tingting, she straightened her chest again. Although I didn't bring much, you can't deny that I was good to her, right? Was mentioned. Qiu Yong's expression became even worse. Are you really good to her? Or are you doting on her unconditionally just to cover up your guilty conscience? Meeting his aggressive gaze, He Wenju's chest, which had just been straightened, shrank back again. I kept asking for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. Qiu Yong didn't want to argue with her anymore. The most urgent thing was to find out what was going on with her as soon as possible. Without delay, he put on his hat and hurried out. He Wenju was relieved when she saw that he was no longer guarding her. Not daring to stay any longer, she turned around and went back into the house. I planned to find some money and leave here quickly. No matter what, she had to get rid of that threat. Lin Wanshu arrived. The only one left in the Qiu family was Qiu Tingting, who looked at a loss. Tingting, why are you sitting at the door? Where are your parents? When she saw Lin Wanshu, Qiu Tingting's eyes turned red and she burst into tears. Aunt, my dad had a fight with my mom and left. I'm so scared. Wouldn't they want me anymore? Qiu Tingting was before. She was still a child, not to mention that she has changed a lot now. Seeing how pitiful she was, Lin Wanshu hurried forward to comfort her. They may have gone out for something. Don't worry. Go to my aunt's house and sit for a while. I made some delicious scallion pancakes. Hearing her gentle comfort, Qiu Tingting seemed to have found her backbone and was no longer so panicked. He Wenju was not at home, so Lin Wanshu could only wipe Qiu Tingting's tears and take her home first. As soon as I got home and walked into the kitchen, I smelled a delicious smell. Lin Wanshu looked towards the stove and saw Feng Jianqi standing on a stool, making pancakes seriously. Next to her was Yu Fongfong, who was holding a scallion pancake and eating it while encouraging her son. Well done, son. You made a great pancake. Yu Fongfong was still chewing the scallion pancake as she praised it in a vague voice. Although Feng Jianxi, who was praised, was sweating profusely, he was full of energy. Putting the pancakes in the pot, he said to Yu Fongfong proudly, "Need I say more? Don't you see who I am? Give me 2 more pots, and I can handle it." Hearing this, Yu Fongfong looked even more relieved. Giving him a thumbs up, she said with emotion, "I knew I was right. Wait, I'll bring you another cake right away." Wow, her son is so capable. Her family will have food to eat from now on. Lin Wanshu didn't expect that Yu Fongfong would actually let her young son make pancakes. She was so shocked that she was speechless. Fongfong, don't you feel guilty for using such young children? She's only 5 years old. Yu Fongfong, what is conscience? Are there any pancakes that are delicious? Lin Wanshu. After all, no one was as thick-skinned as her, so she finally took over the pancake job. Jianxi, Sister Tingting is a little unhappy. Can you take her to play with her friends? Lin Wanshu spoke. She took out the oil paper bag she had prepared in advance and wrapped a fried scallion pancake for each of them. Ever since Feng Jianxi knew that Qiu Tingting could assemble all kinds of things, he liked playing with her. Hearing Lin Wanshu's words, he patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, N11, I promise I will make her happy soon." As he said that, he called Tingting out to play. Although Tingting was still a little depressed, she did not refuse and followed her out. When Yu Fongfong saw Qiu Tingting leave, she lowered her voice and asked, "Wan, how is it? What's the situation with He Wenju now?" Lin Wanshu shook her head. "I didn't see her. When I went to their house, Qiu Tingting was the only one there." Was not satisfied. But she soon stopped caring about these things because Tang Qian finally brought her father over. "I just came back from Tang Qian's house. Guess what?" Yang Zheng, who is always at the forefront of the crowd, said to the two of them. "How is it? What's the situation with her father?" Yu Fongfong was also very supportive. She asked curiously while eating a scallion pancake. Half of the ingredients for this scallion pancake were provided by her. Knowing that Lin Wanshu was going to make scallion pancakes for Hu Wenju, she brought a bag of flour over last night. She pestered Lin Wanshu to make some for her. Early in the morning, as soon as it was light, she came over with peanut oil to help. Now she was enjoying the fruits of her labor. Not only did she eat some herself, she also generously gave one to Yang Zheng. The two sat face to face eating biscuits and gossiping. Oh, don't mention it. It's no wonder Tang Qian feels so sorry for her dad. Her dad has been tortured so much that he looks like a nobody. He's so skinny that he can't even sit still. Tang Qian said that the jerk brother let the old man starve like this because he didn't send anything back this month. Upon hearing this, Yu Fongfong, who had been eating the biscuit with gusto, suddenly couldn't chew it anymore. How can there be such a beast in this world? Isn't that his father? Isn't he afraid of retribution? Who knows? They say loving mothers often spoil their children, but I heard from Tang Qian that her parents didn't spoil their children either. I don't know how they gave birth to such a bad kid. It can be said that it is totally inhumane. It's no exaggeration to say that he is born a bad person. Fortunately, Tang Qian brought her man back this time. I heard that she blocked the brother in the shower room and beat him up with a carrying pole. He won't be able to get out of bed for 10 days or half a month. Hearing this, Yu Fongfong almost jumped up and clapped. Well done. This kind of beast should be beaten severely. If this was her younger brother, she would definitely break his legs and let him have a taste of what Tang's father is like. After Yang Zheng finished telling the gossip, she left with a satisfied look on her face. Before leaving, Lin Wanshu stuffed 2 more scallion pancakes into her mouth and asked her to take them back for her children. It is estimated that He Wenju will not be able to return to Ning City. I fried too many scallion pancakes. If I don't share some with others, she won't be able to finish them tomorrow. Lin Wanshu had already prepared a lot of noodles, and with the ones brought by Yu Fongfong, she fried several pots. It was already past 9 o'clock when we finished frying the scallion pancakes. Yu Fongfong took her plate of scallion pancakes and went back satisfied. She was so smart that she could exchange a bag of flour and some peanut oil for a plate of scallion pancakes. Lin Wanshu finished frying the pancakes. Qin Yan came back. He was holding 2 rabbits, one big and one small. Xiao Miao Miao was eating a scallion pancake. When she saw the rabbit, her eyes suddenly lit up. Rabbit a few. While shouting, she walked towards her father. But the winter clothes are too thick. The little guy looks chubby, his hands can't hang down, and he walks like a little penguin. That adorable look melted the old father's heart. Hand the smaller rabbit directly to Xiao Miao Miao. Xiao Miao Miao was so happy that she stuffed the scallion pancake into her father's mouth. Then she imitated her father and grabbed the little rabbit's ears. Qin Yan. Lin Wanshu saw his mouth filled with scallion pancake. She immediately burst into laughter. But knowing that his hands were dirty and he couldn't take the cake, she still reached out to help him take it. Qin Yan took a big bite of the scallion pancake and started chewing. Put the rabbit in the cage. Wash your hands and eat a cake first. Lin Wanshu felt that it was inconvenient for him to carry a rabbit, so she made a suggestion. But she didn't expect that not only did he not wash his hands, he also sat next to her, as if waiting for her to feed him. Lin Wanshu,
Virtue.
how come she hadn't noticed he was like this before? Was so angry that she reached out and pinched his waist. But even though she pinched him, her body was very honest and fed him mouthful by mouthful. Qin Yan's eyes were full of smiles. It was clearly a salty scallion pancake, but he inexplicably tasted a sweet flavor. Xiao Miao Miao had no idea what those unscrupulous parents were doing. After getting the rabbit, she ran out happily and planned to show it to her friends. But as soon as I went out, I lost my grip on the little rabbit and it fell down. Qin Yan noticed it with his sharp eyes and was about to help her catch the rabbit again, but the little rabbit did not run away, but circled around his daughter. Qin Yan. Lin Wanshu also saw the little rabbit actually following her daughter and almost dropped her jaw in shock. What's going on? In the yard, Xiao Miao Miao has started playing with the rabbit. When she runs, it runs. When she stops, it stops too. Just like a little tail, it follows Xiao Miao Miao wherever he goes. Qin Yan had also never seen such a scene. He had just caught this little rabbit from the mountain. Who would have thought that he would stick to his daughter like a pet? But Lin Wanshu suddenly thought of Xiao Miao Miao's fishing experience and told Qin Yan about it. Now, the couple couldn't help but wonder if the baby was particularly popular with animals. Thinking of this, Lin Wanshu couldn't help but feel a little worried. I don't know whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. Just observe for a while, and don't worry. Qin Yan comforted her.
Lin Wanshu.
She could only wait and see what happened. Xiao Miao Miao was unaware of Lin Wanshu's worries, and she skipped out to play with the little rabbit. The Shun Ci brothers had just finished their meal and were about to come over to play with Xiao Miao Miao. When they saw her leading a rabbit, they were both shocked. Miao Miao, where did the little rabbit come from? Shunyu stared at the little rabbit following her with wide eyes, thinking that there might be something wrong with her eyes. Why is this rabbit so obedient? The little white rabbit with red eyes curiously. Last time, he gave a rabbit to Xiao Miao Miao. Because of the heavy rain, the rabbit probably drank rainwater and died of diarrhea. Then who sent this? How come he didn't know she had a new rabbit? Xiao Miao Miao picked up the little rabbit and showed it to the two of them like a treasure. Dad, here, it turned out that it was given by Uncle Qin. Miao Miao, can I hug your little rabbit? Seeing how well-behaved her rabbit was, Shunyu felt itchy in her hands. Why aren't his Cuehua and Xiaowei so obedient? Xiao Miao Miao is a generous child. When she heard her brother wanted to hold the little rabbit, she handed the rabbit to him without hesitation. Shunyu reached out to take it with an expectant look on his face. But just as he touched the little rabbit, he saw the white thing jump on its hind legs and directly jump to the ground. Shunyu. No, there is no thorn on his hand, right? So what? Shunyu looked at the rabbit that had returned to Xiao Miao Miao's feet with a look of doubt on his face. Shen Xi also felt that this little thing was a little too psychic. However, knowing that the little rabbit would not follow them, the two brothers did not try to catch her rabbit again. The three kids were leading a little rabbit and parading around the staff quarters and soon attracted a lot of friends. Qiu Tingting played with a group of children for a long time. She was still in a low mood. I don't know where her parents went. Feng Jianxi felt that he had accomplished his mission of coaxing people and went to play with Xiao Miao Miao happily again. The group was planning to go to San Wang's house to warm themselves by a fire and roast sweet potatoes when they saw Huanzhu walking towards them angrily. When she saw her, Qiu Tingting's eyes lit up.
Mom.
Are you back? Was still filled with joy when she saw her. However, her cheers did not receive a gentle response from her mother, but instead she was roughly pulled by her. You come with me. Qiu Tingting's arm was so painful from being pulled, but she still endured it and asked with a worried look on her face, Mom, where are we going? Huanzhu had a dark face, and there was anger, fear, and unspeakable madness in his eyes. Just go if I tell you to. Stop talking nonsense. After saying that, she pulled Qiu Tingting and walked quickly towards the gate of the staff quarters. The children were frightened by her, so how could they dare to go forward? I could only watch her pull Qiu Tingting away. Qiu Tingting looked at her mother, who seemed like a different person and had a bad feeling in her heart, but she didn't dare to struggle, so she was dragged to the gate of the staff quarters. Just as she reached the door and hadn't even stood firm, Qiu Tingting felt someone grabbing her mother's chest. Mom, what's wrong? Qiu Tingting was puzzled and looked up at her mother with wide eyes. But the next second, her throat tightened and a hand was pinching her neck. Qiu Tingting looked incredulous. Fear made her subconsciously grab her hand, trying to take it away. But how could she, a child, possibly match the strength of an adult? Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Let go of the child. The soldier on duty saw that something was wrong and rushed forward. Don't move, don't come near, let me out, or I will strangle her to death. Huanzhu stared at the soldier on duty with a pair of bloodshot eyes. She had already made up her mind to kill that witch before Qiu Yong came back. As long as she disappeared, the matter was done, and no matter how angry he was, he had to accept it. But she never expected that Qiu Yong actually ordered her not to go out. What does he want to do? Is he going to find a Taoist priest to deal with her? Huanzhu was angry and terrified. At this moment, how could she care whether Qiu Tingting would be hurt? She just wanted to get away from here quickly. Soldiers didn't expect her to be so crazy that she would even strangle her own child. Fearing that Qiu Tingting might be in danger, they had no choice but to take a few steps back, as she said. Qiu Tingting also didn't expect that her mother, who was so nice to her yesterday, would strangle her to death today. The hand around her neck was a little tight, and she felt like she was almost unable to breathe. He looked directly at Huanzhu with pleading eyes, hoping to summon back a bit of maternal love and let him go. But Huanzhu had fallen into madness, with only one thought left in his mind, which was to escape from here and leave as soon as possible. Holding Qiu Tingting with one hand, she pinched her neck with the other hand and pulled her towards the door. As she walked, she threatened the soldiers following her. Stop. If you come any closer, I'll strangle her to death. In her body, Huanzhu didn't expect that she would even hurt her own daughter, and she was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Are you crazy? Let go of Tingting. She's suffocating. Tingting? Huanzhu sneered. You call her that so affectionately. If you like her so much, then go die. If you die, I won't have to leave here. Huanzhu originally thought that she was just a child she had been with for 20 days, so how could she possibly give up her life for her? But when she saw Qiu Tingting almost suffocating, a huge panic mixed with a tearing heartache overwhelmed her. And at this moment, suddenly, a picture flashed through my mind. In the picture, she was lying on the delivery bed, and the severe pain seemed to tear her in half alive. Doctor's voice of guidance is in my ears. Come on, follow the rhythm of the contractions and push hard. When you feel pain, take a deep breath, then exhale slowly while pushing hard. The pain made her consciousness blurred, and she could only follow the doctor's instructions instinctively. She didn't know how long it had been, so long that she thought she was going to die in pain. Then she heard a cry of wow. It's born. Congratulations, you're a little girl. Along with the festive voices of doctors and nurses, Huanzhu fell into darkness again. So that's how it is? the child was actually born to her? Because her soul was damaged, she fell into a deep sleep after giving birth. All the memories about Qiu Yong and Qiu Tingting were completely forgotten. However, because He Wenju was an invader, she was unable to reproduce at all. But her amazing thing is that even without her memories, she can rely on instinct to control her to enter the body and complete childbirth. This is also the reason why He Wenju only gave birth to Tingting and did not have a second child. Even though she couldn't feel her own existence, subconsciously, she would not allow herself to have another child. She was taken over, manipulated, and now her own child is being strangled by her. Overwhelming anger almost made He Wenju's soul burn.
Darn you!
You despicable thief, let go of my child. Never underestimate the power of motherly love. Originally so weak that she could only curl up in a corner, suddenly had her soul swell rapidly. Surging soul body seemed to be faintly glowing with a layer of golden light. Soon as Jin Guang touched He Wenju, he heard her scream violently. The pain made her let go of Qiu Tingting. Then, the soul with He Wenju's appearance seemed to have been stripped of its disguise, revealing a figure with blood holes all over its body. Seeing this familiar face, He Wenju's pupils shrank. It's you? She was the one who beat herself to death, so how come she died too? The bloody soul was exposed. His face was filled with hysteria and madness. It's not fair. Why can you reincarnate but I can't? Hearing this, He Wenju finally understood. It turned out that she was unable to reincarnate, so she took over her body and stole her life, while her soul was damaged. Thinking of this, He Wenju's eyes became even colder. Why should you be allowed to reincarnate as someone who betrayed the nation and killed so many of your compatriots? Even if you were to reincarnate, the only place you should go would be as an animal. After saying that, He Wenju condensed the golden light on her fingertips and gently pressed it towards her.
No.
The bloody soul screamed in fear. But the next second, her whole body was like sand, disappearing directly into the air. After doing all this, He Wenju seemed to have exhausted all his mental strength and fell directly to the ground. Sudden change left the soldiers dumbfounded. When they came to their senses, they walked forward quickly. Quick, send them to the clinic first. Then send someone to notify the group leader. By the time Lin Wanshu received the message, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Wanshu, Dr. Zhang wants you to go to the clinic. Ji Hualan is now the director of the Parent-Teacher Association. When she heard about He Wenju's situation, she went to the hospital early. Qiu Tingting was probably frightened and kept huddled in the corner of the bed. No matter who spoke to her, she did not respond. He Wenju remained unconscious, her face as pale as a ghost, and her breath so weak that it seemed as if she would die at any time. Several doctors were already trying to save the patient, but there was no sign of improvement, so they could only call Lin Wanshu over to see if she had any good ideas. Lin Wanshu was shocked to hear that the mother and daughter were in bad condition. Without delay, she grabbed her medical bag and went out. On the other hand, Qiu Yong, who had just returned to the family compound, heard that He Wenju almost strangled his daughter to death. Both mother and daughter are in the hospital now. I didn't expect her to be so cruel. Qiu Yong staggered and almost fell. My sister-in-law is in the clinic now, and her condition is very bad. Told him about the situation of He Wenju and Qiu Tingting. Hearing that He Wenju might die at any time, Qiu Yong's breath was choked. Let's go. Let's take a look. Without delay, he turned and ran to the clinic. But the steps were a little staggering. No matter how much he hated He Wenju, he had to save her life. If she dies, she will never come back. When he thought of this, Qiu Yong couldn't help but feel a fishy and sweet taste in his throat. When the young soldier saw the appearance of his commander, he was immediately frightened. Captain, don't worry, my sister-in-law will be fine. He comforted her as he ran. But how could Qiu Yong listen to him? He just wished he could grow wings and fly to the clinic. The two of them hurried to the clinic, but unexpectedly they ran into Lin Wanshu and Ji Hualan halfway. Learned that Lin Wanshu had gone to rescue He Wenju, He felt like he had grabbed a life-saving straw. He looked at Lin Wanshu with pleading eyes. "Comrade Xiaolin, please. You must save her. I will try my best." Lin Wanshu didn't know what was going on, so she could only comfort him like this. After saying that, she didn't delay and ran towards the clinic as quickly as possible. As soon as she entered the clinic, she was led directly to the emergency room by the nurse. In the emergency room, Hyunju was already connected to an oxygen tube and an ECG monitor. With the help of the nurse, Lin Wanshu quickly put on her white coat and walked to the emergency bed. "Comrade Lin, you came at the right time. Her condition is really too strange. We have checked her. She is obviously healthy, but her breathing is very weak. The electrocardiogram shows that the situation is not optimistic. They did all the necessary rescue work, but to no avail. In all their long years in the industry, they have never seen such a strange situation. Director Zhang, what's the point of telling her this? She's just an intern. What can she understand?" When Chi Honglian saw that he really ignored her objection and called Lin Wanshu over, her face looked very ugly. Although the other two doctors didn't say anything, there was some doubt on their faces. Lin Wanshu ignored their looks and calmly took Hyunju's pulse and examined her at her own pace. Then she frowned slightly. "Hey, do you know how to do it? If you don't know, don't pretend to be calm. Will you be responsible if the rescue is delayed?" Seeing that she pretended to check but didn't say a word, Chi Honglian couldn't help but make sarcastic remarks. Lin Wanshu still ignored her and said to Zhang Qingfeng, she was overdrawn mentally, which led to insufficient energy, and she fell into a deep coma. But as soon as she said this, she was immediately scolded by Chi Honglian. Nonsense. No matter how exhausted she was, she couldn't have been breathing like she was. And how do you explain her good health? Hearing this, Lin Wanshu finally looked up at her. "Director Chi, the patient's condition is very critical. If you have a way, just use it. If not, please don't interrupt and delay my rescue." What could Chi Honglian do? Several doctors took turns to perform the rescue just now, but she was the one who did the least. When she heard Lin Wanshu's words, her face suddenly turned red. Zhang Qingfeng also said somewhat displeasedly, "Director Chi, rescuing the patient is the most important thing. We can talk about irrelevant things later." Although the other two doctors did not say anything, this time they looked at Chi Honglian with disapproval. Chi Honglian was extremely embarrassed. She gritted her teeth, turned around and glared at Lin Wanshu. "Just wait and see. If something happens to the patient this time, she will be in big trouble." No one raised any objections, and Lin Wanshu did not delay and directly took out a bottle of medicine from her medical bag. Then she poured out a brown pill. "What is this? You're not going to give it to her, are you?" Chi Honglian had another complaint. Even the two doctors had frowned brows and looked worried. Only Zhang Qingfeng remained extremely calm. "This is a pill to nourish the heart and replenish qi. It's just that these are not ordinary pills on the market. Instead, they come from space and are made from precious medicinal materials." Lin Wanshu briefly explained the function and effect of the pills and prepared to feed them to Hyunju. Chinese medicine jargon in a mysterious way, like a charlatan. "Don't blame me for not reminding you. If anything goes wrong with the patient, I will definitely report it to the team, and you won't even have your medical license left." Lin Wanshu was too lazy to talk to her, so she asked the nurse to bring a glass of water. After dissolving the pills in warm water, she fed them directly to Hyunju. There was silence in the emergency room. No one spoke. Everyone held their breath, ready to rescue at any time. Under the attention of everyone, a magical scene appeared. The beating line on the heart rate monitor gradually returned to normal. Any moment began to become steady. Everyone present was shocked. Chi Honglian's face turned blue and red. The words that had just been spoken now turned into a slap in the face, hitting her hard in the face. After seeing that Hyunju's condition began to improve, Lin Wanshu took out the silver needles and prepared to give her acupuncture to consolidate the results. Now, no one raised any objections. They even opened their eyes wide, wanting to see how she treated it. Lin Wanshu's acupuncture skills became more and more perfect. When the last needle was placed, Hee Wonju's eyelashes trembled slightly. The nurse who was checking the breathing and pulse had a slightly excited voice when reporting. Everyone had only one thought in their mind. The patient is fine. Lin Wonju's seemingly mysterious method is really effective, and the effect is extremely good. Comrade Lin, your medical skills are getting better and better. It seems that your internship at the military hospital is going well. The patient was out of danger, and Zhang Qingfeng was in the mood to chat with Lin Wonju. Thanks to Director Shi Serong, I learned a lot from her. To hear that her teacher was Shi Serong. No wonder you are such a great doctor. Among those studying medicine doesn't know who Shi Sume is? She was transferred from Southwest Hospital. She saved several patients who were declared beyond help. Lin Wonju can get her guidance, and her future will be limitless. A moment, several people looked at her with a little more eagerness. If talents like these could come here, wouldn't they have to reduce a lot of workload? Only Chi Honglian had an expression as ugly as it could be. If you don't know, you would think you have been constipated for 10 days or half a month. Isn't she just a junior high school graduate? How can she be so amazing? Lin Wonju didn't even look at her. She retracted the needles one by one and said to Zhang Qingfeng, she should wake up in 10 minutes. Just send her to the general ward for observation. No one present doubted her words. Even if Chi Honglian was not convinced, it was useless. After all, everyone could see the patient's condition. Lin Wonju packed her things. She asked about Qiu Tingting's situation. She is in the ward, but she is in shock and won't communicate with anyone now. The nurse knew how serious Lin Wonju was, so she told her about Qiu Tingting's condition in detail. I'll go and take a look. Lin Wonju felt very sympathetic towards Qiu Tingting's situation, so she followed the nurse to the next ward. In the ward, Qiu Tingting curled up in the corner of the bed, motionless, with a dull look in her eyes. Qiu Yong sat on the edge of the bed, not daring to get too close. Suppressed the bitterness in his eyes and said with a voice full of guilt, "It's Dad's fault. Dad didn't protect you well. I'm back now, and I won't let anyone hurt you again." However, Qiu Tingting did not react at all to his words. He just stared with a pair of empty eyes, his vision completely out of focus. Qiu Yong's heart almost broke when he saw his daughter like this. And just at this moment, Lin Wonju also came in. "Captain Qiu, my sister-in-law is out of danger and has been wheeled to the next ward." Hearing this, Qiu Yong quickly stood up and thanked her. But after thanking her, he showed no intention of going to the next ward to take a look. Lin Wonju could understand his reaction. After all, Hee Wonju almost strangled Qiu Tingting to death just now. Now the child is still scared like this. If it were her, she wouldn't be in the mood to look at the culprit. And Lin Wonju's guess was indeed correct. Qiu Yong could go see that lunatic now. He was afraid that he would lose control and strangle her to death. Lin Wonju explained Hee Wonju's condition. She slowly walked towards Qiu Tingting. But as soon as she approached, Qiu Tingting jumped up like a frightened bird and shrank into the corner. He looked terrified, as if he wanted to hide in the wall. Lin Wonju dared to get closer. She just stood 3 steps away, looking at her with a distressed look on her face. "Tingting, I'm your aunt. Do you remember me? I'm the aunt who can make snowy mooncakes." I don't know if it was Lin Wonju's gentle voice that had a soothing effect, or if the temptation of the snow-skin mooncakes was too great. Qiu Tingting, who had not responded to anything I said just now, blinked. Seeing her like this, Qiu Yong was very excited, but he didn't dare to say anything for fear of scaring her again. Lin Wonju's voice softened a little. "Tingting, do you want to eat snowy mooncakes? Auntie will make a box for you later, okay? What flavor do you like?" Now, Qiu Tingting's vision finally came into focus, but his expression was still a little dazed. She looked straight at Lin Wonju, but still didn't say anything. But this is already a huge surprise. Lin Wonju suppressed her excitement and continued to coax her gently. "Auntie will make one of each for you. Try them and tell me which one is delicious. I will make it for you next time, okay?" Her words did not get a response from Qiu Tingting, but Lin Wonju could still see the desire in her eyes. She reached into her bag and took out a small doll that was no bigger than her palm and shook it at Tingting. I'll make you some snowy mooncakes now, and I'll let this little doll stay here with you, okay? There are probably few girls in this world who can resist puppets, and Tingting is no exception. Ever since Lin Wanshu took out the doll, Tingting's eyes seemed to be glued to it, not moving at all. Lin Wanshu knew that she was interested in this little thing, so she took a tentative step towards her. Tingting did not shrink back this time. Seeing this, Lin Wanshu slowly took another step closer to her. When she was one step away from Tingting, she did not move forward, but handed the doll over. Tingting stared at the puppet in front of her. The expression of wanting to reach out but not daring to do so made Yong feel uneasy. At the same time, his anger towards Wenju increased a little more. Lin Wanshu knew that Tingting really wanted it, so she took another half step forward. Then, tentatively, she handed the doll to her. And this time, Tingting finally responded. She quickly took the doll and hugged it tightly in her arms. Seeing her take the doll, Lin Wanshu also breathed a sigh of relief. Without daring to make any other moves, she said softly, "Then let the puppet stay here with you. I'll go make snowy mooncakes and be back soon." Having said that, she prepared to leave. But as soon as I turned around, I felt someone pulling the hem of my clothes. Lin Wanshu's heart moved, and a hint of surprise appeared on her face. Sure enough, who else could it be but Tingting who grabbed her clothes? Lin Wanshu saw the remaining panic and fear in her eyes. Her heart ached, and she felt very uncomfortable. She was about to hug her. Tingting threw herself into her arms and hugged her tightly. Lin Wanshu felt even more distressed, so she reached out and hugged her trembling body. By her like this, seemed to feel safe and finally spoke.
Why?
Auntie. Why? Her voice was hoarse and difficult to understand, and her words were incoherent. But Lin Wanshu still understood. Touching her head lovingly, she thought for a moment before saying, "Tingting, your mother is just sick. She didn't do this to you on purpose. You are very good and great. You can even install a generator. The children in our family compound all adore you." Hearing this, Tingting could no longer hold back and burst into tears. Tingting cried, and everyone in the ward breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she is willing to cry, everything will be fine as long as she lets it out. Lin Wanshu just hugged Tingting and let her cry as much as she wanted. I don't know how long it was before she finally stopped. Although his eyes were swollen badly, at least there was no fear and numbness on his face, and he looked much more normal. Lin Wanshu was very pleased, and after a few more words of comfort, she said, "Auntie will go back and make you snowy mooncakes now. Will you just wait here obediently?" She had to go to An City in the afternoon, and didn't have much time. Tingting was very reluctant. She couldn't resist the desire for the snowy mooncakes in her heart, so she let go of Lin Wanshu. Lin Wanshu touched her little head, then got up and left. After she left, Yong slowly sat next to Tingting. Tingting didn't look at him, but lowered her head and looked carefully at the little puppet in her hand. It was as if he was looking at some precious treasure. Yong didn't dare to provoke her, so he didn't say anything. He just sat beside her and accompanied her quietly. In the next ward, Wenju finally woke up. She blinked for a long time before she realized what had happened. Suddenly, thinking of Tingting who was being strangled, her face changed. She directly lifted the quilt and got off the bed. The nurse saw that she was awake and hurried forward. "Bed number 5, are you awake? Are you feeling unwell?" Wenju was worried about Tingting at the moment, so how could she care about her own situation? Seeing the nurse, she grabbed her hand and asked anxiously, "Where's my daughter? Where is she now?" Hearing this, the nurse looked a little strange. She had heard that the little patient in the next ward was her daughter. He was almost strangled to death by her and was sent to the hospital. Thinking of this, she advised, "Your daughter has been frightened. You'd better not go there now. Wait until you recover." But how could Wenju listen to her? Seeing that she didn't tell him, he rushed out of the ward. "Hey! Wait, where are you going?" The nurse hurried after him. There were only a few wards in the clinic, so He Wenju planned to search each one by one. But who would have thought that as soon as I walked to the door of the next ward, I would suddenly see a father and daughter sitting on the innermost bed. Seeing that it was Chiu Tingting, He Wenju was delighted. When she was about to go in to see how she was, Chiu Yong happened to hear the noise and turned around. "What are you doing here?" In Chiu Yong's understanding, the person in front of him was still the soul that had robbed his body last night, and the vicious woman who almost strangled his daughter to death. Therefore, seeing that He Wenju dared to come over, his face looked very ugly. Chiu Tingting also saw He Wenju. In an instant, the fear of being strangled to death surged up again, and she threw herself into Chiu Yong's arms, trembling. Chiu Yong's coldness and his daughter's fear were like a basin of cold water poured over their heads. Originally wanted to go forward to check on her daughter, just froze where she was. She moved her lips and tried to explain that she was not the one who pinched him. But when the words came to her lips, she swallowed them back. For Chiu Tingting, what is the difference between that person's pinching and her own pinching? The damage had already been done, and if she rushed forward now, it would only make her more terrified. Hurry up and leave.
Don't scare Tingting here.
Chiu Yong turned sideways and held Chiu Tingting in his arms without even looking at He Wenju. He Wenju knew that it was useless to be anxious. It would take time to slowly repair the damage done to her daughter. Oh, she turned and left disappointed. Chiu Yong still didn't look back. He was afraid that he couldn't control his anger. On the other hand, Lin Wanshu returned home and started preparing to make some snow-skin mooncakes for Chiu Tingting. It happened that several military wives came to inquire about He Wenju's situation. When they saw her making snow-skin mooncakes, they started to help without saying a word. What on earth is going on with He Wenju? How did she almost strangle her daughter to death? Is she really crazy? Yongzheng asked as she helped mix the glutinous rice flour. Lin Wanshu wasn't quite sure what the exact situation was. She didn't want to make a blind guess about He Wenju's matter, so she just said she didn't know. Yongzheng felt that Lin Wanshu's ability to gather intelligence was too weak. How come you don't know anything no matter what I ask? You are a frontline rescuer, but you don't even have third-hand information. Seeing her shake her head and sigh with disappointment on her face, Lin Wanshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, she would definitely not tell anyone that He Wenju's soul might have been replaced. The others started discussing among themselves. I saw her a while ago, and she was well-educated and well-mannered. I thought she would change for the better. Who would have thought she would suddenly do something like this? Who said it wasn't true? He was fine a few days ago, but he suddenly went crazy. What a pity. Qin Yan always waited hard for his wife to have a holiday, but he never got to spend much time with her, which made him feel a little unwell. He watched his wife and several military wives making mooncakes, but he didn't want to get too close. Final sigh, he turned and walked towards the pavilion. The kitchen window faces the pavilion. Lin Wanshu looked up. She saw the man who seemed to be surrounded by low pressure, and she couldn't help but be silent. I also feel a rare sense of guilt in my heart. She has been really busy recently, either busy with hospital matters or busy with family quarters matters. She even ignored her own man. Out of concern and wanting to squeeze out some time for him, Lin Wanshu made the mooncakes very quickly. With the help of the military wives, the mooncakes were ready just before noon. The children saw Lin Wanshu making snow-skin mooncakes again. They were all very excited. Ever since they last ate it. The other military wives also knew that Lin Wanshu would definitely give mooncakes to her children, so each of them went back and brought some ingredients. Anyway, no one intends to eat for free or take advantage of others. Lin Wanshu packed a box for Chiu Tingting and kept 2 boxes for herself. She took 1 box to Shi Surong and kept 1 box at home for Xiao Miao Miao to eat. The rest were all divided. Xiao Miao Miao got a beautiful mooncake and went out happily holding it. The mooncakes were made, and the military wives and children had all left. Lin Wanshu hurried out with a box of mooncakes. It was as if he didn't see Qin Yan in the pavilion at all. Qin Yan looked at his busy wife with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. After waiting for a while and seeing no one coming back, He got up and went to the reception room, which was also Lin Wanshu's temporary clinic and pharmacy. From the space, and started reading. In his hand was about ammunition. Qin Yan had excellent hearing and was not afraid of someone suddenly breaking in and seeing him. For some reason, he just couldn't get into the book that had originally attracted him. I don't know how long it had been, but suddenly, familiar footsteps were heard in the quiet yard. Qin Yan paused in turning the pages of the book, and his ears perked up unconsciously. The footsteps first circled around the yard and kitchen. Then he walked into the room again. Qin Yan. Didn't she see she was here? Thinking of the door that was not closed, Qin Yan frowned slightly. Fortunately, as if someone knew what he was thinking, the footsteps finally came out of the house and were moving towards the living room step by step. After a moment, a woman's gentle voice came from the door. "Comrade, are you feeling unwell?" Qin Yan's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and when he turned around, he saw the woman standing at the door with a sweet smile. He stared at her for a long while, paused, and then slowly spoke. "I don't feel well here." The hand with distinct joints pointed to the left side of the chest. As soon as he finished speaking, the woman walked in with graceful steps. Then she moved a chair and sat opposite him. "Oh, then let me check it for you," Lin Wanshu said as she took out a stethoscope. Qin Yan looked at her serious little face, and his heartbeat, which had already missed a beat, became even more out of control. But he didn't move, and let her hold the stethoscope and gently stroke it across his chest, finally landing on his heart. "It's winter now, and the weather is a bit cold." Lin Wanshu was wearing 3 pieces of clothing, but Qin Yan seemed to have no idea what cold was. In the 8 or 9-degree weather, he was still only wearing 1 piece of clothing. Lin Wanshu paused as she felt the man's solid muscles through his not-so-thick clothes. Then, the soft little hands gently pressed on his bulging chest muscles. "Is it uncomfortable here?" the woman asked him, blinking her big, watery eyes as if they had hooks. Qin Yan's Adam's apple rolled up and down, and his voice became a little hoarse. Lin Wanshu had a wicked smile on her lips and began to examine him carefully. Her movements seemed very proper, but Qin Yan's breathing became rapid without her knowing when. "Comrade, your condition is a bit serious. You need treatment as soon as possible." The woman's voice was light and soft. She clearly said treatment, but her tone was so ambiguous that it made people blush and their heart beat fast. The man's deep eyes became deeper and deeper, as if they could swallow people up. But he still didn't move, and just asked cooperatively, "Oh? What kind of treatment do you need?" Lin Wanshu hooked her finger at him. "This treatment method is somewhat special."
Come closer.
Qin Yan looked at her sparkling and passionate eyes, and the blood in his body surged uncontrollably. But he still cooperated obediently and slowly moved towards her. Soon, Qin Yan experienced his wife's special treatment. By the time the two set out for the county town, it was already 3 or 4 in the afternoon. The weather is not very good today. It looks gray and dark. It was very cold on the road, so Lin Wanshu didn't let Xiao Miao Miao go with her. During this period, she has become more and more adapted to the daycare center, and Lin Wanshu is increasingly reluctant to leave her. To the county town, Lin Wanshu sat on the back of the bicycle. One hand was in his own pocket, and the other hand was quietly in Qin Yan's pocket. Her head rested directly on his back, trying to avoid the cold wind. "Is it cold?" Being comforted by the woman, Qin Yan felt hot in his heart, and he only wished he could hold her in his pocket. Along the way, I was afraid that she would be cold. He held the bicycle handlebars with one hand and put the other hand into his pocket, holding Lin Wanshu's hand. Her hands have been cold since winter began. Lin Wanshu tried to take medicine to regulate her body, but there was not much improvement. On the contrary, Qin Yan, although only wearing a piece of clothing, felt as warm as a boiler. Lin Wanshu wasn't actually that cold that she couldn't stand it, but being pampered like this, she couldn't help but want to act coquettishly. "It's so cold." Sure enough, Qin Yan felt distressed when he heard this. "Put your other hand in your pocket and I'll warm it up for you." Lin Wanshu leaned against his back, a naughty smile on her lips, and she said softly, "It won't warm you up. You need a hug to get better." As soon as he finished speaking, the bicycle tilted, and Lin Wanshu almost lost her balance. Subconsciously put her arms around his waist and said in a daze, "What's wrong?" Qin Yan stopped the car and looked back at her innocent face, his expression full of helplessness. Why does she like to provoke me so much? But he had no power to resist her. Lin Wanshu blinked and was about to ask him why he stopped. The next second, the whole person was hugged into that hot embrace. Lin Wanshu. She was just talking. Although she knew that he had extraordinary hearing, Lin Wanshu still looked around guiltily. I was relieved to find that there was no one there. She was just startled, and she was so angry that she hit him. "You're frightening me to death." Qin Yan laughed softly. "Didn't you ask for a hug? Are you still cold now?" The deep voice came from the man's strong chest and penetrated into her ears like an electric current. Lin Wanshu felt like her whole body was about to burn. How could she still be cold? The two only met once a week, and each time they met they didn't have much time to spend together. Even if he didn't say it, Lin Wanshu could feel the strong emotion that seemed to be rubbed into her bones. Rubbing her little face against his chest, Lin Wanshu said sullenly, "I'm sorry for neglecting you during this period of time." Although it was not intentional, she was really too busy. After hearing her words, the annoyance in Qin Yan's heart disappeared and was replaced by a full heart of guilt. She is obviously just a weak woman, but she has to travel between two places not only to work, but also to maintain the relationship in the family compound. She was so busy, but she still had to take care of his mood and worry about the baby at home. Wan, I should be the one to say sorry. I am narrow-minded. We are not only husband and wife, but also independent individuals. You have your ideals, and so do I. You have never complained that I am busy with work, so how can I blame you for not having time to accompany me? If he asked Lin Wanshu to give up her job and pursuits just because of his unhappiness, then he would be too selfish. And this was not what he wanted to see. Marriage is not just about love. It should also be about respect and tolerance. He didn't say this out loud, but Lin Wanshu still felt a completely different kind of love from the man. The feeling that her ideals were understood and respected made Lin Wanshu's heart feel as if it was filled with something. Unable to help herself, she stood on tiptoes and kissed him. "Thank you." Qin Yan felt her joy and felt extremely satisfied. But he still had his limits. He just hugged her for a while and then let go. After all, this is still outside. Even if there is no one around, don't go too far. Lin Wanshu got back on the bicycle, but she stayed very close to the person along the way.
Just kept talking to him.
Mainly, she was talking and he was listening. Soft and sweet words are given as if they are free of charge, and they make the man full of tenderness, with no place to vent. They finally got off the bus. He couldn't help but rub her head before reluctantly letting her get on the bus. Just before getting in the car, Lin Wanshu handed him a koi-shaped jade. "I carved this for you. You can carry it with you." This jade was originally a raw stone in the space, and it had been washed and soaked in spiritual spring water for who knows how long. Lin Wanshu studied medicine in her previous life. She also learned sculpture out of interest. Therefore, since returning to the family compound, she has spent time carving koi whenever she has free time. After carving, she put it in water for a long time. There are 3 in total, 2 big and 1 small. The big one was carved first, so she took it out and gave it to Qin Yan. The jade fell into his pocket. A faint warmth penetrated his clothes and entered his body, flowing along his meridians throughout his limbs. Qin Yan's eyebrows jumped. Wan, this is too expensive. He has to train every day and is afraid of losing it accidentally. If someone picks it up, it's no joke. You put it in the bag so it won't get lost. As she spoke, Lin Wanshu demonstrated it to him. And it explains what all 3 of them have. Hearing this, Qin Yan didn't say anything. After she fastened it, he tried it and found it was very secure. Exchanged a few more words at the station entrance before parting ways. Getting on the bus, Lin Wanshu's mood was actually not as good as it seemed. Although he could understand her pursuit, she felt that such frequent separation was not a good thing. But she doesn't have any good solution now. After all, this is the procedure for obtaining a medical license. In the end, Lin Wanshu could only suppress the discomfort in her heart and return to her busy hospital life. Now, she not only has to see patients, but sometimes she also has to go into the operating room with Sher Surong and observe her perform surgery. When she came back in the evening, Lin Wanshu was still studying various prescriptions in the space. Having a separate dormitory is that she doesn't have to worry about being seen even if she enters the space. That day, Lin Wanshu was seeing patients when suddenly a nurse came to see her. Dr. Lin, Dr. Liu on the second floor needs you to come over. There is a patient with necrotic legs who may need amputation. Several students have been observing Lin Wanshu treating patients for some time. It seems that no disease can stump her. Originally, they thought they were used to it, but when they heard the nurse ask Lin Wanshu to see a patient with leg necrosis, the students were still numb. Isn't she too comprehensive? When Lin Wanshu learned that it was Lu Guoyang looking for her, she did not delay, picked up her bag, and followed the nurse. Meng Yuanshuang, Tan Hongmei, and Zhou Xinshu were originally studying with her, so when they saw her leaving, they hurried to follow her. A group of people hurried to the second floor. In the ward, a woman in tattered clothes and with a sad face was kneeling on the ground, grabbing Lu Guoyang's clothes. "Doctor, please don't cut off my man's leg. How will he be able to work after you cut it off? The family depends on him for support. If his leg is amputated, it would be like the sky falling for her." This scene is so familiar. When Qin Hua first learned that Qin Yan was going to have an amputation, he was the same and almost knelt down to beg Lu Guoyang. Because of the same experience, Lin Wanshu can empathize with the family member's feelings. She walked up quickly and asked Lu Guoyang, "Dr. Lu, what's going on?" Lu Guoyang finally persuaded the family members to sit on the stool. When he saw Lin Wanshu coming, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Comrade Lin, you came at the right time. This patient's leg injury has been delayed for too long and has already become necrotic. We used your 2 patches of medicine, but they didn't achieve the expected effect. Can you see if there is any other method?" The family members were a little worried when they saw that Lin Wanshu was so young. But when she saw Lu Guoyang speaking to Lin Wanshu in a respectful manner, she swallowed the words in her mouth. Since he dared to find this young doctor, she must be really capable. "Doctor, please save my husband. He injured his leg while doing a water conservancy project for the country." In these days, in many places, members would be organized to repair canals and dams in winter. As the family member spoke, he knelt down to Lin Wanshu again. Lin Wanshu let her kneel. She quickly dodged. This family member's words are too serious. "I'll go in and take a look first." As she spoke, Lin Wanshu began to examine the patient. After the examination, she found that the patient's leg condition was even more serious than Qin Yan's last time. No wonder those 2 patches of medicine didn't work. After thinking about it, Lin Wanshu took out the ointment she had newly researched. "This is the ointment I improved upon the 2 patches of medicine I used. It has the effects of removing dead tissue, promoting tissue regeneration, promoting blood circulation, and relieving inflammation." Seeing the ointment in her hand, Lu Guoyang's face showed some excitement. "Comrade Lin, are you saying that this medicine is more effective than the last one?" Lin Wanshu nodded and didn't say anything else. After all her experiments were done in space. Lu Guoyang had witnessed with his own eyes how Lin Wanshu cured Qin Yan's leg, so he had no doubts about her new medicine. Instead, he urged her to give the patient medicine as soon as possible. Lin Wanshu originally developed this patch for the purpose of ease of use. And after several months of experiments, the results were very good, so she did not hesitate. After doing some simple treatment, she applied dark brown ointment to the patient, who had already lost feeling in his legs, suddenly let out a hiss. "Doctor, my leg hurts a little like a needle prick." Hearing this, Lu Guoyang's face was full of excitement. "Comrade, it's better if your legs hurt. You would cry if they didn't hurt." Hearing this, the patient finally reacted and his face suddenly showed joy. "Doctor, you mean my leg doesn't need to be amputated?" As he spoke, he carefully felt the tingling pain in his legs that came from time to time. For the first time in his life, He felt that pain was such a wonderful thing. Lu Guoyang was more excited than him. That's right in theory. Let's wait and see tomorrow. If your leg gets better, there's no need for amputation. This medicine is more convenient and more effective than the last one. How could he not be excited? Tan Hongmei had long admired Lin Wanshu, and now seeing that she could easily restore consciousness to a person with a necrotic leg, she didn't know what to say. Tan Hongmei felt extremely proud when she thought about the fact that she was studying medicine in the same class with such a great person. The family heard that their man might not have to undergo amputation. They burst into tears of joy. "Thank you, doctor. You are our family's savior." As she spoke, she wanted to kneel down again. But he was stopped by Lin Wanshu. "Sister-in-law, it is our duty as doctors to save the dying and heal the wounded. You don't have to kneel. We are in a new society now, and this kind of thing is not allowed." After hearing this, the family members did not insist on kneeling down, but kept saying thank you. "Without you, our family wouldn't be able to survive. At home, we're already poor, so who would do the exhausting water conservancy project if not to earn more work points?" The woman's eyes were red, and she was mumbling something. Lin Wanshu was not impatient and comforted her. "Don't worry, he will be fine." In those days, if a family didn't have a strong laborer, it would be impossible to support 5 children. His legs are not just legs, they are the livelihood of his family. Therefore, after comforting her, Lin Wanshu began to explain the precautions. The family members listened attentively and nodded from time to time. "Okay, I will take good care of him." As she spoke, she turned her head and looked at the man's legs again, as if she was not looking at legs, but the hope of their entire family. Lin Wanshu handed the ointment to Lu Guoyang, and only after being told clearly when to change the dressing and what to pay attention to when changing the dressing can you return to the outpatient clinic. It took less than half an hour from top to bottom. No surgery or medication was needed. Just a box of ointment was enough to restore consciousness to a patient with necrotic legs. The news quickly spread throughout the hospital. Everyone was shocked to learn that there was such a talented intern among this batch of interns. "Hey, what's the big deal? Don't you know? The 2 patches of medicine used in our hospital to treat severe injuries were made by her." Those who were more informed couldn't help but tell others everything they knew. Hearing this, the doctors and nurses couldn't help but gasp. Not only can they treat illnesses, but they can also make their own medicines? He's an intern at this level? If I tell this to others, who would believe it? A few months ago, a battalion commander almost had his limbs amputated, but she cured him. Also, I heard that she cured a patient with liver cirrhosis during her first consultation, and the fibrosis of the liver was reversed. Every time Lin Wanshu's achievements were mentioned, the doctors and nurses were shocked. In the end, they had all begun to doubt their lives. Why does such an amazing person need to come here for an internship? If they asked her, she could become a chief physician directly. Lin Wanshu ignored the discussions in the hospital. After work, after eating and taking a shower, she went into the space as usual. Just as she was about to go to the laboratory to prepare the medicine, suddenly, there was a familiar movement in the space. Lin Wanshu's heart skipped a beat, and a strange thought flashed through her mind. Could it be that Qin Yan can enter the space from another place? Just as I was thinking this, the next second, I saw Qin Yan appear in the space. Lin Wanshu looked at him in disbelief. "Ian?" Qin Yan also had a look of shock on his face. In his hand, he still held the jade that Lin Wanshu had given him last time. His body was wet, and it was obvious that he had just finished a shower. Lin Wanshu swallowed and slowly walked towards him. Only when she touched the warm texture did she dare to believe that he had really entered the space from a long distance. "Ian, that's great. You can finally come in." Unable to hold back, Lin Wanshu hugged the person directly, her face full of joy. Qin Yan seemed to have just reacted and hugged the person back tightly. "Daughter-in-law." He finished taking a shower just now. He subconsciously took out the jade pendant she gave him. Who would have thought that he could suddenly sense her space? Qin Yan subconsciously tried to enter the space, and ended up here. Couple had only been apart for 2 or 3 days, but Lin Wanshu felt like a long time had passed. After finally meeting, She felt a little clingy and didn't care about getting her medicine. Qin Yan had no power to resist her in the first place, and now she was still clinging to him like this. How could he bear it? However, he did not forget Xiao Miao Miao. He first put her into a room in the space that was exactly the same as the one in the family quarters, and then he carried his wife to the stone house. This is a space, and she can sense any unusual movement of the little guy immediately. Lin Wanshu was extremely excited that the father and daughter could enter the space from a different place. From now on, she can at least spend time with her daughter at night. But I can only accompany you until the end of the internship. Lin Wanshu was afraid that when she grew up, she would discover something was wrong. She didn't intend to let anyone know about the space except Qin Yan. Had been apart for a long time, were finally reunited in space. That night, Lin Wanshu slept very soundly. Even little Miao Miao was sleeping soundly. It was not until dawn that Qin Yan quietly took her out of the space. But there were a few more scratches on his bare back. On the other hand, after 3 days of hospitalization, He Wenju finally returned to the family quarters. However, Qiu Yong and Qiu Tingting were not at home. He Wenju was at the clinic. She paid attention to Qiu Tingting's news every day. Knowing that she was discharged from the hospital a day earlier than herself, she felt a little strange that she did not see the father and daughter. I was about to ask the neighbor next door. I saw that they had closed the yard door before I even got close. He looked as if he was afraid of her approaching. He Wenju. Knowing that they now thought she was crazy, she didn't find it strange. But she was worried about Qiu Tingting, so she could only continue to ask other people. Later, she finally found out that Qiu Tingting had been sent to Ma Qiuping's home. It seems that Qiu Yong has gone out on a mission with the army and no one knows when he will be back. He Wenju wanted to talk to Qiu Tingting, but was persuaded to go back by Ma Qiuping. When Qiu Yong comes back, you two should have a good talk. Tingting still has nightmares at night, so I'll take better care of her. Ma Qiuping said it very tactfully, but He Wenju still heard it. She was afraid that she would suddenly go crazy again and strangle her daughter to death. Not to mention her worry, other military wives are now also persuading their children to stay away from her when they see her. Once admired by countless children because she could assemble radios, but now she seems to have turned into a man-eating monster. No child dared to approach her. He Wenju was extremely helpless. But she couldn't explain that she didn't do it. After all, no one would believe such an outrageous thing if you told it to others. He Wenju felt that now only Lin Wanshu would pay attention to her. But she won't be back for a few days. In the end, she had no choice but to stay quietly in her own little yard and not go anywhere. Fortunately, the books she bought in the provincial capital are still at home. When she was bored, He Wenju hid in her room and read. When you get tired of watching, just go to the yard and exercise. Her yard was bare, with nothing in it, unlike other military wives who had something planted in their yards. However, she was not very interested in growing flowers and plants, so she just tinkered with installing a windmill generator in the yard. Alone was not enough, so she also tinkered with a storage battery. The materials were all collected by her at the scrap yard those days. Because she had the materials ready, it only took her 2 days to complete it. The other end of the battery was connected to a light bulb, and at night, she would simply turn on the light bulb. You don't even have to pay for electricity and the yard is brightly lit. Made by He Wenju successfully aroused the curiosity of the military wives. But no matter how curious they were, they didn't have the courage to come over and talk to her. Are you kidding? Who knows if she will suddenly go crazy? After all, a madman doesn't have to bear legal responsibility for killing someone, so it's just their bad luck if they die. However, there was one person who was very brave. Not only was he not afraid, he also went straight to the door. Director He, are you home? Tang Qian stood at the door, looking at the bright light bulb that lit up without pulling any wires, her face full of amazement. He Wenju was tinkering with some gadgets in the house. She was shocked to hear that someone dared to come to her. I'm here. Putting down the gadget in her hand, she walked out the door. He, it's like this, Director He. I heard that your light bulbs are free, so I wanted to come over and ask if you could help me install one. She brought her biological father home. Although she no longer has to send money to her younger brother, she has already developed the habit of spending every penny carefully. I couldn't even bear to turn on the lights. Now that she heard that her light bulb didn't need any electricity, she came to her door. Hyunju was not familiar with Tang Qian and did not know her personality. When she saw that she wanted to make a wind turbine, she did not refuse and agreed. To hear that she agreed, "Thank you, Director He. I'll come get it from you in a few days." After saying this, she ran away happily. Before Hyunju even had the time to say a few more words to her, Tang Qian disappeared. Hyunju. Lin Wanshu happened to come back from the hospital. Seeing Hyunju standing blankly at the door, she greeted her. "Comrade Wenju, why are you standing here?" As she spoke, she looked at her calmly, as if judging something. When Hyunju saw that Lin Wanshu finally came back, her eyes suddenly lit up. "Wanshu, you're back?" That familiar accent and the friendly address, Lin Wanshu could almost conclude that she was that senior sister-in-law Wenju. Lin Wanshu excitedly stepped forward and held her hand. Just by changing the name, Hyunju's eyes instantly turned red. She didn't know why either. Maybe it was because she had been excluded for too long, or maybe it was because she seemed to be able to distinguish the difference between herself and that soul. In short, all kinds of feelings surged up in Hyunju at this moment. Seeing her red eyes, Lin Wanshu felt a little sad. "I'm glad you're okay. You fainted last time and scared us all." She was not touched by such sincere concern. "I heard everything. Thanks to you for saving me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to talk to you here right now." In that last move before fainting, she used up all of her merits and finally killed the soul. She originally thought she would not survive, but she never thought that in a daze, she felt herself being pulled back again. It can be said that Lin Wanshu is her real savior. Lin Wanshu comforted her a few more times, and Hyunju then mentioned that Tang Qian had come to see her just now. "She asked me to help make a wind turbine and a light bulb, but these needed to be assembled with the right parts. She left in a hurry just now, and I didn't have time to tell her." Hearing this, Lin Wanshu felt helpless. Tang Qian's old habit has come back, and she's trying to take advantage of others again? However, after she brought her father to the family compound, Lin Wanshu only chatted with her for a few words and had no idea about her current situation. "I'm going to see her tomorrow. Do you want to go with me?" Hyunju was worried about how she would be able to reintegrate into the family compound, and she also wanted to talk to Tang Qian about the generator, so she was naturally more than happy to hear this. "Okay, what time do you want to go there tomorrow?" "I'll go with you." Lin Wanshu is back, and with her around, the other family members won't be too hostile to her. "I'll call you tomorrow at 12 o'clock noon. Generally, during this time, military wives are in the family compound and are relatively free. The two agreed on a time. They separated. Lin Wanshu and his wife went to pick up Xiao Miao Miao, while Hyunju returned to her room again to tinker with her gadgets. This busy work lasted until late at night. She turned off the lights outside the yard, gathered her clothes, and was about to go back to the house when she suddenly heard a familiar sound of footsteps outside. Hyunju turned around and saw Chio-young appear outside the gate. It was dark with only a little moonlight, so it was hard to see clearly. She only recognized Chio-young by his shape. Chio-young didn't expect that she was still awake so late. Standing at the door, his brows couldn't help but frown. Although she couldn't see his expression clearly, Hyunju guessed that he was definitely not in a good mood. Knowing that his anger was not directed at her, Hyunju felt that she could still talk to him. But before she could say hecko, Chio-young just turned around and left. "Hyunju. Come on, there's nothing more to say, just go to bed." Unexpectedly, he didn't even come in, and just left. Hyunju suddenly got a little angry. Since he didn't give her a chance to explain, don't blame her. In the end, Hyunju didn't care about him anymore and went back to her room to sleep. It's really cold today. The next day, before Hyunju could wait for Lin Wanshu to come to see her, an unexpected person came instead. Chio-young's mother Wang Guifin was holding a bag in her hand, and when she saw Hyunju, her face immediately fell. "What can I say about you? I told you to work from home, but you refused to do so, and now you're causing so much trouble when you come to join the army." It has made her have to travel back and forth even though she is finally retired at her old age. Hee Won-ju narrowed her eyes and glanced at Cho-young. Good. That's great. He asked his mother to come over without telling her. Inside, but she didn't show it on her face. She lowered her head, as if she was listening to a lecture. Mom, you're right. I did do a lot of things wrong in the past. After this incident, I have reflected deeply on myself. Wang Guifan was also furious and was preparing to teach this mischievous daughter-in-law a lesson, but she didn't expect that she would admit her mistake directly. For a moment, the words that were not spoken were stuck in her throat, and she looked at her in some surprise and doubt. Her way of speaking was obviously different from that of Hee Won-ju, which made Cho-young's eyes widen. Won-ju! Cho-young walked forward with some excitement. But Hee Won-ju ignored him and walked to Wang Guifan. Mom, you must be exhausted after driving all the way here. Let me carry the bags. As I said that, I reached out and took the bag. Wang Guifan finally reacted, but her face still looked bad. Humph. Don't think that everything will be fine if you please me. I tell you, it's useless. Come back to Ning City with me in a few days. If she stays here any longer, she might soon destroy her son's job. Hearing this, before Hee Won-ju could react, Cho-young became anxious. Mom, there is a misunderstanding. I didn't explain it clearly. Won-ju has some health problems. She has to stay here for a checkup and can't go back to Ning City for the time being. Upon hearing this, Wang Guifan's face immediately turned bad. It's because she's sick that I want to take her back. Can you take care of her if she stays here? Although her son did not explain clearly what the illness was on the phone, Wang Guifan guessed that it must be serious. Otherwise, why would she even hurt her own daughter? Hee Won-ju nodded and agreed. Mom is right. It's better to go back to Ning City. With you here, I will definitely get better soon. That brainless and obedient look successfully made Wang Guifan speechless again. Looking at her daughter-in-law, who seemed like a different person, she began to doubt her life. She becomes so obedient? When Cho-young heard that she was going back to Ning City with her mother, he was so anxious that his mouth was about to bubble. I felt even more annoyed at myself for telling his mother about this. Now that's good. She originally wanted to go back, and now she has an extra helper. If he wants to keep her, it will be very difficult. Hee Won-ju was annoyed that he ran away without communicating with her yesterday, and today he called his mother-in-law over again, and she didn't even look at him from beginning to end. Instead, he concentrated on dealing with Wang Guifan. In her previous life, she not only studied abroad, but also received traditional education. As long as she is willing, no matter how difficult it is to get along with the elders, they will not be a problem for her. Sure enough, after a while, Wang Guifan, who was originally full of anger, finally looked much better. Cho-young followed behind, and seeing the two of them getting more and more interested in each other's conversation, he felt so regretful that he almost turned green with anger. When Wang Guifan finally remembered him, she asked him to go and pick up Cho-ting. Cho-young was eager to have a private chat with Hee Won-ju, but she didn't give him a chance. In the end, he had no choice but to go and pick Ting up first. On the other side, Tang Qian had just returned from the fields. I saw her walking into the yard carrying 2 full baskets of radishes. Her old father in Tang Qian has been full of energy. Every day she either works in the fields or goes up the mountain to pick up things. When I get home, I do housework and take care of the elderly and children. I also have to cook for Wang Guigang. She was busy all day long. Although she was very busy, Tang Qian had never felt so relaxed as she did during this period. She no longer had to secretly send money to her vampire brother without telling the man, and her old father was right in front of her. No matter how tired she is, she enjoys it. The weather was good this year, and with sufficient nutrients, Tang Qian's crops were big and healthy. The 2 baskets, she poured out all the radishes. She picked out some of the most beautiful ones and sent them to some military wives later, and she planned to use the rest to make dried radishes. But just as the radishes were poured out, Wang Guigang came back. Tang Qian washed her hands and hurried forward. Lao Zhang, you're back? I'll cook for you right away. Today I'll have your favorite tofu. As she spoke, She took over his military cap with the most courteous attitude possible. Seeing her so humble, Wang Guogang had a complicated expression. He opened his mouth and was about to say something when a violent coughing sounded from the guest room. Tang Qian's expression changed. "I'll go take a look. You sit there and wait. I'll be back soon to cook for you." After saying that, she hurried to the guest room. As soon as I entered the door, I saw that thin figure covering his mouth and coughing nonstop, as if he was going to cough out his lungs. "Dad, why are you coughing again?" He was clearly much better in the past 2 days. Why is he like this again? Tang Qian hurried forward and patted him on the back. After finally stopping, she poured him some water. But Tang Xiangdong waved his hand. Looking at his daughter, who was sweating profusely, his face was full of heartache. "Near, it's Dad's fault that he's useless and has caused you trouble. Although I can eat enough here and stay warm, I can even have an egg every day." But Tang Xiangdong felt very uncomfortable. His daughter, who had always been strong-willed, had to be humble in front of Wang Guogang for him. "Dad, stop saying those stupid things. You are my dad, and I will take care of you no matter what." Just because he has never treated her badly in this era where men are valued more than women, she will always support him well. As long as he is fine, what does it matter if she is a little tired? The only regret is that her father, who is as strong as a tree, can never stand up like a normal person again. Tang Qian felt very strange about Tang Xiangdong's leg injury. It's obviously just a broken leg bone. Logically, if he takes care of it, he can walk with a cane even if he can't walk like a normal person. But after his leg healed, he still couldn't walk. It hurt so much when he stepped on the ground. Going to the hospital for a follow-up check, the doctor didn't say anything, so she could only take the baby back home and take care of it like this. After persuading him to drink some water, Tang Qian carried him to the toilet before going to the kitchen to cook. At this moment, her hair was messy and her clothes were covered with dirt, but she didn't care. Put rice in to cook, pick and wash vegetables. Seeing her like this, Wang Guogang couldn't help but sigh. After a pause, he turned around and went out. Tang Qian didn't notice where he went. After a busy day, she finally finished cooking, but couldn't find him anywhere. She suddenly became a little anxious. He is angry because he thinks her father has to take medicine for coughing and it is too much of a hassle? Tang Qian thought anxiously. She was afraid that he would change his mind and let her father go back to his hometown. She knew her scumbag brother. She had beaten him so badly last time, and he must have hated her to death. If her father goes back to his hometown, he will definitely have no way to survive. Tang Qian was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. When she was about to go out to look for someone, she saw Tang Xiangdong coming back carrying several bamboos. "How did you get so many bamboos?" Tang Qian didn't dare to ask Wang Guogang where he had gone just now, but walked forward unobtrusively to help him get the bamboo. Wang Guogang knew that if he refused her help, she would definitely start to have wild thoughts again, so he simply let her take it. Then he said, "I plan to make a wheelchair for Dad so that it will be easier for you to help him get out to bask in the sun when the time comes." Hearing this, Tang Qian was stunned on the spot. What? What did you say? Doesn't he mind that her dad has to spend money on medicine for his cough, and that he has to make a wheelchair for him? "I said I wanted to make a wheelchair for my dad, and I've already found the wheels." After confirming that she was not hallucinating and that he really wanted to make a wheelchair for her father, Tang Qian's eyes turned red on the spot. "Thank you, Lao Zhang," she said with a choked voice. How afraid was she that he would think her dad was troublesome? "I have no income and rely entirely on his salary to live." If he didn't want to raise the child, she couldn't blame him. After all, he had no obligation to do so. But not only did he not despise it, he even wanted to make a wheelchair for her father? "Lao Zhang, I will treat you very well in the future. I promise not to quarrel with you. If you say east, I will never go west." Tang Qian was so excited that she was incoherent. Hearing this, Wang Guogang was both angry and amused. Finally, he said helplessly, "Tang Qian, we are husband and wife, so let's not say any more unnecessary words. Let's just live a good life from now on. My brother-in-law is a scumbag. If he doesn't care about his sick father-in-law, Is he still a man? Hearing this, the huge stone that was pressing on Tang Qian's heart was finally removed. With his words, she felt that life was more hopeful. After lunch, Tang Qian was about to wash radishes when Lin Wanshu and a few military wives came. Seeing the yard full of white radishes, Lin Wanshu was a little shocked. Tang Qian, your radishes are so good, aren't they? None of the people she had served carefully before were as good as hers.
Tang Qian chúc cờ.
I don't have any other skills except taking care of the crops. Because of what Wang Guogang said just now, she is in a very good mood now. Wanshu, don't listen to her modesty. Everyone in our family compound knows how good she is at growing things. She can grow things that others can't grow, and hers grows better than others. Even the vegetables she casually planted by the field grew better than those they carefully tended. Lin Wanshu. How come she doesn't know she has this talent? However, when she saw the juicy radishes all over the ground, she couldn't help but feel a little greedy. Pickled radish, stewed radish, stir-fried shredded radish.
Hiss.
No. Let Qin Yan pull up the radishes from home later. Has always been very thick-skinned, felt a little embarrassed when she was praised by several military wives. He pointed at the radishes she had just picked out and said, "Each of you take 2 back to try later." Hearing this, the military wives couldn't help but wonder if there was something wrong with their ears. What did you say? You're going to give us carrots? Is this still the same Tang Qian who is stingy and always loves to take advantage of others?
Tang Qian.
Is it weird that I gave you some carrots? The military wives were not polite at all and nodded in unison. That's strange. Tell me what you want to borrow from us first. I'll think about it. If I can accept it, I'll ask for your carrots. Ugly words in advance to avoid suffering a big loss later. Seeing that they were guarding against her as if she were a thief, Tang Qian actually blushed, which was a rare occurrence.
Oh.
The past is the past. I have changed now. I am not the same as before. I will give you these carrots to eat. I promise not to borrow anything from you. Tang Qian patted her chest and assured. The main thing is that she doesn't have to send things to her brother anymore, so she isn't so strapped for cash. After hearing this, the military wives finally believed that she was really going to send them radishes. You said that, so I won't be polite to you. The sun rose from the west, and Tang Qian, who was always stingy, gave them radishes, which made the military wives a little uncomfortable. But they couldn't resist the temptation of the big radishes, so everyone took 2. We got a good deal today. You know what? It feels really good. A military wife couldn't help but make a joke. Tang Qian was not angry. She just laughed it off. He Wenju came here with Lin Wanshu. After settling her mother-in-law down, Lin Wanshu happened to come over, so she followed her out. I met other military wives on the road. Perhaps it was because of Lin Wanshu's presence. Although they were still somewhat repulsed by her, at least they didn't say anything unpleasant. This time she also got 2 radishes. Not to mention, this radish is quite heavy. Lin Wanshu came here to check on the condition of Tang's father's leg injury. The last time she heard Tang Qian mention it, she kept wondering what his situation was after she went back. Now that she finally has a holiday, she comes over to take a look. The other military wives were originally going to look for Lin Wanshu, but when they saw her coming to see Tang Qian, they simply came over together. When Tang Qian heard that Lin Wanshu wanted to show her father her legs, she was immediately moved. Then he led her to the guest room. The others had nothing to do, so they followed in to take a look. With so many people coming all of a sudden, Tang Xiangdong felt a little uneasy and didn't even know what to do with his hands. Dad, this is a military wife from our family compound. She is a very good doctor, and she wants to check your legs. Tang Qian hurriedly introduced someone to him. Hearing that it was a doctor, Tang Xiangdong felt less embarrassed. It's just that he knows his own business and doesn't want to trouble others. Near, I know what's wrong with my leg, so don't look for a doctor for me. Leave the money for Yaya and Junzi to study. He has become a useless person and should have died long ago. Why waste money? It would be better to save it for his grandchildren. How could Tang Qian not see what he was thinking? Suddenly, she felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. Dad, don't say that. An old man in the family is like a treasure. I will feel at ease only if you are well. Guogang originally said that he would take a leave to take you to the provincial capital for a checkup when he is not busy for a while. Now Wanshu is time, and she is willing to see you, so just let her see it. If it were in the past, Tang Qian would have called Lin Wanshu over to help her without hesitation. After all, it's a good idea to take advantage of a good deal. But after what happened last time, she has now controlled her greed. We must not let the military wives who help us feel disheartened. But now Lin Wanshu took the initiative to help her father with his medical treatment, and Tang Qian naturally wanted nothing more than to accept it. Although I don't know if she can be cured, the more people see her, the more hope there is. Hearing that his son-in-law was planning to take him to the provincial capital to visit, Tang Xiangdong felt both moved and sad. When he was young, everyone in the village laughed at him, saying why was he so nice to a girl, because she would probably marry someone else when she grew up. But now that he is old and has experienced all those things, he suddenly feels fortunate that he did not listen to them. Otherwise, he would have no face to stay here. Lin Wanshu also advised, Uncle Tang, I don't charge for prescribing medicine. If you see medicinal herbs in the mountains, just pick some for me and use them to pay for the medicine. During this period, the military wives collected a lot of medicine for her. An entire wall of her medicine room is filled with medicine boxes. It can be said that she has most of the medicines that she needs on a daily basis. Moreover, the military wife not only helped her pick the hair, but also did some simple processing for her, saving her a lot of effort. Lin Wanshu usually prepares medicines and conducts experiments in the space, and basically uses the medicines collected by the military wives. After all, these are the medicines that can be used in practice. She didn't intend to use the herbs in the space at will. Yes, Uncle Tang, just let her see me. Wanshu's medical skills are amazing. I often have headaches, and she just prescribes 2 doses of medicine for me, and it's all right. Zhong Fengshu also advised. However, she was not so shameless as to only give her medicinal herbs. Instead, she brought her a dozen eggs, and gave Xiao Miao Miao some of the delicious food she had on weekdays. She treats Xiao Miao Miao more carefully than her own child. The other military wives took the medicinal food for a period of time. Their complexions all looked much better. They had complete faith in Lin Wanshu's medical skills. Because Tang Qian had to go back to pick up Tang Xiangdong last time, she didn't know that Lin Wanshu's medical treatment was free. Now, when I heard that she didn't even charge for the medicine, I was stunned.
No, what does she want?
If you don't charge for medical treatment and use medicinal materials as compensation, won't these medicines still be prescribed to patients in the end? Her lips moved, and she wondered if Lin Wanshu was crazy to do such a losing business. But when she thought about how the military wives not only helped her take care of the children but also did farm work, Tang Qian suddenly felt that she was too narrow-minded and too concerned about gains and losses. No wonder they didn't like to take her out to play before. Wanshu, if you need any herbs, I'll go up the mountain every day and pick them for you. Regardless of whether she can cure her father's leg or not, she will treat collecting herbs as her own business in the future, without spending any money. After hearing the persuasion of the military wives, Tang Xiangdong finally stopped saying no. Lin Wanshu began to examine him, but after seeing his hand, she couldn't help but frown. It turned out that Tang Xiangdong's finger joints looked very strange. Not only were the joints swollen, but they were also twisted. Uncle Tang, how long have you been in this situation? Lin Wanshu picked up his hand and examined it carefully, then asked. Before Tang Xiangdong could answer, Tang Qian said, it has only happened in the past 2 years. My dad's hand was fine before his leg was injured. Does this have anything to do with my dad being unable to stand up? Lin Wanshu nodded. I suspect it might be rheumatoid. If it's rheumatoid, it would be a bit troublesome. Tang Qian didn't know what rheumatoid arthritis was, she only knew what rheumatism was. People who work in the countryside all year round will suffer from rheumatism to some extent when they get older. Although it is uncomfortable on rainy days, it is not a serious illness, and most people don't take it too seriously. Lin Wanshu didn't say anything. She gave him a further examination and asked him several questions. A thorough examination, she was basically able to confirm his condition. It turned out that Tang's father's leg had been injured a second time, and he did not receive good treatment, so the bones did not heal well. Plus, he had rheumatoid arthritis, so it was a miracle that he could stand up. Heard that her father's leg had been injured a second time, she clenched her fists until they made a cracking sound.
Beast.
How dare he? She should have broken his legs too, so that he could experience the feeling of having a broken leg. When Tang Qian thought about her father not only suffering from a broken leg, but also having to endure the pain all over his body brought on by rheumatoid arthritis, she wanted to rush back and beat that beast to death. But the most urgent task now is to heal her father's leg first. Wanshu, do you think his leg can be cured? Lin Wanshu nodded. It can be cured, but it will take a long time. I will fix his leg bones first and then do other treatments. My time in the family home is short, so you have to learn massage techniques and give him massage every day. When she heard that it could be cured, Tang Qian was overjoyed. As long as it can be cured, I'd be willing to learn massage and even pick up manure every day. Nowadays, you have to carry manure to water crops, which is not only smelly, but also very tiring. This shows how anxious Tang Qian is. When Tang Xiangdong heard Lin Wanshu say that he still had a chance to recover his legs, he became extremely excited. But his excitement inevitably caused him to cough violently again. Lin Wanshu already had a basic understanding of his physical condition, so she naturally knew that he had a cold. After seeing the doctor, she went straight home to prescribe 2 prescriptions for him and then took out the black ointment from the space. Then he said to Qin Yan, who was standing beside him, Yan, I need your help. Qin Yan was reading a book just now. Since his wife came in, he couldn't concentrate on reading a single word. Seeing that she asked him for help, he put the book into the space without hesitation.
Good.
There was no intention of asking her what help she needed. Xiao Miao Miao followed the 2 of them happily, and there were several other children following behind her. Even Qiu Tingting was among them. After the group arrived at Tang Qian's house, Qin Yan finally understood what Lin Wanshu wanted him to do. It turned out that they wanted to give Tang Xiangdong bone-setting treatment. Wanshu, will it hurt? Tang Qian watched from the side and couldn't help but feel nervous. Isn't this equivalent to breaking and reconnecting the leg bones? Felt so painful just listening to it. Lin Wanshu nodded. If you don't do this, you won't be able to fully recover. There was no fear on Tang Xiangdong's face. Hadn't he suffered enough in the past few years? Comrade, go ahead. I can bear it. Qin Yan held his leg, nodded, and asked him to bear with it. Then, I don't know how it happened, but I saw his hand move slightly, and a click sound was heard in the quiet room. Tang Xiangdong broke out in a cold sweat due to the pain. But he just didn't say a word, and just endured it. Tang Qian felt so distressed that she held his hand tightly, as if to give him some strength. Thanks to Qin Yan's 5 senses, he also has extraordinary control over the human skeleton. Things like bone setting are naturally no problem. After he was done, Lin Wanshu immediately applied the black ointment on Tang Xiangdong. Then, used the wooden boards prepared in advance to secure it firmly. Doing all this, Tang Xiangdong was already sweating profusely. Dad, how do you feel? Tang Qian asked with concern while wiping his sweat with a handkerchief. I'm fine. Don't worry. No matter how painful it is, can it be more painful than the past few years? It's just a bone reset, so this little pain is nothing to him. At the door, there were many military wives standing there watching the fun. Everyone present was shocked to hear that Lin Wanshu was going to treat Tang Xiangdong, who had had a broken leg for 3 years. It's been so long. Can it still be cured? After such a long time, the leg bones must have atrophied, right? Who knows? They are all doing internships at Wen City Military Hospital now. They are very impressive. Fong Bailey said in a sarcastic tone. She's just an intern. I thought she was already a chief physician. She's treating this and that patient all day long, which shows how capable she is. Guan Hongmei couldn't help but curl her lips. The last time they complained about Lin Wanshu, they failed and were slapped in the face. Both of them held a grudge against her. Seeing that she was showing off her medical skills again, he couldn't help but make a few sarcastic remarks. Yangjin couldn't bear to listen anymore and couldn't help rolling her eyes. He is really capable. If you are not convinced, why don't you also put it in the newspaper for everyone to see? That's right, he even received recognition from the group. What about you? Have you made any contribution? How dare you make irresponsible remarks here? Chun Liming also echoed. Although she had never seen Lin Wanshu for medical treatment, she had no reason not to protect her just because she had contributed prescriptions and donated 800 yuan before. Other people had almost the same idea as Chun Liming. Just because Lin Wanshu usually treats everyone without asking for anything in return, if they still attack her and mock her, are they still human beings? A while, Fong Bailey and Guan Hongmei became the rats crossing the street. The military wives talked to them one after another, making them feel ashamed, and finally they left in shame. Lin Wanshu was somewhat surprised by the discussions outside. In total, she had only treated 2 or 3 military wives properly. They all get along very well with her and take good care of Xiao Miao Miao on weekdays. Why do they all seem to have received a great favor from her? Why do they protect her like this? Lin Wanshu felt a little complicated. After a pause, she collected her thoughts and told Tang Qian what to pay attention to. Tang Xiongdong's legs had just been reattached, so he didn't need massage yet. He just had to move as little as possible on a daily basis and take the 2 medicines she prescribed whenever he wanted. Tang Qian nodded as she listened. I'll remember that. I'll definitely keep a close eye on him. She was thrilled at the thought that her dad might be able to get back on his feet. After Lin Wanshu finished her instructions, she didn't stay long and went out with Qin Yan. Outside the yard, the children were playing the game of beating the Japanese invaders together again. A group of children were divided into 2 groups, each sending out a representative to play rock, paper, scissors. The winner would become the Chinese army, and the loser would become the Japanese. The kids were fighting in the street, using the walls as cover, and occasionally showing their little heads, making a lot of noise. Whoever hits the other person first will be killed and leave the line of fire. Xiao Miao Miao followed behind Shenyu and Qiu Tingting, holding the fake gun her father made for her, and played the shooting game in a very realistic way. Sister, you hide behind me. I will cover you, Shenyu said with great passion. Every time, the elder brother was in the same group with Xiao Miao Miao, and today he finally beat him. No matter what, I must protect my sister and win this battle. How could Xiao Miao Miao listen to him? Holding a gun, she poked her head out from the corner of the wall in a very professional manner. Before Shenyu could stop him, he saw his brother's gun pointing towards him. Careful. Shenyu finished speaking. He realized that the gun was not going to hit Xiao Miao Miao, but was pointing directly at him. Shenyu. How cunning. Why didn't he hit Xiao Miao Miao, but hit himself instead? Shenyu was furious. But after being named, he had no choice but to die unwillingly. Xiao Miao Miao tilted her head, having no idea what was going on, and was pulled back by Qiu Tingting. The 2 of them squatted directly under the firewood pile. Sister, help me keep an eye out for anyone behind me. If there is anyone, beat him up.
Ok.
Qiu Tingting held a submachine gun made of paper in her hand and gave instructions to Xiao Miao Miao with a serious look on her face. Xiao Miao Miao seemed to understand, but still nodded seriously. Cooperated with each other, one attacking in the front and the other attacking in the back. In a short while, 2 people were knocked down. Qiu Tingting was so excited that her face flushed red, and there was no trace of the gloom she had in the past few days. Seeing her like this, He Wenju finally felt a lot better. After Qiu Yong took her home today, she still didn't say a word to Qiu Tingting. He Wenju knew that it would be impossible to repair the damage done to her in a short time, so she didn't try to get close. Now, seeing that she was having so much fun, she felt relieved. Holding the big radish and mustard greens that Tang Qian gave her, she walked back without stopping. I just talked to Tang Qian and she said she would go to the scrap yard with me in a couple of days. He Wenju has been buying books and materials these days and has spent most of her money. Making a wind turbine costs more than 10 yuan, so she certainly couldn't give them away for free. After chatting with Tang Qian for a while, He Wenju was relieved to see that she was not as rumored. After all, no one likes to be taken advantage of. Lin Wanshu was also carrying a lot of things in her hands, all of which were stuffed into her by Tang Qian. She also wanted to give her eggs, but Lin Wanshu didn't want them. So, she just asked for something she grew herself. I planned to take them home and pickle them. Was also relieved to hear that Tang Qian had no intention of taking advantage of her. The two of them walked back, chatting all the way. Lin Wanshu didn't want to do anything in the afternoon, so she planned to spend all her time with her man and daughter. He Wenju walked back carrying radishes and mustard greens. As soon as I walked into the yard, I ran into Qiu Yong. It looks like he has been waiting here for a while.
Zhu.
Zhu, let's talk. He Wenju. What the heck is Zhu? You are the pig. Giving him an unpleasant glare, she turned and headed for the kitchen. Qiu Yong. He clearly heard Qin Yan calling his wife the same way. But it's different when it comes to me? What exactly is wrong? Suddenly, Qiu Yong remembered what he overheard a young soldier in the regiment say, that women always say one thing and mean another. Not wanting means wanting. Therefore, he decided to continue calling her that. In the kitchen, He Wenju was washing radishes. When she saw Qiu Yong following in, she ignored him. Qiu Yong was watching her from the side. I saw her two slender hands slowly and methodically washing the radishes in the basin, as if she were not washing radishes, but some precious food. With his gaze, and continued to concentrate on her own work. Just like in the past few days, she patiently assembled various strange small appliances. After a long time, Qiu Yong finally spoke. What's your situation now? Where did that He Wenju go again? Qiu Yong believed that what He Wenju said was at least half true. Therefore, he now also urgently wants to know what is going on with them. He Wenju knew that he would ask this question sooner or later, and she didn't intend to hide it. After all, he already knew that he was one body, with two souls. But this is not the place to talk. Although Wang Guifan is out, I don't know when she will come back. It would be bad if these words were heard by others. Qiu Yong also thought of it and took her back to the house.